Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Chapter 799, Project Approval. Closing his nautical logbook, Nigel Bar Crownshield started his patrol around the makeshift camp established beside the ruins of the Discovery. He was surrounded by the wild forest, he had to maintain a strict watch. Otherwise, a magical beast might silently approach and threaten the survival of the crew. At that moment, he suddenly heard a noise overhead, as if something was tearing through the air. Then, a thudding boom echoed from the distant forest. What's going on? Nigel and the others immediately tensed up. Unfortunately, during the night, they dared not leave the camp to search the wild forest. Moments later, when no other sound arose, Nigel relaxed slightly, temporarily setting aside the idea of exploration and began to share a modest lunch with the knights. Even this simple fare was tastier than the salted meat and pickles eaten at sea. Regrettably, there was no atmosphere of a bonfire party, they had to remain vigilant about the forest and were filled with worry about the unknown world. They did not know what situation they were in, having left the vast ocean and arrived in an endless forest in the blink of an eye, clueless about the distance covered. They were even more uncertain whether they had appeared on an island near the Great Whirlpool or some other corner of the world. Let us have a moment of silence for our deceased teammates. After setting up the simple dinnerware, Nigel signaled everyone to mourn. In this disaster, of the Discovery's 100 crew members, 16 were missing, 52 were dead, and only 32 survived, 7 of them critically injured with uncertain fates. The moment of silence had just ended. A whoosh of a tearing sound came from overhead, followed by a thunderous roar from the far-off forest, as if a large rock had fallen from the sky. Though it was much smaller than a meteorite, the ground still trembled slightly. What is this? Nigel could no longer ignore such commotion. At this time, Archmage Granny Truth, who was repairing the magic platform, suddenly said, "I understand now, it is His Highness." His Highness? Of course His Highness. His Highness has already found the Great Whirlpool and is studying it. Granny was very excited. The Great Lord Acroloides will surely unravel the secrets of the Great Whirlpool and then come to rescue us. We need to stay here, fix the magic platform, and work with His Highness and Lord Acroloides. Following that, he loudly declared, "Tonight we shall not rest, we'll repair the magic platform overnight, to make contact with His Highness as soon as possible." Another magician nodded deeply. "I support Archmage Granny's opinion." The knights naturally had no objections. After all, the repair work was for the magicians to do, they would assist as needed. And as if to confirm Granny's speculation, every 15 minutes or so, a stone or some item would whoosh past overhead. Tracking the source, it was coming precisely from that tall waterfall mountain. The survivors from the ships stranded in the unknown forest were eagerly awaiting the Archmage's thorough research. Indeed, the flame number was transporting stones, trees, and magical beasts from nearby islands and throwing them into the Great Whirlpool to study the changes objects underwent when passing through the vortex. List rode upon Leo, circling in the sky above the Great Whirlpool, casting Dragonite trajectory, constantly probing for feedback on the magical power composition details of the whirlpool and ultimately congregated all the information into Ack's hands. This was an extremely intricate change, and even after dozens of experiments, they still hadn't unraveled the puzzle. "Brother, Ack doesn't know whether this is a man-made magic array, but its operating principles are too profound, and there are many parts that Ack simply cannot understand," Ack said. "Don't worry, be patient. We can consider this place as a long-term magic laboratory," List suggested, guessing that the entire crew of Discovery might have perished. So, after his excitement had calmed down, he was not in a rush to explore what lay at the other end of the teleportation array. The Great Whirlpool was right there, it wasn't going anywhere. There was no need to hurry. He immediately issued orders to Explorer and Opportunity to continue searching for other islands in the new archipelago and called the other two adventure fleets to conduct searches for islands as well. There was no need to have them come here to investigate and explore the Great Whirlpool, as apart from Ack who could control the currents to resist, no one else had any resistance. In the latter half of the night, Ack, in need of experimental materials, decided to take a trip back to Thorn Castle. "Why don't you bring over a group of magicians," List suggested, "and set up on an island not far from the Great Whirlpool, to establish a magic laboratory specifically for cracking the secrets of the Whirlpool. I feel that the secrets of the teleportation magic array won't be completely unlocked in less than a year or so." Ack nodded. Thus, the flame number sailed back through the vast night and under the next day's sunlight, returned to the newly built docks at the mouth of Tonghai Canal. List personally coordinated with the magicians from the Magic Guild. "Chris, you identify a list of grand magicians that must be trustworthy, and who can be dispatched for a long-term assignment and comply with orders," he instructed. Chris, now a competent administrator, immediately provided a list. "The Magic Guild has gathered 18 grand magicians, among which 7 meet your highness's requirements. They are Kinley, Lars, Sir Il, Delac. Then let's start with Kinley, Lars, Sir Il, and Delac, and also call upon a group of trustworthy magicians to assist and accompany the Archmage on an overseas field magic research project." Kinley was a member of the Magic Elephant family from Steel Ridge, while Lars and his group had once been List's captives and had since been integrated into the Magic Guild, content and showing no desire to return home. Kinley had even been elected as the deputy chairman of the Magic Guild. Chris was the executive deputy chairman. "Your Highness, may I know what the magic research project is about?" Chris asked, curious. There was nothing to hide from Chris, so List replied directly, "Our adventure fleet has discovered a huge whirlpool at sea. You must already know about that. That great whirlpool has been confirmed by Ack to be the teleportation magic array from ancient legends." "Teleportation magic array?" Chris's mouth fell open, and it took her a moment to come back to her senses. "Your Highness, I request to personally participate in the research of the Great Whirlpool." "You don't need to participate for now. The Magic Guild cannot do without your management, especially regarding the experimental resources needed for magic research, which still need you to coordinate," List implied. Indeed, while Chris was decent at soul-level research, she was otherwise quite average. After all, she was a newly minted Grand Magician who was gradually transitioning into administrative work and becoming less familiar with magic research. "All right, but I hope your Highness will keep me updated on the progress of the Great Whirlpool research." "Of course, you need to be informed of the progress to better allocate resources." At noon, Chris convened Kinley and the other 3. The 4 Grand Magicians, upon hearing that they could study a magic array from ancient legends, immediately handed over their current magic experiments to their assistants, eager to prepare the materials that might be involved in the magic experiments with Ak, sharpening their skills to conduct in-depth research on the Great Whirlpool. Chapter 800, Whirlpool Town. The gathering of experimental equipment required some time, and Ak didn't engage in theoretical research. He primarily focused on preparing these experimental materials. The preparations were estimated to need a week's time in total. During this period, Ak went to the Great Whirlpool 3 times and helped in scouting the surrounding archipelago, finally finding 7 large islands within a week, measured against the standard of Black Horse Island. However, the largest one was still the one discovered earlier, about the size of Coral Island. Besides that were many smaller sporadically scattered islets and reefs. This archipelago clearly couldn't support the foundation of a kingdom, and List named it the Second Archipelago. It could only be used as a supply point for transiting, which left him quite disappointed. However, the discovery of the transport magic circle from ancient legends was significant, so the value of the Second Archipelago remained high. List unfolded the nautical map and studied it once more, this map drawn by Ak herself. 800 kilometers south of Black Horse Island lay 3 islands, First Island, Second Island, Third Island, each smaller than Black Horse Island. 1,200 kilometers southeast from the 3 islands was Dragon Turtle Island. A slight turn to the south-southeast from 3 islands and 2,500 kilometers away was First Chain Island, with all of its islands being smaller than Black Horse Island. 400 kilometers south from the First Chain Island was the habitat of the light green gemstone dragons, now newly renamed as Midway Island, approximately the same size as Coral Island. Another 500 kilometers south from Midway Island was the Second Archipelago, which contained 7 islands larger than Black Horse Island, the largest nearly the size of Coral Island, named Whirlpool Island. From Black Horse Island directly to the Second Archipelago was about 4,000 kilometers distance. The Great Whirlpool was located 23 kilometers south of Whirlpool Island, making a beach on Whirlpool Island the chosen location for the magic laboratory. To study the Great Whirlpool, List even planned to build a small town on it, straightforwardly naming it Whirlpool Town. Another Mage Tower would be built, and the magic laboratory would be set up inside the Mage Tower. It's best to build small towns on all the islands we can dock it and resupply. After all, the more serfs I buy, the easier it is to relocate them to cultivate the land. As long as the serfs in the supply towns can sustain themselves, I don't need to collect taxes from them. Usually, maritime trade in sea salt, white paper, and glass are lucrative businesses, and every year, a few pioneer mandates sweep in like an autumn wind among fallen leaves, filling sacks with real gold and silver. Therefore, List didn't care much for the meager tax revenue from serfs. If it weren't for the risk of disrupting the current societal structure, he'd seriously consider abolishing all agricultural taxes. He might not rely on tax revenue to feed himself, but other nobles still needed to exploit serfs to live, including his father, the Tulip family, which also required squeezing serfs. 1 town each on First Island among the 3 islands, Mangrove Town. Nami has managed a mangrove forest here, Crescent Island of the First Chain Island, a town called Crescent Town, and build another town on Midway Island, Greenlight Town, and on Whirlpool Island build Whirlpool Town. That's decided then. He added the 4 towns to the map. These were the plans for the future. However, he then thought of an issue he hadn't paid attention to before. I've been sending the adventure fleet to search for islands, but it seems I've forgotten to measure the distance of these islands from the mainland coastline. They should still be in the coastal waters of Eagle Kingdom, it's just that most of the coastline is likely undeveloped. Human settlements on the legendary continent mainly concentrate in the open plains and along freshwater rivers. Mountain areas, primeval forests, and coastal populations are not as dense. When Ak has time, I should let her start from the Second Archipelago and explore toward the mainland coastline to see the land situation there. Perhaps in the future, developing the Second Archipelago, we could directly launch an assault on Eagle Kingdom from here, capture strongholds and grab resources. At least he could go to the continent for exploration from this direction. The wild, untamed jungles to him were like treasure troves yet to be discovered. List marked the map and walked out onto the balcony. Gazing at the distant sky and just about to compose a poem, he was interrupted by the chattering of Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple, 3 flame dragon birds, circling around Annie's Cordyceps phoenix perch parasol tree. Having left the volcano, Annie had eventually planted the phoenix perch parasol tree near Thorn Castle. Little fire dragon Leo would often fall asleep beside the tree, which gave Annie the perfect opportunity to stealthily fondle Leo's scales and indulge in self-satisfaction. Although this was a phenomenon of the greater elf's evolution, List still found it rather odd. In considering Annie, he felt it had even more peculiar tastes than Ash, the pea greater elf who loved rope tricks. Suddenly, another greater elf flew over, its appearance that of an elite with a pale green hue. A small sapling adorned its head, bearing a single red fruit. This greater elf landed gently in front of List and chirped a clear, melodious question. Chirp, List, is Ak in the laboratory? Yes, she is, Nami. Go look for her yourself. Thank you, List, chirp. Nami flew from the balcony into the castle to find Ak to play with. Just a few days earlier, Nami had finally shaken off her listlessness and sprang to life, growing rapidly and evolving into a mangrove greater elf. Becoming the 5th greater elf of the territory, following giant algae greater elf Pike, pea greater elf Ash, phoenix perch parasol tree greater elf Annie, and thorn greater elf Jayla. The 5 greater elves brought List endless glory once more. However, the response was much more subdued. Whenever List's greater elves were mentioned, all citizens and nobles acted as if it was only natural. Prince List is a dragon knight, isn't it very normal for him to have several greater elves? If a dragon elf were born in the flame territory, then that would be something to talk about. Actually, this was quite unusual. But from the high-ranking nobles like Marquis of Bulltail down to the small street vendors, they all thought it was normal. It had to be said, the radiance of the Dragon Knight's title was so intense that nowadays, unless List did something as dramatic as slaying dragons, he couldn't make the headlines. Whoa. Nami had just flown into the corridor when she came face to face with Thorn Greater Elf Jayla, hands on hips, strutting with an air of arrogance as she inspected the worm room. Chirp, hello Jayla. Jayla haughtily glanced at Nami, not wishing to acknowledge her. Nami, as if by magic, produced a small bag of purple jade powder, Jayla's favorite treat. Chirp, Jayla, here's something for you to eat. Jayla tried to maintain her pride, but upon seeing the jade powder, she couldn't resist her inner desires. Snatching the powder, she sniffed it and then hung it on her waist. When she looked at Nami again, she gave a slight nod. I like purple jade powder, remember that. Chirp, Nami remembers. Bring me more purple jade powder next time. Chirp. Whoa. Jayla, face savingly graced with purple jade powder, exchanged a few words with Nami and then resumed her haughty patrol of her territory. Nami giggled to herself, her confidence brimming with self-assurance as she flew directly to the 5th floor, to the laboratory. Taming the prideful greater elf Jayla was not a matter to rush, she'd take her time. Chapter 801, 1,000 miles away. When List had arranged his plans to build a town and the Mage Tower, and when the magicians like Ak had almost prepared all the necessary materials for the experiment, in the laboratory, the twins Lucy and Rose, operating the magic platform, received a signal from the Discovery through their magic platform. Initially, the signal from the magic platform was chaotic and indecipherable, revealing no clear message, but after half an hour, the signal became clear. The first message received was sent in the name of Captain Gainiel Treebar Crownshield. Report, Your Highness, the Discovery has crashed, 56 perished, 16 missing, 28 survived. We fell into the Great Whirlpool and were ejected from a cave in a mountain waterfall, surrounded by a primeval forest with magical beast activity, unable to venture out, we can only hold our position at the camp. Urgently hoping for rescue. There are still people alive on the Discovery. List received this message, hardly believing his ears. The seemingly terrifying abyss of the Great Whirlpool was actually a safe passage through a magical array. The only issue was that one end of the magic array was a bit thrilling, being located inside a waterfall cave on a mountain peak, causing the Discovery to fall from the sky, and a majority of the crew perished. Lucy, reply to Gainiel, reassure him that they should wait safely. I am cracking the Great Whirlpool passage and will come to rescue them at any moment. Yes, Your Highness. Lucy quickly pressed the keys on the compass of the magic platform, sending the message. Ak reminded from the side, Brother, we should immediately determine the coordinates of the Discovery. List nodded. Yes, Lucy, ask Gainiel for their position. Moments later, the magic platform received a response. Your Highness will not abandon us, night's glory shines upon us. The sextant is broken, we cannot determine the exact position, but according to the calculations of 2 esteemed magicians, we should be at. A string of nautical coordinates came through. It was a rough position. Ak merely glanced at the data and had calculated, Brother, if the coordinates of the Discovery are accurate, their location is about 7 to 8,000 kilometers south of Black Horse Island. Using the Great Whirlpool as a reference, it is about 10 degrees south by west, nearly 4,000 kilometers in straight line distance. A teleportation magic array had directly transported the Discovery 4,000 kilometers away. Jaichu and Fiaching would have to sing 4 songs of far away to cover such a distance, and if 1 kilometer equals 2 li, they would need to sing 8 songs. Lucy, ask them if anyone is experiencing any adverse health effects. Moments later, the magic platform responded, no adverse health reactions, some of the injured are yet to recover fully, but the night's chi is functioning well. Magicians can freely cast magic, sleep normal, spirit normal, consciousness normal. Ask them if they saw the rocks, trees, and magical beasts we threw into the Great Whirlpool during the previous magic experiments. They found them, but these items fell far from their location, and their path is blocked by magical beasts, making exploration impossible. Have them describe in detail the process of passing through the Great Whirlpool and describe the specifics of the mountain waterfall. After more than an hour of detailed questioning, List and Ek had clarified the situation with the Great Whirlpool's teleportation magic array, which indeed was a safe transport channel. The only two dangers lay in, first, the whirlpool flowed extremely fast, which risked the ship falling apart. Second, the instant they burst out of the waterfall's cave, they would be thrown high into the air and then plummet. As long as these two dangers were avoided, the Great Whirlpool essentially served as a safe and efficient teleportation magic array. Brother, we should send a batch of supplies and experimental materials to the survivors of the discovery, including a sextant and other equipment, and then have them collaborate with us on the research. That's for sure. List nodded, but, Ek, you might need to personally make a trip to the waters 7 or 8,000 kilometers away to see if there's an island or perhaps a corner of a continent. Establishing unexpected contact with the discovery had revitalized the research on the Great Whirlpool. Though the experimental research still needed to be followed up on, it was no longer urgent, especially since List's focus was now completely on the other end of the Great Whirlpool. According to Ganiel's description, it was a massive, expansive primeval forest, indicating his location was either on a large island or at a continent's corner. With the teleportation magic array of the Great Whirlpool negating thousands of kilometers, the developmental value was substantially high. Communications continued, and Ganiel reported on their situation every hour. Ek had already rapidly started on his journey to the unknown waters, while List began organizing supplies, ready to dispatch them to the discovery through the Great Whirlpool. All supplies must be wrapped with fan rubber leaves, padded with cotton hemp inside, and finally bound tightly with ropes woven from hemp rope vine. When instructing Administrative Officer Isaiah from Giant Algae City to gather supplies, List took extra care in his instructions. Also, continuously reinforce the ships. Do not fear wasting materials. It's best to apply several more layers of rubber solution to ensure the ships can withstand great impact forces, even from high falls. Now a Baron, Isaiah grew increasingly steady and capable. Your Highness, please rest assured, Isaiah will strictly package the supplies and reinforce the ships, ensuring every step minimizes the possibility of damage. Having arranged the tasks, the night had already fallen. List stood on the balcony, gazing at the star-filled sky, inwardly hoping Ek would bring good news. He wasn't worried about Ek's safety. Ek had become an archmage, mastering water magic and proficient in ice system magic, powerful enough to dominate the seas. Moreover, Ek's swimming speed in the sea could approach the speed of sound, that is, well over 1,200 kilometers per hour. No creature in the sea could catch up to Ek, not even a water dragon. In fact, whether water dragons lived in the ocean remained a speculation. Recorded water dragons had been found in a great marsh on the continent, far from any ocean. From Black Horse Island to the Discovery's position, covering 7 or 8,000 kilometers, Ek's full-speed swimming round trip took less than half a day. However, Ek took along a magic platform, and before dawn the next day, Rose, working the night shift, led by a servant, knocked on List's bedroom door. Your Highness, Akerloid's teacher has sent a message. She has reached the coordinates of the Discovery and found several huge islands, the biggest of which is several times larger than Iron Hoof Island. Several times bigger than Iron Hoof Island? List immediately got out of bed and, still in his pajamas, went to the magic laboratory to communicate with Ek via the magic platform. Ek described her discoveries. Since she couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the discovery, she intentionally toured the nearby waters and had identified over 10 islands. The largest was several times the size of Iron Hoof Island and even bigger than Blue Dragon Island. Additionally, there were several other large islands nearly as big as Iron Hoof Island. It's settled. Hearing the narration, List immediately declared, my founding archipelago is settled. Chapter 802, Stars and Oceans. Ek returned with the discovery of a super archipelago to Black Horse Island. List was excited for an entire day. An island several times larger than Iron Hoof Island and even much bigger than Blue Dragon Island could fully bear the weight of founding a nation. In addition, with the surrounding large islands, this was essentially the chosen site for the Flame Country. And according to Ek's account, the distances between the islands were very narrow, which would significantly reduce sailing time between them, making them even more suitable for living and development. The only flaw was that this archipelago was too far from the Duchy of Sapphire, precisely 7,000 kilometers away according to Ek's remeasurement. Even if the Great Whirlpool magic teleportation matrix were created in the future for ship navigation, it would still only shorten the distance by a bit over 3,000 kilometers. Moreover, the Great Whirlpool magic teleportation matrix seemed to be one-way, only allowing passage one way and not the return. For trade between the two nations, The round trip would be at least 11,000 kilometers, and with the court's fast sailing ships at a speed of 10 knots, it would take more than 50 days, for ordinary sailing ships at 3 knots, at least half a year. Relocating the domain's industries would be truly troublesome. List himself did not need to worry. He and I could take to the seas any time on Flame Number, reaching speeds of 500 kilometers per hour, making 10,000 kilometers merely a 20-hour trek. With rest included, a round trip in 2 days would be easy. But it was not feasible to use Flame Number to help with the domain's relocation. To move all the industries, Flame Number would have to sail back and forth for months. Perhaps the Lightning Dragon Turtle could be employed as a mover? Though not the fastest, the Lightning Dragon Turtle was much faster than the court's fast-sailing ships, and the ordinary Dragon Turtles on Dragon Turtle Island were not slow either. Once tamed, they would happily pull the ships. Sadly, taming Dragon Turtles to pull ships is likely as difficult as inventing steamships. Regardless, despite its remote location and sailing difficulties, the discovery of the new archipelago was still tremendously good news. From now on, List could start preparing to relocate his domain and develop the new archipelago to prepare for nation building. Should I start by establishing a Grand Duchy as a transition, or go straight to a kingdom? It's a bit troublesome. My old friend, the formless dragon hasn't come yet, I feel uncertain without it. What a pleasant dilemma. List pulled his thoughts back from wandering and finally set his sights on the magic teleportation array. What I should most do is support Hack in deciphering the magic teleportation array, striving to master the manufacturing method of the teleportation magic array, so I can directly build one on Black Horse Island. The Great Whirlpool at Sea could directly send the Discovery 4,000 kilometers away, the most efficient mode of transportation. Once he developed the magic teleportation array, List could fully realize his dream of ruling the seas around the legendary continent, then slowly hunt and farm the legendary continent as his own. The idea was good. But the study of the magic teleportation array was no simple matter. Judging by the tempestuous aura of the Great Whirlpool, it was clear that the magic teleportation array wouldn't just be a simple door to push open to teleport to another door or a metallic array to stand on and wait to be magically whooshed thousands of miles away. However, no matter how difficult, List had to study the magic teleportation array. This magic was the cornerstone for ideals to soar. Give me the magic teleportation array, and I have the confidence to change this world. There was a time when his dream was very simple, to be well fed, ride a dragon, and live carefree. After riding a dragon, his dream evolved into protecting a nation, preserving the bloodline, and then exploring the wonderful world. Now, his dream had ballooned once again. Exploring was no longer a challenge, the real challenge was to change the world. Contract with the immortal dragon and become an eternal dragon domain landlord. Open up the magic teleportation array, collect various dragons, rule of the legendary continent. Melding magic with chi, I'll forge a brand new era where technology and magic power are equally emphasized. And then, to comprehend this planet and journey to the moon for a look, if possible, I could embark on an impromptu interstellar voyage. The more he pondered, the more his spirits surged. After indulging in wild fantasies, he gradually reined in his thoughts, discarding these exaggerated ideas and returning to reality. Despite the constant opportunities that came his way, he couldn't deny that his foundation was still quite shallow, and supporting 2 dragons was proving to be very strenuous. He still needed to keep working hard and striving towards the goal of building a nation. News of the discovery of the founding archipelago was temporarily sealed by List. He didn't want to expose his hand before the situation became clear, especially since he hadn't taken enough advantage of the Duchy of Sapphire. He risked being hunted by dragons to save the Sapphire family, and not to skin the Sapphire down would be a huge loss. In short, it was about getting money, goods, and technology from the Sapphire Duke's hands. Under his persistent urging, the shipyard in his territory, supported by technology, finally launched a brand new 3-masted merchant ship, which passed navigational testing and met all the required standards. After the new ship's return from its maiden voyage, Lee generously rewarded all the shipbuilders and personally named the merchant ship Expedition, signifying that the trade of the Flame Territory would venture far across the seas. It also meant that he was about to lift the curtain on the great age of sailing. The Duchy of Sapphire may have started the age of sailing, but it was still confined to its own small world. Yet Lee ambition was unstoppable, even by the Devil's Sea. Only when he would traverse the 4 seas surrounding the legendary continent, and then set sail into the Devil's Sea, transitioning from green waters to the blue, could it be considered the true age of sailing. After concluding the commemoration ceremony of the ship's launch, Lee rode on the back of the landwalker bird Loki, leisurely calling out the smoke mission, complete the mission, reward, the anomalies of Mind Island. It's finally time to complete the mission, time to investigate Mind Island once again. He suddenly felt a wary sentiment, I have to go with Ek. Ever since Ek became an archmage, it seems I can't do anything without her. It's not just that she might be more inclined to use her brain than I am, but more because her speed at sea is unmatched, saving time and improving efficiency. Without Ak, Lee Ct didn't know how long it would take to embark on naval explorations. Building a nation would be even further off. Fortunately, he had Ak. Although he had trained Ak to be not quite like the naive little sea monster she once was, their intimacy continued to grow day by day. With the corners of his mouth curving up into a smile, Lee Ct adjusted the light golden locks of hair on his forehead, lifted by the wind. His 19-year-old face still retained some childishness, but his aura was unmistakably noble. A red cape, silver armor, a multicolored mound. He was the brightest light on Black Horse Island. As he passed by, whether it be officials, knights, or the working commoners and serfs, all showed sincere expressions of reverence, bowing their heads in respectful salutation. He was accustomed to such displays, untouched by them. He was only concerned with the new smoke mission. Last year, the blood of the light green gemstone dragon drenched Mind Island, turning the entire Mind Island green. Although much of the magic power was drawn by the mind fruit trees and absorbed by the crystal Ulciphilis spinulosa, it still nurtured vast crystal and gemstone mines. Please proceed with mining. Reward, Shattered Jade. Chapter 803, Jade Dream. The reward for mining the light green gemstone mine is a shattered jade. In this world, there is jade, a type of gemstone, colored emerald green, which many elves like to consume as jade powder. However, a piece of shattered jade clearly isn't sufficient as a reward for the smoke mission, even if sometimes the smoke mission uses readily available resources as rewards. They have never been this cheap. So the shattered jade isn't just any jade, it's very likely. List's heart suddenly raced uncontrollably, trying to suppress but unable to restrain the wild thoughts in his mind. It's very likely related to clues about the Jade Dragon. The Jade Dragon, one of the 5 sacred dragons, represents the power of dreams, and it's said to be able to enter the dreams of any creature. All the sacred dragons truly exist. List firmly believed in this, so the Jade Dragon must also truly exist. He had fantasized more than once about the different abilities of the sacred dragons. The formless dragon, resembling a special gemstone dragon, can produce space gems. The smoke dragon holds the power of fate, changing destiny at will. The immortal dragon probably possesses eternal life, whereas the twilight dragon has the ability to alter time. As for the powers of the Jade Dragon, List had also thought a lot about it. There are generally 2 directions to speculate. One is the dream world, linking the dreams of all creatures, similar to the Emerald Dream protected by the Green Dragons in World of Warcraft, which is a reflection of the real world. Another is mental power, manipulating creatures' thoughts through entering dreams, just like the legendary nightmares that trap people in endless torment. Shattered Jade, Mind Island, Mind Fruit Tree, Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit. List, riding the Landwalker bird Loki, calculated like a fortune teller. I should have realized, the Mind Fruit Tree, such an incredible plant, even space gems can't stop it. It's definitely extraordinary. Dragon magic has an extreme nature, belonging to a unique class of superior magic, super energy magic power. Thus, ordinary items definitely can't break the dominance of superior magic, only magic of the same level can counteract each other. The Mind Fruit Tree is clearly a product of superior magic, just like space gems. Could the Shattered Jade refer to the remains of the Jade Dragon? Upon its remains grows the Mind Fruit Tree, and the Mind Fruit Tree has produced Bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit because it possesses the powerful mental powers of the Jade Dragon. Thus the Mind Fruit can bind the minds of dragons. From the current clues, this is the most reasonable speculation. Having thought everything through, List had already returned to Thorn Castle and found Ak, who was drawing nautical charts. Ak, pause your work, come with me to Mind Island. Brother, are you in a hurry to mine the gem mines on Mind Island? Ak was a bit reluctant to leave. She was now captivated by the magic teleportation Ori. Very much so, because there might be clues about another dragon hidden on Mind Island. Ak also likes dragons, and upon hearing the clues about a dragon, she immediately put down her work. Another new dragon? That's great, brother can ride a new dragon. Magicians cannot ride dragons, yet the love for dragons is in everyone's heart. Moreover, for Ak, dragons are excellent research material. Initially, the nearly dead light green gemstone dragon Ethan had provided her with a wealth of information to explore the mysteries of magic. To this day, she would from time to time ask Les to let her study Leo. And so, they set off, and on the way, Ak asked, "Brother, what kind of dragon's clues did you find?" "It's a jade dragon." "Sapphire Duke, you mentioned the jade dragon representing dreams?" Ak wasn't overly surprised, as she already knew about the formless dragon and was prepared for the sacred dragons. It might just be the remains of a jade dragon. Remains? Yes, even dragons die, but it's unclear why they didn't die in the legendary Valley of Dragons, but here, in the Sea of Azure Waves. List was really curious about what had happened to these powerful dragons, starting with the smoke dragon, which seemed to be dead, its power inhabiting his body. Then he encountered a dragon that seemed to be in its youth, the formless dragon, not knowing whether it had been resurrected after death, followed by finding the remains of a fire dragon, from which little fire dragon Leo was born. Now, there appeared to be remains of a jade dragon. Counting it up, there were exactly 4 dragons intersecting in the sea of azure waves, among them 3 sacred dragons, 1 elemental dragon. There were too many unknown secrets that baffled him, so much so that List even wondered whether the Sea of Azure Waves was the legendary Valley of Dragons, but he felt it couldn't be possible. However, the fire dragon had died thousands of years ago, even the dragon bones, which almost never decay, had degraded to ordinary bones. In a trance, Mind Island had arrived. From afar, List understood what the anomaly of Mind Island meant. The island was enveloped in a layer of light green mist emitting light, clearly the power of the light green gemstone mine, mingling with the free magic power in the air to form a misty aura. Sapphire Duke had told List that the gemstone mine sometimes formed a gemstone mist under special weather conditions. We must mine it as soon as possible to prevent Mind Island from being discovered by others. Such an anomaly could be seen from a great distance, making it extremely exposed. Moments later, they landed on Mind Island. List immediately took out a bone spade and began to dig where the mind fruit tree had previously grown. After digging through a meter of soil, they gradually reached the rock layer. He forcefully chiseled the rock and discovered that inside the rock were visible light green crystal raw stones, clusters of light green glimmers twinkling. Upon close inspection, one could even see light green gems, as large as a fist, inside some of the crystals. These raw stones had to be handed over to the crystal craftsman to be carefully cut open, so that the gemstones growing inside could be extracted without damaging the overall structure of the crystals. List simply stored the raw stones in his space ring and continued digging. After chiseling through a 3-meter thick layer of rock, he excavated dozens of light green crystal raw stones, yet hadn't reached the shattered jade he had hypothesized about. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Although Mind Island was a small island, it had an elevation of at least several tens of meters. The broken jade might just be hidden within those thick layers of rock. From digging during the day to nightfall, taking a brief sleep, then continuing to dig, from 3 meters deep to 10 meters. Even for a dragon knight with a formidable physique, it was exhausting. The bone spades and bone chisels made from fire dragon bones broke more than a dozen times. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, they had dug through the distribution layer of the light green gemstone mine. Next, they pried open layer upon layer of a type of jade-like green shale, brushing off the rock powder, and finally exposed a vibrant and beautiful vivid green. Despite both being green, the green of the shale above was only jade grade, yet this touch of green was indescribably verdant. It's like the tender sprouts of a freshly sprouted tree, vibrant life coursing through it. Come see, I've found the remains of the jade dragon. List gripping the bone spade, his fatigue swept away. Beneath Mind Island indeed lies the corpse of the jade dragon. Chapter 804, Crossing the Great Whirlpool. Dig, randomly strike with a chisel. Wanting to excavate the shattered jade from the rock layer several meters below was not just ordinarily difficult. It kept requiring the prying open of the upper layer of rock. With each dig, a large piece was extracted. If List hadn't been a dragon knight and hadn't consistently practiced dragon chi, making his physique incredibly strong, this task could not have been achieved without a couple of months of work. Dragon breath tempering constantly tempered his body, giving him enough strength to kill a magical beast with a single punch. Of course, the reason he could excavate so violently was that he discovered that the shattered jade had a hardiness that was downright terrifying. Striking it with the bone chisel left not even a slight mark. Therefore, he continuously chiseled apart layers of layered green shale jade, exposing more and more jade. After continuous work for 1 day, he finally excavated all the shattered jade, and when the jade revealed itself in full, List and Ek suddenly realized this was actually a lifelike thigh, a dragon's hind leg, exquisitely and magnificently carved out of emerald jade, including the dragon claws and dragon scales in meticulous detail. At the base of the dragon's hind leg, there was also a large piece of dragon meat attached, with a smooth cut at one end of the meat. It looked as if severed directly by some sharp weapon. This must be the jade dragon's hind leg. From the cut, you could see a mix of deep and light green traces, likely representing tissues such as dragon bone, dragon meat, dragon vessels, and dragon skin. List and Ek exchanged glances. So, could the cutting marks on this jade dragon's hind leg imply it met an unnatural death? Ek was quite puzzled, but what kind of weapon could cut through the body of a sacred dragon? Brother once tested the hardness of jade dragon remains. It's extremely difficult to cause damage. It should have been even stronger and virtually impossible to sustain such severe injuries when it was alive. It's really strange. Not just strange, but also horrifying. A sacred dragon, the legend itself, one of its limbs buried here, still lifelike after who knows how many years. That clear cut loudly declares how sharp the weapon that severed its limb was, and how powerful the wielder of that weapon must have been. Eye of Magic was deployed. List shifted his perspective to observe this approximately 18-meter-long jade dragon's hind leg. Based on the size of the hind leg, it could be deduced that the jade dragon's size while alive was about 45 meters in length, with a wingspan of about 45 meters as well. Basically, that was the size of a light green gemstone dragon. The magical hues of the hind leg were not multicolored, instead, they were chaotic. However, he could feel its energy level, which definitely belonged to superior magic. Contained within every inch of the leg tissue, with no signs of dissipating to the outside. The magical power hasn't dissipated at all. It's hard to say when exactly it was beheaded in the Sea of Azure waves. It most likely died from decapitation, as the whole hind leg was chopped off. It definitely couldn't have survived. So where did the rest of its body fall? Could it be right here in the Sea of Azure waves? Countless thoughts swirled in List's mind. Among them, the biggest one, that made him feel horrified, was who exactly had killed the Jade Dragon. Even, the remains of the Fire Dragon on Black Horse Island could possibly be from the same battle, the adult Fire Dragon also killed by the person who killed the Jade Dragon. Of course, it wasn't necessarily done by humans. But whoever crafted that weapon must certainly be a higher intelligent being. Not quite. Look at this cut, it's indeed smooth and even, but it doesn't necessarily have to be caused by a weapon. If it's the sharp claws of some creature, it could also make such a cut. But to so smoothly sever such a thick hind leg, the creature's claws must be at least 20 meters long, and how large would its body have to be? Adult fire dragons can be up to 100 meters in body length and wingspan, but their claws are at most 3 to 4 meters long. With claws 20 meters long, the creature itself would have to be 6 to 700 meters in length. Brother, maybe that kind of creature has particularly long claws, Ak suggested. It's possible. Never mind, it's useless to think too much about it now. Let's first transport this jade dragon's hind leg away, and we can study it slowly later. Then I'll prepare to organize a group of loyal knights to come mine and at the same time thoroughly search Mind Island to see if there are any other remains of the jade dragon. That very night, Ak and Liz transported away the jade dragon's hind leg. They stored it in the cargo hold of the new ship, Flame Number 2, used for nautical voyages, and then docked Flame Number 2 at the end of the Tonghai Canal below Thorn Castle, where it was tightly guarded. Then List quickly organized a group of Earth Knights, ready to head to Mind Island to excavate the light green gemstone mine. These knights had already signed an agreement to bring their families to settle on a new island after the mining, serving as the first batch of reinforcement to develop the Flame Islands, which was also the newly discovered founding archipelago. After they finished mining, they would not return to Black Horse Island. However, these knights could be promoted from commoners to honored knights, and upon setting foot on the Flame Islands and constructing the first city, they could further be promoted to barons. Busy deciding on the knights, List finally found time to look at the smoke mission, complete the mission, reward, remains of the jade dragon's hind leg. The light green gemstone mine was only just started, but the task was already completed. It seems there wasn't a strict requirement to completely excavate the gemstone. Mission: the Great Whirlpool has been verified as a magic teleportation array. Whether it is a natural wonder or the masterpiece of an ancient mage is unknown, but the urgent matter is to study and utilize it. Please successfully traverse the Great Whirlpool once. Reward: deep understanding of the magic teleportation array. I was originally planning to wait, but now it seems the danger of the Great Whirlpool might not be too high, and I can traverse it directly. With my Dragon Knight strength, crossing the Great Whirlpool should be quite easy. Of course, it's best to first send a Sky Knight in a large ship to try to traverse it once. So, he quickly summoned several Sky Knights and disclosed the plan of traversing the Great Whirlpool to them. He selectively told them part of the information. The Great Whirlpool was dangerous, but many Earth Knights, magicians, and even several apprentice Knight Sailors had survived traversing it. The survival pressure for Sky Knights was not significant. The choice is yours, as of now, except for Dirt, who is an Earl. The rest of you are Viscounts. I am not stingy with rewards. The battle honors for crossing the Great Whirlpool will be established according to the standards from Viscount to Earl. List casually offered an Earlship. After all, the Flame Islands were vast in area, and he didn't mind allocating a bit of land. It was actually more concerning for him that there were no nobles to develop the barren land on his behalf. Thus, he eagerly promoted the knights' titles to motivate his followers. The bait was thrown. It was a chance for promotion, and the danger was not considered very high. The Sky Knights had quite a struggle, but eventually, Cross Middle. Thorn seized the opportunity. He was one of the 9 Sky Knights who had surrendered during the Battle of the Sea, and as an ordinary level Sky Knight, His strength had faintly begun to step into the Sword Saint level, just lacking a significant achievement and a title to reach it. For the sake of the Earlship, he was willing to take a gamble. Chapter 805, Wormhole Space. First, they sent the Earth Knights to mine on Mine Island, followed by dispatching Cross Middle. Thorn to the Great Whirlpool, accompanied by a meticulously reinforced two-masted sailing ship. The ship was equipped with highly accurate sextants, magic platforms, and other devices for positioning. After reaching the Great Whirlpool, Ak directly pushed the two-masted sailing ship into it, while Cross clung to the main mast, anxiously keeping his eyes fixed on the whirlpool deep well at the whirlpool's center. The ship was surrounded by a dense array of crystal spotlights designed to illuminate the environment. List rode the little fire dragon Leo circling above the whirlpool deep well, his special telescope aimed at the inside, waiting for the sailing ship to enter and cast light into the depths, hoping to discover some new secrets. The two-masted ship kept circling within the whirlpool, rapidly approaching its center. Ak, standing on a seashell, was lifted by a water tornado at the edge of the Great Whirlpool. The water tornado could not continue deeper into the whirlpool. The rapid water currents and chaotic magic power could easily shred it. The Eye of Magic Power was deployed to observe changes in the Great Whirlpool. After about half an hour, the sailing ship finally plunged into the whirlpool deep well at the whirlpool's center. List carefully peered through his telescope at the deep well and saw the ship's crystal spotlights indeed illuminate its interior. However, the inner walls still seemed to be just fast-moving water. But then, in the next moment, the ship suddenly passed through a hazy mist, and its hull quickly disappeared into the fog, with the lights extinguishing too. The Great Whirlpool then returned to its previous calm. As if nothing had happened. List retracted his telescope and, piloting Leo, returned to the deck of Flame Number, with Ak following swiftly back inside. Inside the cabin, Kenley and several Grand Magicians were eagerly manning the magic platform, maintaining continuous communication with Captain Gainiel Treebar Crownshield. Report the communication results, List commanded as he entered. Kenley, directly operating the magic platform, didn't look up as she responded. Feedback from Discover's magic platform shows everything is normal, no new ships have been detected. 10 minutes later. The magic platform finally relayed new information. Your Highness, we report that a ship has flown out from the mountain waterfall cave and fallen into a forest nearby. A Sky Knight is flying towards us, it must be Viscount Cross. A few minutes after that. The magic device continued to report, it is indeed Viscount Cross. Viscount Cross is in good physical condition and states that the voyage through the Great Whirlpool was successful. After entering the whirlpool deep well, the crystal spotlights went out, but the surroundings lit up with myriad lightning web or lightning-like light trajectories. Explain in detail. Viscount Cross, clinging to the mast and unable to move, felt the ship enveloped by a tremendous force and cast out directly. After being thrown about for 5 minutes, it finally passed through the dense web of lightning and emerged at the mouth of the waterfall cave, where the spotlight's light returned. Describe the physical sensations while passing through the Great Whirlpool. The body felt good, with no abnormalities, but Viscount Cross remembers not breathing during the transit, as if even his heart had not beaten. It was as though everything was paused, and only the ship was wrapped by some force, flying along a twisted course. It's flying, not sailing, which means there's actually no water in the channel. The waterfall is normal, but the ship took flight, indicating that although the channel is within the waterfall cave, it has no connection to the waterfall. After all questions were asked, List signaled Kenley to send a message, prepare to welcome me, I will personally traverse the Great Whirlpool and come to your location. Your Highness, without more experimental data, it's very dangerous to traverse the Great Whirlpool rashly, and nobody can compare with your safety. Kenley raised her head to advise. Her magical research career in the Flame Territory had been wonderful, and she didn't want any turmoil because of an accident with List. Ak didn't speak, but simply cast a worried glance. Everything was said without a word. List gave a slight smile, replying with a reassuring look, and said nonchalantly, my decision is made, there is no need for any delay in this trip, it's just a magic teleportation array, after all. As a son of glory, bathed in the night's glory, what is there to fear? It was actually the power of fate that gave him great confidence. The smoke mission led him through, suggesting that the power of fate had already shrouded the magic teleportation array. In a word, arranged. Ak stood at the edge of the Great Whirlpool. List soared in one leap, landing on Leo's Dragon Tooth platform, waving his hand towards Ak before quickly resonating in Dragon Knight resonance, entering Dragon Rider mode. Immediately, he activated the Dragon Knight trajectory, allowing the world's magic structure to present itself clearly within his field of vision. Oh ho! Leo let out an excited roar, its spirit in perfect harmony with List's, brimming with the courage and passion for adventure within their inner worlds. Wings flapping in flight, Dragon Chi circulating as one, Dragon Might subtly inherent. Slicing through the air above the sea, They headed straight for the center of the distant whirlpool, and looking into the pitch-black whirlpool deep well, List couldn't help but shout for himself and Leo, "Forward, Leo, let us conquer the great whirlpool together." Oh ho! Leo folded its wings, diving headfirst into the depths of the whirlpool deep well. At first, the deep section was nothing more than an ordinary whirlpool, with currents, roaring sounds, and the gravity of falling. Within the Dragonite trajectory were countless chaotic but orderly magical lines, outlining every detail of the well's structure. But just 1 second into the fall, a sudden burst of light enveloped them. Then, he and Leo vanished into the misty vapor of the whirlpool deep well. Or rather, they had left the sea's great whirlpool and entered another unknown space. A powerful stalling force enveloped them in an instant, making it difficult to move, but unlike Thorn and the others who were completely immobilized, he and Leo managed to struggle and move. However, there was also a tremendous repulsive force, the tossing power that Cross had spoken of, propelling him and Leo forward, unable to stay in this space. After adapting to the intense light, the Dragonite trajectory gradually revealed the magical structure inside the space. A dense network of threads sketched out a wormhole-like space, where the magic didn't belong to any known element like water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, or dark. But it gave List a familiar feeling. Is this the magic of spatial power? His thoughts were clear, and the dragon chi within flowed normally. The space gem left by the formless dragon, which I use every day, gives me this feel, both solid and ethereal, void yet tangibly real. Suddenly, he discovered that behind these strands of space magic power, there was a faintly discernible huge net. This net revealed only the tip of the iceberg, with the rest hidden deep in the unknown space. However, List quickly sensed that this net was the source of Axe magic, the magic web. The great whirlpool had opened a magic teleportation array, carving out a wormhole space as if it punctured the magic web and thrust a tube through it, straining to maintain the web's compression of the wormhole space. The magic web seemed to devour the wormhole space, whereas the space's magic power steadily maintained the wormhole's existence. One active, one still, achieving a balanced rhythm. Boom. Before List could continue observing, his vision violently changed, and he had burst out of the wormhole space, arriving inside a mountain peak. A roaring waterfall above him, rock cliffs below, or rather, he had flown out of the wormhole space upside down. Maneuver and rotate, flap wings and fly. Man and dragon, minds connected, swiftly twisted their bodies to maintain balance, and as the repulsive force behind him disappeared, Leo suddenly flapped its wings, taking flight once more. Before their eyes, a brand new world lay before them, an endless expanse of wild forest, with damp air filled with a primitive essence, and behind them, a mountain peak towering thousands of meters high. Flame Islands. The future kingdom. The king had arrived. Chapter 806, I came, I saw the island was indeed boundlessly vast. Lee Ct rode little fire dragon Leo to several thousand meters high in the sky, yet he still couldn't see the island's borders, as if the forests stretched endlessly and the land had no edges. The bigger the better. Lee Ct felt exhilarated and couldn't help but want to burst into song. But in the end, he didn't sing, because he couldn't find a suitable tune. Instead, he dove downward towards the forest. He quickly located the crash sites of the Discovery and the new sailboat, two spots starkly evident amid the wild forest, toppling a large swath of trees and leaving behind substantial debris. As the fire dragon was about to hit the ground, Leo suddenly spread his wings, stirring up the air currents, halting his descent, and hovered steadily a few meters above the ground before slowly landing, releasing an impassioned roar, "Oh hoo!" The crossing through the great whirlpool was also a sufficiently novel experience for him. After touching Leo's scales, Lee Ct dismounted, while Thorn, Ganiel Treebark Roundshield, and others hurried over, all bowing to Lee Ct, "Your Highness." Lee Ct nodded at Cross. "Well done, Cross, you have shown me your courage, so from today, I will promote you to Earl. As for the fief and noble title, we'll discuss them after founding the nation. Thank you for the honor bestowed, Your Highness. Cross is willing to charge into battle for you." Cross knelt on one knee. Lee Ct drew the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, and gently tapped its tip on both of his shoulders, simply completing the ceremony. But for Cross, this was not just a simple ceremony, it was the crucial step from being a minor noble to a great noble, and from now on, his duty was to strengthen the Thorn family. Without paying attention to Cross's excitement, Lee Ct then turned toward Ganiel. "Captain Ganiel, your performance has impressed me profoundly even though you plunged into the great whirlpool because of a lack of caution, leading to most of the crew's deaths. However, maritime exploration is inherently fraught with dangers, and the fact that you discovered the great whirlpool and made it to this island is a guiding light of knightly glory." Ganiel, kneeling on the ground, was emotionally overwhelmed. Lee Ct smiled slightly and said directly, "From today onward, I will promote you to Viscount, and we will discuss the fief and noble title after the founding of the nation. Thank you for the honor bestowed upon me, Your Highness. Ganiel swears his loyalty to you and is ready to charge into battle for you. Lee Ct then looked at the remaining crew of the Discovery. Apart from Captain Ganiel and 2 magicians, Granny and another, there were 25 people. Of those, 7 Earth Knights had been ennobled as honored knights after the previous sea battle, and 13 remained unennobled knights, along with 5 civilian sailors. My fellow knights, for discovering the Great Whirlpool and the new island, you have all contributed. Honored knights will be promoted to Baron, and those without titles, along with the civilian sailors, will all be ennobled as honored knights. The knighting command was issued. Over 20 knights and sailors knelt down, excitedly expressing their readiness to charge into battle for Lord Landlord. Then Lee Ct's gaze fell upon the 2 magicians, recognizing only one of them as Granny Truth. He was the first magician Lee Ct had dealt with. Though somewhat obstinate, his skill in creating magic equipment was significant. His contribution had been crucial in the repair process of the magic platform on the Discovery. As for the rewards for the 2 of you, they will be discussed and decided by the Magic Guild later. The Magic Guild autonomously managed magicians, a right he had granted to Ak, Chris, and Kinley, thus, he was hesitant to bypass them and grant any rewards directly. List let Granny and another magician continue to operate the magic platform, maintaining contact with the flame number near the Great Whirlpool. He didn't stay at the simple camp for long. After instructing everyone to quickly use the sextant to determine their position, he flew little fire dragon Leo back towards the waterfall mountain. The mountain stood desolate and alone, enveloped by lush trees, but its outer appearance vaguely revealed that it was part of a fractured mountain range. The fractured side formed a cliff that was not too steep, with a large waterfall cascading down it. The source of the waterfall was near the mountaintop, a pitch-black cave. The entrance was wide, stretching hundreds of meters across. List flew close to the cave entrance, constantly scrutinizing the cave with Dragonite trajectory, but he saw no complex lines of magic power, as if it were just ordinary mountain water. He and Leo carefully flew into the cave, ready to rush into the magic teleportation array again. However, after flying almost 50 meters deep, they still hadn't encountered any magic teleportation array. Something isn't right. When I burst out of the wormhole space, I felt I was near the entrance. It couldn't possibly be 50 meters deep. Could it be that the wormhole space is in another dimension, inaccessible from this cave? Looking at the point where the cave became too narrow to enter, List could only guess that. Then, he retraced his path. He had Leo land on a huge protruding rock by the waterfall and gazed at the immense flow of water, contemplating the entire Great Whirlpool magic teleportation matrix. Unconsciously, a segment of smoke serpent script appeared before his eyes. Complete the mission, reward, profound understanding of the magic teleportation array. The task was complete. The smoke then transformed, forming a new segment of smoke serpent script. Mission, situated within the Flame Islands, a new nation will rise from here. As the future ruler, you need a clear understanding of the Flame Islands. Why not map out the rough distribution of the islands and the area of the sea for comprehensive planning? Reward, lost old friend. Without a doubt, List now had a deep understanding of the magic teleportation array. However, he was still clueless about the theoretical basis and the principles of operation of the magic power. He could only wait for Ak to arrive, and share all his findings with her, relying on her to research. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the new smoke mission. Mapping the map of the Flame Islands was the implied task. However, the reward made him delighted. Indeed, as I've been longing for my old friend, destiny naturally drives them closer to me. However, this year's reward is no longer old friends wandering but lost old friend. Could the formless dragon be lost? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Both encounters with the formless dragon were due to the scent of smoked grass. The second time, it lingered for a long time before reaching Black Horse Island. It knew smoked grass was here but forgot where Fresh Flower Town was, and eventually, it managed to make its delayed appearance thanks to List arranging the dishes. Perhaps this fellow was directionally challenged. However, my old friend possesses the power that represents space. Might there be a connection to the magic teleportation array? With too few clues, it was hard to judge. But there was no rush. Mapping the Flame Islands, the old friend would inevitably be drawn by the power of destiny right to him. He stretched his body, feeling the surging power within, filled with anticipation for the future. As his power grew, the power of destiny represented by the smoke mission was also strengthening. Whether or not the smoke dragon is dead, he felt more like a human-shaped smoke dragon. Now, the power of destiny is within my grasp, ready to arrange at any time. Chapter 807, Epic Battle Leaving the Waterfall Cave. As List rode on Leo, he had already thought of a name for the mountain, the Whirlpool Mountain, with the Whirlpool Cave within, and the Whirlpool Waterfall outside. Below the waterfall lay the Whirlpool Pool, whose waters flowed outward into Whirlpool Creek. The Whirlpool Creek grew steadily into Whirlpool River, and following it from the air, List eventually found a flat valley and named it the Flame Origin. The Flame Origin was only 1 kilometer away from the crash site of the Discovery. Cross, Gaineel, start moving the camp immediately and establish a new base in the Flame Origin. From now on, use the Flame Origin base as a home ground to slowly explore these unknown lands. It won't be long before the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix becomes a major thoroughfare, and this place will quickly become a new city. List had already thought of a name for the city, Flame City. This was the starting point for the Flame Country, where the first flames rose. The land was covered with kindling, and once ignited, the fire was destined to burn unabated. As you wish, Your Highness. Crossthorn immediately led the team to cut down trees and clear a road to the Flame Origin. With the fire dragon emanating its dragon might, all magical beasts were frightened off. Within a radius of 10 or so kilometers, there should be nothing threatening for the time being, so they could work in peace. However, after only a short period of cutting down trees, List found their efficiency too low. Everyone, step back. Waving others away, he directly communicated with the sunbathing Leo using Dragonheart electrical signal, come over and burn a path with fire. Magic potion. Leo lifted his eyelids and shamelessly began to extort. It looked like he needed to cut down on some of that greed. List grudgingly agreed to Leo's extortion, and the little fire dragon promptly got up, following List's instructions to exhale dragon breath. The dragon breath had a temperature of over 3,000 degrees, instantly vaporizing trees. As it flew over the forest, breathing fire, a scorched path some 7 or 8 meters wide was laid bare. Then, it incinerated the entire Flame Origin with dragon breath, making it easier to construct the campsite. Of course, List had previously scouted the area with Dragonite trajectory and confirmed there were no magic potions or elves in the vicinity. There was no regret in burning it down, nor fear of a forest fire. Wherever Leo's body passed, it absorbed all the flames into itself, preventing any fire from spreading under its control. The fire dragon, representing the power of flames, innately possessed the talent to manipulate fire. As he was busy constructing the camp, Gaineel, controlling the magic platform, reported, Your Highness, the Great Lord Acroloides, is preparing to cross through the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix personally. I understand. Tell her to cross with ease, I'll be waiting at the Whirlpool entrance for her. The Great Whirlpool posed a grave threat to ordinary people, but not so much to the powerful. Basically, as long as one wasn't torn apart by the Whirlpool or killed in a high-altitude fall, they wouldn't die. Acroloides, just by erecting a water waves shield, was practically invincible and surely wouldn't be killed. As for being shredded by the Whirlpool, even less likely, as she was a sea serpent of the ocean, born with the ability to control water. Thus, after preparations were complete, the magic platform soon sent information that Acroloides had rushed towards the Great Whirlpool riding on a seashell. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, List suddenly saw a cocoon-shaped ball of light emerge from the Whirlpool entrance, and under Dragonite Trajectory's vision, traces of the magic web appeared out of thin air, along with the torn sections. Those were the rends made by the magic teleportation array on the magic web. Just as he was about to rush over and catch the cocoon-shaped ball of light, to embrace Acroloides. Suddenly, the waterfall's flow roared up into a water tornado, enveloping the cocoon-shaped ball of light. The water flow tightened, forcibly pulling the ball of light back from outside the cave entrance. Following that, the cocoon-like light sphere dissipated, and Ek stood steadily on the shell, which hovered securely above the water tornado. A joyful smile emerged on her delicate, elfin face. Brother, Ek has successfully traversed the magic teleportation array. Very good, List said as he steered Leo over to pluck Ek from atop the water tornado and into his embrace, before beating his wings to soar into the sky. I'll take you to have a good look at this beautiful new world first, and by the way, we can share our understanding of the magic teleportation array. Wrapped in the magic cloak, Ek's body was petite and light, which made List easily think of the phrase delicate and fragile. But who could have imagined that this body harbored a power capable of destruction, the magic power? The two of them rode on one dragon, circling Whirlpool Mountain, admiring the vast landscapes. They also continuously discussed the connections between the magic web and the magic teleportation array. Though Ek's eye of magic power did not see the void magic web that enveloped wormhole space, as an archmage, she could clearly sense the existence of the magic web. Through List's unceasing narration, her understanding of the magic teleportation array improved significantly. Brother, if Ek hasn't miscalculated, then I've mostly grasped the principle behind the formation of the magic teleportation array. It seems essentially akin to the principle of the space ring in hand. She lifted her slender finger, adorned with the space ring that List had given her. I've also noticed the similarity in sensation between the two, but I didn't realize they were essentially the same. It feels like the gemstone space is an independent space, while the magic teleportation array seems to be a presence that traverses the magic web. Because the gemstone space is like an isolated node that's enlarged and has melded into the magic web, it's treated as a part of the magic web itself. The magic teleportation array, however, connects two nodes together, tearing the stability of the field of the magic web, constantly under pressure from the magic web. Theoretically speaking, it gave List a headache. He was more concerned with the outcomes, so, to realize the functioning of the magic teleportation array, is it difficult in practical terms? Very difficult. Is it? How difficult? First, you need to find a relatively fragile spot within the magic web that's ripe for tearing open to form connections between nodes. Second, the magic array must be powerful enough to maintain the node connections. And last, stabilizing the node connections and expanding them into a passage is even more challenging. As she spoke, I took a deep breath. Her chest, previously hidden beneath the magic cloak, puffed out. Although I haven't seen any man-made traces, Ak still believes that this magic array is a work of ancient magicians. At the very least, they discovered it and expanded it into the current magic teleportation array. Created by ancient magicians, huh? Does that mean this isle might have once been visited by humans? Yes. Magic translocators, ancient magicians, the withering of the magic web. The formless dragon, fire dragon, jade dragon, bewildering dragon mind fruit. The smoke dragon, the child of the sun sky sunken ship. And also that weapon or claw which severed the jade dragon's hind leg. List connected these seemingly disparate clues, suddenly feeling that the only conceivable reason that these formidable elements could come together had appeared. War. Perhaps, in ancient times, possibly towards the end of the Moon Empire era, a world-shattering war had unfolded over the Sea of Azure waves. Giant dragons roared as they fell to the ocean, the dazzling light of magic pierced the magic web to form a teleportation array, and even the smoke dragon, wielder of the power of destiny, couldn't escape obliteration. Only a few seeds of destiny escaped, biding their time to sprout. Until one day, alongside a young boy's stumbling growth, they thrived, though never anticipating to be greatly harnessed by another transmigrator. List stroked his chin. I don't know if it's like this, but anyway, the picture I've conjured up in my mind sure feels tangible. Chapter 808, Sky Canal. After precise positioning with the sextant, Ak picked up his pen and easily drew a rough map of the Flame Islands on his notebook. The Flame Islands were not the kind where the islands were very scattered, covering a large area of the sea. They looked like the kind of fragmented oracle bone script preserved in museums, where a complete turtle shell had broken into many pieces and then pieced together. Of course, List would prefer to call it a broken shell. The prestige of a turtle shell was too low, but calling it a shell immediately elevated its status. The shell also resembled an elliptical leaf, pointed at both ends and round in the middle, with the whole taking a northeast-southwest orientation. 3 large islands at the northeast corner, each nearly the size of Iron Hoof Island according to Ak's depiction. The middle was the vast Flame Island, with Whirlpool Mountain located at the east-central part of Flame Island. The southwest corner was made up of 4 large islands, forming the edge of the shell and enclosing an inland sea together with Flame Island. Of course, this was just a rough map. Many areas were Ak's estimations and had not been precisely located, nor had the island's area and the sea area been calculated. To complete the mapping task of the smoke mission and to find the lost formless dragon would require a busy and extended period. In any case, the islands were called the Flame Islands, and the surrounding sea could not continue to be called the Sea of Azure Waves. List simply gave it the name of the Shell Sea. Every coastal sea area ruled by the Flame Country in the future would be called the Shell Sea. Brother, Whirlpool Mountain is located deep inland on Flame Island. Whether heading north, south, or east, there's a distance of over 500 kilometers, Ak said. He was good at math, proficiently mastering the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and squaring that List taught him, along with other elementary knowledge. However, List had long forgotten advanced mathematics. He might not even be able to solve a quadratic equation, let alone functions like cos, sin, and powers. But he did remember quite a few formulas for calculating area. A rectangle was length times width, a parallelogram required drawing a height before multiplying by the base, a triangle was drawing a height times the base then halved, the area of a trapezoid was drawing a height times the length of the top and bottom sides then halved, and the area of a circle was times the square of the radius. Besides, there were also areas of abstract shapes that required cutting and filling to make them approximate rectangles, triangles, etc., or by drawing grid lines, calculating the area of the shape within the grid, and then adding them up. After he passed these formulas to Ak, Ak immediately expanded on them, becoming important tools for researching magic arrays and astronomical geography. Thus, Ak could easily calculate the distance from Whirlpool Mountain to the seashore, concluding that each route would be no less than 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers is manageable. If Leo flies at full speed, it'll take about 3 or 4 hours to get to the seashore, List said, doing some quick mental calculations. But given the rare opportunity to came to the Flame Islands, List did not plan to go back immediately. He wanted to first map out the island areas of the Flame Islands. Completing the smoke mission was more important. It concerned the whereabouts of an old friend, the Formless Dragon, with the smoked grass feast always carried with him, waiting for the Formless Dragon to come for dinner, and by the way, to consume the bewildering dragon mind fruit. Leo landed, chewing contentedly on the magic potion and auxiliary medicine that List had fed it. List, on the other hand, discussed with Ak his plans for building Flame City. The city must be built, and the Great Whirlpool magic teleportation matrix must be developed. The current problem is that there is considerable danger entering and exiting the Great Whirlpool, and many fragile items cannot be kept intact. We can set up a water curtain magic array at the Whirlpool entrance to slow down the ships crossing the Great Whirlpool, but even if the ships slow down, they will still fall to the mountain base. Ak paced seriously. I've heard my brother tell the story of a canal being opened between two great seas. With differing sea levels, ships can pass through by adjusting different valves to control the water flow. The canal story she referred to was actually the Panama Canal, casually mentioned by List in his free time. However, List was clearly mistaken. The Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean are at the same level. It's due to geological constraints that prevent direct excavation. The Panama Canal relies on the height difference of the rivers, elevating before descending ships so that they can pass through. China's Three Gorges Dam follows a similar lock-based navigation method. In fact, the world's earliest lock-style canal was China's ancient Spirit Canal. Unaware of his own blunder, List nodded and said, correct, that canal operates by adjusting the sluice gates to manage water flow, facilitating step-by-step navigation. So you mean to build such a canal on top of Whirlpool Mountain? I'm afraid that's not possible. A 3,000-meter height difference makes canal excavation unfeasible. But magic can do it. Ak can design a magic array for water columns that can rise and fall. Starting from the Whirlpool entrance and relying on the mountain's terrain, about 30 magic arrays with a vertical drop of 100 meters each would make the navigation possible. Even so, the number of resources consumed would probably be astronomical. Once Ak masters the ice attribute, I'll delve into the property changes of the earth attribute. By then, using Earth system magic to completely transform the mountain, we can reduce resource loss. Ak said ambitiously. She had read the magic books that Kenly Truth had brought from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, which recorded a few scattered magic masterpieces from the time of the Moon Empire. It is said that there was a sky canal stretching from the capital of the Moon Empire all the way to the western frontiers, supported entirely by magic arrays. However, the sky canal had long been obliterated in the river of history, and many magicians had attempted to verify the existence of the sky canal's remnants, but none had been found yet. Therefore, Ak hoped to design a low-grade imitation of the sky canal for Whirlpool Mountain. Being an archmage herself, if ancient archmages could achieve it, why couldn't modern archmages? The magic books she had read about the ancient Moon Empire depicted whimsical tales that broke free from the mold. It made her realize that for magicians, the only limit was imagination. Unfortunately, the golden age of magic civilization no longer existed. List was not as optimistic. With the magic web's decline, it was difficult for magic arrays to draw magic power from it, and they required all sorts of precious magic materials to be set up. This kind of resource expenditure was definitely astronomical. Right now, even maintaining his 2 dragons was burdensome, let alone wishing he could plunder a few pioneer mandates each year. To spend more resources on constructing a canal seemed quite unrealistic. However, he didn't want to dampen Ak's spirits. Then let's wait for you to complete the elementalization of the earth attribute and switch to it soon. Then we can further develop the Great Whirlpool magic teleportation gate. For now, think of a way to use the Great Whirlpool to transport resources and start developing this vast archipelago as soon as possible. Ak wasn't one to aim too high. Brother, can we do this? Build many ships like the Flame Number, carefully reinforce them, and then fill them with resources and people before sending them into the Great Whirlpool. Ak can go through first and use magic to catch the big ships at the Whirlpool entrance, then set them aside to unload? So you're suggesting using the Flame Number as a one-time transport vessel? Yep. It still seems a bit wasteful, but it indeed saves more trouble compared to shipping resources across the sea. However, it would often trouble you and me. Hee, as long as brother doesn't find it too tiring, Ak is really looking forward to crossing the Great Whirlpool again and studying the magic teleportation array. It might not be long before Ak can set up a new array, laying out a teleportation array from Black Horse Island to Flame Island. List laughed. All this talk about sky canals was unreliable. This was the best plan. I look forward to it. Chapter 809, Archipelago Map. The construction of the Flame Origin Camp did not involve List, as he and Ak spent the whole day studying the Whirlpool entrance. When no traversal occurred, Everything appeared normal. Even when Ak unleashed super magic to communicate with the magic web, while the magic web appeared, there was no sight of the wormhole space that would tear through the magic web. Ak gave a relatively reasonable explanation for this: the magic web should not be deduced by common sense and there is no such thing as physical distance. List summarized it. The world he was in could be described in 3 dimensions, so the magic web was an existence that transcended those dimensions. Just as 2 dimensions cannot explain 3 dimensions, 3 dimensions naturally cannot explain existence beyond 3 dimensions. Therefore, the magic web that Ak communicated with, and the magic web torn by the magic teleportation array, was only a certain dimension within the magic web, not the entirety. In short, it was such a mysterious principle. We must travel through the Great Whirlpool multiple times to gradually understand every detail of the magic teleportation array, Ak stated. Then let's go. Let's first go and map the Flame Islands. With that said, they immediately set off. After instructing Cross and others to continue building the Flame Origin camp, List mounted Little Fire Dragon Leo, holding Ak in his arms, and flew north. Whirlpool Mountain was located deep inland in the eastern half of Flame Island. Due to the irregular shape of the island, the linear distance to the northern coast was over 500 kilometers. They started flying from the afternoon, maintaining an altitude over 1,000 meters en route to survey the topography of Flame Island. From their flying trajectory and the surroundings, the landscape of Flame Island was undulating with varied terrains. During this time, they noticed several volcanoes emitting white smoke. However, as Leo excitedly flew towards them, he found that these volcanoes were dormant, with no magma exposed that he could merge with to absorb volcanic supermagic. Moreover, List also employed the Dragonite trajectory, examining the magical traces below them closely. He noticed several spots where magic feedback glowed, possibly indicating magical beasts, magic potions, and even elves. However, he simply noted down the positions of the glowing spots and did not descend to collect them. After all, Flame Island was his territory, everything there belonged to him, and he could retrieve them whenever he pleased. Only the neighboring islands were the lands he planned to grant away. These large islands close to Iron Hoof Island could certainly benefit a dozen marquises. And while Ak merely circled this part of the Flame Archipelago, he hadn't yet explored more distant waters, so it was unknown if there were new islands. Even if not, it was not an issue. The second archipelago, now named by him as the Whirlpool Archipelago, could grant titles to a couple more marquises without any issues, thanks to the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix, which ensured close connectivity. As evening approached, they reached the coast, with Leo returning to his own body and Ak taking on the role of pilot. Maneuvering shells and water tornadoes created swift, glimmering streaks across the sea's surface. This time, he moved along the coastline, periodically using a sextant to measure bearings. Recording every specific location of the bearings in a notebook, he gradually connected these points to outline the contours and area of Flame Island. The survey was time-consuming, particularly because the weather on Flame Island seemed highly variable. It was sunny here and raining there, not conducive for direct sextant measurements. They had to rely on other methods, slowly figuring it out, or wait for clear weather to continue measurements. Thankfully, as they became enmeshed in the tediousness of mapping, the magic platform communication facilitated List's management of the production and construction of his territory. While Cross Middle.Thorn and others continuously built up the Flame Origin camp on Flame Island, Kenly Truth and her team tirelessly developed the Whirlpool Town camp on Whirlpool Island. Yavich, leading the adventure fleet, had set out with 2 other fleets towards the Flame Archipelago, ready to center their exploration around the archipelago and help reduce Ak's mapping workload. On Mind Island, knights were still laboriously mining. At Iron Hoof City, through Marquis of Bulltail's continuous purchasing of serfs, after training, they were being dispatched to Black Horse Island. Officials on Black Horse Island, following List's instructions through the magic platform, continuously built large ships named Flame Number while also preparing various materials using thornwood and rubber water encasements. If it wasn't for preventing materials from being shredded by the Great Whirlpool, using some old ships for transportation would suffice. The water tornado at the Whirlpool entrance would catch these large ships anyway. In large projects like this, Archmages played a much more significant role than Dragon Knights, who were only adept at frontal combat. Perhaps that's why the Moon Empire had developed a brilliant civilization, yet the world under Knights' rule had now turned into a savage, backward system of part serfdom and part feudalism. Unfortunately, relying solely on Ak's power was not enough to sustain such a workload or manage both ends. She could protect the outlet of the Great Whirlpool but was unable to stabilize its entrance. The powerful killing force of the Great Whirlpool was immense. Normal boxes and ships could hardly withstand it and had to be continuously fortified. After all, the iron-deficient Duchy of Sapphire could only manufacture wooden ships. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Ak had finally completed mapping all the islands surrounding the Flame Islands, much to the delight of List, especially the size of Flame Island itself. It was a massive 3 million square kilometers, nearly a third the size of China. The largest island on Earth is Greenland, covering 2.16 million square kilometers. Flame Island is a third larger than it. Besides, there are 8 other large islands over 100,000 square kilometers, 3 located in the northeast of the archipelago, and 4 in the southwestern seas. Another was discovered by the adventure fleet about 1,000 kilometers away in the southeastern seas. Countless smaller islands, each less than 100,000 square kilometers, densely dotted the area. During that week, while Ak was busy drawing maps, List was naming the islands. The major islands under the jurisdiction of the Flame Archipelago are: the map has been uploaded to Old White's public account, searchable directly on Derbaya, subscribe to periodically receive writing materials. The first large island, Flame Island, located in the center of the archipelago, covering 3 million square kilometers. The second large island, Tulip Island, located in the southern part of the archipelago, one of the 4 large islands to the southwest, covering 450,000 square kilometers. List had decided to grant this island to the Tulip family, similar to how the original Sapphire Duke granted the 300,000 square kilometers Iron Hoof Island to the Bull family. The third large island, Giant Algae Island, located to the northeast of the archipelago, one of the 3 northeastern large islands, covering 280,000 square kilometers. The fourth large island, Thorn Island, located to the southwest of the archipelago, one of the 4 southwestern large islands, covering 270,000 square kilometers. The fifth large island, Mangrove Island, located to the northeast of the archipelago, one of the 3 northern large islands, covering 230,000 square kilometers. The sixth large island, Gemstone Island, located directly west in the archipelago, one of the 4 southwestern large islands, covering 220,000 square kilometers. The seventh large island, Phoenix Tree Island, located to the northeast of the archipelago, one of the 3 northeastern large islands, covering 170,000 square kilometers. The eighth large island, Pea Island, located to the southwest of the archipelago, one of the 4 southwestern large islands, covering 150,000 square kilometers. The ninth large island, Anchor Island, located deep in the southeastern seas of the archipelago, connected by a string of small islands resembling a ship's thrown anchor, hence the name, covering 100,000 square kilometers. The 9 large islands together covered an area of 4.87 million square kilometers, and with other large and small islands, the total exceeded 5.3 million square kilometers. If including other islands such as the Whirlpool Archipelago, Midway Island, First Chain Island, Dragon Turtle Island, 3 islands, it would easily surpass 5.5 million square kilometers. The total area of all the islands in the Duchy of Sapphire was merely about 2 million square kilometers. With such an area, if there are numerous mines on the islands, and a few resource dragons are raised, it would be enough for self-sufficiency, without having to launch a pioneer mandate every year like with Sapphire. Actually, just by riding the Formless Dragon, and with the healed light green gemstone dragon, a few years would suffice for self-sufficiency. Thinking this, he summoned a smoke mission. Complete the quest, reward the lost Formless Dragon. Chapter 810, Pleasure of Solitude. The Formless Dragon was an old friend. It must have gotten lost, otherwise it wouldn't have waited until the end of June to come to the feast. The smoked grass List had prepared was nearly dried into hay, but where did the Formless Dragon get lost? This was a tricky problem. After leaving the Flame Islands, List almost daily used the Eye of Magic, hoping to encounter the Formless Dragon on the way back to Black Horse Island. Unfortunately, he did not come across the Formless Dragon all the way back to Black Horse Island. He then went to the dragon's dining table near Green Tea Town and lit a pile of smoked grass. The stench sickened the nearby serfs to the point of nausea, but the Formless Dragon was nowhere to be found, indicating it was not lost near Black Horse Island. Therefore, List hurriedly headed to Fresh Flower Town to continue lighting the smoked grass. Undoubtedly, besides nauseating people, it was utterly useless. Where exactly did the Formless Dragon get lost? List was completely perplexed and could only temporarily put aside this aimless search and return to his regular duties. According to the consistent nature of the smoke mission, most rewards did not need to be deliberately sought and would naturally be driven by the power of destiny, coming to him, ready at hand. Perhaps the Formless Dragon was waiting for him on the road he was about to take, waiting for List to imprint its spirit. So, first focus on the construction of Flame Town. List calmed his anxious mood. Flame Town was the next phase of the Flame Origin Camp, which was the new mission content. Mission: since the island distribution of the Flame Islands has been surveyed, the next step is to start the relocation of the territory, systematically transferring the industries and population of the Flame territory, and carry out major development of the Flame Islands. Please transform the Flame Origin Camp into Flame Town. Reward: new longitudinal sailboat. The new longitudinal sailboat seat reward was somewhat perfunctory, as Black Horse Island's earliest boatyard had been studying the longitudinal sail technology provided by List. He proposed the concept, but the specific production and operation required the shipbuilders to realize it bit by bit. After more than a year of development, they were close to success. Your Highness, all the large frame ships have been properly prepared, cargoes have undergone multiple reinforcements and loaded into the holds, and the hemp rope vine-woven safety ropes have been mass-produced to ensure that the migrating serfs and craftsmen are securely tied within the cabins, preventing them from being thrown out. Isaiah came to report on his work. Go over the large frame ships again carefully, I don't want any oversights. Even a small oversight could lead to a catastrophe of shipwreck and loss of life. As you wish, Your Highness. Isaiah bowed and retired, going to recheck again. This time crossing the Great Whirlpool, 10 large frame ships had been arranged, the masterpiece of tens of thousands of shipbuilders on Black Horse Island who had labored day and night. 5 of these ships were filled with various materials, including living and construction materials, with rubber occupying half a ship alone. It's undeniable that since the rubber bug triplets evolved into 3 rubber minor elves, Big White, 2 White, and Little White, under List's guidance, they had learned to use the tri-phase force themselves to repair the rubber trees. Thus, the rubber production of the territory had soared rapidly, and stocks were plentiful. This time, all were arranged by List to be taken away, to carry out major construction on the flame origin. Besides materials, there was the population. Farming serfs were indispensable, one couldn't rely on hunting and fishing for sustenance all day, relying on the Great Whirlpool to transport food was too extravagant. The construction of Flametown could not do without craftsmen, so large numbers of carpenters, stonemasons, and architects led by Jame Yabangtu had to be taken. Knights were also essential personnel, constantly protecting the security of the flame origin area. Currently, the camp only had Cross Middle. Thorn, a sword saint without a title stationed there. Once he went to explore the surroundings, the camp could only rely on a dozen elite Earth Knights for protection. Philip, go call Earl Dirt. Yes, Your Highness. Philip Wool immediately rode away from Thorn Castle. He had followed List for many years but still remained a retainer knight because his skills had stagnated at the level of an apprentice knight. The first batch of retainer knights selected by List were all descendants of serfs from Fresh Flower Town, with modest talents, and advancing to Earth Knight required constant perseverance. However, there were exceptions. Among Philip's cohort, Xavier Redung did not necessarily have better talents than Philip, but because he was good at flattering, he had already been promoted to diplomatic assistant on Black Horse Island, aiding Zambrata. With the resources poured in by List, he had been promoted to Earth Knight. His secret task was to work with the Blood Servants to spy on information, controlling the rats infiltrating various forces, serving as another eye for List. Soon, Dirt Red Apricot arrived. Your Highness, what do you need from me? I want to develop the Flame Islands, and need to dispatch a knight order to ensure the safety of the construction personnel. Since you're free, I've decided to give this task to you, List said. Dirt's eyes lit up with excitement. I am willing to relieve Your Highness of your worries. Very good, but I will not provide you with elite knights. You can go to Ironhoof City and recruit those lower-ranking knights. However, maintain secrecy, as the affairs of the Flame Islands are not yet to be revealed. Considering the vastness of the Flame Island, one can only imagine the dangers within the wild forest. Elite knights should not die in the forest, so may as well recruit those substandard knights to sacrifice. If they're lucky enough to live until the founding of the nation, why not reward them with wealth and honor? Understood. You have 1 month. Captain Garcia of Ironhoof City and the Knights of the Tulip family will assist you. Yes. As Dirt hurried off, List again called for Philip, summon Emily. Emily was still an elite Earth Knight. She had killed many knights in the sea battle but had not been promoted to Sky Knight, compared to the early overpowering List who had been promoted from Earth Knight to Sky Knight in just half a year. Even Emily's superior talent still fell short. Your Highness, the young woman entered the castle. How is your training? Without war, progress is slow, Emily honestly admitted. In that case, I'll arrange for you to go to Flame Island, where the forest is teeming with magical beasts, List said. Take Dowson and the Blizzard Beast Squad with you to help produce rock for Flame Town. Dowson doesn't need to produce the rocks, just protect you. Your Highness, Emily can protect herself. List observed the tall young woman, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It will protect you, and you must also protect it. Dowson is one of my earliest close combat partners. I don't want anything to happen to it. Emily, I entrust Dowson to you. You should understand my expectations of you. A slight blush crossed Emily's face, then she soberly responded, Please rest assured, Your Highness, Emily will not disappoint you. Very well, go. and make sure the Blizzard Beast Squad adapts to the cabin framework of the large ships, ensuring their discipline during the voyage. List watched as the young woman walked away, slowly closing his eyes. He immensely enjoyed this feeling of controlling others' destinies, a lonely thrill of a dictator. In the Flame Territory, on the Flame Islands, he was the sole king. Chapter 811, The Rope Experiment. Following the fleet to Flame Island was another night order led by Fox, the Black Horse Island Knights Order. Their mission was not to explore the forest but to guard the Flame Origin and protect the magicians stationed there. The Magic Guild was preparing to establish a branch at Flame Origin. Henceforth, magicians would transfer to Flame Origin and explore the Broad Bough Forest alongside the Night Order. List had gradually shifted these magicians toward becoming expert scholars, encouraging them to dedicate their lives to scientific research. As for the magicians heading to Flame Origin, those selected were magicians with questionable loyalty. Given the isolation of Flame Island, once these magicians arrived at Flame Origin, they would be cut off from the world. Even if they were part-time rats for other countries, they would have to work obediently for List. After a few years, when the paths between Flame Island and the outside world were opened, they would likely already bear the mark of the Flame Country, unable to change. June 22nd. The weather on Black Horse Island was fair. Leading the way was the Flame Number, followed by 10 large frame ships, setting out mightily. List stood at the bow, looking at Ak, who was sitting up straight and no longer burying his head in a book, and asked with concern, "How are you doing, Ak? Can you handle steering 11 large ships?" Ak nodded. "It's a bit strenuous, but if we reduce the speed to 300 kilometers per hour, I can save some effort." The sailing distance from Black Horse Island to the Great Whirlpool was 4,200 kilometers. At a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, it would take 14 hours. Adding rest times en route, they could arrive within 1 day. Then slow down, don't wear yourself out. So the fleet progressed towards the Great Whirlpool at 300 kilometers an hour. During the voyage, they made convenient stops at the Yadao Mangrove Town Camp on 3 islands, the Crescent Island Crescent Town Camp on the first Chain Island, and the Green Light Town Camp on Midway Island. One reason was to allow knights and civilians to go ashore for rest to relieve seasickness, another was to deliver food, jade, and magic potions to Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan. Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan was living comfortably on Midway Island, where there were plenty of magical beasts for it to hunt at will. List would provide whatever jade and magic potions it lacked. Its body had already mostly recovered. At a later time, List planned to ride it himself, flying to the Great Whirlpool, passing through the magic teleportation array to settle on Flame Island. Then, he would find a suitable place to build a dragon nest, allowing Light Green Gemstone Dragon to slowly produce light green gemstones. The gem market was always in demand, never worrying about unsellable goods. Various magic equipment and divine weapons required gemstones as raw materials, keeping gem values consistently high. After a friendly exchange with Ethan, List returned to the fleet. They set sail immediately, arriving at the Whirlpool Archipelago and a half-hour later, docking at Whirlpool Town on Whirlpool Island. Whirlpool Town was still in its infancy, and the magic laboratory was quite rudimentary. List convened a collective meeting there, with the main topic being the plan for receiving supplies the next day. After Ak crossed the Great Whirlpool, the 10 framed large ships needed to be manually steered, slowly making their way into the whirlpool. Timing was crucial, so that Ak could be ready in time to catch the ships with a water tornado, preventing them from crashing out of the whirlpool entrance. After everything was arranged, the following morning, the fleet set off again, docking near the Great Whirlpool. Before crossing, Ak had to conduct a new experiment, a rope experiment. This experiment aimed to determine if the wormhole space connected by the Great Whirlpool was a reality or a non-reality. Furthermore, the distance of the wormhole space and how it linked to regions thousands of kilometers apart needed to be understood. Hemp rope vine ropes as thick as wrists, held by Leo, one end tied to a huge stone, meant to accelerate the downward force of the rope. List and Ak rode a dragon together and slowly flew above the Great Whirlpool, right over the whirlpool deep well, and suddenly threw the massive stone tied to the rope down into it. The stone plunged speedily, the rope jerking loop by loop. When the stone fell into the misty center of the whirlpool, a burst of light within the vision of Dragonite trajectory quickly engulfed the stone, and immediately after, enormous pulling force came through the rope grasped by Leo, pulling his body directly into a spinning descent. And the rope's end became impossible to hold on to, swiftly unraveling, plunging into the depths of the whirlpool deep well. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, almost too fast for the naked eye to catch. "Hold steady, Leo." List and Leo's minds united, frantically flapping wings, barely managing to stabilize their position at the mouth of the whirlpool deep well, and flew back up. "Brother," Ak called out anxiously. "It's okay, the force of the rope was beyond what we imagined, Leo's strength couldn't hold on to the rope either," said List with some relief. The wrist-thick hemp rope vine rope, after all, was a super cable that even Leo couldn't break. Luckily, it wasn't directly tied to Leo's leg, otherwise, it would have been dragged into the great whirlpool without a doubt. Was it the repulsive force encountered in the wormhole space that caused this? I don't know. List shook his head, he truly did not know where this force had come from. Ak, thoughtful, took out the magic platform, waited a moment, and contacted the Flame Origin Camp's magic platform. A rapid response came from there. The experimental stone had already fallen, followed by 100 meters of rope. Ak analyzed, there are two possibilities. One is that the wormhole space is a reality, and the repulsive force within it is what made the force on the rope too strong for Leo to hold. The other is that the wormhole space is not a reality, or that it represents a compressed space, thus causing the rope to move quickly, and Leo couldn't hold on. List looked into the distance, nodding, makes sense. Brother, let's travel through too. Ak couldn't wait to verify her own theory, to re-observe the details of the magic teleportation array. Okay. With a thought, Leo instantly closed his wings, diving like a shooting star into the whirlpool deep well. Boom. Already within the wormhole space, the Dragonite trajectory vision filled with densely packed spiderweb-like magic power lines, sketching out twisted space passages. The magic web faintly visible around the passage. Crossing through what must be the work of an ancient magician once more, List was still deeply shocked by the infinite wrapping of the magic web, by the piercing drilling through the web, all of it a strong visual impact. However, unlike the first crossing, this time Ak traveled with him. Her eye of magic power was not as high level as the Dragonite trajectory, and she needed to inquire about many details from List. A few minutes of travel passed in a session of questions and answers. The next moment, the vision suddenly cleared with brightness, having surged out of the rush channel, pushed out by a massive repulsive force from the whirlpool entrance. Leo flapped repeatedly to stabilize, the view steadied, and the scenery of Flame Island came into sight. Chapter 812, tears streaming down the face. The second transmigration brought about many new understandings. After a brief organization, List had used the magic platform to contact the fleet near the Great Whirlpool to start moving the frame ships towards the Great Whirlpool. Once they entered the range of the Great Whirlpool, there was no need to row. The frame ships loaded with cargo would rotate on their own within the Great Whirlpool. The rotation lasted for half an hour before the ships finally fell into the whirlpool deep well. The magicians observing from afar immediately transmitted the information to Ak. At the whirlpool entrance, Ak waved her hand to conjure a water tornado, and moments later, the frame ships burst forth with a roar, slamming into the water tornado. Boom. The water tornado almost shattered from the impact. However, Ak's eyebrows slightly raised, and with a clear shout of "Ha!" the broken water tornado reformed and firmly dragged the frame ship until it was stabilized. Then, she gently placed it on the mountain platform she had prepared using super magic, chainsaw-style super high-pressure water knife. The ship landed. Knights such as Cross, who had been waiting there for some time, began to unload cargo. Meanwhile, a new frame ship once again set off towards the Great Whirlpool, this time carrying knights, serfs, and craftsmen. Half an hour later, the ship burst out of the whirlpool entrance again, and Ak caught it steadily. It's secure, let the other side send the remaining 8 frame ships into the Great Whirlpool in succession to save time. Seeing that Ak caught the ships so steadily, List immediately breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that this method of transporting materials was indeed feasible. However, what List did not know was this. Inside the wormhole space, as 2 consecutive frame ships passed through, a gaze suddenly lit up in the mysterious area where space and the magic web intersected. It was a dragon, seemingly made of crystal or perhaps transparent flowing water, that appeared elated as if it had discovered a new world. It flapped its wings, striving to fly into the wormhole space, but despite appearing to fly at high speed, it seemingly didn't travel far due to some unknown reason. Boom. As the frame ship rushed out of the wormhole space, its gaze also became unfocused, as if it had suddenly lost the trace of the wormhole space. Woo-ah! It cried out loudly. There was no response, just darkness all around, nothing more. And within its own field of vision, the world was filled with countless crystalline substances flowing past. These identical crystalline substances left it disoriented, unsure of which direction to fly. At that moment, distant crystalline substances suddenly lit up. Another frame ship had activated the magic teleportation array's wormhole space, and the transparent dragon, exultant as if reunited after a long separation, vibrated its wings like a stream slowly seeping into the layers of crystalline substances. It flew quickly towards the illuminated location. Moments later, the illumination extinguished, and it again lost its sense of direction. Yet soon, the location lit up again, and after several intermittent occurrences, the dragon finally arrived at the illuminated spot. Its body silently slipped through the wall made of crystalline substances and entered the wormhole space. Seeing the frame ship flying swiftly ahead, It followed closely behind, flying towards the end of the passage. The third, steady. The fourth, steady. The eighth, steady. List watched as Ak caught each frame ship one by one and set it aside, silently counting. The knights, serfs, and craftsmen on the large ships had already disembarked and were busily unloading the goods. They then put together many mono-wheeled carts, loaded the goods onto them, and pushed the carts towards Flame Origin. The grand procession added a touch of civilization to the wild forest. Boom. The ninth frame ship flew out of the whirlpool cave, and Ak, now adept, caught the ship and placed it on the platform. List, mounted on Leo, boldly supervised the order on site and incidentally used Dragonite trajectory to observe the magic power operation at the whirlpool cave for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Just as he was about to disperse the Dragonite trajectory and take a break, a dragon-shaped magic radiance suddenly flew out from the entrance of the cave. This dragon, comprised of magic power, had a slender body with elegant movements, showing no signs of discomfort from being pushed out by the wormhole space, only the leisure of a carefree stroll. Almost the instant he saw this magic-powered dragon, the name old friend popped into List's head. Formless Dragon. It's the Formless Dragon. His mind was momentarily befuddled. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about where the Formless Dragon might have lost its way, thinking that fate would bring it to him, and now, the Formless Dragon had indeed appeared by his side, too suddenly, too unexpectedly, leaving him stunned and at a loss on the spot. Leo, sharing a mind with him, was equally stunned. However, the Formless Dragon had also noticed the situation at the entrance of the cave the moment it emerged. It saw Dragon Knight List Flame, riding the fire dragon with an air of authority. It quickly remembered that this was the insignificant human who had enjoyed a big meal and paid with 3 space gems as a meal fee. Woo yeah! The Formless Dragon circled with a twist of its head and let out a cry towards List. Its dragon might had been vigorously unfurling since it emerged from the cave, and the busy knights, serfs, and craftsmen were suddenly as if choked, struggling to breathe, and they simply collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Ak, who had just set down the frame boat, felt the forceful dragon might as well and then heard that sharp cry. She quickly cast super magic, Eye of Mana, and clearly saw the form of the Formless Dragon, confronting List, who was riding the fire dragon. Oh ho! How could Leo tolerate another dragon showing off in front of him? With a roar, it was ready to charge over, but fortunately, List's reasoning was the dominant force, suppressing its surge. Suppressing Leo's anger as well as the shock of the Formless Dragon's sudden appearance, List quickly calmed down. He didn't know why the Formless Dragon had burst out of the magic teleportation array, but that was no longer important. What was important was to seize this opportunity to subdue the Formless Dragon. So he pondered in an instant. He directly took out a bundle of smoked grass that he had prepared from his space ring. He shook it, then maneuvered Leo, slowly flying towards the back of Whirlpool Mountain. He was looking for a secluded place to slowly tame the Formless Dragon. Seeing the familiar smoked grass, the bright-eyed Formless Dragon smartly followed List as he flew away. They reached a clearing halfway up the mountain, where List and Leo landed, and the Formless Dragon also circled twice before landing at the other end of the clearing. Since he had already witnessed the Formless Dragon's friendly behavior last time, List mustered his courage, picked up a bundle of smoked grass, and slowly walked towards the Formless Dragon. Woo yeah! Oh ho! The 2 dragons each roared. Leo, keep your peace. List waved his hand at the little fire dragon behind him, then turned to the Formless Dragon. We're old friends now. This is smoked grass, your favorite smoked grass. Despite the unpleasant smell of smoked grass, List was committed to his pursuit of dragon riding. He placed the smoked grass 20 meters in front of the Formless Dragon and then slowly stepped back to a distance of 20 meters. The Formless Dragon glanced at Leo, then at List, and seeming to sense that Leo was just a juvenile fire dragon, it disdainfully uttered a soft woo yeah, stepped forward to the smoked grass, grasped it in its mouth, bit it up, and slowly chewed. It rarely actually ate the smoked grass, it was mainly attracted to the scent of the smoked grass. Instantly, the foul stench enveloped the area. The reek was so strong that List, standing nearby, almost cried, and internally he was screaming incessantly, Formless Dragon is beautiful indeed, but such heavy taste, how can I possibly make a move? Chapter 813, Labyrinth. However, the dragon was my own choice. Even with tears, I had to ride it. But little fire dragon Leo was instantaneously smoked to the point of retching, and then, disregarding List's obstruction, he transformed into a ball of flame and plunged into List's body, leaving List alone to face the Formless Dragon. Yeah. The Formless Dragon, sniffing the scent released by the crushed smoked grass, seemed like a heavy smoker taking a deep dragon blissfully drifting as if ascending to immortality. Witnessing this scene, List could only continue covering his nose, executing the next part of his plan. He began transporting the prepared food out of his space ring. There were fine wines and beef, all prepared for the formless dragon. Of course. The portions were not large, but rather small servings, slowly enticing the formless dragon's interest. Once the formless dragon was smacking its lips with greasy beef, excited to reveal its true form, and let down its guard, begging List for more meat, List knew the right moment had arrived. Quietly, he handed over a piece of roast suckling beef stuffed with a bewildering dragon mind fruit to the formless dragon. Completely off guard, the formless dragon bit into the roast suckling beef in one go. That's settled. List rejoiced inwardly at the sight. However, after a brief resistance, the formless dragon opened its mouth and spat out a fruit with a colorful skin. It ate the beef but spat out the hidden bewildering dragon mind fruit. Huh? List's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unexpected that the formless dragon could pull off such a sly move. Turning his head to look at the bewildering dragon mind fruit lying not far away, and then back at the formless dragon, which seemed to have merely spat out a grain of sand and was continuing to relish the roast suckling beef, List didn't know whether he should silently pick up the bewildering dragon mind fruit, pretending nothing had happened, or force open the formless dragon's mouth and stuff the mind fruit back in. The latter method was clearly not feasible. He could only silently walk over and pick up the bewildering dragon mind fruit. There were only 3 of these mind fruits, each one worth a fortune, representing a dragon. The assumption is that those dragons weren't as picky as the formless dragon, treating eating beef like spitting out sand. When little fire dragon Leo ate beef, he wolfed it down. It seems this time I can only harvest a few space gems. Shaking his head, List simply stood aside, watching the formless dragon slowly enjoy the smoked grass feast. Then waiting for it to finish its meal, to pay him with space gems as compensation. And began planning for next year when the formless dragon returns to eat, figuring out some way to force it to consume the bewildering dragon mind fruit. Not far away. Atop Whirlpool Summit. Ak, who had just received the 10th framework of a large ship, stood at the summit, secretly watching how List would tame the formless dragon, only to see List with a look of utter despair. She covered her own nose, chuckling. Quietly, she took a few steps back to avoid the smell of the smoked grass. The formless dragon had been lost for a long time, with its stomach nearly flattened with hunger. It was rare to come across a delicious feast it loved, and it ate with gusto. When it got excited, it started to see List more favorably. Once it ate the last piece of beef, it slowly walked towards List. Just as List got ready to accept its payment for the meal, it tilted its head and made a gesture of raising its head. Uchiha. Huh? List didn't understand what it meant. Formless dragon nudged List with its head, seemingly inviting him to mount its back. This was incredibly surprising for List, who had intended to use the bewildering dragon mind fruit to stun the creature before forcibly riding it. Yet after seeing through his ruse, Formless Dragon had offered a ride on its own. Even though he wasn't entirely sure that was the intention, List quickly seized the opportunity and leapt onto the dragon, swiftly taking his seat on the dragon tooth platform at the junction of the dragon's neck and body. It wasn't until his bottom was firmly pressed against the dragon tooth platform that he was certain the formless dragon was indeed allowing him to ride. His carefully prepared smoked grass feast had conquered the beast, earning its approval, and now a mind battle between man and dragon could commence. Boom. The formless dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with List gripping the scales on its neck. In a moment of dizziness, the scenery of the world transformed before him. Every flower, grass, tree, and flowing river turned into crystals, some kind of irregular crystal structures. Is this the world through the eyes of a formless dragon? The world as seen by a fire dragon was incredibly vibrant and colorfully distinct, whereas a formless dragon saw a monochrome world of crystal structures. Perhaps this is their most direct experience of strength in the material world. These crystal structures represent the spatial composition of matter? He pondered internally. However, in the next moment, the world changed drastically, the mountains sunk, the earth heaved upwards, and countless crystal structures formed into a massive labyrinth without an end in sight. Apart from the repeated appearances of crystal structures, this world lacked any other color or shape. Uchiha. The formless dragon stood at the entrance to the labyrinth. Stepping slowly into the labyrinth, List instantly realized how to defeat the formless dragon's mind, by finding his way out of the maze. Not every dragon's mind battle was purely combative, it was only creatures like the evil dragon Leo that declared victory through slaughter. The mind battle with the light green gemstone dragon was more of a conflict between List and the first dragon knight, with the light green gemstone dragon itself not participating. Get out of the labyrinth, huh? List had an inkling of a headache. The labyrinth composed of dense crystal structures left him clueless. Arriving at the first fork, he started feeling dizzy, afflicted by decision paralysis. Forget it, don't overthink it. Left first, then right, keep trying over, and eventually, I'll find the exit. He had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. In the heart of the mind battle, It seemed like Liszt had spent the better part of the day, yet aside from being drenched in sweat, he hadn't found his way out of the labyrinth. He had even forgotten where he was in the maze, which wasn't simply made up of walls but resembled a form of the extra-dimensional killing array. There were forks in every direction, up, down, left, right, front, back, with each fork's crystal structure appearing slightly different, seemingly holding some meaning, though he didn't understand. He couldn't even remember these repetitive or non-repetitive crystal structures. He attempted to command the formless dragon to smash through the walls but was flatly refused. He drew his phantom version of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, ready to forcefully dismantle the walls, but nearly knocked himself out instead. The smoke swirling around him offered no assistance. Even when he tried to use the smoke to mark each fork, it was futile. The labyrinth seemed endless, trapping him in an eternal loop of encountering new forks or returning to previous ones. Inner anxiety grew. Even reaching a point of utter frustration, it's all a sham, a trick. No one could find their way out of such a maze. In the end, he could only watch as the labyrinth slowly collapsed, signaling the impending destruction of his mental world, which meant his mind battle to ride the formless dragon was an outright failure. Boom. When Liszt opened his eyes again, the world had reverted to the normal sights one perceives with the naked eye: blue skies, white clouds, and green mountains and rivers. Formless dragon still stood on the same mountain clearing, then arched its neck to make a woo-ee sound, urging Liszt to leave its dragon tooth platform. Liszt had failed to ride the dragon, and it no longer acknowledged him. Damnable. Without the bewildering dragon mind fruit, he really couldn't handle a dragon. After he jumped off, formless dragon flapped its wings, leaving not even a space gem behind before flying off into the sky without a backward glance. Chapter 814, New Labyrinth. What's going on? Looking at the formless dragon soaring into the sky, Lee was extremely upset. He had prepared for a long time to ride the formless dragon, offering it a carefully made smoked grass feast and the heart embroiled with bewildering dragon mind fruit, thinking this was an infallible tactic. Yet, the bewildering dragon mind fruit was spat out by the formless dragon. He had thought the plan failed, but then, unexpectedly, the formless dragon sought to be ridden voluntarily. However, the battlefield for the mind battle was a maze more complex than the extra-dimensional killing array, impenetrable and unnavigable. The formless dragon was just dawdling in the maze. Riding the dragon became a drastically worsened experience, feeling like the formless dragon was deliberately making him give up in this manner. Stop eyeing it. The dense crystallic structure and the endlessly seeming shifting intersections were not for human breakthrough. Perhaps, the maze was never meant to be navigated by usual means, but traveling through space was not within Lee-T's abilities. He had no other options but to accept defeat. Riding the dragon failed, and he acknowledged it. Maybe the force of fate could only guide and not control the formless dragon, considered a sacred dragon. Perhaps the formless dragon had transcended anew, in control of its own destiny, whereas previously whether it was the fire dragon or the jade dragon, they had perished early. Letting the force of fate exploit the vulnerability. The light green gemstone dragon also was ravaged by fate's force after being critically injured. That said, after the failed dragon riding, the formless dragon turning hostile and not leaving behind even a few space gems was a bit too much. Just as Lee-T thought it was about to fly away, it suddenly flew up to the summit of Whirlpool Mountain, charging towards the sea sprite Ake watching the dragon riding event. Lee-T tensed up, just about to warn Ake to be careful, yet felt that the formless dragon seemed to have no malicious intent. Could it really be that it got too excited from eating, became dizzy and, seeing my failed dragon riding, went to find Ake to try letting him ride? This thought just briefly whirled around, and Lee-T immediately dismissed it. A magician cannot succeed in dragon riding. Whether records from the era of the Moon Empire or modern records, only knights could ride dragons because advanced chi and dragon magic power are highly compatible. Even the knight's cultivation system, if traced to its origins, was likely established mirroring the operation of dragon magic power. Thus, when advanced chi combines with a dragon, it can quickly transform into dragon chi. This advantage is absent in other cultivation systems and is a decisive factor in knights ruling the world. It's unlikely that this principle would be broken just because of Ake. So, the formless dragon probably did not intend for Ake to ride it, it was more likely looking to harm him. Just as he was preparing to call forth little fire dragon Leo and, together with Ake, suppress the formless dragon, since it intended to harm Ake, it was no friend of Lee-T, and it might as well be killed off, letting the formless dragon's corpse fall on Whirlpool Mountain and directly nurturing a space gem mine right here. However, the formless dragon had already hovered midair above the summit, facing the sea sprite Ake, who stood shielding himself with a water wave shield. The formless dragon didn't launch an attack, and Ake didn't retreat. Lee-T's idea to call Leo rapidly extinguished, picking up his previous thought: could the formless dragon truly want Ake to ride it? Such a thought irresistibly arose. accompanied by a slight sourness, not reluctance, just a bit of emotional imbalance. Whether he himself wrote it or Ike did, either way, resources stayed within his circle, but the sensory experiences were starkly different. He had long prepared to ride the formless dragon, feeding it 3 smoked grass feasts, truly painstaking effort. Although the meat was enhanced with bewildering dragon mind fruit, that was just an episode. Now, the formless dragon bowed its head to a sea sprite whom it had never met before, provoking in him a fleeting feeling of the down-to-earth guy puts in all the effort but the girl goes off with a wealthy, handsome man she just met, such distinct treatment, how to build a harmonious society. His internal drama was perhaps overly rich, probably spurred by the failure in dragon riding. Always priding himself as superior and in control of everything, Lee City ultimately realized his own ordinary nature during the mind battle. Falling from the clouds to the dirt was uncomfortable. But he successfully suppressed his increasingly inflated ego, taking a deep breath. And immediately tears streamed down his face, the remaining scent of smoked grass really stung his eyes. Ahem. After coughing a few times and looking up at the summit again, he saw Ike had already dispersed the water wave shield. The formless dragon hovering overhead called out to Ike, "Woo-yee-ya." Ike shook his head. The formless dragon called out again, "Woo-yee-ya." Ike shook his head once more. Then, in a rage, the formless dragon blew steam from its nostrils and swiftly turned around to dive down the mountain, heading straight toward List. Its speed was so fast that it almost seemed to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, it had landed in front of List, gazing deeply into his eyes. List, who had stopped crying, looked at the beautiful, crystalline formless dragon, puzzled once again and unable to understand what the dragon was doing. "Woo-yee-ya," the formless dragon exclaimed, its meaning unclear. However, the next moment, List had already leaped up and jumped onto the dragon tooth platform of the formless dragon. Regardless of its many poses, he thought it best to ride it first. Coming and going, being coy, it surely wanted him to ride it. As if to confirm List's thoughts, the formless dragon seemed to want to twist its body to resist being ridden for the second time by List, whose earlier attempts it had rejected. However, for some reason, it abruptly gave up the struggle, and its narrow dragon face showed a human-like expression of disdain and helplessness. In the end, it didn't dodge. It allowed its rear end to land on the dragon tooth platform. With a thunderous sound, List rode the formless dragon's dragon tooth platform for the second time, his spirit instantly connecting with the formless dragon, guiding it to flap its wings and fly into the sky. The world transformed into a crystalline structure. Soon the high mountain began to sink and the earth began to rise, as a new maze was about to emerge. List drew his Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword quickly, shouting to the formless dragon below him, "My old friend, the maze means nothing to me. Let's have a battle of the minds in another way." "Woo-yee-ya." The formless dragon flapped its wings, and the maze continued to rise slowly. "If you insist on creating a maze, then the sword in my hand will only be able to cut off your head, forcing you to reconsider your approach." There was no way he was going to navigate a maze, not in this lifetime. List was resolute, determined not to engage in any more maze walking. "Woo-yee-ya." The formless dragon cried out in anger. But List had already aimed at its neck, lifting the smoke-enshrouded and swiftly transforming red, fire attribute Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. Rather than fail through a maze, better to destroy the formless dragon's mind and let it gain new life, to see if this forceful method could bring victory in a battle of the minds. The rising of the maze stopped. The situation started to stalemate. Moments later, the formless dragon let out a reluctant cry, "Woo-yee-ya." At the same time, List also received the formless dragon's intention from its mind. Mazes were a must, but the complexity could be reduced. The maze that had risen did not extend into more complexity, but formed into the simplest planar maze, made up of numerous parallel walls, unlike the extra-dimensional killing array type of dizzying, position-shifting cubic maze. Huh. List sheathed his mighty sword, and cracked a slight smile. If it's a traditional maze, I'll reluctantly accept it. Traditional mazes were easy to solve, one simply needed to choose one wall and keep touching it to find the exit. Let's go, formless dragon. You and I are destined today. Chapter 815, 3 Dragons in Hand Whoosh. Under List's urging, the formless dragon flew at breakneck speeds, hugging one of the labyrinth walls and quickly broke through the seemingly complex maze. Looking back, the crystal structure that made up the labyrinth swiftly collapsed to be replaced by a brand new maze. This labyrinth encompassed the entire world, with no discernible patterns, just an array of crystal structures. And he, along with the formless dragon, stood atop the throne in the center of the maze. Speaking of the throne, it was actually just an elevated platform. Woo-yee-ya. With a sudden flap of its wings, the formless dragon took to the sky, and the layers of labyrinth walls receded rapidly behind it as it flew, facing no obstruction whatsoever. Within this maze, the formless dragon controlled everything. Suddenly, the view cleared. They had flown out of the maze, into the real world, or you could say, returned victorious from the mind battle. Their thoughts began to sync, and their minds became one. From this moment on, he was genuinely a holy dragon knight, the formless dragon knight. The process had been somewhat circuitous, but the outcome was fairly satisfactory. List's previous feelings of agitation, loss, indignation, and sourness brightened. He could sense the formless dragon's thoughts through their unity, and the dragon could feel his joy. They influenced and affected each other, though it was predominantly List taking the lead. Now, his view was no longer that of crystal structures but his own human eyesight. Yet to achieve the method of the dragon eye trajectory with the formless dragon, much time and adaptation were needed before he could learn to stare the formless dragon and forge fighting power. Let's go to Ak. List discovered that he didn't need to use the eye of magic power to see the formless dragon clearly. Its true form was still as beautifully fluid as crystal. It was as if he sat upon crystal itself. Uchiha. The formless dragon gently landed on the whirlpool summit, retracting its dragon might, with its slender body sitting cross-legged on the ground, appearing full of grace. Among all the dragons List had seen, Leo was undeniably the most fearsome, and the formless dragon, the most beautiful. He also sensed the formless dragon's age. Indeed, it was another juvenile dragon, merely 80 years old, not having passed the 100-year juvenile period. It lived a nomadic life, seemingly on an island north of the Sapphire Kingdom, but it had a wide range of activity. The previous encounter in Fresh Flower Town was merely a result of its passing curiosity until it remembered the place after smelling smoked grass, treating itself to a feast once a year. This year, it developed a new ability, to break through the material layer and travel through another dimension of space, and then it got magnificently lost. Lost in a dimension beyond the material plane. Of course. The dimension beyond the material was a term List devised based on partial memories from the formless dragon. Those thoughts were blurred and details hard to discern. He only knew that it was seeing a framed great ship passing through the great whirlpool's magic teleportation gate that allowed it to find an exit. Thus, the scene they had witnessed earlier unfolded when the formless dragon burst out from the whirlpool entrance, leading to this series of accidental encounters. Thump. Jumping off the back of the formless dragon, List walked over to Ak. Done. Ak said with a smile, "Congratulations, brother, another dragon ridden, and such a pretty formless dragon at that. It's an old friend, after all." List kept a calm tone, though feeling somewhat embarrassed on the inside. The formless dragon as an old friend? Not exactly, as their relationship beyond 2 meals had no friendship to speak of, clear and straightforward in terms of material exchange. He had arranged the smoked grass feast with a mindset for gain, and the formless dragon left behind some gemstones after eating. That was all there was to it. Dragons pride themselves, not readily forming friendships with humans. The term old friend was just a jest from the book The Adventure of Ranger Griff, for the protagonist who, after meeting once and receiving a space gem from the formless dragon, called it an old friend. It suggested that the formless dragon indeed had a behavior of leaving behind gifts after enjoying smoked grass, so much so that List wondered if the formless dragon Griff had met was the same one he tamed. Unfortunately, The Adventures of Ranger Griff did not record the author, and its origin was untraceable. It was unknown from which era the work was created. The formless dragon likewise didn't remember any Griff, much less a Griff. At this moment, Lee was not embarrassed because he had co-opted Griff's old friend moniker but because of the formless dragon's previous behavior. "Ak, why did you refuse when the formless dragon let you ride it?" he asked. "Brother, when did the formless dragon allow Ak to ride it? Moreover, Ak is a magician, with no chi to resonate with dragons," said Ak, shaking his head, puzzled. "Then why did you shake your head when it shouted at you?" "Because Ak doesn't know what it was shouting. Its cries all sound the same. Ak doesn't speak the language of the dragons." "I see." Lee nodded, his embarrassment eased considerably. He had previously thought that Ak refused the formless dragon out of consideration for his own reputation. It turned out that Ak simply didn't understand the formless dragon's intentions. He glanced at the other side of Whirlpool Mountain, where knights and serfs were still busily transporting supplies, many looking up curiously toward the summit. They heard the formless dragon's cries and felt its dragon might but could not see the formless dragon and were unaware of what was happening. However, with both dragon knights and archmages standing on the mountaintop, it seemed that there was no major issue. Withdrawing his gaze, Lee pointed at the formless dragon sitting on the ground, eyes narrowed as it dozed. "Ak, with your naked eye can you see the formless dragon?" It had overindulged in smoked grass, and the buzz it got from that had not completely faded, as it was still slowly savoring the wonderful taste of smoked grass. "No, I cannot," Ak responded after deactivating the super magic Eye of Mana, shaking his head. Yet, at this moment, Lee could see the formless dragon with his naked eye. It seemed this was the wonderful thing about dragon riding. He and the formless dragon had become one in spirit, and naturally, he could see the dragon's true body at all times. The underlying principle of which remained unknown for the time being. Alright, let's put aside the information about the formless dragon for now. After I've harmonized with it, I can study it slowly. I'll have Leo take you to Flame Origin first. There, you can guide the magicians in building the Mage Tower while I take the formless dragon out for a flight, decided Lee CT after some thought. He had just mounted the formless dragon and wanted to strike while the iron was hot, to fully experience the formless dragon's strength. He called out to Leo. The lingering scent of smoked grass in the air greatly displeased Leo. What displeased it even more was seeing Lee CT subdue another dragon, threatening its position. It directed a fierce "oh" at the half-closed-eyed formless dragon. The formless dragon had a good temper and paid no attention to Leo's roaring. Or perhaps it was still blissfully immersed in the euphoria of the smoked grass, unable to extricate itself. Lee CT patted Leo's scales, conveying a good deal through dragon heart electrical signal that it remained his comrade in arms, regardless of the formless dragon and the light green gemstone dragon being more as resources for production. Having done this, Leo finally subdued its irritable mood. Awaiting Ak to climb on its back, it suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards the distant Flame Origin. In the future, when constructing the dragon nest, I will have to separate these three dragons. It's best if they don't see each other. Lee CT breathed a sigh of relief. Managing multiple dragons was indeed a challenging task, but a sense of pride and accomplishment surged through him. He wondered if any dragon knight on the legendary continent had ever done this. He already had 3 dragons at his command, not to mention clues about the smoke dragon and jade dragon. I guess I'm a precedent setter, with no forebears or successors, huh? His thoughts were fleeting as he mounted the formless dragon again, their spirits instantly merging as their thoughts and chi resonated in sync, entering Dragon Rider mode. Fly, Formless Dragon. Chapter 816, Beyond Material. Amidst the blue sky and white clouds, the formless dragon flew slowly. Its speed wasn't actually fast, to be more accurate, its physical flying speed was slow. However, the formless dragon always managed to leap over the blurry boundary of illusion when flying in the material world, and then, in the blink of an eye, it would reappear tens of meters away. It was as if it constantly activated the ability to teleport while flying, and even List, employing the Eye of Magic, found it very difficult to detect any trace of this ability in operation. It was almost as if the ability didn't involve magic at all, but was simply an innate talent, much like Ak controlling the flow of water, which also belonged to a natural ability. With such an ability, the peak speed of the formless dragon could reach up to 400 km per hour, far surpassing dragons like Leo in terms of speed. Moreover, this talent-like ability would continue to strengthen with age, but as for the upper limit of its growth, List felt that it was very likely able to fly through illusion, as it had done previously when it got lost, entering dimensions beyond the physical material world. Wooya! The formless dragon roared, transmitting its thoughts to List. It dared not fly to the limit again, because the last time it had done so, it suddenly passed through the barrier of physical space and came to a dimension outside the material world, causing it to get lost in that non-material dimension for a long time. It nearly starved, exhausted, and went mad. Don't be afraid, I am here, you won't get lost again next time, List comforted. However, he received a disdainful response from the formless dragon, which believed that List couldn't even find his way out of a challenging maze and was utterly incapable of becoming its guide. Then, another thought from the dragon came to List that left him unsure how to feel. It had given List a second chance at a mind battle solely because of Ak. Originally, it had indeed permitted the mind battle because it was attracted by the smell of the smoked grass and was too excited by the taste of beef, but it also thought that the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Array was related to List. To be able to construct a magic teleportation array that spans the fabric of physical space undoubtedly demonstrated a tremendous ability to penetrate space. So it had approved of List, initiating the mind battle, only to be disappointed by List's performance. But from the brief mind connection with List, it sensed the presence of Ak and mistakenly believed that Archmage was the architect of the magic teleportation array. Therefore, it hoped to establish a cooperative relationship with Ak, offering its resources in exchange for Ak's space penetration ability. To help it stop getting lost. Until it truly mastered the ability to fly through dimensions outside the material world. The intelligence of the dragon was very high, not at all inferior to humans. However, while its calculations were sound, Ak shook his head because he could not understand the formless dragon's cries, causing the formless dragon to mistake Ak's reaction for refusal. It knew of List's relationship with Ak and guessed that it was because of its own resistance to List. Thus, it gave List a second chance at a mind battle in the hopes that, once it formed a Dragon Knight partnership with List, Archmage would naturally guide it. How clever, List remarked. Yet when he thought about the current situation, both members of the mind-united dragon and human pair were not so happy. List was unhappy because he was merely acting as a tool, a means for the formless dragon to attract Hack's attention. The formless dragon was unhappy because, deep down, it hadn't truly accepted List. But life never runs smoothly. The man and dragon had already spent their days together. From now on, they needed to work in unison. List was the first to let bygones be bygones, guiding the dragon in thought. Don't worry, formless dragon. As my dragon, you will have many opportunities to communicate with Hack. I will ensure she teaches you everything about space, helping you avoid getting lost in the future. Woo-ya. The formless dragon was relieved and content. The heart knot was untied, and at this moment, the spiritual unity between the man and dragon became even more harmonious and integrated. I'm called List Flame, but you still don't have a name. How about we call you Bard? Bard, the wanderer of the Star Realm from League of Legends, a hero who can open teleportation portals, does have some connection to the abilities of a formless dragon and also symbolizes List's expectations for the formless dragon. He hoped that with the help of the formless dragon, from then on Archie could arrange magic arrays more easily, and he himself could traverse the legendary continent relying on the formless dragon. Yeah. The formless dragon had no particular like or dislike for the name Bard, it simply accepted such a designation. In fact, for the creature itself, formless dragon was its name. All dragons were like this, and names like Leo, Ethan, and Bard were just human customs. If that's the case, Bard, let's try some interesting experiments. Let's merge your invisibility ability with me. List led the thought process. If it weren't for the invisibility ability of the formless dragon, he would definitely feel strange right now. Others would find it odd to see a person flying through the sky with their behind stuck out. That would greatly damage the dignity of a dragon knight. The formless dragon Bard quickly attempted to merge its ability with List, which involved the use of space magic power. As the space magic power and dragon chi began to resonate at a high frequency, List felt a strange sensation enveloping him, as if he were immersed in water. But it wasn't water, it was the boundary of material space, a special existence. The formless dragon's magic could create a space gemstone, a small, newly wrapped space directly in the material world, allowing it to temporarily construct an independent space, much like tucking into a two-dimensional space. Unlike the fixed space of a space gemstone, though, this temporary space was a bubble. Burst with a single poke, useless for combat. However, it could perfectly hide the presence of the formless dragon and List, unless detected by an eye of magic type of reconnaissance skill. Otherwise, the presence of the formless dragon knight would be absolutely undetectable. This ability was nothing short of terrifying, an excellent method of concealment for assassinations. The only flaw was the change in vision. Upon merging with the boundary of material space, List discovered that the real world rapidly faded, all matter turning into different crystalline structures, much like the green code rain that the protagonist in The Matrix saw. The world List saw was a white crystalline world, where everything was made of crystals, forming various types of flora and fauna, mountains, mud, running water, and so on. He termed this vision Crystal White View. By the time he got used to this kind of vision, it was almost evening. Quickly. Return to Flame Origin. Within the Crystal White View, the figures of Leo and Archie appeared. However, to List's surprise, Leo's figure was made up of a fiery red flame structure, while Archie's was a blue-white water stream structure. These were the only two colors and non-crystalline structures that appeared in the Crystal White View. Is this because Archie and Leo's magic levels exceed the low magic tier? Just then, Leo, who was lying on the ground asleep, suddenly raised its neck and stared in List's direction, its keen senses alert to a threat approaching. Even though it couldn't see the formless dragon or catch its scent, it could still detect the formless dragon through the special communication between dragons. Using dragon heart electrical signal communication, List calmed the restless Leo with a few magic potions. At that moment, Archie also looked up into the sky. She didn't sense the presence of the formless dragon, but deduced the outcome based on Leo's reaction. Bang thump. List gestured to the formless dragon to rest nearby, not too far away, and then rose from the sky before plummeting to the ground. As he landed on the ground and maintained a squatting posture, the space magic power within him dissipated, and his figure slowly re-emerged. He stood up and walked towards Archie. His red cape fluttered behind him, his helmet off, his light golden hair reflecting the glow of the sunset, and his proud figure also coated in a layer of golden light. I've returned. Chapter 818, Crystal White Trajectory. After pondering the issue of his appearance, List immediately began to contemplate the integration training with the formless dragon. Unlike the elemental dragon, the formless dragon, though capable of invisibility by hiding within the boundaries of matter, cannot undergo elementalization to merge with List's body, rendering many of the skills suitable for Leo ineffective for the formless dragon. Moreover, Its dragon breath took the form of a white mist composed of space magic power. Wherever the white mist passed, it could shatter any material, a powerful attack move. Clearly, one couldn't use this type of white mist dragon breath for the dragon breath tempering. There wasn't much to say about Dragon Force Focus, a basic skill all dragon knights knew, which channeled the dragon's strength into a concentrated beam, no longer dispersed. The formless dragon was also capable of learning dragon heart electrical signals, but it needed to understand the patterns involved before it could communicate with List across the void. Dragon blood infection was a given. Banpo cattle and estuary pigs on Black Horse Island were all masterpieces of the formless dragon's infection. Dragon Knight resonance was even more of a basic operation, without question. The current issue was with the combination of List's practiced chi secrets and the formless dragon, where some problems had arisen. Implementations like spiral rotation, breath decay, and the Eye of Magic proved difficult to perform with the formless dragon. The auxiliary effects of spiral rotation and breath decay were weak and could be disregarded. But the Eye of Magic was List's signature skill. He absolutely needed to achieve it with the formless dragon. If the formless dragon could freely traverse space, once assisted by the Eye of Magic, List might even grasp the essence of the world. At the very least, the Eye of Magic should help the formless dragon find its way and prevent it from getting lost in the world beyond material reality next time. Woo yeah! After chewing a stick of smoked grass, the formless dragon felt slightly excited, cooperating well with List in their communication, continually discussing the training of the Eye of Magic. It sensed that this particular chi secret was crucial for it. Dragons were no less intelligent than humans. Naturally, the formless dragon was qualified to discuss skills with List. The two of them stood on the vast marshes discussing into the night, mostly clarifying their thoughts. So, Bard, let's continue experimenting with the Eye of Magic. Woo yeah! Boom, the formless dragon flapped its wings, and together, the two of them once again flew into the sky, flying along the Whirlpool River for the second time. They constantly attempted to deploy the Eye of Magic, and finally, as they reached the middle reaches of the Whirlpool River, List suddenly connected his vision with that of the formless dragon through the Eye of Magic. The next moment, the world turned into a crystalline structure. Crystalline trees, crystalline rivers, crystalline distant stars. This was the same as what the formless dragon saw through its naked eyes, a world composed of crystalline structures. Yet the Eye of Magic still had an effect, causing a minor shift in the crystalline world, and this subtle change made the view profoundly different. Because there were colors other than crystal white in the view. Though these colors were not very bright, they made a stark contrast with the crystal white world, and in an instant, List understood the effect of applying the Eye of Magic to the formless dragon. Before, the formless dragon's vision only included crystal white, superior magic, and high magic as visible, but with the assistance of the Eye of Magic, even low magic becomes discernible. The formless dragon's vision was quite extraordinary, with its crystal white view's crystalline structure representing a special dimension's intuitive manifestation. Only superior magic, and high magic could present themselves in their true form. That made it easy for it to detect magical threats. List had been discovered hiding in the tunnels, clearly with the assistance of the crystal white view. Now with the help of the Eye of Magic, the crystal white view became more fearsome, revealing even low magic levels. Awesome! Bard, there are quite a few magical plants and animals around the Whirlpool River, and many of them might be elves? It seems that the task of exploring new islands will have to be carried out by us in the future. List scanned the surroundings, not rushing to collect those magical crystalline structures. He had come today only to become more familiar with his skills. Unless he encountered a little minor elf or a greater elf, it wasn't worth his effort to intervene. A dragon knight of his standing certainly shouldn't stoop for a few elf bugs. During the pioneering process, he'd let the Knight Order search for elf bugs, find them if they can, let it be if they can't. After all, most elves found in the wild were of lesser value, and he preferred those he cultivated himself, such as elf bugs from high-value economic crops like magic potions and grains. Woo! The formless dragon, sharing one mind with List, understood his thoughts and flew close to the ground, constantly testing the new crystal white view. The Eye of Magic, functioning in tandem with Leo, was called Dragon Eye Trajectory. After some thought, List named the Eye of Magic functioning with the formless dragon the crystal white trajectory. The advantage of the Dragon Eye Trajectory lay in the detailed and clear insight into details, including the trajectories of magic power, all clearly displayed within the fire dragon's field of vision. The crystal white trajectory, on the other hand, boasted an advantage in the distinct levels of magic power. It had an effect of simplifying the complex, producing astounding results in a sweep of the whole area. Most crucially, the crystal white view barely dimmed at night, avoiding complete darkness. This meant the formless dragon had night vision capabilities. This was extremely important, as it allowed List to move around freely at night. Plus, with the formless dragon able to traverse the boundaries of matter, it was essentially a dragon knight assassin made to order. unpredictable and even more terrifying than a light dragon manipulating rays of light. Once I and the Formless Dragon perfect the Formless Dragon Night Dragon Chi Manual, all of the Dragon Knights of other kingdoms will probably have trouble sleeping at night. He was not planning to hide the Formless Dragon for too long. Space gems would be released and sold at exorbitant prices. Those kingdoms and even empires would definitely know of the existence of sacred dragons. There was no need to keep the Formless Dragon overly secretive. In fact, with 3 dragons in hand, and Archmage Archie as a powerful ally, once the relocation of his domain was complete, he would directly declare the establishment of his own kingdom. Of course, there was no rush for this. The Flame Islands had only just begun to be explored. He had not even ascertained which continental nation he was facing across the sea, thus, there was no need to rush long-term planning. For now, he would first stabilize his position at Flame Origin, develop Flame Island from inside out, and, on the side, partake in the Pioneer Mandate a few times to snatch some resources from Eagle Kingdom for the development of the Flame Islands. After returning to Flame Origin, List dined with a few of his titled followers on a modest meal without alcohol. After dinner, he returned to his residence to converse with Archie. They had an in-depth discussion on various space-related topics, such as the crystal-white view of the Formless Dragon and the world beyond material existence. When the discussion delved deeper, List even summoned the Formless Dragon to act as a translator, facilitating direct communication between Archie and the Formless Dragon. The Formless Dragon had taken a liking to Archie, allowing List to ride it so easily because it hoped for Archie's assistance. Lost in the world beyond matter, it had been frightened. They conversed until midnight. "Brother, Archie has received a lot of important information from Bard, which is very relevant to the research of the magic teleportation array. It will take a few days to carefully sort it out. Can we postpone our return?" List nodded. Yes, the research of the magic array is most important. Chapter 817, Whirlpool River. After returning, Ak very much wanted to communicate with the Formless Dragon immediately to learn about the spatial secrets it possessed, but language barriers and Lee CT's lack of time made translation impossible. She could only supervise the construction of the Flame Origin Mage Tower for now and communicate with the Mage Tower in Whirlpool Town, doing some research on the information about the edges of the Great Whirlpool. At the same time, she focused on cultivating Ice Element magic, striving to master it perfectly and initiate the next phase of elementalization shift, the Earth attribute. With the elemental incarnation of the Earth attribute, shaping terrain would be effortless. She was also constantly thinking about the concept of the Sky Canal. The Mage Tower was under construction. The construction of Flame Town was also rapidly unfolding with the arrival of craftsmen and serfs, with dense forests all around that could be cut down for timber to build houses at any time. With the strong adhesive effect of rubber water, the construction progressed swiftly. There was no lack of stone either. Lee CT's young follower Emily was leading the Blizzard Beast Squad into the forest to hunt with the Night Order, or commanding the Blizzard Beast Squad to produce rocks, contributing bricks and tiles to the town's construction. It must be said that the evolved Blizzard Beasts produced a high quantity of stone blocks, enough for the needs of the town. Regrettably, bloodline fruits were rare, and no new Blizzard Beasts could be bred, unable to change the problem of reproductive isolation. Since the rock spikes produced by the Blizzard Beasts could not maintain shape after being broken down, Jamaya Bangtu, the chief director of Flametown Construction, suggested to Lee CT to build a brick factory on Flame Origin to produce brick blocks, boards, and culverts. In the new construction on Black Horse Island, they followed a modernized construction plan with stone slabs on the surface and culverts buried underground. Lee CT accepted Jamaya's suggestion, planning to establish a new Fire Dragon brick factory on Flame Origin, but when he asked Leo for Fire Dragon over magic, he was refused. Oh ho! Leo had a valid reason for refusal. It was originally Lee CT who forcefully made it trigger the volcanic eruption, wasting half of the Fire Dragon over magic. Since then, no volcano had been found, and the Fire Dragon over magic had not recovered, seriously delaying its growth and development. Now that Lee CT was riding both the light green gem dragon Ethan and the formless dragon Bard, Leo felt his status was threatened and was not willing to weaken his own power in the slightest. Don't be stingy, Leo, Lee CT comforted his partner. The Flame Islands are being developed. The island and this archipelago are vast, and there definitely will be new volcanoes for you to cultivate. Once I'm done with the construction in Whirlpool Town, I'll explore the Flame Islands with you, how about that? After a lot of thought, for the sake of the future, Leo ultimately nodded and agreed. Oh ho! It spat out a bit of fire dragon over magic for Lee CT, which was probably enough to build 7 or 8 high-temperature kilns, enough to sustain a large-scale fire dragon brick factory. Seeing Leo look dejected after spitting out the fire dragon over magic, Lee CT still felt heartache. Even though Leo was undoubtedly an evil dragon, constantly having malicious thoughts brewing inside, it was after all nurtured by Lee CT himself, and his feelings for it were utterly different from the light green gemstone dragon and the formless dragon. Besides, Leo is a combat-oriented dragon, still in its youth. It needs to develop. Only a well-developed fire dragon could contribute more fire dragon over magic, laying the foundation for the industrialization of the territory. We need to find an active volcano as soon as possible. Letting Leo return to his body to sleep and reduce further consumption, Lee Ct called over the formless dragon Bard. He planned to ride it more to familiarize himself with Bard and try to explore the cultivation methods of the formless dragon, aiming to complete the creation of the formless dragon Night Dragon Chi manual as soon as possible. Whether it was the fire dragon or the formless dragon, there were no previous records of riding, requiring him to figure things out on his own. Fortunately, a light green gem dragon had passed through the hands of several dragon knights, leaving behind many valuable experiences for Lee Ct to refer to. Relying on this experience and constant exploration with Leo, he had already begun to compile 2 manuals on dragon riding, lists Complete Dragon Knight Training Manual and Fire Dragon Knight, Dragon Chi's Manual. Among the Fire Dragon Knight Dragon Chi Secret Manual is a Pure Chi Cultivation and Combat Manual, which currently stops at 5 moves: Dragon Slash, Chop, Sky Burning, Sweep, Swallow Sun, Stab, Sea Boiling, Strangle, and Earth Shaking, Hammer. Lists Complete Dragon Knight Training Manual, on the other hand, is a miscellany recording all the bits and pieces about dragon riding training. It covers how to prepare before riding a dragon, techniques for the Battle of the Minds, the development of abilities on a dragon's body, and many non-combatant skills. Skills such as Dragon Magic Refining Chi, Dragon Breath Tempering, Dragon Force Focus, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, Dragon Blood Infection, Dragon Night Resonance, Dragon Night Trajectory, and so on are all detailed. Not limited to the cultivation of fire dragons, he hoped this book would become the standard introductory manual for all dragon knights. It served as a family heirloom for generations to read, increasing the likelihood of descendants becoming dragon knights and preserving the family's eternal foundation for 1,000 generations. Bard, let's try running the Dragonite trajectory. Wee-ah-yah. The wind was howling. List, along with the formless dragon, had entered invisibility and kept flying downstream along the Whirlpool River, which hugged Flame Origin. The small river had a large volume of water. After all, it was formed by the Whirlpool waterfall rushing down from Whirlpool Mountain, winding its way down, gradually expanding the water's surface. The small river turned into a large river. Various tributaries flowed into Whirlpool River, expanding the river's width repeatedly. Where it was only 2 meters wide at Flame Origin, by 300 kilometers downstream, it had reached 50 meters in width. Where another river, about 30-something meters wide, converged, it began to flow from southeast to southwest. At this point, the water flow of the river increased dramatically, and 200 kilometers further, the river had widened to over 130 meters. It can be called the Whirlpool Great River now. List admired, and at that time, another 80-meter wide river merged into it, turning downstream to flow westward. About 50 kilometers later, the river took a steep turn, bending south again, and the width of the water's surface reached an astonishing 500 meters. By the time it reached the sea, the width was unknown, as there was a large delta formed by the impact of the Whirlpool Great River, with sparse trees growing, resembling a vast marshland. Taking Whirlpool Mountain as the main trunk of Whirlpool Great River, the total length is about 1,000 kilometers, roughly the same as the Huai River on Earth. Also, the terrain of the Whirlpool Great River Basin is relatively flat, reminiscent of the Fish and Rice region between the Jiang Huai rivers. I wonder if it's possible to develop this place as the Fish and Rice region of Whirlpool River. On the legendary continent, human development mainly revolves around river basins. The area of Flame Island is enormous, and it's impossible to develop it all quickly, so List plans to focus on the Whirlpool Great River Basin as the main development area in the future. But of course, it's not set in stone. Whirlpool Great River is just one corner in the southeast of Flame Island. Perhaps other parts of the island have more extensive and fertile river basins that are more suitable for development. Bard, let's find a place to rest at the mouth of the Whirlpool River and take the opportunity to analyze why the Dragonite trajectory is still not being deployed. They landed on a small hill that rose at the river mouth. The formless dragon let out a sound, wee-ah-yah. It was asking List for some smoked grass. Here. List pulled out a stalk of smoked grass and stuffed it into the formless dragon's mouth. The formless dragon immediately began to chew joyfully, savoring the released flavors. This stuff shouldn't be eaten too much can lead to overexcitement. List, without surreptitiously, took out a mask and put it on his face. The formless dragon had many advantages, the only sad part was its peculiar taste in smoked grass. Fortunately, the digestive power of dragon saliva is strong. After eating the smoked grass, the smell would quickly dissipate with the wind, without leaving any residual odor in its mouth. In the future, Eat grass in places where no one else is, or you'll lose all your image points. Chapter 819, heading to Red Crab Island. Over the next few days, List almost spent half of each day training with the formless dragon. Although he hadn't developed any chi manuscript techniques yet, he had mastered the use of crystal white view and even discovered several elf bugs in the nearby forest. He didn't find any greater elves or little minor elves, just 6 ordinary plant elf bugs that were not very economically valuable. Now that he already possessed hundreds of elf bugs, his attention to individual elf bugs was very low, but an elf bug was still an elf, with potential for enormous value. Who knew if a weed like elf bug might give birth to a variant magic potion weed and suddenly increase in value? So, every single elf bug needed to be carefully nurtured. For this reason, he was already planning to establish a department specifically dedicated to the research, discovery, protection, and nurturing of elves, which would be responsible for providing overall management of the elves in his domain. Magicians were undoubtedly the best suited to lead the research on elves. However, List was continuously fighting against magicianization and did not want magicians to be too deeply involved in the management of the domain. Let's simply diminish the role of magicians and promote the arcanist system. Not only can magicians join the arcanist system, but knights can as well. The Iron Knight can be considered a research entity, and it is easier to control using the arcanist system. Therefore, after careful consideration, he decided to take the opportunity of establishing a research and nurturing department for elves to reform the caster system of his territory and officially transition to the arcanist system. The new research institution will be called the Elf Academy. The Academy will serve as an integrated research and education institution for arcanists in the domain. The Elf Academy will handle research related to elves, the Magic Academy will be responsible for the essence of magic power and studies related to magic, and the Knight Academy will handle the training of knights. There will also be an Agriculture Academy responsible for farming research, a War Academy responsible for intelligence and strategy, and an Equipment Academy responsible for manufacturing magic equipment and weapons. As well as the Royal Academy, which will coordinate and guide all academies, report directly to me, and handle research and breeding of dragons. List planned to personally serve as the president of the Royal Academy, with Ak as the vice president and Chris as the secretary general. Knight Academy would have him also as president, Elf Academy would have Ak also serve as president, and Chris would still serve as the president of the Magic Academy, with other academies' leadership to be determined later. As for the main roles within the academies, the Arcanist level would serve as the standard. The most junior researchers and teachers must at least hold the title of Arcanist. Those responsible for individual research projects or leading a teaching subject must hold the title of Grand Arcanist. To be in charge of an academy, one must hold the title of Chief Arcanist, and only Chief Arcanists were qualified to hold positions in the Royal Academy. To engage in leadership roles at the Royal Academy and handle research concerning dragons, one must hold the title of Arcane Instructor. Without a doubt, both List and Ak held the qualifications for the title of Arcane Instructor, and for now, they were the only two. He wrote down Academy Arcanist plan in his notebook. List didn't immediately announce it but kept it as a concept for now, considering implementing the reforms after establishing his kingdom was officially founded. Currently, his old territories were still accumulating wealth, and the new territories urgently needed development, so haste was not advisable. After all, once reformed, the Magic Guild would inevitably leave. At this stage, the Magic Guild was still the best way to gather pilgrimage magicians and thus had its purpose. Only when magicians had adapted to the management of the Magic Guild and begun to transform into researchers would it be the right time for reform. However, as List was ambitiously preparing to develop the Flame Islands, disastrous news arrived from his domain, swiftly relayed to his desk through the magic platform. It was reported that the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, Marquis of Red Crab Island, former captain of the court fleet, Merlin Taro, had passed away on July 3 of Sapphire calendar year 154, with a funeral scheduled for July 15. Today was July 5. Lee Ct put down a paper used for recording and sending messages, bracing his hands on the desk, he rubbed his forehead. The good mood of the past few days had receded, and he felt a slight constriction in his heart. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, the Marquis Merlin, in his twilight years, could pass away at any moment. Yet, when the moment arrived, he still found it hard to face it with calmness, as the person closest to him in this world, other than Ak, had departed. Indeed, the ties of interest among nobles often outweighed those of familial bonds, but the affection Marquis Merlin held for him, his grandson, still filled Lee Ct's heart with respect. As a transmigrator, his few interactions with the elderly man were perhaps his most direct experience of familial affection. This also made him feel closer to the Long Taro family, far more than to the Tulip family. Philip, inform Earl Cross and Viscount Fox came to the camp for a meeting. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Cross Middleton Thorn and Fox arrived together. I've called you here because I will soon be leaving Flame Island to return to my territory. I leave the development of this area in your hands, with Cross taking the lead and Fox assisting. Rest assured, my lord. Both men accepted the orders. You must quickly finalize the layout of Flame Town. I will be back soon with 10 new ships, split half and half between supplies and personnel. Furthermore, Dirt Red Apricot has already gathered 700 Earth Knights and 1300 Apprentice Knights, along with a large number of serfs, and they are currently en route by ship. Their accommodations must also be arranged. Understood. However, the river passage along Whirlpool River doesn't need your attention for now. I will take charge of that myself when I return, as there are many powerful magical beasts along the way, Lee CT added. As one of Lee CT's 3 Earl followers, Dirt Red Apricot had previously been sent to gather knights from Ironhoof City for a major development on Flame Island. Their fleet had no external help and had to travel from Black Horse Island to Flame Island, taking a long time. But Lee CT would send out to assist, helping the fleet reach Flame Island as quickly as possible. When the time came, this group of knights would travel up Whirlpool River to Flame Origin and start opening the river passage, laying the foundation for future settlement development. After giving these instructions, Lee CT dismissed the 2 men and then went directly to the rudimentary laboratory to find Ak busy at work. Ak, I might need you to put your research experiments on hold. What's the matter, brother? Marquis Merlin has passed away, I need to return immediately. Ak, not much concerned with humans, understood and acknowledged Lee CT's feelings for Marquis Merlin, so she nodded gently. Alright, Ak will organize the experimental data right away. Having organized the data, they set off immediately. Instead of calling forth Little Fire Dragon Leo, he mounted the formless Dragon Bard and headed towards the coast. Along the way, he allowed Ak to personally experience the feeling of being enveloped by space magic power at the material boundary, deepening her understanding of space magic power, thus better grasping the principle of the magic teleportation array. They traveled throughout the night, and on the afternoon of July 6, the 2 arrived at the shores of Red Crab Island. They then summoned Little Fire Dragon Leo and started flying towards Long Taro Castle at the center of Red Crab Island. Chapter 820, Lee CT's Protection at Dusk. Little Fire Dragon Leo finally flew to the mountain range where Long Taro Castle was located. The grand and majestic Long Taro Castle, originally adorned with colorful flowers and flags, now had its flowers removed, and its outer walls were draped with black and white flags. Numerous carriages were parked in the square inches front of Long Taro Castle, likely all followers of Marquis Merlin. Roar. Little Fire Dragon Leo let out a loud, profound dragon's roar, signaling the arrival of both him and List at Long Taro Castle. Although each dragon's voice is unique, the majesty contained in the tone always made people immediately recognize it as a dragon's voice. Following the dragon's roar, a large group of nobles quickly emerged from Long Taro Castle. Dragon. It's a fire dragon. Prince List has hurry. Prince Dragon Knight has come to attend Marquis Merlin's funeral. The Maziro couple and the Miiabao couple, standing among the crowd and witnessing the fire dragon's presence, couldn't help but feel their sorrow lifted slightly. It's List. Roland Pinecone and the Melinda couple, following behind the Maziro couple, revealed involuntary smiles. List arrived so quickly. Grandfather's death must have been conveyed, and List must have already been on his way. Miiabao clenched his fist, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders with the arrival of his cousin. Marquis Merlin was the solid pillar of the Long Taro family, and his fall caused unease within the family. Now, the arrival of the fire dragon signified List's stance. He would keep his promise and become the support for the Long Taro family. That was enough. With List's support, the position of the Long Taro family within the Grand Duchy of Sapphire would remain stable despite the passing of Marquis Merlin. The Sapphire family would not harbor inappropriate ambitions, and those originally loyal followers of Marquis Merlin would not dare to entertain any reckless thoughts. Instead, it was time to prepare to pledge loyalty to Maziro. Indeed, that was the case. Nobles like Shark Cauliflower and Durant Hyacinth, watching the slowly approaching fire dragon and the knight in silver armor barely visible on its back, swiftly extinguished any rising ambitions at this critical moment. Who would dare refuse to follow Maziro, as probably the next day's sun would be difficult to see. The people of Long Taro Castle were unsettled, but upon the arrival of Fire Dragon Knight List, all was smoothed over. Miiabao invigorated spirits and commanded the family's knights to quickly clear a large open space in the square for the fire dragon to land. The nobles craned their necks, marveling at the formidable and unmatched fire dragon, and the noble ladies and young misses accompanying them flashed fiery gazes. Roar. Leo unleashed another dragon's roar, wantonly projecting his dragon's might, instantly enveloping the entire Long Taro Castle. His heart always harbored an evil dragon's nature, considering all humans, except for List, as mere ants to be easily crushed. The display of dragon's might was just an intimidation. Leo, restrain your dragon's might. List's clear voice rose over the trembling crowd oppressed by the dragon's might, quickly alleviating their embarrassment. The nobles all showed grateful expressions towards List. However, they didn't know that Leo's release of dragon's might was permitted by List. As a dragon knight, it was necessary for him to let everyone firmly remember the supreme majesty of a dragon knight. A baptism by dragon's might was far more impactful than any number of people he could kill, thus clearly demonstrating the status of a dragon knight. Boom! Leo landed, shattering the stone slabs of the plaza and causing the ground to tremble. List, accompanied by Archmajorchi, jumped directly down from Dragon Leo's back, and it was only then that everyone noticed a delicate female magician beside List, instantly recognizing her identity, realizing that not only had the Dragon Knight himself come, but he had also brought an Archmage. Leo, go rest on the mountain. Upon hearing this, Leo flapped his wings and soared towards the direction where the sun was setting, leaving behind a ferocious silhouette that shone brilliantly under the last rays of the sunset. The western mountain was the one behind Long Taro Castle, its summit covered with dense forests that Leo could ravage. At this time, the Maziro couple had already brought many nobles towards List, bowing and greeting. List, my dear nephew, great Dragon Knight, and great Archmage Kraloides, we thank you for your arrival. List quickly stepped forward, lifting up the Maziro couple. My uncle and aunt. I immediately rushed back from overseas upon receiving the tragic news, but it's a pity you didn't inform me sooner so I could see my grandfather's face one last time. I never imagined your birthday gathering would turn into a final farewell. In May, soon after the Great Sea battle ended, List had visited Long Taro Castle for Maziro's birthday. At that time, Marquis Merlin's health hadn't worsened since New Year's. In fact, due to Princess Angela's pregnancy, Miyabao's promotion to Sky Knight, and Long Taro family's participation in List's trade plans, his spirits were quite good, and his health showed signs of improvement. Yet, he still couldn't make it through the year. My father tried to harness chi when an accident occurred, leading his condition to rapidly deteriorate. He didn't survive long enough for me to inform you. Before he passed, he mentioned you several times, regretting he couldn't see the moment you would establish your own nation. Alas, List sighed along. But Miyabao spoke. Father, List, grandfather said before he left us not to feel sad for him. He was very at ease, all his affairs resolved, leaving for the night's glory with a smile. That's right, List, said Angela, holding her swollen belly. Since that's the case, let's go to the castle to talk more, uncle. First, I would like to pay respects to my grandfather's remains, List said, reining in his grief. Surrounded by a cluster of nobles, List and Kraloides entered the castle's great hall. A lavish coffin was placed there. Several magicians were maintaining the operation of ice system magic on the side to prevent Marquis Merlin's body from deteriorating in the summer heat. His eyes were closed, his face pale but peaceful, dressed in the splendid flak-abaya of a marquis. A crystal cultural stick lay in his hands placed on his chest, underneath a flag embroidered with the Long Taro family emblem. List stood in front of the coffin, pulling out a diary from his bosom that Marquis Merlin had handwritten years ago and given to List as a New Year's gift. It had greatly benefited his promotion to Sky Knight. He placed the diary at a corner of the coffin. He couldn't help but say in a heavy voice, Grandfather, your gift once spurred me on. Now, as a Dragon Knight, I promise you, I will protect the Long Taro family. The bloodline of the Long Taro family shall thrive on the seas along with the Flame family and the Tulip family. After speaking, he bowed solemnly. Moments later, in a private study, Maziro, Roland Pinecone, Miyabao, and List sat in 4 chairs. Maziro spoke directly. List, thank you for your promise before Father's coffin. Father always said you would be a reliable support for the Long Taro family, and now, the Long Taro family indeed need your protection. Uncle, and uncle-in-law Roland, although our families are different, we are kin, bound together by grandfather's blood. As long as I live, your families can look to me for protection, and if you wish, you can also come to develop in my nation. Maziro clearly wouldn't give up Red Crab Island, which his family had managed for generations. But Roland Pinecone seemed tempted. List, have you found the location to establish your nation? As a mere viscount, previously not highly regarded by Marquis Merlin, it didn't mean he had no aspirations. Now with List becoming a Dragon Knight, his relation as List's uncle-in-law might just be an opportunity. Chapter 821, Coastal Empty Households. The Changyu family was famous for their shrewdness, and the Marquis of Red Crab Island, Merlin Taro, also prided himself on his astuteness. He did not follow other Marquis families in seeking marriages within the same social status. Instead, he valued the potential of the other party. His eldest son, Maziro, married the daughter of an earl, whose family was backed by the Iron Knight family, thus ensuring that the Changyu family would not lack weapons and equipment. His eldest daughter, Melinda, was wed to Roland Pinecone, the son of Viscount Longtail City, who was known at the time as a genius. His younger daughter, Melissa, was then married to Viscount William of Tahiti City. Within a few years after his marriage, William had distinguished himself through his military achievements, was granted the title of Coral Islands Count, and quickly rose to become a sword saint, proving the insightful judgment of Marquis Merlin. However, Roland did not rise on the battlefield as he had expected. Instead, after inheriting his title, Viscount Roland proved to be mediocre, at one point even too afraid to enter battle, and his strength stalled at the level of an elite Earth Knight. As such, Roland became a stain on Marquis Merlin's life. For more than 20 years he received no promotion and remained just the Viscount of Longtail City. Although he was filled with resentment, Viscount Roland dared not prove himself on the battlefield, thus he spent over 20 years aimlessly. Upon the death of Marquis Merlin, Maziro, who was set to inherit the Marquisate, also disliked his useless brother-in-law. Thus, Roland had little loyalty towards the Changyu family. Even though he resided on Red Crab Island, he would not visit Longtaro Castle more than a few times a year, possibly even less frequently than Liszt and his siblings. According to the knightly system of the legendary continent, a count must become a Sky Knight to be granted a fief. Roland had already lost hope for his own title, yet seeing the spirited Fire Dragon Knight Liszt before him, his despondent thoughts stirred once more. Perhaps due to lack of strength, he could not be promoted to an earl, and his two sons were also not particularly talented. Yet, it seemed easy to secure the status of a founding contributor by following Liszt. Then, with Liszt perhaps leaning a bit more resources his way, the growth of the Pinecone family was imminent, much better than languishing in Longtail City on Red Crab Island. Still, he did not immediately make up his mind. He prepared to listen to what Liszt had to say. Uncle-in-law, cousin, please keep this a secret for me, Liszt said, setting down his teacup calmly. I have already found a location for my country's foundation. It is a vast archipelago, far surpassing the Duchy of Sapphire in area, and I am already at work developing these flame islands. Roland was immediately taken aback. An archipelago larger than the Sapphire? A fire quickly ignited in his heart. The land area of the Sapphire archipelago added up to roughly 2 million square kilometers, and to this day, many islands remain undeveloped. The Flame Islands, being twice as large as the Sapphire archipelago, would have even more undeveloped islands, and one could imagine how many hands Liszt would need for the development. The Flame Islands are about twice the size of the Sapphire archipelago and are very difficult to develop, especially given the shortage of population, which is a serious constraint on the establishment of a nation. Therefore, I plan to plunder population from the Eagle Kingdom over the next few years, only waiting for my naval fleet to take shape before launching war on my own. Launching war on your own? Yes, while the Eagle Kingdom is preoccupied, I myself will lead the raid, which might very well empty the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom. Maziro couldn't help but sigh. To empty the coastal areas of the Eagle Kingdom, Liszt, such a huge raid, can the Eagle Kingdom tolerate it? Whether they tolerate it or not, Liszt suddenly erupted with an uncontrollable passion, bluntly stating, Uncle, I never fight a battle without assurance, unless the Eagle Kingdom sends all their dragon knights to engage me in a dragon slaughter, I have nothing to fear. The Eagle Kingdom has 5 dragon knights. Maziro felt that his nephew was getting a bit arrogant. But I have more than 1 dragon, Liszt said coolly. What? Maziro, Roland, and Miiabao all widened their eyes. Liszt, this. What do you mean by that? Originally planning to keep it a secret, Liszt could not hold back for the moment and decided not to hide it any longer. Carlo Violet has fallen in battle, and I have acquired the light green gemstone dragon. I am currently training a dragon knight for the light green gemstone dragon. In addition, I have subdued another dragon on Flame Island, so now I have a total of 3 dragons. 3 dragons, plus an archmage. The study fell silent at once, and the 3 Maziros were completely stunned, for a good while not knowing what to say. Eventually, it was the young Miiabao who, shaking, managed to ask, Liszt, my dear cousin, I shouldn't doubt you as a dragon knight, but do you really have 3 dragons? Deceiving you would be of no benefit, would it? Wait here for a moment, I'll go get something. Saying this, Liszt stood up and left the study, heading toward the bedroom set up for him at Longtaro Castle, but this was just for show. In fact, he had already taken out several pieces of light green gemstone from his space ring halfway there. The formless dragon needed to remain a secret for the time being. The revelation of the existence of the sacred dragon had to wait until it was strong enough to defend itself, otherwise it would attract too much enmity. Starting with revealing the light green gemstone dragon, it might not be long before the news reached the Sapphire Duke, then slowly spread to the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom. But he was not afraid of the news leaking. The deterrent power of the 3 dragons was more than enough to allow Liszt to traverse the seas freely. Moreover, The light green gems were bound to be sold sooner or later to exchange for resources, and the Eagle Kingdom would naturally come to know of it. Then it would be seen whether they dared to come and claim the light green gemstone dragon back. If a dragon-slaying battle really did happen, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the Flame Islands were destitute and barren. With the formless dragon to conceal their presence and Archie to control the seawater, if they could not win the battle, they could simply flee. Once the Eagle Kingdom's dragon knights left, they could rebuild the Flame Islands. But by that time, enmity would be sown, and there would be no peace for the Eagle Kingdom, whose dragon knights would need to be wary of assassination. All in all, List was not afraid. He was now leaving the study to give his uncle and uncle-in-law time to digest the news. Back in the study, Mi'ibao was already agitated, scratching his head. "Father, uncle-in-law, List has 3 dragons." Roland swallowed and said, "Maziro, do you believe this could be true? 3 dragons, 3 dragons, it's almost unimaginable." Maziro forced himself to remain calm and pondered. List is a person of steady character, he wouldn't lie, and the disappearance of the light green gemstone dragon. On the open sea, the only one likely to find that dragon would be Archmage Acryloides. As for the other dragon, with him and Lord Archmage Acryloides cooperating, it wouldn't be difficult to conquer. Acryloides' reputation exceeded List's by far. After all, it had been hundreds of years since an Archmage had been born, and during the dragon-slaying battle, the spectacle of Acryloides' magic had a greater impact than that of the melee-focused dragon knights, leaving a deep impression on everyone. One could say that since that battle, when speaking of the true master of the Sea of Azure Waves, the first person everyone thought of was Acryloides. Dragon knights could not control water, but an Archmage controlled the sea as though it were but clay in their hands. After such an analysis by Maziro, both Roland and Mi'ibao were convinced that List indeed had 3 dragons. With such a formidable force, comprising 3 dragons and an Archmage, they had more than enough power to establish a maritime kingdom. Roland clenched his fist on the spot. Breathing heavily, he said, "Maziro, I plan to follow List and develop on the Flame Islands. Do you have any objection?" Maziro narrowed his eyes. "I wish prosperity for the Pinecone family on the Flame Islands." Roland let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Chapter 822, There can only be one overlord. A few light green gems were placed on the table by List. "This is the light green gem produced by the light green gemstone dragon for me. If the dragon knights of the Eagle Kingdom dare to start another dragon-slaying war with me, they might just end up giving me another dragon." Even if he didn't bring out the light green gems, Maziro and the other 2 believed that he had 3 dragons. But obviously the gems brought a greater impact. Light green gemstone dragon, huh? To think that Eagle Kingdom went through all that effort to wage a dragon-slaying war, only to gain nothing and even lost a dragon and a dragon knight. Maziro looked at List, his estimation of his nephew soaring without limits. "You alone really could stand against a whole country. This is just the beginning. Maritime nations can never match the development potential of continental countries. I will sooner or later march towards the legendary continent and establish a vast kingdom that spans both sea and land." List was also recklessly boasting, since it cost nothing to dream big. "The territory of the legendary continent should have been occupied by various kingdoms by now. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to find new land to establish a country on." Maziro thought for a while, but still felt he should advise List to keep a lower profile. However, Mi'ibao said excitedly, "List, if you can establish a kingdom that spans both sea and land, I will follow you when the time comes." "Sure thing, cousin. Coming to my country, you'll surely not be worse off than in the Duchy of Sapphire. Even now, the Flame Islands have much more fertile islands than Red Crab Island. It would be good news if the Long Taro family were willing to give up Red Crab Island and defect to him. The Flame Islands were too large, and what he lacked most now was population. Even with his own followers and subjects, as well as the followers and subjects of the Tulip family, he feared they might not even reach a population of 800,000. 800,000 people developing an archipelago of nearly 5 million square kilometers was simply frightening. The average land area per person in the Flame Islands reached more than 6.25 square kilometers, whereas in China, the average land area per person was only 0.0054 square kilometers. That's why he had been opening channels, welcoming any knights who came to join him, as long as they could bring in population. But after all, the Long Taro family had been rooted in Red Crab Island for many years, and it was not easy to operate and manage their industry, plus there was the relationship with little Princess Angela. It would be hard to let go of Sapphire. Maziro would not easily make a commitment. Only Roland Pinecone had decided to follow List and head to Flame Island to seek fortune. List immediately stated, "Uncle Roland, if the Pinecone family is willing to head to Flame Island for development, then I can promise an earldom, and the title you hold now, Cousin Riley, can be inherited by you." Viscount Roland and Aunt Melinda had 2 sons, Russell and Riley. Russell could inherit his father's title, while Riley would have to earn his own accomplishments. Now List not only promised the Pinecone family an earldom but also added a viscountship. The temptation was too great. Viscount Roland was thrilled, even feeling a tinge of fear, as the title of Earl was a dream he dared not entertain. List, I am just an elite Earth Knight, am I eligible for promotion to Earl? Normally, only a Sky Knight is eligible for promotion to Earl, but in my country I make the rules. Uncle can be promoted to Earl. If, after 3 generations, the Pinecone family still can't produce a new Sky Knight heir, then in accordance with knightly tradition, it will be demoted to Viscount. List appreciated this system of demoting those with insufficient strength. He had no intention of supporting a bunch of worthless followers who enjoyed the resources of their lands, yet were too mediocre to even win any military honors. Roland immediately replied, "Don't worry. Although I have no hope to become a Sky Knight in this lifetime, and really is not talented in that regard, the Pinecone family will spare no resources to train a 3rd-generation Sky Knight successor. In that case, once my grandfather's funeral is over, Uncle Roland, please start preparing to set off for Flame Island. The sooner you start participating in the development of Flame Island, the more justified I will be in bestowing the title of Earl upon you." Alright. After discussing this topic, Miyamoto couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "List, since you have 3 dragons already, what kind of dragon is the other one?" List smiled faintly, "Let's keep it a secret for now." After staying a night at Longtaro Castle, List set off to leave the next day. The funeral was scheduled for July 15th, and it was now only the 7th, leaving 8 days' time. He had merely come in advance to show his face, letting others know his stance on protecting the Longtaro family. Thus, he took his leave from Mizero and others, and with that, he returned to Black Horse Island. He had planned to have a chat with the Marquis of Bulltail, but the Marquis had gone to the Bulltail domain, and a Levi's couple had gone with him. Therefore, he decided to rest and recuperate on Black Horse Island. "Your Highness, as per your instructions, Black Horse Island has started organizing various industries. This is the list of industries scheduled for short, medium, and long-term relocation." Administrative Officer Isaiah from Giant Algae City brought List a list. It meticulously recorded all the industries of the Flame Territory. Each industry was marked with an approximate date for potential migration. As Flame Island was gradually developed, these industries could be steadily transferred. What would be left behind was a deserted territory to be returned to the Duchy of Sapphire, but the transfer of industries was not urgent. It would be good to take advantage of the Duchy of Sapphire for a few years first. As for List, he had actually decided not to return Black Horse Island. He wanted to wait and see if, with the help of the Formless Dragon, Ak could develop the magic teleportation array soon. Once the magic teleportation array was researched and established, a teleportation array between Black Horse Island and Flame Island could be created, thus integrating the Sapphire Archipelago with the Flame Islands. List was planning to establish his kingdom, and could recruit the Sapphire family as followers, swearing allegiance and paying tribute to him. There needs only to be one Master of the Seas, and that's me. Duke Andrew's life is drawing to a close, and Anthony will definitely not be able to ride the Sapphire Dragon. It's feasible to take him on as a little brother. Originally, Anthony wanted to take List as his little brother, but now that List was dragon riding, he thought of taking Anthony as his little brother. He intended to embrace the 4 seas and dominate the blue waters. The sapphire was a thorn that must be pulled out. He rested for the night. List did not linger long in Thorn Castle. Alongside Ak, he led 10 frame ships sailing toward the Whirlpool Archipelago. A day later, they arrived at the Great Whirlpool and continued as before, smoothly navigating the 10 frame ships through to Flame Island's Whirlpool Mountain to support the construction of Flame Town. On July 11th, he and Ak continued their journey across the sea. This time, the aim was to find Dirt Red Apricot's fleet, which was navigating the vast seas. Ak controlled a water tornado to help increase the speed of the fleet. However, due to the large number of ships, she couldn't provide much speed. It took 3 full days to escort the fleet to the Whirlpool Archipelago. The fleet would leave behind a group of knights and serfs to build Whirlpool Town. Another part continued sailing, not through the Great Whirlpool, but along the nautical route towards the Flame Islands, eventually landing at the mouth of Whirlpool River. Settlements were to be established along Whirlpool River, culminating in their joining with Flame Town. After sending the fleet to the Whirlpool Archipelago, List took Ak and left again, returning to Red Crab Island to attend Marquis Merlin's funeral. Just as they arrived at Red Crab Island, Ak took out the magic platform to contact the magicians at Flame Town, inquiring about the progress of several experiments. Unexpectedly, they received a magic platform message from Black Horse Island, revealing that the shipbuilders at the port town's dockyard had launched a trial sail of a new type of longitudinal sailboat. Coster and his companions were busy figuring out the nautical data of the longitudinal sailboat. he couldn't help but summon the smoke mission to check on the progress and, indeed, found that the mission was complete. Mission completed. Reward, new longitudinal sailboat. Chapter 823, Construction Outline Task, Matters of Varying Urgency, Construction with its particular order. As the future ruler of a nation, you should carefully consider the overall planning of the Flame Islands, Whirlpool Archipelago, and other territories, instead of hammering away impulsively. Please draft an outline for the construction of the Flame Kingdom. Reward, a creative magician. Lee Ct shook his head to dissipate the smoke serpent script. But the content was already memorized in his mind. As Leo was flying him and to Long Taro Castle, Lee Ct took advantage of this rare moment of leisure to mull over the smoke mission. The reward for a creative magician presented no immediate comment, not knowing which magician it referred to, nor the nature of the creativity. It would all become clear upon the task's completion. What made him emotionally ashamed was the content of the task. It was a request for him to draft a detailed construction outline for the Flame Kingdom and was a reprimand of his previous approach as impulsive and eager for quick success. Is this a reflection of my own subconscious, or is it a reflection after hearing others whisper behind my back? It was most likely his own reflection, for ever since he became a Dragon Knight, no one dared to contradict anything he said. His followers had all become echoers, whatever he said was right. Even if someone felt uneasy, they dared not speak out loud. After all, the radiance of a Dragon Knight was too dazzling to look at directly. Though I have admittedly become a bit conceited recently, isn't this a bit too harsh on my leadership abilities? I believe my development of the Flame Islands has been quite prudent. Forget it, I'm open to advice. Let's have the followers discuss the construction outline. 2 heads are better than 1. Even with a modern world's perspective, Lee Ct was inevitably prone to oversight. Although he felt a sense of pride inside, he hadn't become so arrogant as to lose all sense. He immediately instructed Ak to use the magic platform to send a message to the officials in his territories, have them discuss in private how to develop the Flame Islands, Whirlpool Archipelago, and other islands, and then have all the senior officials submit a construction outline. His plan was to use these outlines to compile and refine his own, thus perfecting the construction outline and fulfilling the arrangement of the smoke mission. Moving past this matter. By evening, Long Taro Castle appeared within sight. The plaza in front of the castle was filled with numerous carriages, all belonging to nobles who had come to offer their condolences. Lee Ct also noticed Marquis of Bulltail's mount, the huge obsidian Stymphalian bird, the black albatross, leisurely strolling halfway up the hillside. Upon seeing the ferocious fire dragon flying in the distance, the obsidian Stymphalian bird immediately recalled those difficult times, squeezed its legs, and lay motionless on the ground. The reason was none other than Lee Ct allowing Leo to unleash increasingly fierce intimations. Since igniting the eruption of Dodo Island volcano, Leo's dragon breath temperature soared, and his dragon might significantly heightened, no longer inferior to that of mature dragons like the sapphire dragon or the light green gemstone dragon. Only after everyone sensed the dragon might of the fire dragon did Lee Ct purposefully admonish Leo to restrain his dragon might. Under the escort of a large group of nobles who had come out of Long Taro Castle, he stepped into the castle. First, he arranged for the reclusive Ak to settle in the 4th floor study, before returning to the living room on the 2nd floor where the nobles had gathered to receive their flattery and obsequiousness. While Lee Ct would eventually leave the Duchy of Sapphire, everyone knew the importance of establishing a good relationship with a Dragon Knight. Prince Lee Ct. Crown Prince Anthony, holding a cup of green tea, found a corner to chat with Lee Ct. Regarding Anthony as a future junior, Lee Ct was relatively cordial. How is the Grand Duke doing? My father is in good health, and he also asked me to extend his regards to you. Please thank the Grand Duke for his regards. Father asked me to tell you that if Flame Territory has any needs, just speak up. The Sapphire family will do their utmost to help you establish your kingdom. I do have some needs that I hope the Grand Duke can assist with. Please speak. Let's set it aside for now, and I will communicate in detail with the Grand Duke once I am fully prepared. What List wanted to discuss was the sales channel for light green gems. He currently lacked the capability to establish a sales channel for gemstones and hoped to utilize the Sapphire family's channels for selling them. However, the news of the light green gemstone dragon had not yet leaked, so there was no rush to bring it up. Alright then. However, regarding the trade of sea salt, white paper, and glass, I hope to change the profit-sharing method. How would your highness like to change it? I wish to purchase serfs from Steel Ridge, using the profits from trade to pay for the principal of the serf trade. Then, with the help of the Sapphire family's channels, I would transport the serfs back to Ironhoof City. The price of serfs from the Steel Ridge Kingdom is far higher than those from Eagle Kingdom. True, they are quite expensive, costing about 2 to 3 times more than those from Eagle Kingdom when brought into the Duchy of Sapphire. But that's okay, I will cover the cost. The Sapphire family just needs to provide the channel, List said nonchalantly, exuding an aura of not being short of money. Anthony nodded. Of course, that's no problem. The Sapphire family has always maintained a channel for serfs from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. However, why doesn't your highness use the serfs from Eagle Kingdom? In his view, the serfs of Eagle Kingdom were cheap, and since any serf would do, it made sense to use the cheaper ones. But List didn't think so. The majority of serfs and knights in his territory came from Eagle Kingdom, which over time could lead to a certain leaning. Although he wasn't concerned about the loyalty of his followers, it would be easy for the Eagle Kingdom to interfere and cause internal strife. That's why he wanted to incorporate a group of serfs from the Steel Ridge Kingdom to dilute the influence of the Eagle Kingdom. However, when it came to speaking, he changed his reasoning. Of course, I will raid the Eagle Kingdom, but the population of the coastal hinterlands is far from meeting my needs, so I need to open up the serf market of Steel Ridge in advance. The population of the coastal hinterlands and the Eagle Kingdom is above 10 million, aren't they enough? I might raid about 1/10 of that, but not everyone will wait there for me to raid at will. Once the Eagle Kingdom catches on, they will surely migrate the landlords and their subjects inland. I don't want to just make small gains each year like the pioneer mandates. The pioneer mandates of the Duchy of Sapphire were an opportunity to take advantage of the annual war between Steel Ridge and Berrygill, sipping a bit of the spoils. List, on the other hand, intended to powerfully tear off chunks of flesh with his 3 dragons at hand. After a few such raids, the Eagle Kingdom would either launch a campaign to slay the dragons or abandon the coastal hinterlands. They certainly wouldn't allow him to tear off chunks of flesh each year at his leisure. It was a pity that Flame Island was destitute and couldn't sustain a massive influx of population, otherwise, List might consider solving the problem once and for all and capture the entire population of the coastal hinterland. After all, the Flame Kingdom needed to thrive by drawing blood from the legendary continent. He was not the patient type. 1,000 years is too long, seize the day. Upon hearing this, Anthony became clearly embarrassed. Prince List, if you raid the Eagle Kingdom wildly, won't the Sapphire's annual pioneer mandates become unsustainable? That is a problem. List frowned and pondered for a moment before replying. How about this? Every year during the pioneer mandates, our 2 houses could coordinate and make a big move, delving deep into the inland of Eagle Kingdom for raiding. After all, what can Eagle Kingdom do against the combined might of you and me? Chapter 824, Copying Steel Ridge. I need to report back to my father, Anthony said to List's proposal without giving any answer. He needed to discuss it carefully with the Sapphire Duke before he could reply. List nodded. It's just a suggestion. There's still some time before this year's pioneer mandate period ends. The Grand Duke can take his time to think about it. I personally am very willing to facilitate such cooperation. When the Eagle Kingdom is in decline, it's time to employ thunderous methods to hasten its fall. Your Highness, rest assured. Once Marquis Merlin's funeral is over, I will immediately return to Azure Sky Peak Palace and convey all of your Highness's words to my father. Very good. List picked up his teacup and took a sip of the somewhat bitter tea. It was from the green tea trees exclusively owned by Black Horse Island, which after long-term cultivation, now had a very high yield. Because this Dragon Knight drank tea every day, he swiftly influenced the customs of the Sapphire Archipelago. The nobles began buying batches of tea leaves from Black Horse Island to brew and taste. Even the Sapphire family ordered a considerable amount of tea from Black Horse Island. It was said that the Grand Duke was quite fond of tea, which further intensified the tea-drinking habits of the Sapphires. Of course, List didn't care how many people genuinely liked drinking tea. He originally just wanted to drink tea himself. Even now, when a pound of tea leaves was fried up to a few gold coins, he wasn't interested in the slight profits from tea leaves. Salt, white paper, and glass remained the 3 pillars of the Flame Territory's trade. There was no drinking at the dinner, just a simple meal. This was suggested by List, as he believed it was inappropriate to drink alcohol during the period of Marquis Merlin's funeral. In fact, the Sapphires didn't have the rule forbidding alcohol during mourning, but List personally felt that drinking created too lively an atmosphere, which was unsuitable. When the Dragon Knight made a request, the nobles naturally didn't dare to raise the subject again. So after a quick dinner, everyone went back to rest, and it was then that List found the opportunity to speak alone with the Marquis of Bulltail. Father, let's talk in the study. Indeed, I have many questions for you as well. Do I get to be part of it? Levi's asked eagerly, keen to be involved in the family's major affairs. List nodded. Of course, brother can join. But first, make sure the surroundings of the study are quiet enough so our conversation isn't overheard. Inside the study, Ak remained absorbed in her reading and writing, merely greeting Li William before immersing herself back into her own world, busy with the research of the magic teleportation array, leaving other experiments aside, striving to complete the teleportation array as soon as possible. List took the red wine and glasses from the servant's hands, signaling for them to come over. Once the servant had closed the door and Levi's had gone out to make a round, instructing his retainers to ensure no one disturbed them, he returned to the study. Taking the glass of red wine that List handed to him, "There's no one outside now, List, so whatever it is, you can say now." List sat on a chair and started asking, "Father, has Uncle already mentioned it to you?" William nodded seriously. "Mizero told me about the 3 dragons. Because of this news, I haven't slept all night. He had arrived at Long Taro Castle yesterday, and then Mizero started talking about it. At first, he thought the other party was jesting. It took him a long time to reluctantly accept the reality, but he still harbored doubts. Levi's felt the same way. I do indeed have 3 dragons. That's the confidence behind my plan to directly establish a kingdom. The Flame Kingdom would rise upon the sea. I believe no kingdom would dare to wage a war to slay the dragons against the Flame Kingdom. As for the location of the Flame Kingdom, it has already been chosen, the Flame Islands." Without waiting for William and Levi's to react, List took out a carefully drawn map from his chest. He unfolded it and said, "This is the map of the Flame Islands, about 7,000 kilometers from the Sapphire Archipelago. It's a bit far, but not too big of an obstacle. Father, please look, the largest island here is Flame Island, which will be the direct territory of my Flame family." Ignoring his shock at the sight of the 3 dragons, William immediately followed List's pointing finger towards the map and asked, "How big is this island?" After surveying, "It's about 3 million square kilometers." 3 million? Isn't that larger than the entire Sapphire Archipelago combined? "Yes," List said with a proud smile. Finding the Flame Islands was indeed an achievement worth boasting about. Flame Island is the territory of the Flame family, so the second largest island in the Flame Islands. This one here, I have named it Tulip Island as the fief I will grant to the Tulip family. How big is it?" Levi's inquired eagerly. "About 450,000 square kilometers, 1.5 times the size of Iron Hoof Island." 450,000. Levi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his interest in the island, which seemed much smaller than Flame Island, ignited in an instant. "List, when do you plan to found a nation? When will you develop the Flame Islands?" "What do you think, Father?" List decided to first seek William's opinion. Stroking his chin and forcing himself to stay calm, the Marquis of Bulltail scrutinized the map before slowly speaking, "My idea is to develop first and found a nation afterward. The Flame Islands are still an unknown environment, and the resources on the islands have yet to be explored. It's not guaranteed they are suitable for habitation." He paused, then continued, "Besides, the Sapphire Archipelago is far from the Flame Islands. Without adequate preparation, the resources spent on travel could well be wasted. Our family's holdings are still weak. Rashly venturing to the Flame Islands to cultivate the land could be more loss than gain. Father's thoughts align with mine. However, we still need to proceed with the development by sending a batch of knights to pioneer the land. I am recruiting knights from Ironhoof City, and you could recruit knights too, Father. Any knights that Sapphire has rejected can be recruited and sent to pioneer the Flame Islands. As long as Earth Knights consume more meat, most people can be promoted. Apprentice knights are even more abundant. Yet, very few knights truly make a name for themselves. Most of them eventually have to put down their spears, sell their war horses, and return to farming or menial labor. With List's sudden rise, all knights could see the opportunities it presented, which would surely drive the ambitious to risk their lives for it. No one would be forced, they would be clearly informed of both the dangers and benefits of pioneering. The rest would depend on the knight's own volition. William nodded and said, "That's also feasible. Ironhoof Island lacks everything but knights. With the downfall of the Bull family, many knights have been forced to dismount and farm." "Right, Father, although I will focus on developing the deserted islands of the Flame Islands for the next few years and am in no rush to establish a nation, the court structure for the Flame Kingdom should still be determined sooner rather than later. I wonder if there is anything Father can teach me?" List asked. The political system under the Knight system is vastly different from the national systems on Earth. Firstly, as a feudal society, landlords are the supreme rulers of their own domains, dealing with all matters within their boundaries except for paying taxes to their superiors. Even the real royal court mainly manages the king's own domain and coordinates the subordinate landlords. Before conferring the title of Marquis of Bulltail, List held the position of court equerry. This position may seem like that of a servant, but in reality, the noble roles within the court are mostly honorary positions: steward of the pantry, minister of the inner court, pallbearer, equerry. There are no roles like minister of finance or minister of military affairs. The main administrative roles within the king's domain are held by minor nobles who act as vassals, with cities and towns having their own councillors and administrative officers for management. Wars are entrusted to the Knight Order, except for specially trained elite knights. Most knights are self-sufficient and require no concern from the landlord. The knight commander is usually chosen from among the nobles, responsible for organizing the kingdom's disordered knights. Marquis Merlin, before he retired, had served as the captain of the court fleet, equivalent to the position of a land-based knight commander. The large knight orders in each pioneer mandate are typically led by a marquis. List, who participated in the previous 2 pioneer mandates as well as the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, fought under the name of Coral Island Knights but was still under the command of the larger knight order that directed the battle. After some contemplation, Li Huiliang quickly replied, "Simply copy the system of the Steel Ridge Kingdom." Chapter 825, Night Riding by. He couldn't obtain any useful advice from the Marquis of Bulltail. Li Ct's father had his vision confined by the knightly system, with his worldview formed and solidified, unable to see any need for improvement. It was still the same old thing common on the legendary continent: the king managed the king's domains, nobles managed the nobles' domains. They fought together when there was a war, divided the spoils when dirty work was done, afterward each returning to their own homes, to their own mothers. The king was not really a king but was essentially just the big brother in charge. This system was undoubtedly very outdated, yet somehow it suited the current productive forces. After the Marquis of Bulltail and his son left, List leaned back in his chair, still contemplating the issue. In the initial period after transmigrating, filled with ambition, he had thought about changing the social system, from feudal decentralization to centralization, concentrating all power in the hands of the monarch. However, reforming the system wasn't something that could happen overnight. If China hadn't had the awe-inspiring vision and enterprise of stirring up the remaining vigor of the 6 generations and grasping the long staff to govern within the universe by Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who caused heads to roll, centralization would have been equally difficult. Moreover, in List's current thinking, whether it be decentralization or centralization, both were outdated feudal systems. It really wasn't clear whether decentralization was more comfortable or centralization was. The dragon-rearing family at the top of the pyramid, or a family that reared several dragons, would live comfortably no matter what. A better system, one of people ruling together with me, is not something I can do, arbitrarily shaking my own power. I cannot yet achieve such fearless spirit, he murmured, shaking his head. Having tasted the sweetness of power, how could one give up that flavor, to act with noble character? After a moment, he made a decision. If there's no drive for reform for the time being, then I'll just copy the Steel Ridge Kingdom system and continue maintaining the feudal system. Once the Flame Kingdom develops and grows strong, and my personal strength reaches its peak, then if I want to centralize power, I could freely lead a reform with an invincible momentum. I believe no one would dare to stop me. However, as his gaze fell upon the map of the Flame Islands on the table, he suddenly laughed at himself, feeling that he had always been needlessly worrying. The Flame Islands spread over more than 5 million square kilometers, of which Flame Island itself accounted for more than 3 million square kilometers. This meant that even if he distributed all the remaining islands, his territory as king would still be vast, a third the size of China, enough for the family to thrive for generations. Whether decentralization or centralization, it was all the same in the end. Once Flame Island developed under his guidance and its productive forces flourished abundantly, even if List didn't actively reform the system would evolve on its own. Even if he continued with feudal grants, those nobles who saw the wealth of Flame Island might even cry and beg to stay on Flame Island as officials. Furthermore, if one day he could contract with the immortal dragon and gain immortality. The next day, on July 15th, the funeral of Marquis Merlin took place amidst a soft drizzle. There was no overly grand ceremony, no loud gongs or drums, just many nobles riding in carriages, following the procession of knights who escorted the coffin, heading to the Longtaro family's cemetery. The grave had already been dug, the epitaph too had been erected. It was a moderately sized rectangular tombstone, with Marquis of Red Crab Island, Merlin Taro, born April 18th, in the year 71 of glory, died July 3rd, in the year 154 of honor written in serpent script. Birth was referred to as glory and death as honor. The epitaph was simple, without even a mention of who erected the tombstone. However, there was a line of small text at the bottom. Regarding life, regarding death, bestow a cold glance, the night rides past. This was the epitaph Marquis Merlin had thought of for himself long ago. Before he rested in peace, he had already ordered the tombstone to be carved and placed it above the soil that would soon cover his resting place. With a tool up in hand, List stood in front of the tombstone, allowing the rain to fall on his Flakabai attire, soaking his clothes. Contemplating the past of Marquis Merlin, even though he had been dead for over 10 days, his emotions remained bleak. If nothing unexpected happened, he too would see this day, becoming bones and dust alongside the earth. He once thought that he did not fear death, but at this moment, he craved even more to contract with the immortal dragon. Watching the casket of Marquis Merlin being buried into the earth, his desire only intensified. He absolutely did not wish to be buried into the ground one day. The entire cemetery was very quiet, all the nobles silent, merely quietly contemplating and praying silently. After the servants of the cemetery had packed the soil and placed pots upon pots of flowers, an elderly noble present gently coughed. He was Marquis Merlin's distant cousin, Memitaro. Despite his mere barony, his age was sufficiently great, so he was invited by the Maziro couple to preside over the funeral. Once the elderly noble caught everyone's attention, he spoke slowly. Marquis of Red Crab Island, the pillar of the Long Taro family, Merlin Taro lies here in eternal rest. The funeral is now complete. I now ask the guests to proceed in turn around the grave, offer flowers, and bid a final farewell to Merlin Taro. Flowers are a beautiful symbol, many nobles use it as their surname, and offering flowers to the deceased is one of the few significant parts of a funeral. As the highest-ranking dragon knights and archmages, List and Ek stepped forward together, gently placing the tulip flowers in front of the tombstone. The Maziro couple and the Miyabao couple stood beside the grave, faces etched with grief, and bowed slightly to thank the two men. List and Ek bowed in return, then walked around the grave before departing from the cemetery under the guidance of the servants. Following closely behind was a procession of noble guests, each offering flowers before leaving the cemetery. Thus, the funeral of Marquis Merlin was completed simply. The light rain continued to drizzle down. List declined the offer of a retainer knight to hold an umbrella for him, instead taking the umbrella to hold himself, walking slowly toward Long Taro Castle alongside Ek, stepping on wet cobblestones. He didn't walk too fast, and the nobles following, including Anthony, could only proceed slowly. No one dared to interrupt, allowing List and Ek ample space for a private conversation. The handsome dragon knight had a trace of melancholy on his face. If I can't obtain the covenant method from the dragon domain landlord, I might end up lying in the dark soil like grandfather in a few decades. Ek wrinkled her delicate nose, but Ek can live for many more years. Then live life well, and protect my family. I don't want to do that. Ek wants to stay with brother. I don't want to be separated. Life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are in heaven. People inevitably experience moments of joy and sorrow, parting and reunion, much like the moon in the sky that waxes and wanes, ceaselessly continuing, List said with emotion. Even though he was determined to contract with an immortal dragon, even if he couldn't find an immortal dragon he would contract with another. But who could guarantee a successful contract? So many kings died without achieving a successful contract. So far on the legendary continent, there are rumors that the Emperor of the Neverfall Empire has been reigning for more than 200 years. Clearly he is a dragon domain landlord. However, it's hard to discern the truth of such news, as the Neverfall Empire is so far from the Duchy of Sapphire, almost without any interaction. Of course, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, List would strive for it. If it came to that, he would ride the formless dragon straight into the imperial palace of the Neverfall Empire to have a chat with that emperor about the contract with a dragon domain landlord. In the end, who, given the chance and eternal life, would want to die? Ek didn't know List's thoughts, but she said seriously, brother, rest assured, Ek will figure out a contract method of the dragon domain landlord, so that brother can live for hundreds of years, until the point where we both no longer wish to continue. List smiled. Good, I look forward to it. Chapter 826, 5-Year Plan. Marquis Merlin's funeral ended, and List did not stay long at Long Taro Castle. The next day, he returned to Black Horse Island with Ek. Compared to other nobles who needed to sail slowly, he traveled at the speed of sound aboard Ek's shell, crisscrossing the Sapphire Archipelago as if darting around the second ring road of a city. Upon returning to his territory, he first mounted the landwalker bird Loki and patrolled the area. He then found the increasingly well-fed rainbow whale Rose and took a dip in the sea. Now, in the midst of the sweltering summer heat, swimming in the sea was incredibly refreshing. The lightning dragon turtle, raised by Ek, had become the guardian beast of Black Horse Island and spent half of each day lying on the beach near Giant Algae Town. Then, enjoying the loads of delicious dried fish brought by the servants from Thorn Castle. It also wasn't completely idle. As a thunder attribute super dragon beast, its body naturally condensed high thunder magic, creating a dense, natural cultivation arena rich in thunder magic power. Many thunder attribute knights from the territory cultivated around it. These knights were all young, and they were the reservists of the Burning Knights group that List cultivated for himself. The Sapphire Duke had the famous Blue Blood Knight Order, and as his direct troop, List naturally could not be without his own direct troop. Over time, as the Burning Knights group continued to grow and expand, it would gradually develop into a noble merit group like the Blue Blood Alliance, protecting the vast business empire of the Flame family from generation to generation. The Black Blood hybrid horses are doing well in breeding. The mixed breeds can now initially equip the local Knight Order, and the number of black blood purebred horses has grown from a few dozen to over 200. Once these foals grow up and we continuously improve their breed, they'll certainly develop into dragon breed horses just like the blue blood treasure horses. The black blood treasure horses were slightly smaller than the blue blood treasure horses. Although both were dragon breed horses, they were inferior in quality in all aspects. However, under List's eugenics and scientific horse breeding policy, it was only a matter of time before stronger black blood treasure horses were developed to equip the Burning Knights group. It's a pity that we've been unable to breed a new productive female fierce earth dog, and there's no end in sight for the formation of the Blizzard Knights group. Little Yellow, Little Red, Little Purple don't have mates, and the Flame Dragon bird colony is difficult to develop. Forming the Royal Knight Squad seems like a luxury. In fact, even the cultivation system for fire paladins has not yet been ironed out. The Burning Knights group is a collective term, containing ordinary knights as well as elite knights. Just as there are elite Ashen Hawk Knights within the Blue Blood Knight Order, the Burning Knights group would also have the elite Blizzard Knights and even the elite amongst the elites, the Royal Knight Squad. The Blizzard Knights were planned to use Blizzard Beasts as mounts, while the Royal Knight Squad was intended to mount the Flame Dragon birds. Regrettably, while the cultivation principles of the Fire Paladin are basically clear, the specific details still need to be refined, and coordination with Leo also requires exploration. List himself felt he lacked the intellectual capacity to fully refine it, and I had no time to worry about this experiment either, so it had been shelved for now. It's still too shallow a foundation. Achieving success all at once is very hard. List watched the lightning dragon turtle sunbathing on the nearby beach and sighed softly. Just as the smoke mission had said, his personality was indeed filled with an exaggerated do big things quickly. But some things just can't be rushed. The blizzard beasts cannot breed, it's difficult to form the flame dragon birds, and it seems there's no hope for the lightning dragon turtle to become a tool for pulling ships. The only happy news is that the super dragon beast is greatly beneficial to the knight's cultivation, with the progress of these thunder attribute knights training around the lightning dragon turtle clearly visible. Once Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple grew up, they could also provide cultivation sites for fire attribute knights. Of course, actually, cultivating near fire dragon Leo would yield even better results, but the dragon's nobility would never allow insignificant ants to clamor around it. Drawing back his gaze, List stroked the rainbow whale rose beneath him and gently remarked, "Good mounts are really hard to find. Landwalker bird Loki and rainbow whale rose don't have similar breeds, there's no way to breed. It's easier to find and train some super dragon beasts to follow." Thus, he remembered the clues about super dragon beasts he had learned from Kenley Truth. The earth attribute golden mountain goat is raised by the Steel Ridge royal family, so evidently, it is quite difficult to obtain. There is a type of subdragon called Gallant Eagle, raised by a duke's family in Steel Ridge that once birthed a dragon knight, but the actual creature has never been seen. The most likely to be obtained is the unicorn. Within the Pegasus Great Forest, there are advanced dragon beasts known as Pegasus, and it is said that within the Pegasus herd, unicorns have been spotted. Pegasus are wind attribute advanced dragon beasts. If the unicorn is similar to the thunder attribute dragon turtle in terms of species relationship, then it should be a wind attribute super dragon beast. According to the Magical Beast Encyclopedia naming convention, it should be called Storm Pegasus, which more suitably matches its status. Whether it is the Storm Pegasus or the unicorn, Lee CT had already decided that once he found the time, he would go to the Pegasus Great Forest with Act to search for them. The results of patrolling the domain were not bad. He obtained 3 elf bugs, specifically the little wheat bug, hemp rope vine bug, and tomato bug, in addition to the previously discovered barley bug and corn bug by the serfs. The domain had continually produced 5 high economic value elf bugs recently, which was quite gratifying. Big data proved. Scientific farming greatly promotes the cultivation of elf bugs. With this discovery, and the long-term farming methods explored by the domain, it is foreseeable that the Flame Kingdom will welcome a continuous explosion of elves, and the national power will skyrocket by geometric multiples. After inspecting the domain, after handling the accumulated official duties, staying for a few days for good rest at Thorn Castle, Lee CT soon gathered the construction outlines written by his senior officials and looked them over carefully. Discard the dross and select the essence, then integrate the strengths of various sources to write his own Flame Country's 0th 5-year construction outline. As to why it is the 0th 5 years, it is because he plans to complete the establishment of the country within these 5 years. Since it is not yet established, it cannot be the first 5 years. In short, it was just Lee CT's personal quirk flaring, or perhaps a twitch in his brain. The outline in summary is a 16-character policy. Iron Hooves Black Horse, continue development, Flame Whirlwind, fully develop, surf trade, Knights Pioneer, infrastructure, industry shift. Specifically, it was divided into several developmental steps, This was a detailed and solid construction outline, considering needs from all aspects, which would guide the establishment of the Flame Kingdom from a high vantage. As long as it was strictly implemented, the country would inevitably be successfully established within 5 years. When the outline was transcribed, the smoke mission was also completed. Mission completed, reward awarded to the creative magician Inuit Truth. Inuit Truth? I have heard this name before. Just 2 days ago, while inspecting the docks, a magician blended into the sailing team, apparently, a young magician aspiring to great voyages. Lee Ct quickly found out which magician was the reward of the smoke mission. The day after he returned to his domain, Coster and others returned from testing the new longitudinal sailboat. After the sailing test, detailed data on the longitudinal sailboat was obtained. In the aspect he most cared about, speed, its advantage was not as significant as List had imagined, especially when sailing downwind. The longitudinal sailboat was actually quite difficult to control. However, when sailing upwind, the advantages of the longitudinal sailboat's speed were perfectly displayed. Unless it was directly facing headwind, the longitudinal sailboat could sail by relying on the sea wind. Of course, in real operation, when the wind was too strong or the headwind too direct, it still was hard to sail. Lee Ct was not very satisfied with the performance of the longitudinal sailboat. He had originally thought it could replace the transverse sailboat, but now it seemed it could not replace it at all. Just then, the young magician named Inuit boldly suggested, "Your Highness, why not combine longitudinal and transverse sails? Moreover, the sail is too flimsy. I suggest using hardwood to support the sail, allowing the wind to strike the sail better and fully utilize the pushing force." Chapter 827, The Power of Steam. Inuit's remarks reminded List that both cross and longitudinal sails were types of sails, and a big ship could have 2 or 3 masts, so why not hang both cross and longitudinal sails at the same time? With a fair wind, raise the cross sails and it would surge forward. Against the wind, raise the longitudinal sails for serpentine maneuvering. This would essentially allow the sailboat to move freely at sea at all times, greatly shortening the voyage time. Moreover, List seemed to recall that during Earth's age of exploration, many sailboats had triangular longitudinal sails at the bow and stern, with cross sails in the middle. It was upon hearing Inuit's suggestion that List immediately ordered the shipbuilders in the dockyard to diligently research mixed sailboats. However, regarding Inuit's suggestion to use wood to fix the sails, since it was dismissed by several veteran shipbuilders as impractical at the time, List did not pay much attention to it. Now it seems, I need to have a good chat with this creative magician who has received approval from the smoke mission and is involved with the power of destiny. This person must be a talented individual. The power of destiny represented by the smoke mission was highly mysterious and enigmatic, and so far List had not figured out its origin. But it could not be denied that those chosen by the smoke mission always had some extraordinary and unique aspects. To put it plainly, these people were somewhat the children of destiny, surrounded by a protagonist's halo. Of course, their halo, no matter how strong, could not compare to List's cheat. Emily had an exceptional talent for G, Lucy and Ruth were outstanding in magical aptitude, Paris involved a light magic swordsman. Ak was an exceedingly rare sea serpent who had become an archmage as a sea serpent. Inuit's talents were still unclear. List needed to pay serious attention. Soon, Inuit Truth was brought over by the retainer knights. He was not a conventional magician. The magic cloak seemed to have been modified by him into a bodysuit. "Your Highness, did you call for me?" "Inuit, do you like sailing very much?" List gestured for him to take a seat, then casually asked. "Yes, Your Highness, I grew up by the sea and have always longed for the profound blue ocean." Inuit's details, already laid out at List's hand, had come directly from the Magic Guild. Each magician provided comprehensive identification information upon joining, eventually receiving an identity card similar to an ID card, one for every citizen of Black Horse Island. Inuit was a sapphire person, but a magician from the Outer Islands who had come to Black Horse Island following his teacher. His teacher was merely a common magician, currently studying natural magic under Grand Magician Lars Truth, which included druid farming and transformation. He himself had little interest in delving into deeply theoretical magical content. Instead, he was passionate about the business of sailing. List tapped the table, asking, "Regarding the improvement of sailboats, do you have any other inspiration?" Excitedly, Inuit replied, "Your Highness, I've been studying sailboats for a long time and have a whole bunch of designs I want to implement. I've discussed them with the shipbuilders in the dockyard before, but they're too rigid, sticking to their outdated shipbuilding techniques and completely failing to understand my designs." "Then tell me about them now." "Yes, Your Highness." Once he started, Inuit couldn't stop, spilling out all his designs pertaining to sails, masts, rigging, and even the structure of the ship. Many of these ideas were indeed imaginative, to the point that even List found some hard to grasp. Some designs, in List's view, were simply absurd. For instance, Inuit thought the work of taking in the sails was very cumbersome and heavy, so he simply proposed designing foldable masts. This way, during a storm, the masts could fold down to either side and also serve as support poles for the ship's body, maintaining the ship's stability on the high seas, and making sure it never sank. This idea was quite interesting in strict terms, but the mast itself is one of the most important components of a sailboat, and like the dragon bone, high-quality ironwood is needed to make the mast tough and prevent it from breaking. A foldable mast could be the first to break if a storm hit. Plus, sails are heavy, and raising the masts again after folding would definitely be more exhausting than raising sails. Not to mention the challenge of ensuring the mast's stability when being raised or folded. Overall, it was unreliable. Most of Inuit's designs seemed unreliable. However, from his creative designs, List discovered something intriguing. Inuit had surprisingly proposed the idea of using a huge rotating wheel to propel ships forward. That was essentially the design of a steamship. On Earth, the era of sailing ships was replaced by steamships, gradually turning sailing into a competitive sport. Have you thought about how much power it would take to rotate such a huge wheel and that it couldn't possibly be turned by human strength alone? List asked with interest. Inuit seemed to have anticipated this discussion. Your Highness, although human power is insufficient to turn such a large wheel, magic power can. We can use a magic array to drive the wheel. Using a magic array to drive it? That seemed like a good solution, but List was not satisfied. Magic arrays are indeed versatile and driving a wheel isn't impossible. However, manufacturing and operating costs of magic arrays are huge, making them unsuitable for ships. He had considered ideas of combining magic and technology long ago. Yet, with the current constriction of the magic web, it was hard for magic arrays to draw magic power from the magic web. They would need to consume the magic power inherent to the materials of the magic array itself. Maintaining such a system was enormously expensive. And this world had no gemstones or similar items for storing magic power. Even a small magic platform required regular replacement of its magic runes to function. Communication was costly, let alone driving a huge wheel. Inuit turned embarrassed immediately. As a magician, he was well aware of the value of magic materials. His ideas were indeed ingenious, and he took pride in them. But by his design, a single magic array could cost as much as several three-masted sailing ships. Including maintenance materials for the magic array, such a ship would likely operate at a loss for every trade mission. Only a fool would design such a thing. Seeing Inuit's embarrassed and flushed face, List did not show disappointment. Instead, he valued Inuit not only because of his involvement in the smoke mission but also because he had ideas, wanting to develop technology. It's not the impracticality of ideas that one should fear, but the lack of ideas. Inuit, magic power is difficult to apply in ordinary use, but that doesn't mean there is no alternative power to magic. There is a power I call steam that you could explore further. Besides, some of your creative ideas on sailing ships, I can't judge their value, but I can involve you in the design of new sailing ships. Would you like that? Inuit responded immediately, Thank you, Your Highness, for your acknowledgement. I would love to participate in designing new sailing ships. Personally designing a ship that could sail the great seas was Inuit's dream, but he still had his doubts. Your Highness, what do you mean by the power of steam? Go back and boil a kettle of water, and you will understand the power of steam, List said mysteriously. In fact, he didn't know much about the steam engine, which triggered the Industrial Revolution, other than that it utilized coal, oil, and other raw materials to burn and drive pistons to power machinery. Boil water? I will go back and do it right away. Inuit made his quick leave. Watching his retreating figure, List shook his head, doubting that steam engines could spark an industrial revolution in this world. The explanation was simple. Up till now, there were no recorded uses of coal, petroleum, or other fossil fuels. Without these fuels, burning wood wouldn't provide much power. The scarcity of metals would also severely restrict the production of steam engines. Of course, steam engines weren't completely devoid of potential, for a simple reason: List had a fire dragon. Once the little fire dragon matured, releasing fire dragon over magic at will, there would be a continuous supply of the magic little fire dragon to serve as fuel. Then, he could raid a few more iron mines on the legendary continent. Steamships might indeed become reality. Chapter 828, Trembling from the bottom of my heart. Anthony Sapphire brought List some bad news. List's proposal to join forces with the Sapphire family for a major undertaking had been gently rejected by the Sapphire Duke. The reason was the friction between the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom, which likely meant that this year's Pioneer Mandate might not be issued as desired. The Eagle Kingdom must have promised Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom countless benefits, successfully stirring up confrontation between them and the Steel Ridge Kingdom. 6 dragon knights have already gathered in the borderlands at the junction of the two kingdoms, leading to a sudden reduction in border pressure for the Eagle Kingdom, allowing them to free up forces to defend their coastal heartlands. What a pity, Liszt did not insist. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire was known as the Sea Overlord, but in reality, it was merely a Grand Duchy. Seeing no opportunity to exploit, it beat a tactical retreat. As for Liszt, in this unclear situation, he also wasn't foolish enough to raid the Eagle Kingdom alone. Both he and Little Fire Dragon Leo, along with Formless Dragon Bard, needed time to grow. Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan had suffered a grave injury and had not fully recovered. With such fighting power, they could bully ordinary knights, but they were somewhat lacking in confidence against dragon knights, so it was better to focus on developing Flame Island. He laid his cards on the table with Anthony. The Sapphire family should put more effort into the surf trade. You should already know about the Flame Islands. I am in the process of developing them and could leave the Sapphire lands at any time. Anthony nodded. Yes, we have already heard the news. Your night mobilization with the Marquis of Bulltail was not heavily concealed. Regarding the development of the Flame Islands, I have yet to fully investigate, so the founding and migration of a new kingdom have to be postponed for a few years. I hope the Grand Duke will continue to support us in these years. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Sapphire family will fully support the establishment of the Flame family's kingdom. Good to hear. Since you have made the rare journey to Black Horse Island, stay for a few days and enjoy the island's cuisine. Source, updated on Eng0. Once Anthony had left with his mouth greasy from eating, Liszt also set off from Black Horse Island with Ak, bringing the third batch of frame chips, heading towards the Whirlpool Archipelago. After transporting supplies to Flame Town, he summoned Formless Dragon Bard and spent all day with Ak researching the magic teleportation array. The reason for his enthusiasm was the new smoke mission. The Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix has gradually become clear under the research of Sea Sprite and is ready to be experimented on. This is related to a major future scientific research project. Why not join forces with the Formless Dragon to help Ake and complete the first experiment? Reward, deep knowledge of the magic web. This mission implied that Ake's research had entered a new phase. And the reward was also very interesting, similar to a previous reward for traversing the Great Whirlpool. That time it was deep knowledge of the magic teleportation array, and this time it was deep knowledge of the magic web. Undoubtedly, this reward captured his firm attention. He had mulled over the magic web countless times and had inquired about it to Ake on more than one occasion. But aside from knowing that the magic web was a special existence that enveloped the entire world like a field and a net, floating between matter and magic power, possessing high-energy magic power and the ability to interfere with reality, he knew nothing else. Yet without a doubt, the magic web was an important construct of the world. If he wanted to surpass the Dragon Knight cultivation system, he definitely had to target the magic web. Thus, this reward could not be missed. Ake, is the experiment ready to start, and are there any oversights? At the entrance to the Whirlpool Mountain Whirlpool Cave, Liszt watched Ake continuously directing knights and magicians to set up the experimental apparatus and couldn't help but nervously inquire. Brother, Ake has repeatedly validated the steps of the material magic node observation experiment, and with Bard's assistance, there should be no accidents. Alright then. Time slipped into the oppressively hot month of August. For an entire week, countless magic arrays set up personally by Sea Sprite Ake around the Whirlpool Cave entrance were finally completed, wrapping the entrance entirely within their scope. After all the knights and magicians had evacuated from the Whirlpool Cave entrance, only Ake, Liszt, and the Formless Dragon Bard remained. Woo yeah! Bard could hardly wait. It was constantly providing information for the experiment with its abilities and also understanding the content and purpose of the material magic power node observation experiment through Liszt's communication. The purpose was to create an opportunity for it to observe the boundary of the material world. Only by observing the boundary of the material world could one tear the boundary apart, search for the left side, and establish a connection through the magic teleportation array. Brother, let's start. Ake nodded. Liszt cast all his mixed emotions aside, leaped onto the Dragon Tooth platform on Formless Dragon Bard's back, and quickly resonated with the dragon to enter Dragon Rider mode. Meanwhile, Ake continuously activated the complex magic arrays at the entrance, which started to flicker with intricate magic radiance. Countless magic powers began converging towards the entrance. Suddenly, Liszt felt his body start to swell, or to be exact, Bard's body began to expand as the magic power from the arrays was channeled into its body, helping it to dramatically enhance its strength in a short amount of time. But the magic power was too diverse, it needed to be refined and concentrated. Bard itself lacked this ability, but Liszt had already blended the Formless Dragon space magic power with his Dragon Chi and was quickly unifying these powers through high-speed motion. Acting as a switchboard for the magic power, the Formless Dragon could comfortably accept the stimulation of the magic power, its strength surging wildly. Woo-yeah! Its body size began to grow. From an original 15 meters in body length and wingspan, it directly expanded to 20 meters in both, approximately the size it would be when it reached adulthood. An adult formless dragon. The crystal white view was also constantly changing, from the rough crystal structure of the world to a fine crystal structure, and with List running the crystal white trajectory, the world he saw became even more extraordinary, as if it broke down every thread of matter, every thread of magic power into the finest crystal structure. The magic arrays were still being activated, and more magic powers were filling the whirlpool cave entrance. List, immersed in the formless dragon's surging strength and novel view, suddenly heard Ake's clear shout, "Brother, start guiding the magic power for high-frequency resonance, strip away the matter, and find the node of the material boundary." Understood. List abruptly snapped out of his focus on strength. The dragon chi operated, and the formless dragon's space magic power quickly merged into the surrounding environment, beginning to exhibit its power to dominate space. Wings flapped, magic power surged. The inner space of the whirlpool cave seemed to shake like ripples of water, and as the formless dragon's power kept surging, the invisible material boundary was gradually peeled back, revealing the scenery beyond the boundary. At the same time, a wormhole space, faint and elusive, also began to take shape. "Push harder, Bard!" List shouted loudly, and together with the formless dragon, they furiously circulated the dragon chi. The force of space power continuously tore at the material boundary until, with a thunderous noise, the material boundary was forcefully ripped apart. The wormhole space lay bare within the crystal white trajectory. The next moment, a man and dragon vibrated their wings and flew into the wormhole space. Behind them, the magic arrays at the whirlpool cave entrance seemed unable to bear the tearing of the magic power tide and vanished in a flash. But by then, the magic arrays were no longer of any use. List directly entered the wormhole space, in the guise of an adult formless dragon knight. The crystal white trajectory continuously operated, and every detail of the wormhole space was displayed under his gaze. A vast and profound magic web enveloped the tube-like wormhole space, but as List's gaze searched deeper within the magic web, his pupils suddenly dilated. An uncontrollable shudder erupted from the bottom of his heart. Terrifying, to such an extent. Chapter 829, Dragon of the Magic Web. When the power of the formless dragon bard began to wane, unable to resist the repulsive force of the wormhole space, he was forced out of the magic teleportation array, returning to the whirlpool entrance of the real space. Lee Ct was still gasping for breath with residual fear. The formless dragon bard under him was trembling even more, and it took a while for him to recover. "Brother." Ak had been waiting at the whirlpool entrance. When the formless dragon emerged, she immediately approached. Was the observation journey successful? Lee Ct wiped the sweat off his forehead and gestured for Ak to go back first before speaking. He remained silent on the way until they reached a secluded laboratory that had been constructed. Only then did he organize the sights he had seen in the wormhole space. "Ak, what do you think is the essence of the magic web?" "It's probably a kind of manifestation of the rules of magic power." "No." Lee Ct shook his head gravely and said slowly to Ak, "You might not believe what the essence of the magic web is. It's a dragon." "A dragon?" Ak's eyes widened. "Yes, an incredible dragon. I can't describe what it looks like. In fact, I didn't see its entire body at all." Lee Ct tried hard to recall the deep scenes of the magic web that he had witnessed through the crystal white trajectory of an adult formless dragon in the space passage. It was an indescribable scene, appearing both like a web and also like a field, slowly extending into the void. Within the crystal white trajectory, it was a presence that transcended the crystal structure and existed somewhere outside of matter. But this outside of matter was not the same as the outside of matter the formless dragon traversed, which was likely a certain special dimension. The magic web, however, permeated the entire dimension, existing in a way that transcended understanding. Source, updated on N0G0. But it wasn't this that elicited Lee Ct's terrified admiration. Rather, it was in the deeper reaches of the magic web, where its existence once again surpassed all conceivable states. It ultimately took the form that represents dragon. "Brother, what kind of dragon is it?" Even the usually composed Ak couldn't help but become anxious. "I can't find a specific description to depict it, but the feeling it gave me was that of a dragon. Or if a dragon is the ultimate existence of a magic attribute, such as the fire dragon representing the ultimate of flame, the formless dragon representing the ultimate of space, then this dragon embodying the magic web represents." Lee Ct pondered for a long time, unable to find the most accurate word to define it. In the end, he used a tentative word to explain: order. "Order?" "Yes, order, or perhaps the rules by which the world operates, or maybe the combination of magic power, matter, and soul." "No, that's not right. I can't feel its soul. It seems to be the source of both matter and magic." "No, that's not quite right either. It should be said that it separates matter from magic. Lee Ct followed his intuition, gradually verbalizing the impact the magic web had on him, one revelation at a time. It was a dragon, formless and without substance. One couldn't even be certain if it existed, but it indubitably revealed itself within the crystal white trajectory. The magic web was the extension of its dragon magic power, enveloping the whole world, a structure that reigned above both matter and magic. Is this dragon alive? Ak inquired quickly. I don't know. I can only sense that it's a dragon, an abstract aggregate of the fusion of matter and magic power, without sensing any life force or soul fluctuation. Lee Ct shook his head, struggling to accurately describe the magic web, but it's also hard to say that it's dead, as if life or soul never existed in it. He paused. Lee Ct added, just like humans don't have tails, this dragon embodied as the magic web doesn't have life or soul attributes. It's simply a pure collection of some sort of order or rules. At that moment, he transformed into the dragon of the magic web and discussed with Ak for a long time. However, apart from temporarily naming this dragon Dragon of the Magic Web, shortened to Magic Dragon, they were unable to derive much more content regarding the Magic Dragon. Thus, the conversation swiftly moved to the experiment itself, utilizing the formless dragon to observe the nodes between matter and magic power. There was much to discuss in this area. All night long, List expounded on the content observed during the experiment. It wasn't until the dawn's early light began to show that the discussion concluded. Ak, unable to wait, clutched his notebook covered in dense serpent script and returned to the Mage Tower of Flame Town to organize magicians for the next step in their research. List leisurely left the secret laboratory and went back to his temporary residence in Flame Town to rest. Before going to sleep, he called forth Smoke Mission. Complete the mission. Reward, profound understanding of the magic web. Mission, development of the Flame Islands starts with the Whirlpool River residential area. Dirt Red Apricot is leading the team north to establish a settlement. However, hidden within the forest are numerous prying eyes. Why not delve into an investigation? Reward, a large number of unknown species. So the mission concerning the Dragon of the Magic Web just ends like this? He felt somewhat reluctant as he looked at the new mission. He was in a phase of intense curiosity regarding the indescribable Dragon of the Magic Web, and had thought that Smoke Mission would elaborate on this magic dragon. But it barely skimmed the surface. He merely glanced at the spots on the magic dragon's body before immediately shifting his gaze. Regarding the content of the new mission and the reward of unknown species, he lacked interest in contemplating them. His thoughts remained fixated on the magic dragon. What did the magic dragon represent, and what was its relationship to this world? What was the connection between the gemstone dragon, metal dragon, sacred dragon, and the magic dragon? Since the magic web took the form of the magic dragon, how was it connected to the era of the Moon Empire? What was the relationship between magicians and the magic dragon? Besides himself, had anyone else seen the magic dragon, studied it, or even communicated with it? He even entertained a wildly bold fantasy with his heart pounding. Since Smoke Mission has taken notice of the magic dragon, could it start issuing a chain of missions about the magic dragon, leading me to one day simply ride atop the magic dragon? This idea was too unrestrained, as the very existence of the magic dragon was still unknown. This world is stranger than imagined. Tossing and turning in bed, it wasn't until the sun was high outside that he finally drifted into a shallow sleep. In a groggy haze, he dreamed. He dreamed he had become a transparent person, walking within a transparent river, aimlessly drifting with the current, surrounded by darkness yet with countless transparent people walking alongside him. At that moment, a bizarrely shaped dragon's claw tore through the darkness, reaching towards the transparent river where he was. The darkness receded little by little under the grip of the dragon's claw, as if it sought to seize him. He felt a sense of urgent helplessness, but just then, a layer of mist rose across the transparent river, enshrouding all the transparent people. Yet that indescribable dragon claw tore through the darkness and the mist, crushing him directly. However, when the dragon's claw rapidly withdrew from the mist and the darkness, a wave suddenly surged on the transparent river, and he who had been crushed was found walking unharmed upon the transparent river once more. Dazed and befuddled, he continued towards an unknown destination, with no rest and no retreat, simply vanishing into the obscure darkness. Waking up from the dream as the sun set, List could hardly remember what he had dreamed. He didn't pay much attention to it. It was vaguely about a river and a dragon's claw. Perhaps it was a case of the daytime's thoughts leading to the night's dreams, and the dragon claw might just be the magic dragon's claw he had envisioned. Rubbing his eyes, he began to get up and wash himself. Chapter 833, The Little Tavern. Flame Town bustled with exceptional activity. 30 large frame ships making 3 rounds transported materials, along with serfs, knights, and craftsmen, drawing nearly 8,000 people to the Starfire Plains, a population that could match some small cities. When List had first been granted Fresh Flower Town, The town had a mere population of just over 1,000. Viscount Fernal Inc. stepped into a newly opened tavern in Flame Town. "Viscount, sir." Viscount Fernal. Several knights, not clad in leather armor, greeted him with their half-baked serpent script inside the small tavern, and he responded to them, likewise in his halting serpent script. The official language of Flame Town was serpent script. The Great Dragon Knight, Lord Landlord, stipulated that the knight class must use serpent script as the daily language of communication. As for the ordinary civilians, there was no such requirement, they could speak serpent script or wind language as they pleased. Fernal understood very well in his heart that the Lord Landlord was de-eagleizing them, diluting the Eagle Kingdom label on these knights. However, he thought it unnecessary because the knights had no loyalty to the Eagle Kingdom, they were only loyal to their own landlords. And the landlords of this group of knights had already surrendered to the Great Dragon Knight, Prince List Flame. A small portion of landlords who paid their own ransoms and returned to their countries neglected their followers, naturally failing to win the hearts of their knights. Thus, most of the knights here eagerly looked forward to a future in the Flame Country, where they could hold the status of founding contributors, certainly better than their previous insignificance. Moreover, following the Great Dragon Knight was a glory far beyond that of following an ordinary landlord. Everyone knew that Prince List was not just a Dragon Knight, he also had an Archmage beside him for assistance. The strength of Flame Country far exceeded that of the Duchy of Sapphire, destined to dominate the Azure Sea. It was for such reasons that Fernal ultimately pledged loyalty to List. After learning basic serpent script on Black Horse Island, he came to Flame Town to pioneer the lands. As a Sky Knight, he led several night squads, the main task being to hunt nearby magical beasts and provide safety assurances to the serfs clearing the forests and claiming land. A glass of pure black beer, Fernal placed a few silver coins on the table. The tavern proprietor immediately poured a large glass of frothy black beer from the wine barrel and handed it to Fernal. "Please enjoy, Viscount." Gulp, gulp. Fernal took a big gulp and felt the icy black beer slide down his throat. The day's fatigue from laboring in the forest seemed to dissipate with the beer, refreshing. He licked his lips and added, "Just too expensive." The tavern owner chuckled. This black beer is one of the few luxury supplies in Flame Town, painstakingly transported by the great Lord Landlord and Prince Archmage. Naturally, it's costly. And we had to ask a few magicians to create ice shards for chilling. Another considerable expense. Flame Town was still unable to be self-sufficient, all supplies relied on the provision from Black Horse Island, and the frame ships had limited cargo space for alcohol, hence the sky-high prices of every beer. However, among the craftsmen traveling to Flame Town were brewers, who were already gathering wild fruits from the forest to make wine, and soon enough the fruit wine would be abundantly supplied. "Get out, don't start with that. You're just a greedy merchant." Fernal didn't want to listen to any of it. The tavern owner wasn't annoyed and continued polishing the glass in his hand. He was an old-timer from Fresh Flower Town, meaning he was one of List's earliest subjects. As List kept developing, these old-timers' status rose significantly, and many became stewards of plantation farms. While not part of the official hierarchy, managing a plantation farm serf still granted some power. The tavern owner, no longer wishing to keep farming, switched to being a merchant, and later followed List to Flame Town to open this tavern. Business was booming. Of course, the tavern paid no small amount in taxes. The reason List allowed the tavern's existence in Flame Town, despite the scarcity of living supplies, was twofold. One was to provide knights a place to unwind, and the other was to recoup the rewards given to the knights. He wasn't concerned with the quantity of money, but whether it could circulate. Money only breeds money when it flows. Without places to spend and enjoy themselves in Flame Town, the knights would have little energy, no matter how many gold coins he, Lord Landlord, gave them. By giving them gold coins and then earning them back, not only would it motivate them, but in the end, the money would return to his, Lord Landlord's, hands. How wonderful that would be. Misers never get rich. The twilight glow spilled into the little pub through the window, and the boisterous shouting of the knights quickly hushed, followed by all the knights getting up in disarray to bow and salute the striking figure who slowly entered through the door. Even Viscount Fernal stood up and saluted with all the knights. "Your Highness. Carry on with your affairs, no need for formalities, I'm just here for a drink," said the man who walked in through the doorway. List, Master of the Flame Islands, ruler of the Shell Sea, the future sovereign of Flame Country, and currently the sole ruler of Flame Town. After the knights had completed their formalities, they sat back down, but the arrival of Lord Landlord still made them restrained and afraid to make noise. Viscount Fernal also felt nervous. Although List was only 19 years old, the solemn aura about him made Fernal feel like he was on thin ice, trembling with fear. After all, this young man before them had personally slain a dragon knight during the battle against the dragon. A fearsome reputation indeed. Compared to Viscount Fernal's tension, The pub owner was much more relaxed, cheerfully greeting, "Your Highness, you're here. Would you like your favorite wheat beer as usual?" "Yes, a glass of wheat beer with ice," List replied, sitting down after a retainer knight had wiped the bench clean. He would occasionally visit this little pub for a beer in the summertime. The pub owner opened the cabinet and took out a wine barrel from the innermost box, carefully unscrewed the lid, filled a glass with wheat beer, and presented it respectfully to List. "Your Highness, your wheat beer." List took the glass and sipped lightly. A retainer knight had already taken out a gold coin and placed it on the table. The price of wheat beer was high, as the raw materials and brewing process were the best, and it was brewed from a recipe purchased from the Lycra family on Beer Island. The cool wheat beer was lightly bitter and tasted great. It was List's favorite beer. If it weren't for the fact that his space ring was filled with various more important items, he would certainly have brought several large barrels of wheat beer to relieve the summer heat. Unfortunately, with only 3 space rings, he simply couldn't fit such provisions and had to come to the pub in Flametown to satisfy his craving. Speaking of which, he had acquired the formless dragon, but had not obtained any more space gems. The reason was simple: unlike ordinary gemstone deposits, space gems were directly condensed by the formless dragon using space super magic. Perhaps this was why it was considered a sacred dragon rather than a gemstone dragon. List did not feel right asking the formless dragon to expend space super magic to condense space gems. The dragon's growth was more important. Of course, the formless dragon would actively consume space super magic to condense space gems during its most excited moments. List would wait for the next time he prepared a smoked grass feast to ask for the space gems. Putting his glass down, List turned to Viscount Fernal. "Viscount Fernal, is everything going smoothly?" "Very smoothly, Your Highness," Fernal replied with restraint. "Relax, now is off-duty time. We're all just here to have a drink and unwind," List smiled. "The development of Flame Island cannot be achieved overnight. We will be immersed in these vast forests for the next few years. However, once the crops in the fields mature, this island will become our most fertile homeland." With that, List raised his glass, gesturing towards Viscount Fernal and the knights in the pub, "To a better tomorrow, to building our own homeland, cheers." The knights all shouted together, "To the glory of His Highness, cheers." Chapter 831, Native Tribe having a beer at the tavern and encouraging the knights to strive for pioneering. List hurried to the Mage Tower to check on Ak's progress in her magic experiments. The progress was very good. Even without sleep for a whole night, Ak was still vibrant. Magicians are always full of spirit. She was designing a magic array that could tear apart the magic web, to break the nodes of physical space and expand into a wormhole space. Once the nodes were broken in another place, it could be connected to the nodes, completing a real magic teleportation array. Just like opening a door, isn't it? List, simplifying Ak's description, said, "If that's the case, let's call this experiment the Magic Door Project. Continue with your research, and if you need any assistance, just say the word. Bard and I will fully support you." Thank you, Big Brother." After resting for a day, the next day List rode on the formless dragon Bard to start patrolling the Whirlpool River. He planned to find the pioneering team led by Dirt Red Apricot and identify the secretive glares, observing them to see what unknown creatures dared covet the pioneering team. Whether wolves, tigers, monkeys, snakes, or something else, anything that dared obstruct the development of Flame Island would be eradicated. With List riding formless dragon Bard, the little fire dragon Leo's appearances clearly reduced. In the future, List's dragons would have specialized roles. Light green gem dragon Ethan would specifically stay in the dragon nest to produce minerals. Fire dragon Leo would primarily handle combat, and formless dragon Bard would be utilized particularly for scouting. Crystal White Trajectory's magic detection was far superior to any other method. Its capability for invisibility while roaming the borders was also significant. Source, updated on NG.0. Thus, when both Dragon and Rider had already located the pioneering team along the Whirlpool River, none of them, including Dirt, noticed List's presence. List did not reveal himself either. He continued to hover overhead, occasionally directing Bard to sweep over the forest, carefully inspecting the magic feedback from all around. However, having surveyed the vast forest surrounding the pioneering team, and not detecting any magic buildup, it seemed that the spying eyes were likely not magical beasts. So what are these numerous unknown species? Dispersing the crystal white trajectory and restoring his own natural vision, List surveyed again. Since there were unknown species spying on the pioneering team, they couldn't be far. After searching for an entire hour, List finally discovered what was secretly watching. They were hiding in the dense forest, agile like monkeys, capable of climbing trees and observing the pioneering team from atop the branches. Had it not been for the disturbance in the upper tree canopy that alerted List, they would have remained hidden. But once discovered, these creatures without magic were of no significant concern. It turns out to be humans, dressed in animal skins, wielding bows and arrows, Apparently the inhabitants of a primitive tribe living in the Flame Islands. List narrowed his eyes. His feelings were mixed with surprise and joy. Surprise that there were humans surviving on the remote Flame Islands, perhaps descendants of humans from legendary continent who accidentally drifted here and reproduced. Joy that the humans of the primitive tribe, while appearing ugly and backward, would be an excellent addition to the serfs. Developing Flame Island required a mass number of serfs, and List was worried about where to find so many. Unexpectedly, someone brought the pillow as he was dozing. The Flame Island accounted for a primitive tribe. According to the Smoke Mission's hints, there were quite a few humans in the primitive tribe. He looked at the primitive tribe humans dressed in animal skins atop the trees, contemplating, it seems I need to change my strategy and fully capture these primitive tribe humans to serve me. Capturing serfs is indeed an uncivilized act, but compared to the serf trade, using the natives might be less bloody. It was said that when Europeans trafficked black slaves to America, due to navigation, hygiene, and overloading issues, basically 10 black slaves died for every one that arrived in America. The serf trade in this world was much better, with at most 2 or 3 out of every 10 serfs dying during transportation. The serf trade under List's management, which always prioritized safety, saw at most 1 out of every 100 serfs dying. Protecting the lives of the serfs was protecting the landlord's interests, and he knew serf trade contradicted humanitarian principles, but he couldn't abandon the profits and could only take the best care of the serfs. He sought peace of mind. All the serfs that came to the Flame territory generally enjoyed a better living environment than before. But even feeling justified couldn't cover up the casualties in the serf trade process. He never expected Flame Island had natives. Thus, capturing these natives to act as serfs would eliminate the risks of naval trade while also improving the living conditions of the natives. Whether it was hypocrisy or benevolence, List had rapidly made up his mind to capture all the natives on the island and then force them to undergo serf transformation. To embrace a better life and contribute to the modernization efforts of Flame Island. Just then, a native who had been spying on the pioneering team from the treetops climbed down and quickly ran toward the depths of the forest. List rode Bard and closely followed, running 10 kilometers out, and discovered a large lake with many wooden houses densely scattered around it. These wooden houses seemed to be built for water and moisture defense, all of them on stilts. On the clearing by the lake, there were elderly and children, the elderly dressed in rough hemp cloth and the children bare-bottomed. A few who seemed to be women natives were also wrapped in short animal skins covering their primary parts, cleaning animal skins by the lake. These people's skin was slightly dark but not as black as Africans, resembling more the black-yellow skin of the Indian people. From the structure of the wooden houses and the hemp cloth on the elderly, it can be deduced that this native tribe is slightly more advanced than those primitive tribes. Probably because their ancestors brought some life skills when they strayed onto Flame Island, which their descendants inherited. Knowing how to weave and build stilt houses indicated that these natives were good candidates for serfs. With a little instruction, they could be sent to work in plantations and workshops. In the tallest stilt house of the tribe, the previously spying native was chattering with several elderly and robust men. List could only look through the house's window, yet just a glimpse revealed an interesting phenomenon to him. The oldest man in the center was wearing black hemp cloth, and its style vaguely resembled a magician's magic cloak. Magic cloak? List rapidly deployed the Eye of Magic, and indeed, a faint earthy yellow magic power glow radiated from the old man. That is to say, he had cultivated. The few elderly around him also had faint glows, blue, red, and white, but the robust men had no magic power. List found this surprising. It looks like a magician's cultivation system. Could these natives be descendants of magicians? Interesting, these primitive tribe natives know how to cultivate, no wonder they can survive in this magical beast-infested forest. With this thought, he summoned a smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward with a large number of native tribes. Chapter 832, Priority a great number of native tribes. Excellent. List was very satisfied with the mission reward. If all the native tribes were at the level of this small one, then the more, the better. They were the most suitable source of serfs. In an instant, the smoke formed by the serpent script morphed into a new paragraph. Mission: the discovery of the native tribes is undoubtedly good news. Among them, natives with magic power exude mystery. Why not thoroughly investigate the native tribes to find the origin of their cultivation system and understand their current development status? Reward: treasures of the native tribes. There are treasures in the native tribes. It seems these native tribes really do have some extraordinary origins. He planned to charge over immediately, grab the natives that seemed to be the leaders of the tribe, and then slowly interrogate them about the situation of their tribe. But he soon dismissed this idea, for a simple reason: the natives' chattering was all unintelligible bird language. And he didn't have the patience to translate the native language, word for word. It's better to call up a night order and summon a few magicians to study the current state of the native tribes together. He suddenly commanded the formless dragon bard and left the native tribe, heading straight for the exploration team. Dirt Red Apricot's exploration team not only had a large number of knights but also many magicians from the Magic Guild, which would conveniently facilitate the execution of this mission. Finding Dirt's location. Source: updated on Eng0.0 list. Leapt directly from the back of the formless dragon, activating his dragon might as he fell. The overwhelming dragon might swept across the entire exploration team, and the knights close by clutched their throats as if an invisible hand was squeezing them, leaving them feeling heavy-chested and struggling to breathe. Enemy attack. A knight resisted the discomfort and bellowed loudly. Others drew their knights' long swords, preparing to align and faced the enemy. Thump. Amidst the chaos of the Knight Order, List landed steadily on the ground, and when he stood up, he slowly withdrew his dragon might, stepping out from the dust. Maintaining high alert, Dirt saw in the direction of the sound a familiar figure slowly emerging, a deep memory he could never erase. Fire Dragon Knight. List Tulip. Your Highness. Dirt could hardly believe it. It's me, let the Knight Order calm down. List always enjoyed such a dramatic and flashy arrival, regardless of the disturbance it caused. As a Dragon Knight, he must maintain the majesty of a Dragon Knight at all times. Dirt recognized List and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then he quickly directed the nearby knights to settle the disturbance, before dismounting and bowing. I was not aware of your highness's arrival. Dirt failed to greet your highness. I just had a sudden matter and came over to say hello. List gestured for Dirt to follow him to the tent. Entering the tent, he first inquired about the incidents that occurred during the pioneering team's voyage, but there was nothing major. Even when they encountered storms, the ships were still able to pass through safely, thanks to the calming wind pearls and water calming pearls provided by the territory, and they successfully arrived at the mouth of the Whirlpool River. However, after reaching the dense forests of the Whirlpool River, there were more problems. Firstly, the unfamiliar climate caused some serfs to fall ill and even die. Then, there were many mosquitoes in the forest, and after being bitten, many of the serfs died directly. Finally, the weather was extremely hot, and quite a few serfs suffered from heat stroke. The fleet had brought a total of 2,000 serfs, and after all the back and forth hardships, a good 500 or more serfs had fallen. As for the knights, those with Uchiha had a strong adaptability. Apart from a few who died due to surprise attacks by magical beasts, the other knights still maintained their full fighting strength. It seems some of us are too hasty. Knights can adapt to the environment of Flame Island, but it is very difficult for serfs. List shook his head. He felt somewhat distressed. The pioneering team serfs lived outdoors, riddled with crises, faring worse than the serfs of Flame Town. Your Highness, death is inevitable in pioneering. They came for gold coins, and naturally, they must be prepared to die for gold coins. Dirt expressed without concern. The dead serfs can be slowly replenished. The most important thing is to develop Flame Island and to open up the Whirlpool River living area as soon as possible. The quality of a knight in this world included compassion, yet knights who truly had pity for serfs were almost non-existent. The vast class gap meant the nobility barely saw the commoners as human. Their compassion only extended to knights of the same rank. Unless a knight died during a charge, they were generally not killed, and could still return to their noble status after paying ransom. Upon hearing this, List said gravely, Dirt, serfs are people too, you need to change your past attitude. The Flame Islands urgently need development, and every serf is a vital resource. Knights of the future Flame Country will be born from the descendants of these serfs. Dirt nodded, Your Highness, I understand. I will protect the serfs earnestly. Despite his words, his expression still revealed his disdain for serfs. It was a deeply ingrained mindset, unlikely to change without a reform through blood and fire. List understood Dirt's mentality very well. In fact, he himself was a noble, and if he really pushed some idea of equality for all, he likely wouldn't accept it himself. No, Dirt, you still don't understand. The serfs we are bringing from outside now will foster a sufficient number of knights in the future to protect Flame Country. Dirt did not respond. List continued, all serfs who come to the Flame Islands to pioneer will be granted freeman status after the establishment of the nation, given lands to cultivate, so that in the not-too-distant future, they can strive to become knightly families, and become the backbone of Flame Country. Your Highness, are you being too generous to the serfs? Dirt cautiously asked. No, listen to the end and you will understand my plan. List smiled faintly. The reason for such thoughts is simple. It was not long ago that I discovered a large number of native tribes on Flame Island, with a much more backward civilization and darker skin than ours. Native tribes? Dirt's eyes widened. These native tribes could perfectly serve as serfs for the development of the Flame Islands, couldn't they? Dirt said excitedly, since there are a large number of native tribes, then capturing them to serve as serfs is obviously more cost-effective. Although our serfs are of low status, they share the same bloodline with us, and should not continue to serve as serfs. I now truly understand the foresight of your highness. Good that you understand. List spoke indifferently. Immediately organize a night order, and bring along a few magicians, to investigate the nearby native tribes. I need to figure out the origin and development status of these tribes and preferably master their language. However, before we have a clear understanding of the foundation of these native tribes, keep the operation secret. Understood. I will organize the night order right away. Chapter 833, Moon Language. The Night Order's investigation methods into the native tribe were much more brutal than List had imagined. They operated directly at night, surrounding the native tribe, and then captured every member of the tribe, both high and low. What followed was continuous, tedious interrogation. When language barriers arose, they resorted to hand gestures for communication, and after tireless attempts, they finally began to understand the general situation of the native tribe. This was a small tribe of 186 people. Most of the natives lacked magical talent and fought and hunted like savages. Those with the aptitude for magic were specially protected by the tribe, sent to larger tribes to learn magic. Those elders who were like tribal shamans were all magicians who had returned after completing their studies. Your Highness, these native tribes probably inherit from ancient magicians. Their casting methods are very old and differ greatly from current magic casting methods, a magician explained to List, and their use of magic runes is also very archaic. As times evolve, so does magic. Although the magic web has shrunk, magicians have refined many magic casting methods to an incredible extent, in hopes of reducing the consumption of magic power. Meanwhile, the native tribe's magicians still used magic that consumed a lot of magic power but had only little effect. Therefore, it was deduced by the pioneers' magicians to be an inheritance from the ancient mages, preserved generation after generation on Flame Island, an island isolated from the rest of the world. In the end, the magician boldly speculated, Your Highness, I have carefully recorded the language of these natives and found that their language is likely to be the moon language of the ancient times. Moon language. List raised his eyebrows, looking at the magician seriously. Feeling immense pressure, the magician hurriedly added, It's only a hypothesis, Your Highness. He dared not guarantee that his findings were correct since the moon language had been lost. Due to the longing for the era of the Moon Empire. Source, updated on N0. Many magicians studied the moon language, believing that although it was lost, it had integrated into many languages across the legendary continent. Languages like the Wind language and Serpent script had many words associated with the ancient moon language, but no one could assert what the moon language actually looked like. Then continue the research and strive to fully understand the language of the native tribe. I will arrange for more magicians from the Magic Guild to come and assist. Regardless, the language of the natives had to be studied, which would be convenient for later transforming them into qualified serfs. Of course, List hoped that the native tribe's language was the legendary moon language. Maybe these descendants of the Moon Empire still retained information about the Moon Empire, the era that was legendary for its flourishing magic and where magicians ruled the world, concealing countless magnificent secrets. The Fish Ugly Temple in the ocean's depths, the Jade Dragon's hind leg on Mind Island, the remains of the Fire Dragon on Black Horse Island, the descendants of the Moon Empire on Flame Island, and the lost skyship and child of the Sunday. Many unusual clues mixed together. The power of destiny represented by the smoke dragon behind the smoke mission seemed to be trying its best to reveal an incredible past to List. What exactly happened in this ocean during the ancient times? He could not be certain, but he suspected that there must have been an epic war here. A war that might have been pivotal to the world's direction. Why the child of the sun fell, why the Moon Empire collapsed, why the sacred dragon vanished, all might be related to this great war. One must exert full strength even when hunting a rabbit, as if hunting a lion. Regarding the investigation of the native tribe, List maintained a cautious attitude. Aside from capturing the small tribe known as Lake Corner, he did not expand the scale of the captures. Instead, he had dispatched another night order and 10 magicians from Flame Town to join in the research of the native tribe. After 10 days of research, they finally understood everything about the native tribe. The native tribe called themselves Moonslayers, and List thus referred to them as Moonslayers. As for why the Moonslayers wanted to kill the moon, it was impossible to verify. From the moment of their birth, they called themselves this and no one sought to question why they wanted to kill the moon. The Moonslayers were divided into large and small tribes, usually creating a small tribe due to insufficient food in a certain forest area, and moving to surrounding woods to survive. Lake Corner tribe was a small tribe that had recently branched off, and their previous larger part was called Mountain Corner, living in a corner of a mountain range. The composition of the Lake Corner tribe mainly consisted of warriors and magicians, with magicians, as their language meant, being those who use magic. Warriors were the adult males, whose main responsibilities were hunting and gathering to provide food for the tribe. Magicians, On the other hand, were several elderly individuals who possessed magic and used it to defend against the attacks of magical beasts. To distinguish them, Liszt referred to them as ancient mages. Curved, folded, hooked, then curved again. When the oldest of the ancient mages was requested by the researchers to write the word magician as it was represented in their language. Magicians who studied the moon language from the Magic Guild collectively shouted in amazement, "This is the moon language. This is how magician is written in the moon language." They also brought out several magic books, which recorded numerous ancient scripts of the moon language. Liszt took a look and, sure enough, the script for magician in the magic books was structurally the same as that written by the ancient mage of the Lake Corner tribe. Especially the curved and intricate structure, which had very clear characteristics of the moon language, appeared as if different moons were piled upon one another. The moon language is a kind of complex pictographic writing system that expresses changes in things through different numbers and shapes of the moon. Because of its abstraction, it has been studied for thousands of years by modern magicians without completely deciphering it. Now, the Lake Corner tribe used the moon language for communication. Undoubtedly, they must be descendants of the Moon Empire who had been stranded on Flame Island to multiply and thrive. Unfortunately, the prosperous magical civilization of the Moon Empire was not inherited, and these native tribes lived almost no differently from primitive people, far behind the civilization of the Knights. Descendants of the Moon Empire. Liszt couldn't help but sigh. He then intensified the research on the Moon Slayers, attempting to unveil the mysteries of the Moon Empire. However, the information provided by the Lake Corner tribe was too limited. It was a very small Moon Slayer tribe, with only one ancient mage among them who could write in the moon language, and that mage could write only a small part of it. The part of the moon language that was known was all about magic and did not involve daily life. "Your Highness, we need more Moon Slayer tribes for research," the magicians clamored excitedly, calling out to capture more Moon Slayers. Even Ek, who was busy with magic experiments in Flame Town, had inquired several times with Liszt about the Moon Slayers. The feelings of magicians towards the Moon Empire were very complex. They longed for that era when magicians ruled the world, attributing all that was good to the Moon Empire. However, everyone was aware that the Moon Empire was just one of the ancient human realms, and as time went by, their understanding of the Moon Empire had likely changed completely. Liszt was also curious. Thus, he gave a grand gesture, then, "Dirt Red Apricot, Cross Thorn, get ready. Without alarming more large tribes of the Moon Slayers, proceed to capture the superior Mountain Corner tribe of the Lake Corner tribe." Both earls bowed and paid their respects. "As you wish, Your Highness." Chapter 834, The Dragon with a Head Called Moon. Compared to the small Lake Corner tribe, with its 186 members, the Mountain Corner tribe was a large tribe with thousands of members, boasting more than 80 ancient mages. However, according to the ancient mages of Lake Corner tribe, the listener, the equivalent of the tribe's elder, of Mountain Corner tribe was at best a grand magician in terms of power. As for the strength of the listeners in even larger tribes, the ancient mages from Lake Corner tribe were ignorant. The Moon Slayers' classification of ancient mage ranks was quite vague, relying more on tenure than clear-cut levels of power to rise to the position of listener. Since the casting profession generally grew stronger with age, the listener's power was typically the mightiest within the tribe. When Dirt and Cross, the two sword saints, led a large force of Earth Knights toward Mountain Corner tribe, the listener and the ancient mages were swiftly captured without surprise. Once the Knights' chi merged into a contiguous field, creating a no-magic zone, the ancient mages' magic failed one after another. As for those warriors who were merely ordinary people, with arrows no matter how precise or blades and spears no matter how sharp, they were no match for the Knights who possessed chi. The encirclement, slaughtering, and capture were swiftly completed. In just a short moment, the Mountain Corner tribe, with its 1,000 members, was thoroughly extinguished. Tying up the Moon Slayer natives, they then started a skilled search for supplies in the Mountain Corner tribe's settlement. Those apprentice knights, who did not need to charge into battle, performed their packaging duties well, turning the entire settlement upside down. All sorts of supplies were packed and taken away. Having arrived on Flame Island, where all supplies must be self-sustained, the knights had not felt the thrill of plundering for a long time. "You wouldn't realize this small native tribe actually has abundant supplies," said Liszt, who wasn't dragon riding but riding a war horse, following along with the knight order. "Your Highness, it's summer now, and the food in the forest is relatively plentiful," Dirt replied. "If we wait until winter, the forest won't be able to provide food, and the natives, who don't farm, will only go hungry." He had learned about the climate issues on Flame Island from the natives of Lake Corner tribe. There are 4 seasons here as well: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring and summer are hot and humid, with plants growing vigorously and food in abundance. During autumn and winter, the climate is dry and cold, plant growth stops, and animals either migrate or hibernate, causing severe food scarcity. It was now summer, the most bountiful season of the year on Flame Island. The Moon Slayers, who did not know how to farm, could only go hungry or full with the seasons, which is why they split into small tribes to migrate further and survive in the forest. If they knew how to farm, relying on the favorable climate and hydrology of spring, summer, and autumn, they would basically manage to produce enough food to get through winter. The adults of Mountain Corner tribe were quickly herded to Whirlpool River to fell trees while shackled. The women were responsible for tilling the land and moving miscellaneous items. The elderly and children were sent to Flame Origin, where the old did light physical work, and the children were given a surf education. The ancient mages were taken away by magicians to learn more information about the Moon Slayers. September on Flame Island corresponds to early autumn. A week had passed since the capture of Mountain Corner tribe, and in this week, List and Akagan brought over a batch of 10 framed large ships filled with serfs and supplies. The scale of Flame Town was ever growing and was developing towards becoming Flame City. Another batch of shipbuilding workers was brought over. They were constructing sampans right by Whirlpool River. Relying on the sampans to continuously deploy manpower and materials downstream of Whirlpool River, they assisted the pioneer teams in developing the Whirlpool River residential area. From time to time, one could see knights on the riverbank supervising a large number of Moonslayer natives at work. Moonslayers had not yet learned how to farm or work as laborers. They could only chop wood, till the soil, and transport materials. Lacking the concept of soil and water conservation, wherever the pioneering night squads deemed suitable for settlement, they would crazily cut down trees. Then they would start leveling the land to erect stilted wooden houses. These were the most suitable homes in the humid and rainy spring and summer seasons here. The Moonslayers of Lake Corner tribe and Mountain Corner tribe were among the first batch of new serfs, and soon after, the Night Order rounded up several smaller tribes that had splintered from Mountain Corner tribe, like Tree Corner tribe, River Corner tribe, and Black Corner tribe, and enslaved them all. Those ancient mages were sent to the Mage Tower. Imprisoned, studied. Lee C.T. oversaw the exploration of the Moon Slayers himself, and through continual communication and research with the Moon language, he finally managed to roughly understand the situation of the Moon Slayers. The listener from Mountain Corner tribe was called Quiatel, and everyone in the tribe referred to him as Ki. Ki, in his youth, had traveled through the Great Forest and visited many large tribes similar to Mountain Corner tribe. Some large tribes occupied the most fertile forests, with populations even exceeding 10,000. In all those tribes, it was the ancient mages who held extraordinary magic and precious knowledge. He communicated with the ancient mages, understanding the world, understanding himself, understanding the future, understanding the past. The ancestors of the Moonslayers were a group of great magicians who once fought alongside dragons, battling against another evil group of dragons. They killed a dragon named Moon. The ancestors of the Moonslayers sleep in the distant Holy Mountain. Their descendants spread from the Holy Mountain and filled every forest. Under the pressure of the magicians, Ki narrated his experiences. However, as for the dragon named Moon, there were no more records in their legends, and Ki himself did not even know what a dragon was. It seemed that Flame Island had never been visited by dragons. Ki's narrative soon reached the content list was concerned with. In the far, far northwest, lived a large tribe, the Horn tribe. Mountain Corner tribe split from Horn tribe hundreds of years ago. Horn tribe guards a broken tower, which is the authority established by the ancestors and where the treasures left by the ancestors are enshrined. Questioned Ki carefully, where exactly is Horn tribe located? Yes, Your Highness. After a round of interrogation by the magicians, Ki could not describe the exact location of Horn tribe, as he had never visited it. He only knew the approximate direction. He could not make sense of Flame Island's map. He could only preliminarily deduce that Horn tribe was not within the Whirlpool Great River Basin. List looked at the map and hazarded a guess. Mountain Corner tribe lies downstream of Whirlpool River. Horn tribe is in the northwest direction, probably around here. He circled a region on the map, deciding to search for it personally. That so-called broken tower seemed to him to likely be a mage tower left by ancient mages. Perhaps it stored native tribes' treasure hinted at by the smoke mission. Ancient mages who could fight alongside dragons were very likely archmages, and only objects left by archmages could be called treasures. Unfortunately, Ki is not clear on how many tribes the Moonslayers have, so the smoke mission can't be completed for the time being. List felt a tinge of regret in his heart. However, just as he summoned the smoke mission, routinely checking on it, he suddenly discovered that the smoke had changed. Mission completed. Reward, native tribes treasure. Chapter 835, Volcano Cluster. The objective of the last task was to discover the origin of the cultivation system of the native tribe and understand the current development of the native tribe, but List felt that he had not clarified these points. Hence, the task's completion came as a great surprise. Or maybe what Ki said was the actual history? Ancient mages had come to Flame Island and fought alongside dragons, killing many evil dragons, including one named Moondragon. They probably died too, buried in a mountain called Holy Mountain, and the descendants of the magicians began to expand from Holy Mountain into the forest, becoming what's now known as the Moonslayer native tribe. The native tribe was divided into various sized tribes, each governed by magicians who, however, were rather inexperienced. List stroked his chin, so the Jade Dragon, Fire Dragon, and even the Smoke Dragon all took part in that ancient war? He suddenly remembered the hind leg of the Jade Dragon, the clean cut on a leg of such a sacred being. Could it be the work of the Moon Dragon? But then the question arose again, what kind of dragon was the Moon Dragon, and if there exists a Moon Dragon, might there also be a Sun Dragon, or even various Star Dragons? Could these dragons be categorized under Star Dragon attribute? Of course, this was just his idle speculation, not even sure if the Moon Dragon was actually related to the moon. His gaze then shifted to the newly transformed Smoke Serpent script. Task: now that you have some understanding of the native tribe's situation, developing the tribal area becomes a top priority. Why not find Holy Mountain and delve into the secrets of the ancient mages? Please explore Holy Mountain. Reward: Ruins entrance. Holy Mountain. He had never been to Holy Mountain and had no clue about its location, but that was unimportant. The Night Order had already prepared to mount a large-scale hunt against the Moonslayer tribe, and he was also ready to take action himself. Known to himself and his enemies, since he now understood that the Moonslayer natives pose no significant threat, as a Dragon Knight, he naturally dominated the entire Flame Island without concern for any obstruction. However, List did not immediately start searching for Holy Mountain. He decided first to complete a task he had never had time for, drawing the geographical map of Flame Island. Currently, Flame Island was only outlined by Yak, with no data on the island's interior topology, which was a hindrance to the overall development of Flame Island. So, he acted upon his thoughts. After arranging the task of capturing the Moonslayer natives, he mounted the formless Dragon Bard and began exploring from the Whirlpool Great River Basin. He didn't fly close to the ground but swept over from high above, constantly using the sextant to calculate his position and map the terrain against the outline of Flame Island. His first focus was the southeastern part of the island, consisting of hills and plains, with not many mountain ranges except for Whirlpool Mountain, the rest being smaller hills. Lush and almost entirely enveloped by the green primeval forest. This vast area had a few Moonslayer native tribe settlements, but their activity area was not extensive, probably because they had yet to find a foothold in this wild forest. The signs of magic power were very active in the forest, implying a large number of magical beasts inhabiting it, making it difficult for the Moonslayer people to contest with magical beasts for living space. It took 5 days to roughly map the terrain of the southeastern part, finding 2 slightly smaller river basins besides Whirlpool River. These were all potential residential areas. Then he moved on to inspecting the central part of Flame Island. The forests gradually thinned, and the terrain flattened, with only sparse trees exposing barren land in some areas. Apart from 2 mountain ranges running east to west in the center, there were no other complex terrains, crossed by a river larger than the Whirlpool River. On the ground, dots of Moonslayer tribes were visible, not forming cities, but existing in the form of primitive tribal settlements. After finishing the central terrain map, it was already late September. List then tirelessly continued to patrol the northwestern part of the island, and after just 3 days of searching, he suddenly found a group of volcanoes emitting smoke. Within the crystal white trajectory, these volcanoes were all bursting with dense volcanic supermagic, belonging to active volcanoes. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 active volcanoes. List's heart burst with immense surprise, as he had been fretting over Leo's delayed volcanic training, and unexpectedly, there stood 9 active volcanoes, each brimming with volcanic supermagic. Bard, let's head to the largest volcano crater. Without informing little fire dragon Leo, sleeping inside his body, he continued to ride the formless dragon forward. The volcanic cluster was spread across a vast plain, each crater a typical cylindrical volcano. Some volcanoes were tall, some were short, some were large, some were small, with some covered in trees and others bare. There were also several dead volcanoes that, weathered and damaged, had become part of the forest. Only those 9 interconnected active volcanoes still emitted billowing smoke, stretching to the horizon. The formless dragon flew vigorously, arriving above the largest active volcano, immediately revealing the gigantic crater at its center, filled with continuously churning magma. It seemed like it could erupt at any moment. So big! List exclaimed. The diameter of this volcano crater was definitely over 2,000 meters, slightly oval in shape, broader east-west and narrower north-south. The exterior of the volcano was bare, devoid of any vegetation, with only thick black rock, its inner walls sloping towards the center where the magma sprang from channels, each channel at least 100 to 200 meters in diameter. This volcano was countless times larger than the one List had seen on Dodo Island. Especially when he rode formless Dragon Bard into the interior of the crater, he felt like a fly entering a bottle, suddenly realizing how vast the world was and how insignificant he was. Circling the inner wall of the crater, List then rode Bard back to the top of the crater. He jumped off Bard's back and stood on the razor-like circular mountain peak of the crater. On his left was the bottomless crater, and on his right, the sloping mountain body. From its shape, one could imagine that there had probably been a volcanic eruption here 1 or 2 years ago. The crisscrossing and cracked ravines were the best evidence left by the flowing lava. If this volcano erupts, how powerful would it be? List could hardly imagine. After observing the scenery for a long time and calming his shock, he signaled to Bard to cloak himself. "I'm going to release Leo here for training, Bard." "Woo yeah." Bard wasn't a dragon that vied for favor. He showed no interest in the naive little fire dragon and immediately hid his form, flying towards other craters. Thus, List summoned little fire dragon Leo. Boom. Flame soared up, quickly transforming into the black-red scaled little fire dragon Leo, with a wingspan and body length of 26 meters each, already surpassing the size of an adult formless dragon in its juvenile stage. Oh ho! Leo let out a majestic roar, and the next second, the entire dragon suddenly froze, dumbfounded as it stared down at the huge crater below. "Leo, I promised you I would find a volcano crater for your training, and now it's time for me to fulfill that promise." List, with his hands behind his back, looked indifferently at Leo. "Train well here, I'll often come to see you and bring you the food you need." "Oh ho!" Leo glanced at List, uttered an affectionate roar, then folded his wings and dived, in a free-fall motion, towards the volcano crater. The next moment, he plunged into the scalding magma, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 836, Flame King City Endless Volcano Cluster. This was the name List gave to this chain of 9 active volcanoes, the largest of which he named Doomsday Volcano. He always felt that if this volcano were to erupt, its power might be enough to shatter the heavens and earth. Therefore, when calling for Leo, he specifically instructed him to fiercely harness the volcanic super magic, and strive to eliminate the possibility of an eruption. After much difficulty finding such a suitable island to establish a kingdom, he certainly didn't want it to be destroyed by a volcanic eruption. This endless volcano cluster is the perfect dragon nest for Leo. The next step would be to find a suitable place to establish a dragon nest for Ethan, List mused while standing above the crater of Doomsday Volcano. The light green gemstone dragon is a gemstone-producing dragon, needing a dragon nest built as soon as possible for gemstone mining. As for the formless dragon Bard, he doesn't require a fixed dragon nest, having more similar features like the Great Whirlpool's magic teleportation array would probably make him comfortable. "Let's go, Bard, let's continue our patrol around Flame Island." Calling Bard, the man and dragon resumed their journey. Northwest Flame Island, apart from the endless volcano cluster, also had many undulating mountain ranges, predominantly high mountains, but also many suitable residential valleys and basins. Overall, the northwest part of Flame Island is uneven and mountainous, the central part is dry with lots of plains, and the southeast part is moist with many rivers. Judging purely by the terrain, the whole island of Flame Island is essentially suitable for cultivation, without too harsh or barren land. Thus spent the entire month of September, and the time directly jumped to October of Sapphire calendar year 154, with the terrain map of Flame Island finally completed. With the map for reference, he roughly had an overall plan for how to develop Flame Island. And for the capital's location, he leaned towards 2 places. One was the Central Plains, geographically located at the very heart of Flame Island, accessible in all directions, and adjacent to a vast lake, thus ensuring no shortage of water. However, the open plains had no geographical barriers, making it easy to attack but difficult to defend, leaving the capital at risk of threat at all times. Another was a mountain chain right next to Whirlpool Mountain in the southeastern part, where the capital could be built in a valley at the foot of the mountain. Hydrography and geography were superior, and simply blocking the exits on both sides of the valley could prevent any number of knights from charging in. The palace could also be built on the mountain, complementing the capital from its vantage point. Actually, having dragons makes it unnecessary to have rugged terrains for defense. The benefits of building the capital on the plains are obvious. Alas, I temporarily lack the energy to develop the plains. I should first build the capital in this valley, not far from the Great Whirlpool, convenient for development. After comparing in his mind, he decided on the location for the capital, and subsequently named this mountain range Flame Mountain, and the valley Flame Valley. The future capital was temporarily named Flame King City. The Flame family takes pride in the fire dragon, so this naming was rather appropriate, though the name was provisional. Since List already possessed 3 dragons, it was uncertain how many more dragons he might have in the future. Since he dared to establish a kingdom directly, he was not afraid of other dragons being revealed, by then which dragon would be chosen for naming. Hard to say. Rolling up the map, List and Barn walked along the material boundary, quickly flying towards Whirlpool Mountain. In this continuous period of terrain surveying, his coordination with the formless dragon became more and more adept, not only achieving a complete harmony of minds. He also created 3 moves for the formless Dragon Knight, Dragon Chi Secret Manual, which included left-right drag, phantom, focus on lifting the dragon lance tip, shadow, and point leading area, avalanche, snow mountain. Phantom drag, shadow lift, avalanche break. These 3 powerful combat skills all were primarily assassination techniques, fitting his positioning for the formless dragon. The formless dragon only had a wingspan of 15 meters, and even as adults, their wingspan only reached 20 meters. In face-to-face combat, aside from their dragon breath which had the ability to disrupt material space, they had no advantages in other areas. Hence, formless dragon knights should adopt the assassin model, suddenly striking from the material boundary to deliver a maximum blow. Only elemental dragons as tough-skinned and thick-fleshed as Little Fire Dragon Leo, who was larger in his youth than other dragons in their adulthood, were suitable for frontal combat. Unfortunately, his proficiency hadn't increased much recently. The Fire Dragon Knight Dragon Chi Secret Manual still only had Dragon Slash Chop, Sky Burning Sweep, Swallow Sun Stab, Sea Boiling Strangle, and Earth Shaking Hammer, just these 5 moves. As for the Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan and its coordinating Light Green Gemstone Dragon Knight, Dragon Fighting Chi Manuscript, studied by generations of Dragon Knights, it had Moonlight, Green Shadow, Thunder, Spiral, Rock Break, Forest, and Phantom, 7 moves. List had only practiced briefly with Ethan and hadn't made any improvements. Ethan wasn't even planned by List to be a combat-type dragon. It's a shame I only have 1. How to allocate time to 3 dragons is a troublesome matter to handle, he often complained when he had a few dragons, and now he also found it troublesome with many. Looking at the crystal white spatial structure in his view, he sighed silently. There's no such thing as perfection. In harmony with his thoughts, the formless dragon, sensing his true feelings, issued a sound that could be either agreement or mockery, Uchiha. Returning to Flame Origin once again, the area had undergone completely different changes from a month ago. The entire Flame Origin no longer had a single tree, all had been cut down and cleared to make flat ground. Mage Tower, Windmill, Irrigation Water Wheel, and the City Water Tower stood out consecutively, and a gravel road paved from east to west through Flame Origin, leading directly to the forest in the distance that had not yet been cut down. Carriages raced on the road, transporting loads of timber, wild animals, and fruits back to Flame Town. And Flame Town itself had completely changed its appearance, with neat stone buildings lining both sides of the cross-shaped streets, and the smooth stone pavements bustling with activity. On the edges of the small town, stand-alone tall wooden houses had sprung up. These were temporary residences for the increasing number of knights and serfs. The town was evolving into a small city. Further upstream on the Whirlpool River, architects were busy directing craftsmen to dig foundations. Here, a well-named castle was soon to be built as List's palace. As the owner of the Flame Islands and the future king, his personal life and accommodations were more central than developing Flame Island. Countless timber and stones were piled up to one side. The timber was locally sourced and inexhaustible, while most of the stone came from the Blizzard Beast Squad, with a small part coming from the expansion of the Whirlpool River. With sufficient water upstream of Whirlpool Mountain, just widening the river channel would allow small sailboats to navigate directly through the Flame Town section of the river. Only by navigating sailboats could there be rapid connectivity with the residential areas in the middle and lower reaches of Whirlpool River. At this moment, numerous yellow-black-skinned serfs were hard at work digging the river channel. They were all natives of the Moonslayer tribe, captured by the Night Order, and trained as serfs to work here. Your Highness, due to the resistance of the Moonslayer tribe, although there were few night casualties in the capture operation, many natives were killed for resisting, wastefully losing labor, reported Dirt Red Apricot, the chief in charge of capturing slaves, who had immediately rushed to report, but after the natives adapted to serf life, they rarely escaped, so I wonder if we should change our method of capturing slaves. Let's hear your thoughts, List said, reclining in his rocking chair, enjoying as maidens gently massaged his shoulders, leisurely drinking freshly brewed Bampo cattle milk. The last time he had shipped frame ships, he had specifically transferred a batch of male and female servants from Thorn Castle to Flame Town. Thomas, leading the male servants, was assigned by him to supervise and construct the castle, while this group of young female servants led by Little Lily stayed in the temporary villa in Flame Town to tend to List's daily needs. Life indeed required struggle, but enjoyment must not be interrupted. Chapter 837, Value the past over the present. I think for dealing with the Moonslayer tribe, we should primarily use enticement, Dirt said. List couldn't deny it. Explain your thoughts in detail. Your Highness, our Night Order has already swept through many Moonslayer tribes in the Whirlpool Great River Basin, capturing nearly 30,000 Moonslayer serfs. However, as the number of serfs keeps increasing, we need to allocate a large number of knights for supervision and guard duties, which severely weakens the combat strength of the Night Order. The Night Order primarily uses night squads to handle small tribes of 1 or 200 people, and one squad can carry out the capture tasks proficiently. In small tribes, 3 or 4 half-baked ancient mages are not a match for our knights. But for tribes with over 1,000 people, one night squad is insufficient. It often requires 4 or 5 night squads to work together to complete the capture operations. For even larger tribes with several thousand people, a fully staffed Night Order must go to capture them while also guarding against any counterattacks by ancient mages. As the operation to capture Moonslayer tribes deepened, larger Moonslayer tribes began to emerge. A large tribe could have tens of thousands of people. In such tribes, many ancient mages have reached the level of a grand magician. Even a magic barrage from them would force the Night Order to strategically retreat. If all the Night Order from Flame Territory were involved in the slave capturing efforts, no matter how large, the Moonslayer native tribe would not be a challenge, but alas, the number of available Night Order on Flame Island is inadequate. Here, the number of Earth Knights is less than 1,600, and the number of apprentice knights barely exceeds 2,000. Having to maintain the safety of the camp and capture natives is indeed an overwhelming task. Thus, I am thinking of using the quality of life in our territory to attract the Moonslayer tribes to voluntarily pledge allegiance to us, providing them with certain protection and food should entice many Moonslayers. Moreover, we can specifically target the ancient mages of the Moonslayers for enticement. Targeting the ancient mages for enticement? List raised an eyebrow, signaling dirt to continue. The magicians of the Magic Guild are currently analyzing the magic heritage of the ancient mages. Transferring magic first requires the transfer of knowledge, hence, the knowledge transmission of the Moonslayers nearly all occurs among the ancient mages, who are a group of natives in high positions easily manipulated and corrupted by interests. The Moonslayers have lost the prosperous civilization of the Moon Empire era, living in the forests subsisting on hunting and gathering, under very harsh conditions. Even for the ancient mage class, life is tough, especially during the autumn and winter seasons when they suffer from a lack of clothes and food. Dirt expounded, it's already October, the weather is getting colder, and the forest output is decreasing. The Moonslayers' days of hardship are approaching. It is an excellent opportunity for us to change our plan, replacing captures with enticement to acquire Moonslayer serfs. Once the ancient mage class is corrupted, many Moonslayers are destined to be serfs. Your proposal sounds good. In that case, call a meeting with the leaders of each Night Order and the administrators of Flametown to discuss this enticement plan. The meeting was scheduled for the evening. It was held in the newly completed administration hall of Flametown. Before the meeting, he first invited Kenley Truth, the president of Flametown Magic Sub-Council, to come over and asked about the information concerning the ancient mages and Holy Mountain. Kenley had originally presided over research in Whirlpool Town of Whirlpool Archipelago, but with the discovery of Moonslayer natives, she had been transferred to oversee the Moonslayer research. Your Highness, Kenley bowed slightly. She was a magician enthralled by magic, with almost no interests beyond magic. Her life revolved entirely around it. You have already studied several Moonslayer ancient mages. How is the summary of the Moon language coming along? The Moon language is very complex. Although the Moonslayer ancient mages possess the Moon language heritage, many texts have still gradually been lost, especially the records concerning the ancient Moon Empire, which are almost a blank slate. Based on our research, we have basically mastered the Moon language used in daily communication. Magic inherited by the Moonslayers, what's your view on that? Kenley pondered for a moment. There is some instructional value, with several types of magic that belong to discontinued inheritances. With some improvements, they could shine somewhat. However, the magic passed down from the Moon Empire by the Moonslayers is mostly too backward, consuming too much magic for weak effects. She then added, filled with emotion, I once so admired the era of magicians in the Moon Empire, thinking current magicians can't compare to those from that time. But looking purely at the casting methods, magicians from the Moon Empire's era can't hold a candle to those today. Times are advancing, and although magicians have declined, they've also become better adapted to the current era, so we shouldn't long for the past, but look forward to the future. List smiled, noting that everyone has this habit of overvaluing the past and undervaluing the present. The more ancient something is, the more blurry its details, yet the more impressive it seems. Partly it's sentimentality and partly it's the appeal of distance. The Moon Empire is a typical example of distance appeal and sentimental augmentation. Of course, one can't deny that the era of magician rule created a brilliant magical civilization. Energetic, Curious magicians could research magic, souls, large-scale engineering, and even the essence of the world. These are what magicians aspire to. In today's world, knights rule everything, and interests are paramount. Essence of the world, who cares? Does researching the essence of the world bring profit? If not, then why engage in it? Better to spend that time drinking more wine, dancing more dances, and having a closer encounter. List was a knight as well. Although he more appreciated the researching spirit of magicians, in terms of class hierarchy, he still had to denigrate the beautiful legacy of the Moon Empire and be wary of a restoration by magicians. After a while, he turned the conversation to the main topic. Kenley, did the ancient mage disclose the exact location of the Holy Mountain? No ancient mage who visited the Holy Mountain did so. The Holy Mountain is just a legend to the Moon Slayers. They don't roam far and usually just travel between a few major tribes. Alright. List frowned. He had assumed the smoke mission find the Holy Mountain, investigate the ancient mage would be easy to complete, just needing to question an ancient mage to find the Holy Mountain, but it turned out nobody knew of the Holy Mountain. However, although the Holy Mountain wasn't found, a lead was attained from the previous smoke mission's reward, Native's treasure, having figured out where the guarding Horn tribe was located. After holding a meeting and deciding to primarily use persuasion to exchange and acquire Moonslayer natives as serfs, the next morning, List tirelessly headed towards the Horn tribe's location, and after some searching, successfully reached the tribe that now had a population over 10,000. The Horn tribe was not far from the Flame Mountain range, where List was about to build his capital, a smaller mountain range that was a branch of the main one. Near the living area of the Horn tribe, atop a low hill, he successfully found that broken tower which housed the treasures. Unguarded, this tower, which had collapsed by 2/3, was simply surrounded by a circle of stones, with traces of a bonfire burned on the nearby platform. It seems the Moon Slayers held their bonfire gatherings there. Chapter 838, Time Diamond. Having descended from the back of the formless dragon, List found no need to conceal his presence and began his investigation of the ruined stone tower immediately. The tower appeared to be an ancient magician's mage tower, with a style that could no longer be identified. It covered a large area, probably a few hundred square meters. The upper half had collapsed, while the bottom half still had 2 intact stories. The original wooden doors had likely rotted away, replaced with large rocks to block the entrance by the Moon's layers. After prying open the rocks, List took a brief look and then entered the interior of the stone tower. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the walls, so it wasn't too dark inside. It was clear that the tower had once functioned akin to a library, with rows of stone-carved bookshelves. Unfortunately, not a single book remained on the shelves, only thick layers of dust. The staircase was still there, carved from stone, and felt very sturdy underfoot. On the second floor was a vast, empty room. It was uncertain what its purpose had been. The floor nearby had collapsed, and the sunlight streaming in created a huge bright spot. A few weeds grew in the spot, seemingly often subjected to the wind and sun without much protection. The native's treasure should be here. It's very likely to be something left by an ancient magician. But what could it be? List activated his eye of magic and began to scan the decrepit stone tower. He found no trace of magic light feedback, nor any object that looked like a treasure. The first floor was empty, the second floor was just as bare. According to Key, the listener of the Mountain Corner tribe, the ruined tower was a place of worship for the ancestors' leftover treasures. Key had no idea what the treasure was, but now it seemed that even if there had been a treasure, it was likely moved after the tower's collapse. Wait, that's not right. Key was talking about this very ruined stone tower, which means it should have been collapsed back then. What exactly is going on here? Let me go up and have a look. He walked to the area where the floor had broken and leaped onto it. Half of the third floor had collapsed. Unexpectedly, the eye of magic detected a faint trace of magic light feedback, emanating from a pile of chaotic rubble. He quickly dug through the rubble and extracted the glowing object, a broken stone scepter with a few stony fingers still attached to the handle. In other words, this stone scepter had originally been a part of a larger statue. The magic feedback was shining from the top of the stone scepter, a large round gemstone carved from an unknown type of rock, albeit its light seemed very obscure. Seems the rock is encasing something, preventing the light from shining through? List pondered for a moment, confirmed that the outer stone was indeed not a magic item, and began to gently tap at it. After applying force continually, the rock finally cracked open, and then shattered entirely, revealing the true item inside. The light exploded in an instant, like a lamp lit in the dark. Only when List disabled his eye of magic did he clearly see that inside the stone scepter was enclosed a short metal scepter. The scepter, about as long as an adult's arm, had its top embedded with a sparkling gemstone that shone in iridescent colors. The rich aura of magic gave List a heart-pounding sensation. This was certainly a rare gemstone, not one produced by any gemstone dragon. He slowly drew the metal scepter from inside the stone scepter and brought the gemstone at the top near his eyes to examine it closely. The gemstone had countless facets, each of them incredibly smooth, mirror-like enough to reflect his own face. However, as Liszt started to pay attention to the faces on it, his pupils dilated sharply. In the reflection, he saw the face of an old man. When he whipped around, expecting someone to have approached him, he found nothing but emptiness behind him. Save for the formless dragon napping upon a distant mountaintop, no creature could evade the formless dragon's surveillance and approach him silently. What now? With great puzzlement, he looked again at one of the gemstone's facets. This time, after the reflection of the face emerged, it changed into the face of a child. He turned around once more, and still, there was nothing behind him. No one was approaching, and those reflected faces could only possibly come from within the gemstone itself. Liszt felt slightly relieved and continued to observe. Indeed, countless cross-sectional surfaces flashed with countless faces of different ages, but he quickly began to breathe rapidly, for he realized something all these faces had in common. They looked incredibly similar to Liszt's own face. Some of the youthful faces were unmistakably his own. He blinked, and the faces reflected in the gemstone blinked as well, whether they were those of children or of the elderly. After a moment's study, he had an epiphany. Interesting, the faces reflected by this gemstone are simply those of myself at different ages. As expected, I've been handsome from youth to old age, each year so charming. Truly a peculiar gem, as if it possesses the magic power of time. The magic power of time? Liszt suddenly paused. Time, the magic of time, this. Could it be possible that this gemstone was produced by one of the sacred dragons, the Twilight Dragon? The Twilight Dragon represents the power of time, unseen by anyone, and no one knows how it exists. However, now, holding this metal scepter and looking at the gemstone reflecting his face at various ages, he sharply connected the two. Perhaps this gemstone was indeed the product of the Twilight Dragon. The formless dragon produces space gems, creating independent spaces. The gem produced by the Twilight Dragon would naturally carry the property of time. He tried to store the metal scepter in his space ring, but no matter how he wrapped it in magic power, the scepter couldn't be absorbed by the space ring. Particularly when his magic power enveloped the special gemstone, it felt as if time was passing by, and the magic power slowly dispersed. He couldn't retrieve it back. Truly magical, could this indeed be the power of the Twilight Dragon, a kind of magic power related to time? Liszt still couldn't confirm the properties of this gemstone. But that didn't hinder him from temporarily naming it, the Time Diamond. The metal scepter is the Time Scepter. Holding the scepter and admiring the Time Diamond as it twinkled in the sunlight with its radiant multicolored light, Liszt felt exceedingly content. Time Scepter, what kind of incredible, unfathomable power do you have? How did those ancient magicians use you? Does finding you mean finding a clue to the Twilight Dragon? The formless dragon was already in his possession, the power of the smoke dragon was wrapped around him, a piece of the jade dragon's corpse was found, and now the gemstone of the Twilight Dragon also fell into his hands. Only the immortal dragon, which represented life, had yet to intersect with Liszt. Perhaps one day he would gather all 5 sacred dragons and become the most powerful holy dragon knight in the world. Of course, the sacred dragons might not be the most mystical dragons, the dragon of the magic web must be the most terrifying dragon I've ever seen, and the moon dragon must be a dragon powerful beyond measure. These 2 dragons seem to be even more powerful than the sacred dragons. One must eat rice one spoonful at a time. Picking up the time scepter, touching upon the clues of the Twilight Dragon, he was very pleased with today's gains. He placed the time scepter on his belt and focused his attention on the shattered rock scepter. To hide such magic equipment that looks like a divine artifact as the time scepter inside a sculpture, what was the purpose of the ancient magician? I remember the mermaid's tear found from the fish ugly temple was also hanging on a statue of a mermaid. It seems these ancient powers all like to create statues of themselves. He continued to sift through the debris, trying to find other parts of the statue, but after searching through the piles of rubble, he was unable to find any remaining parts of the statue. Maybe they had already eroded with the passage of time, turning back into ordinary rocks. Chapter 839, Magic Dust. Grasping the time scepter and riding the formless dragon bard, Liszt concealed himself at the boundary of matter, meanwhile fumbling with the scepter in his hands to figure out its use. The time diamond, sparkling with 7 colors, was quite peculiar. It could not be activated with chi at all. Whenever magic power approached its surface, it would slowly dissipate. It was as if eternal magic of time had been condensed. But since it had been made into a piece of magic equipment, there must be a way to control it. I wonder how big the Twilight Dragon is. It must be much larger than the formless dragon, right? After all, the time diamond it produced is as big as a fist, while the space gemstone produced by the formless dragon is only as big as a fingernail, Liszt thought. his mind wandering as he shook the scepter in his hand. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he pondered during the journey, he still hadn't figured out how to manipulate the time scepter, and it seemed he would need to trouble Ak. Given Ak's identity as an archmage, coupled with his ever-growing knowledge base and clever mind, solving the mystery of how to use the time scepter shouldn't be too difficult. Back in Flame Town, before he even found Ak, he received a rather shocking piece of news from the Magic Guild, reported to him personally by Kenley Truth. Your Highness, we have deciphered how ancient magicians pass down magic. Many of the ancient magicians of the Moonslayers had talents far inferior to modern magicians, yet they managed to comprehend magic. The key lies in magic dust. Magic dust? Liz didn't understand. The next words from Kenley took him completely by surprise. Magic dust can improve a magician's affinity with magic power, and the ingredient for making magic dust is elf. Elf? Yes. List's expression darkened quickly as he suddenly realized why so many Moonslayer natives had been captured, yet not even a single elf bug had been found. He had originally thought the Moonslayers simply didn't know how to utilize elf bugs, but it turned out that the Moonslayers just used them differently. Following Kenley's further explanations, the magic traditions of the Moonslayers were fully exposed. Small tribes would sell elf bugs as trade goods to larger tribes during hunting and gathering, in exchange for living materials. And the listeners of the large tribes held the knowledge on how to use elves to make magic dust. With this magic dust, the listeners of the larger tribes could train more ancient magicians. These ancient magicians were all exemplary children selected and sent by various tribes, who traded materials to the tribes in exchange for the opportunity to learn magic. Elves, magic dust, ancient magicians. It was by such means that the Moonslayers ensured the continuity of their ancient magicians. With ancient magicians, the tribes could secure living resources from the jaws of magical beasts. Perhaps it was another way of exploiting elves in agriculture. Though cruel, it was hardly out of the ordinary for the Moonslayers. However, the smaller tribes were not aware that the elf bugs were used to make magic dust, which was a monopolized technique exclusively held by the listeners of the larger tribes. Unforgivable. After understanding the cause and effect, List's face was particularly grim. The number of wild elves was already sparse, and the Moonslayers hunted them extensively. It could be said that within the living areas of the Moonslayers, it was nearly impossible for any elves to exist. And the living areas of the Moonslayers probably occupied most of the forests of Flame Island. Generation after generation, innumerable elf bugs were killed. Your Highness, if the listeners of the Moonslayer natives did not lie, the method of using elf bugs to produce magic dust was also passed down from the Moon Empire. Kenley's voice was somewhat low. Elves had become synonymous with beautiful things in the current era. Although some nobles still clandestinely used elves to forge elf weapons, the act of killing elves was commonly regarded as morally reprehensible. And that era of the Moon Empire so yearned for by magicians seemed to rely on killing elves to cultivate magicians, which was a massive blow to Kenley's values. The earlier knowledge that the casting level of the Moon Empire era was backward had already been a great shock to her. Now to do it again, I fear her fondness for the Moon Empire would greatly wane. The value of elves lies in their influence over plants and their potential for evolution. Human greed should not be built on the blood of elves. List made a decision on the spot. Kenley, as soon as you return, issue a ban immediately. All magicians are absolutely forbidden to kill any elf under the pretext of research. Kenley acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Highness. After she left, List let out a sigh of turbid air. Although he felt heartbroken about the tragic deaths of the elf bugs, his purpose in prohibiting the slaughter of elves was to prevent magicians from researching magic dust and thereby mass-producing more magicians. The era of knights had come, and it was time for magicians to quietly exit the stage of history. Leaning back in his chair, he suddenly thought of the Moon Empire under magician rule. What kind of nation would that be, and how would magicians rule the world? The time scepter had been handed over to Ak for research. However, Ak only briefly observed the time diamond before setting the scepter aside, as her magic door project was at a critical moment. She couldn't even spare time to cultivate, let alone be distracted by other research. So far, her super magic remained at 4, the chainsaw-style super high-pressure water knife, spiral ultra-high-pressure water drill, centrifugal water molecular shield, and eye of magic power. The ice elemental incarnation was not yet perfectly mastered, and she was unable to switch to a new elemental incarnation. Although it would still take some time for the utilization of the magic gate to transition from theory to reality, Ak still gave List a huge surprise. Brother, this is a piece of magic equipment that Ak specially created for Bard, who is prone to getting lost in a world beyond the material, to pinpoint the coordinate nodes of physical space. As long as you remember these coordinates, even if Bard gets lost, he can find his way back. She handed over something that looked like a crystal pendant. One glance was all it took for List to recognize what the magic equipment was made of: scales of the formless dragon. He had no idea when Bard gave Ak many of his scales. For a dragon, scales are incredibly important, even more than the gemstones they produce. As close as he was to Bard, the dragon hadn't even voluntarily given List any space gems, yet he had given the even more precious scales to Ak. Such treatment might have enraged List had he not been an easygoing person. Never mind, what's given to Ak is no different from what's given to me, no hard feelings. Calming his urge to beat up the formless dragon, he took the magic equipment. He then inquired, Ak, what is the name of this equipment? Node locator. List didn't say much more, feeling that Ak's naming ability did not inherit his own elegant flair, too blunt. Then how is Bard supposed to use it? It's for brother to use. After you and Bard achieve unity of man and dragon, operating the crystal white trajectory will activate the node locator, leaving a pinpoint for the material boundary you've crossed. If you can't find a node to return to the material world, you can activate it again to find the node from which you came. This string of crystal pendants was clearly an equipment for human use. List nodded slightly, I see. So, you're saying that now Bard and I can freely tear through the material boundary and fly in the world beyond matter? In theory, yes, but Ak worries about the sensing range of the node locator not being sufficient, so caution is still needed when crossing. Depending on the feedback during use, it may need several improvements. Chapter 840, Magic Return Positioning. Since the first time he had crossed the material boundary to reach the world beyond matter, barely escaping becoming lost within, the formless dragon dared not fly at high speeds again, fearing another accidental entry into the world outside of matter, where he could get lost and become trapped, an unfathomable dimension for the current formless dragon. After all, it was still a young formless dragon, and its control over the power of space was like a child wielding a kitchen knife, sharp indeed, but very likely to harm itself. Now, with the node locator, the danger of becoming lost was undoubtedly removed. Once List figured out how to use this piece of magic equipment, he communicated with the formless dragon Bard, a dragon with a slender, elegant form that glistened like flowing crystal. The dragon, thrilled, unexpectedly spat out 2 space gems that had just been condensed with space magic power toward List's palm. Whistled chirps. The gemstones, lustrous and twinkling, the size of a fingernail, had a spherical space with a diameter of 5 meters. At least you know how to show gratitude, which makes you much better than that white-eyed dragon, Billio, List thought with satisfaction, as any minor grudge he felt because the formless dragon was closer to Ak vanished. He handed one of the space gems to Ak. You constantly need to prepare a large amount of experimental materials, it's inconvenient without a space gem to carry them, so keep this one. He kept the other one for himself, making up a set of 4 space rings, nearly enough for his daily needs. Ak was fine with just 2, being a sea serpent who needed little sustenance, and a magician whose cultivation did not demand a lot of resources. List, on the other hand, had too many items to carry for his daily needs, with just his personal cultivation resources occupying the space of 2 space gems, so having 4 was just barely sufficient. Of course, with the formless dragon present, there would be more space rings in the future than he could wear, no need to worry about not having enough to go around. It did not take long for List to decide to try crossing the material boundary. The method of crossing was simple, an innate power of the formless dragon, achievable by flying at top speed. Therefore, when man and dragon united mentally, magic power and chi melded, rapidly forming a whole. The wings vibrated, swiftly entering the material boundary, continuing to speed through. Whistled chirps. When the formless dragon reached its highest speed, it seemed to flicker in and out of sight, teleporting hundreds of meters with each flicker. Faster, Bard. Whistled chirps. They accelerated further, and the crystal white trajectory revealed a world vibrant with the colors of magic power, like frames of images moving in succession. The node locator on List's chest emitted a buzzing roar. It was the scales of the formless dragon, engraved with magic runes, spinning and emitting a unique magic beacon. Boom. Suddenly, the view of the crystal white trajectory shook, the images changed abruptly, and the node locator felt vibrations but no more buzzing. He and the formless dragon had arrived in a space that seemed boundless and silent, blocking out any sensation, yet still one could feel that this place was entirely composed of crystalline structures. No matter how the man and dragon flew, there were no targets to pursue. Whistled chirps. The formless dragon made an urgent cry, sensing it had become lost again. However, List was well prepared, immediately activating the node locator on his chest, and at once, a light flickered into existence to the left of the formless dragon. Bard, it's working. That's the material boundary we crossed to get here. Whistled chirps. Don't rush, the sensation is very clear, no need to worry about getting lost, List reassured them. Let's search around here to see if we can find a node we can cross through. With List as their pillar of strength, Bard was no longer panicking, serenely flying in a world beyond material substance. The crystal white trajectory was still active. Though surrounded by pitch darkness without light, List continued to patiently search for any abnormal traces. These scenes he had seen before in Bard's memories and had discussed in detail with Ak, knowing how to respond. Bard, search with your heart. Your spatial perception is an innate talent. Just concentrate on searching, and you will surely find the weakened material boundary. Woo. Bard, sharing a connection with List's thoughts, had a moment of enlightenment. Guided by List, it started to respond with calm and collected movements. Then, with a gentle flap of its wings, special space magic power rippled outwards like water waves. A moment later, the surrounding space returned the undulations of the space magic power. Just like a bat's echolocation, the formless dragon could actually use its space magic power to locate positions. This ability should be written into the List's Dragon Knight Training Complete Manual as the 8th skill of the formless dragon, magic return positioning, he mused, even in such a serious situation, finding the leisure to add new information to the formless dragon's profile. Previously, the fire dragon's skills included 7 abilities: Dragon Magic Refining Chi, Dragon Breath Tempering, Dragon Force Focus, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, Dragon Blood Infection, Dragon Night Resonance, and Dragon Eye Trajectory. Now, the formless dragon's skills totaled 8: White Eye Trajectory, Material Boundary, Invisibility, Dragon Force Focus, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, Dragon Blood Infection, Dragon Breath Shattering Space, Space Shuttle, and Magic Return Positioning. These were skills beyond the Dragon Chi Manual, belonging to the exploration of a dragon's innate talents. Some abilities were unique to certain dragons, like the fire dragon's Dragon Magic Refining Chi and Dragon Breath Tempering, and Elementalization, as well as the formless dragon's Dragon Breath Shattering Space, Material Boundary, and Space Shuttle, while others were common to all dragons, such as Dragon Force Focus, Dragon Heart Electrical Signal, Dragon Blood Infection, and slightly different ones like White Eye Trajectory and Dragon Eye Trajectory. This summary might not be comprehensive, mainly because List had been exceptionally busy lately, and the List's Dragon Knight Training Complete Manual hadn't been updated in quite some time. His thoughts flashed by. He continued to guide Bard in this world beyond material substances, using magic return positioning. In this unique space where the passage of time was imperceptible, spending too long there made one feel uneasy. Fortunately, the node locator at the entrance continued to emit responsive signals. Suddenly, a different signal came from the magic return positioning, and both man and dragon were simultaneously jolted, quickly flying towards the source of the anomaly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. Bard exerted its space magic power to its fullest, charging towards the unusual spot. In an instant, the field of vision within the crystal white trajectory changed again. They had arrived in a distorted, elongated tubular space, bridging 2 material boundaries within a massive magic web. It was the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix, something List was already quite familiar with. We've ended up back here again. He felt like laughing awkwardly but held it in, simply giving a deep look towards the magic web that stretched out into darkness. Without a mature formless dragon, they did not have enough strength to break through the critical point and could not yet see the true form of the dragon of the magic web. Then they flew in reverse towards the other end of the wormhole space, back towards the giant sea vortex in the Whirlpool Archipelago. The wormhole space was originally designed for one-way teleportation, with a strong repulsive force that would push all objects towards the Whirlpool entrance on Whirlpool Mountain. But this didn't affect the formless dragon. Cheering with a few cries of woo, it flapped its wings and quickly arrived at the entrance. With a strong struggle, it flew out of the wormhole space. The roaring sound of flowing water reached their ears, mist clouding their vision. The moist air caressed their faces, and in an instant, they shot out of the mist. List and Bard were at the entrance to the Whirlpool Deep Well, having successfully completed a spatial crossing from a world beyond material substances. Looking at the swirling funnel-shaped sea surface and the azure sky, List finally smiled. That was quite effortless, wasn't it? Chapter 841, Sudden Wealth in a Dream for Lee CT. The first traversal beyond the physical world had provided many insights that urgently needed contemplation. He did not stay long in the Great Whirlpool but flew directly toward the nearby Whirlpool Island. Because they could not obtain support from the Flame Territory's resources, the development of Whirlpool Town was extremely difficult, and to this day, it was still only a small town. If you added up all the magicians who had built mage towers here, the total population was barely 2,000. So it could only maintain a small town by the sea, and did not dare venture too deep into the forest, where powerful magical beasts ruled. A night squad from Whirlpool Town had encountered a group of split-footed lizards. These were an intermediate magical beast with earth attributes, highly suited for entire families to ride. List had once caught one on Flame Mountain. He had intended to gift it to the Marquis of Bulltail as a mount, but that split-footed lizard had run away. When I have time, I'll capture all the split-footed lizards here and see if they can be artificially raised. It should be quite comfortable to use them as a means of transportation. In the port of Whirlpool Town, many ships were moored. Apart from those flying the Flame Banner, there were also ships of the Tulip family flying the Red Tulip flag. After Marquis Merlin's funeral, the Tulip family began organizing knights and serfs, preparing to sail and develop Tulip Island. There was already a group of pioneers on Tulip Island, but Lys did not pay much attention to it. Whirlpool Town in the Whirlpool Archipelago was a mid-journey supply point for sailing journeys, where the pioneering teams would conduct large-scale hunts to replenish food and fresh water. In addition, Greenlight Town on Midway Island, Moonlight Town on First Chain Island Crescent Island, and Mangrove Town on one of the 3 islands were all supply points for the fleet. Unfortunately, there were no other islands discovered that could provide supplies along the 3,000-kilometer sea route from the Whirlpool Archipelago to the Flame Islands. Circling above Whirlpool Town for a moment, Lys did not disturb the guards here. He thought it over and decided not to stay, heading straight north to Midway Island, preparing to take the light green gem dragon Ethan with him to Flame Island. The future dragon nest of the light green gemstone dragon was sure to be on Flame Island, so not a trace of its scent could be missed. All was to be kept for gemstone production on Flame Island. Calculating the time, the Sapphire family should already know that the light green gemstone dragon has fallen into my hands. In that case, I probably don't need to keep it a secret any longer, and can directly use the Sapphire family's channels to sell the batch of light green gems excavated from Mind Island. Even with the trading income from sea salt, white paper, and glass to support it, the Flame territory was still gradually finding it difficult to sustain the development effort on Flame Island. The resources accumulated over 3 to 4 years in the territory were nearly depleted, and Flame Island had yet to produce anything. Plus, the exorbitant cost of magical materials spent by Ak on developing the Magic Gate list, who had originally thought earning money was easy, was gradually becoming embarrassed by the thinness of his purse. Indeed, sea salt, glass, and white paper were all industries with huge profits, monopolies of exclusive technologies, with gold coins streaming in like water. But the expenses for buying serfs, magic potions, food, metals, jade, magical materials, and so on were also flowing out like water. Relying on trade to make money is really slow. It might be better to look for an opportunity to plunder the Eagle Kingdom, he thought, his heart beginning to stir again. Owning 3 dragons and not seizing resources would be a complete waste. By the time he arrived at Midway Island, it was already night. Sensing the location of the light green gem dragon Ethan, he flew directly there, and under the hazy moonlight, Bard and Ethan met for the first time. Bard still looked disdainful as ever. It showed no malice toward either Fire Dragon Leo or light green gem dragon Ethan, but its prideful dragon nature also meant it could not possibly show kindness to other dragons. In its inner world, only it was the most noble existence. Lys and Ak were recognized by it. Strictly speaking, Lys only achieved half recognition. Ethan couldn't see the invisibly hidden formless dragon, but the mutual dragon sensing allowed it to clearly feel Bard's presence. It was an adult dragon that had weathered many storms. During its time in the Eagle Kingdom, it had dealt with quite a few other dragons, hence it maintained an attitude of indifference, pretending not to see Bard, and indeed, it didn't. Ethan, the environment of Midway Island is too cramped, not suitable for your habitation. I have found an infinitely huge island, where there's enough space for you to gallop to your heart's content. As for the dragon nest you want, I will construct it gradually in the near future, Lys promised. Roar. Bone-burning wine will be available, magic potions, and jade won't be lacking either. Roar. Ethan agreed to Lys's migration request. It actually didn't like the environment of Midway Island either. A mere exertion of its strength was enough to fly from one end of the island to the other, and it still had to dodge the ant-like humans of Greenlight Town, making its life rather stifling. Although it was a dragon that had been captured in defeat, it too deserved to enjoy its basic dragon rights. Night fell. The 2 dragons settled down kilometers apart, each in their own territory, with Lys choosing to sleep on the body of the light green gem dragon. He hadn't been close to Ethan for quite some time. The autumn breeze was brisk, and the latitude here was unclear, but the temperature kept dropping day by day. Draped in a green silk blend blanket, he began to review the spatial travel conducted with Bard. From the current situation, it seems very simple for Bard to enter worlds beyond the physical realm from the material world. However, finding the way back from the non-material world is very difficult. Recalling the unique claustrophobic feeling of the silent, lightless, boundless world beyond matter, even though he had only stayed on the dragon for a moment, he still felt a suffocating discomfort. One could imagine how terrified Bard must have been the first time it got lost in the world beyond materiality. No wonder it sought to have someone ride it as soon as it flew out, to boost its courage and help it not to get lost again. Even after Lys's first attempt at dragon riding failed and Ak refused due to the language barrier, It still lowered its standards, allowing List to ride successfully the second time. In that moment, List's thoughts suddenly strayed to the smoke mission. Is this the power of destiny, that always stealthily nudges in the most unexpected of places, such that even a sacred dragon like the formless dragon cannot evade the arrangements of fate? Terrifying, but fortunately, the one who controls the power of destiny is now me. His thoughts digressed, quickly returning to the original train of thoughts. Continuing to consider, the world beyond materiality is very special. It easily confuses perception and cognition, thus making it hard to find an exit. Using magic return positioning only allows one to locate the anomalies at the material boundaries. Does this mean that even formless dragons cannot pass through any space at will? If you cannot find the material boundaries, no amount of struggle will help a formless dragon. Unless you use a node locator for positioning. I wonder if the located position could be found again? He conceived a scenario. If the formless dragon could be positioned in different locations, then it could establish a transport network exclusive to formless dragons, allowing travel at will to any location with a signal. For instance, he could fly to the quartz treasury of the Eagle Kingdom, then traverse time and space to return to Flame Island. Then by using the transfer between the two nodes, he could continuously transport the resources from the treasury of the Eagle Kingdom to Flame Island. With that, amassing wealth would be no dream. Regrettably, such a thought was shattered by the spatial travel he began the next morning. When he and the formless dragon flew into the world beyond materiality, he found no signal except for the one left behind them from yesterday. After some thought, he understood the principle. Ak had left a special magic array on a node locator. This magic array was linked with the material world, and when it entered the world beyond materiality, the magic array still maintained its connection to the material world, serving as a signal. But when he returned to the material world, the position associated with the magic array quickly changed. Subsequently, the original coordinates disappeared. What a pity, my dream of sudden riches was shattered before it even warmed up, he lamented. Chapter 842, The Bound Elf. Having delivered light green gem dragon Ethan to Flame Island and found a suitable dragon nest for him in the peaks of the Flame Mountain Range, List bid farewell to mundane affairs. In the time that followed, he and Bard constantly shuttled between the material world and the world beyond matter. They collected a vast amount of information to pass on to Ek, who continually revised new magic gate design proposals. One day in mid-October, as usual, he and Bard flew into the world beyond matter, aimlessly searching for any new anomalies. Up until now, apart from the wormhole space of the Great Whirlpool, no other anomalous points had appeared. The world beyond matter seemed like a stagnant pool. After several days without any discoveries, a sense of discouragement inevitably rose in List's heart. However, at that moment, the formless dragon, using magic return positioning, finally detected a new anomaly point beyond the anomaly of the Great Whirlpool. Woo-yee! Bard suddenly became excited. The man and dragon swiftly flew towards the anomaly point. They fueled space magic power and broke through the material boundary. They directly traversed out of the anomaly point. With a thundering sound, their field of view suddenly cleared, and they arrived in a strange space. This space appeared to be composed of countless shattered mirror pieces, but within the crystal white trajectory, each crack in the mirrors was a trace of tearing left in the magic web. Bard merely brushed against a crack with his wings, and he let out a painful scream. Woo-yee! An intense sensation of tearing pain emerged simultaneously in both his and List's hearts. As Bard quickly drew his wings in, List realized that the formless dragon's left wing had been sliced by the crack, leaving a gash as long as an adult's arm. Transparent blood flowed out as space magic power constantly dissipated in this strange space. Be careful, Bard, something's not right here. List bore the pain and guided the formless dragon, carefully avoiding each door and fissure. Layers upon layers of strange cracks made the space utterly fragmented and disjointed. The man and dragon had to move forward gingerly. Fortunately, the dragon's healing ability was strong, and the wound was already beginning to scab over. List took out several magic potions and downed them, replenishing both his and the formless dragon's drain magic power. The magic potion transformed into pure magic power, fueling the dragon chi, which he then channeled into the formless dragon through Dragon Knight resonance. Because the magic power attributes did not fully align, there was substantial loss, but it was somewhat beneficial overall. Only between him and Little Fire Dragon Leo was there no significant loss when chi and magic power fused. Over there, the exit to the material boundary is over there. List constantly operated the crystal white trajectory to scan the cracks, finally locating the material boundary. Woo-yee! The formless dragon, however, pointed towards another exit. In the direction it indicated, there was another strange boundary resembling a material boundary. List looked closely and felt that this exit might lead to a different material world. He intended to investigate, but the dense cracks obstructed and prevented him from crossing through. They could only return to the familiar material world, honestly. Hoo-hoo. Hoo. After returning to the material world, they immediately encountered a gust of fierce wind, as he and the formless dragon were right between two towering mountain peaks. It seemed to be a wind tunnel, with strong winds howling and brushing past Bard's body, nearly flipping him over. After escaping the wind tunnel, they took a careful look around the area. They saw that the mountains were not very high, but because they were quite close together, they formed a valley shaped like an hourglass. The wind happened to pass through the narrowest part of the hourglass valley, being dramatically compressed and accelerated, hence the violent gales. But this was not a naturally formed environment, rather it was a human-carved valley. There were very obvious cut marks on the sides of the mountains, as if they were the work of a giant's hacking and chopping. How strange, it's actually man-made carving. The carvings on the mountain body are very rough, somewhat similar to the effect of the super magic released by Yak. Could it be that this is the masterpiece left by an ancient mage? He suddenly steered Bard to fly high into the sky and overlooked from an altitude of 5,000 meters. Instantly, he noticed that this mountain range was one he had passed by before when mapping, located on the Great Plains in the middle of Flame Island. It was an inconspicuous, elongated mountain range, with the hourglass valley at its center. Because it was obscured by trees, from a distance, if one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to see the hourglass valley. There's something going on here. List's heart leaped with joy. He loved this kind of adventure. He didn't know what role Flame Island played in the ancient wars, but it certainly saw a host of powerful figures leave their marks, perhaps even treasures like the Time Scepter, a divine artifact. He dived, returning to Hourglass Valley. The crystal white trajectory was opened, revealing traces of magic power at the center of Hourglass Valley. This peculiar vent was connected to the broken rift in space. List decided not to venture in haphazardly. The rifts were too dangerous. He searched toward the base of the mountain and soon found a large Moonslayer native tribe living there. The tribe was holding some ceremony on a clearing at the foot of the mountain. As List approached, he saw them kneeling before 6 broken statues. Only one statue was intact, over 20 meters tall, depicting a magician wearing a magic cloak, holding a slender stone broken sword in hand. Could there be a sealed divine artifact inside? A thought suddenly flashed through List's mind. He then saw a group of ancient mages on the clearing, lifting wooden trays high and approaching the statue. An ancient mage, likely a listener, stood in front of the statue, urging on a large brazier emitting blue flames. They seemed to be preparing to pour the contents of the trays into the blue flame brazier. How dare they? Upon seeing what was on the trays, List's anger soared. He manifested his and Bard's Dragon Knight forms from the material realm. Dragon might spread recklessly, like an invisible wave of force. The tens of thousands of Moonslayer natives on the clearing overwhelmed and brought to their knees by the immense pressure. The ancient mages were also forced to the ground, gasping for breath. The trays fell from their hands with a series of cheer-up, whoa, and gurgle sounds, turning out to be a group of little minor elves, a bunch of elf bugs, and the loudest of all, a greater elf. They were all tied to the trays, unable to move. Yet their eyes were fixed on the formless Dragon Knight descending from the sky. Fear, delight, and other emotions flickered through these small beings' eyes. Woo! The formless dragon landed, directly knocking down a statue that was half collapsed, standing on its base, roaring skyward. Amidst its roar, List dismounted and drew out the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, slowly walking toward the ancient mages. The silver-white armor, bright red cloak, deep blue sword, and pale golden short hair revealed an unmatched noble presence, the brilliance almost blinding the ancient mages looking up. Ho-ho! Casito! Mo-Zeros! The tribe listener's magic power was robust, roughly that of a top-level Grand Magician, struggling against the oppression of the Dragon Might, attempting to stand while calling out. List simply stirred up a new wave of Dragon Might and struck fiercely. Boom! The listener hit the ground again. The other ancient mages were also trembling, unsure of what to do. Such was the terror of a Dragon Knight. With his own power, he stunned the entire scene, leaving those Moonslayer natives who had never faced Dragon Might utterly unable to resist. List stepped over the ancient mages crawling on the ground, reached the big greater elf, extended a finger with some jade powder on it, and signaled for the greater elf to bite quickly. You're safe now. Angji, Kronji. The greater elf spat out a string of unintelligible bird song. Seeing this, List gently tapped it on the head, inadvertently causing the greater elf to clamp down, biting through the skin on List's finger. The contract was instantly sealed. A wave of familiar affection rose in the heart of the greater elf. Chapter 843, Designated Listener Angji? The greater elf seemed a bit stunned and could not figure out the situation. Its body color was a translucent grayish-yellow, and on top of its head grew a small plant with little white blossoms, and at the base hung a small oval fruit, resembling a potato. After List used the soul connection contract to slightly confirm the Greater Elf's thoughts, he quickly understood what kind of Greater Elf this was. Indeed, as he saw, it was a Greater Elf born from a plant that closely resembled a potato. If nothing unexpected had occurred, the plants it influenced and the potatoes on Earth were very similar in nature, both producing spherical tubers underground, commonly known as potatoes. It was a potato Great Elf. If the potatoes it produced also had the advantages of those on Earth, high yield, rich in nutrients, strong adaptability to different environments, then this was definitely an important source of food. Within the elves, the most important varieties were for magic potions and grains. The potential of the potato Great Elf was immense. "Little guy, you're safe now. From now on, follow me and enjoy the life of an elf," List communicated to it with a gentle thought. After the potato Great Elf felt this, it couldn't help but nod its head. Once the ropes were cut, the potato Great Elf swiftly flew onto List's shoulder, freely laughing out, "Ha ha, Angchi, Kronkai." Subsequently, List began to make contracts with the little minor elves and elf bugs. The number of elves wasn't large, there were 8 little minor elves and 16 elf bugs. He contracted with each of them one by one and then gathered them around him. When these elves were caught by the Moonslayers, they were forced to retract their cordyceps but were not contracted. According to the research of the Magic Guild, the Moonslayers believed that once elf bugs completed a contract, they would draw out their vital blood. Even some ancient mages called little minor elves oddities, considering them to be an ill omen. As for greater elves, most Moonslayers had probably never seen one in their lifetime. While he was contracting the elves, a group of ancient mages had already adapted to the dragon might of the formless dragon and started to rise from the ground. They raised their hands, intending to release magic and attack List. Casito. Mozeros. However, before the ancient mages could release their magic, List had already swiftly turned around, the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword slashing through the air, sending forth a particularly large fiery red sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light covered a distance of 10 meters, slicing an ancient mage who had begun to gather magic power in half. No blood was spilled, where the sword light passed, only the scent of barbecued meat remained. Twisting his body, he swung another fiery red sword light, and yet another ancient mage was cut in half by List, their charred bodies emitting bursts of barbecued odor. After 7 or 8 sword strikes, 7 or 8 ancient mages turned into 14 or 16 half-bodied ancient mages, lying scattered on the ground. Dispatching these ancient mages was still such an effortless and leisurely task. Swiftly intimidating all the ancient mages, as well as some strong warriors who were desperately resisting the dragon might, the fiery red sword light forcefully destroyed their courage, which had already been shattered by the dragon might. Seeing this, List took out a notebook from the space ring. Opening the notebook, inside were handwritten translations of moon language to serpent script. Each moon language term had a specific serpent script phonetic symbol, and some common serpent script symbols were translated into moon language with their pronunciation noted. He quickly found the content he was looking for, then, matching the serpent script phonetics, he read out loud, "Saru and Odai." This sentence meant, "Submit or die." The Moonslayer native trembled under the dragon might, with no one responding to List's threat. The listener who had been stunned by the dragon might twice had now regained consciousness. He pointed at List and shouted loudly, "Casito." Mozeros. Following him, 2 more ancient mages pointed at List, "Casito." Mozeros. Still secretly gathering magic power, intending to cast a magic attack on List. But List was always operating the Eye of Magic. With a flick of his wrists, he sent 2 especially large fiery red sword rays, chopping those 2 ancient mages to death. Seeing elves slaughtered by these natives, a great amount of resentment had accumulated in his heart, and he needed to vent by killing. The only one he didn't kill was the listener. Instead, he walked over to him and harshly whipped his face with the blade of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, knocking out several teeth and swelling half of the old man's face like a butt. Then he reopened his notebook, trying to translate what Casito and Mozeros meant. Unfortunately, after a good while, he couldn't find the corresponding moon language. Out of frustration, he shouted again, "Suyoda Odai." After a moment of silence, finally, one ancient mage took the lead and knelt down, shouting loudly, "Suyoda," which meant submission. With this ancient mage taking the lead, the remaining 70-odd ancient mages followed suit, each shouting Suyoda. However, the listener and the remaining 17 ancient mages still ferociously shouted, "Casito." Mozeros. The consequence was that List swung his sword and chopped 3 more ancient mages to death, then threw a length of rope to the ancient mage who led the submission, signaling him to tie up the listener and the 14 resisting ancient mages. They were bound together, tied with dead knots, with ropes woven from hemp-rope vine, unbreakable. With no resistors left, the entire Moonslayer tribe quickly submitted to List under the loud commands of the ancient mage. All the natives knelt down, bowing to him, Sir Yoda. List looked at the dense crowd of Moonslayers, a large tribe of about 10 to 20,000 people, with over 100 ancient mages alone. Amidst the kneeling crowd, he walked up to the very first ancient mage who had submitted, pointed at him, and read from his notebook, "Listener." Hearing this, the ancient mage was overjoyed and crawled to List's feet, incessantly kissing the tips of his silver-white metal boots. List then pointed at the dense Moonslayer natives below, signaling the new listener to forbid the capture of elves. Anyone who dares to kill elves was to be executed on the spot. Then he signaled the listener to disperse the Moonslayers, not to gather around here, and to continue with their work. He felt nothing for the subjugation of the Moonslayers, he just wanted to capture these people as serfs. Thus, the ancient mages were killed, the elves were contracted, and List began to study the broken statues worshipped by the Moonslayers. Of the 6 ruined statues, only 1 remained intact, while the remaining 5 were shattered to pieces, with one that was initially half intact now crushed by the formless dragon. Regarding the parts of the statues holding weapons, the 5 broken statues had already lost this part, while the 1 intact statue still had half of a stone longsword. List leaped vigorously, jumping onto the arm of the statue holding the sword, the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword infused with dragon chi, and he viciously chopped at the wrist of the statue. Immediately, the wrist broke off. The stone-carved sword fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces, one of which suddenly burst into a brilliant magic power feedback light. List confirmed his hypothesis, the stone scepter sealing the time scepter must be from one part of these statues. He crushed the stone and extracted a narrow, glittering longsword from within. Chapter 844, 8 Dragons God Sword. The sword's body was simple, and the craftsmanship did not seem particularly sophisticated, but the material was very special, resembling some kind of metal alloy that definitely included a mixture of different magical substances. The hilt was the most distinctive part and also the area with the densest concentration of magic power. Furthermore, List saw with his eye of magic that it radiated 8 different types of magic power: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, and darkness, all of which were of superior magic caliber. One of these powers he was very familiar with, Fire Dragon over Magic. All these superior magics had been engraved into the spiral patterns on the hilt, each pattern representing a color: blue, red, yellow, green, purple, white, light blue, and black. So this sword has 8 attributes, and they are all superior magic attributes? List tried channeling his own fire attribute Dragon Chi and clearly felt that this sword amplified his chi to an exaggerated extent, far surpassing his current mismatched weapon, the Iced Soul Dragon slaying sword. He executed a combat skill in the air, unleashing the Crimson Dawn Burn, which nearly set half the sky ablaze. This frightened the group of ancient mages trembling incessantly. Even their most powerful magic spells were not as mighty as the casual strike from List. It feels good, it's just a pity that it isn't a knight's sword, not suitable for slashing moves. I guess this is essentially a sword-shaped scepter for enhancing the casting power of a magician. The creativity of ancient magicians sure is full. To make this sword, they likely needed to extract over magic from 8 elemental dragons. From this, it was clear that ancient magicians made extensive use of dragons, at least they had already been able to freely collect various evil dragons. Although it is a magic sword, it can be used by me, albeit with some difficulty. I do not know what name it was given by its magician creator, but now that it follows me, it should have a more resonant name. I hereby bestow upon you the name 8 Dragons God Sword. With a thought from List, the 8 Dragons God Sword was stored inside his space ring. Not a product of a sacred dragon, so the 8 Dragons God Sword could not resist being drawn into gemstone space. Having found the 8 Dragons God Sword, he naturally became even more eager to locate the weapons of the remaining 5 statues, precisely speaking, 4 statues, as one of the statues' weapons should be the Time Scepter. Despite searching several times, he had not located the broken weapon parts of these statues. He walked back to the listener, flipped open his notebook but found no suitable translation. He then resorted to using sign language, gesturing about the statues and the 8 Dragons God Sword before miming the part of an arm, inquiring about the whereabouts of other arm pieces from the listener. The listener was not stupid. He quickly understood List's meaning. With lively gestures, he responded. List grasped his meaning. After the statues shattered, many parts were taken by other splintered tribes for worship. This was reasonable. The artifact left by the ancestors worshipped by the Horn tribe likely referred not to the Time Scepter alone but included that part of the stone statue. For the Moonslayers, these 6 statues were probably the ancestors they spoke of. As the statues shattered, coinciding with the Moonslayer tribe's continuous fragmentation, some larger tribes took pieces of the stone carvings back to their own settlements for worship. So to find these other parts of the statues, it seems I must conduct a comprehensive search of all the Moonslayer tribe. Too cumbersome, I'll have the Night Order carry out this task. The distribution of the Moon Slayers was too extensive for Liz to search one by one. It would be very time-consuming and labor-intensive. Better to let the Night Order complete it. After all, everything on Flame Island belonged to him, and no one could hide these ancient artifacts from him. They would ultimately end up in his hands. So, he looked at the man who claimed to be Sasamit, briefly known as Su, the new Holy Tribe listener. Su, with these ruins standing tall with 6 statues of the Moon Slayer ancestors, does that mean the mountain behind is the Holy Mountain? Holy Mountain. Su nodded excitedly, speaking in Moon language while gesturing to convey its meaning. Our ancestors fought side by side with dragons, and the Holy Mountain is the eternal paradise established by our ancestors and dragons. The Moon Slayers guard the entrance to the Holy Mountain, and the entrance to the eternal paradise. As he spoke, he pointed at Hourglass Valley, his eyes shining with boundless devotion. At that moment, an ancient mage suddenly pointed at the formless dragon that had appeared behind List and cried out loudly, "Big Ol' Swade." Lee City understood this phrase in Moon language. Big Ol' Swade meant dragon. The Moon Slayers had never seen a dragon, but they had heard the legends of their ancestors fighting side by side with dragons. Feeling the formidable dragon might of the formless dragon bard, finally, one of the ancient mages made the connection with dragons. The listener too looked at Bard with excitement. Yet, cautiously, he asked Lee Ct, "Big Ol' Swade?" "Exactly." Lee Ct signaled for Bard to bring his head closer, resting it by his hand, somewhat maliciously curious to observe the ancient magician's reactions. "Big Ol' Swade, my battle companion." With affirmation, the many ancient mages, led by the listener Su, suddenly fell to the ground, crying out loud, "Seiki." Big Ol' Swade. Seiki meant holy, while Big Ol' Swade was dragon. They had placed Lee Ct on the same level as their ancestors. Their ancestors were their spoken Seiki, the holy ones, slumbering in the Holy Mountain, with a holy tribe guarding it. Lee Ct was now the living Holy One, with a living dragon as a companion fighting by his side, making them submit from the depths of their hearts. Of course, this narrative was half truth, half fabrication, leaning perhaps more towards the ancient magicians flattering Lee Ct, while also embellishing their own quick betrayal of loyalty. Looking at one ancient mage after another earnestly performing loyalty and devotion, Lee Ct's lips curved in a faint smile, not out of enjoyment for such flattery, but understanding that he had accidentally accomplished the smoke mission, finding the Holy Mountain and uncovering a sliver of the ancient magician's secrets. Mission complete. Reward, Ruins Entrance. The Ruins Entrance was now clear to him, being the air passage behind in Hourglass Valley. There were shattered spaces, one of which was the material boundary leading to this location. The other must be the entrance to what the Moon Slayers called the Eternal Paradise, the so-called Ruins Entrance. However, countless fissures blocked the entrance to the ruins, preventing exploration for the time being. Mission: swift and agile in the action on the Holy Mountain, you rescued many beautiful elves. The elves born on Flame Island have finally met their savior, and as the master of Flame Island, all elves are yours. Please see to the proper rehumming of the Potato Great Elf and this batch of elves. Reward: discovery of the new archipelago. The discovery of a new archipelago, Yavich and the 3 adventure fleets have been exploring towards the mainland, aiming to directly find the legendary continent neighboring the Flame Islands. Yet now there might be the possibility that they will discover a new archipelago. Could it be another large archipelago? Currently, the adventure fleet has not ceased its mission and is still constantly exploring new islands. So the mission reward would probably fall to the adventure fleet. He brought his thoughts back to the present, with matters here concluded, it was time to choose to leave. Guard these ruins of statues well, Su. Leaving his final command, he mounted the formless dragon bard, and packed the elves into a box to take with him. Flipping open his notebook, he found the phrase he wanted to say. As Bard soared into the sky, the authoritative voice of Lee Ct, empowered by the magic of the formless dragon, rang in the ears of all the ancient magicians, Awayu Kong Mu Egan. The meaning of this phrase in Moon language was, "I will come again." Chapter 845. Coffee beans and cocoa beans. List hugged the elf, while the formless dragon's claws were still clutching the bound former listener and 14 resistant ancient mages. Thus, he didn't undergo spatial teleportation but merely roamed continuously at the edge of material boundaries. Whenever he needed to rest along the way, he meticulously observed each of the elves one by one. The 16 elf bugs could not be distinguished when they had not spat out cordyceps, temporarily unable to tell their species. The potato great elf didn't need to be distinguished further. Of the 8 remaining minor elves, he carefully examined the features on their heads and communicated with them mentally to determine their species. Among them, 5 minor elves still couldn't be identified, but the species of the other 3 minor elves was basically confirmed. The first was very easy to recognize, with a small gourd perched atop its head, unmistakably a never-before-seen gourd minor elf. The second was also easy to identify because of a string of green and reddish small fruits atop its head. These belong to the coffee trees, an important economic crop found in the forests of Flame Island. Coffee is a beverage greatly enjoyed by the nobles, but the Duchy of Sapphire did not grow coffee trees, and they had to be imported from the continent. However, the forests of Flame Island were dotted with a large number of coffee trees, and harvesting their fruit, coffee beans, would become a significant industry. This coffee minor elf was of no small value. The third minor elf took some effort. A sapling with huge buttress roots was perched on its head. Buttress roots are prominent features of trees in some rain-drenched, sweltering forests. Many trees extend wing-like structures at the base of their trunks, resembling a series of plank walls, hence the name. Since several kinds of trees had buttress roots, List stared at the minor elf's head for quite a while. Until he figured it out, it was a quadwood minor elf. Quadwood was a common canopy tree in the forest, part of the topmost layer of vegetation. Its towering canopy often reached the highest points of the forest, serving as a habitat for a multitude of birds and monkeys. However, apart from being used as lumber, the tree itself had no special value, and as lumber, it couldn't compete with ironwood and stonewood in terms of quality. Source: updated on N0G0. But regardless, for List, the existence of such a magical creature as an elf in itself represented value, without any need to crave additional benefits. Engji? Exclaimed the potato great spirit as it crawled out from its box, curiously examining List. It had been keenly observing him all along the journey. Reaching the level of a great elf, the power of the contract was no longer unilaterally oppressive, and the great elf had sufficient independent thought. However, because List had rescued it and due to a sense of familiarity, the potato great elf had grown quite fond of List. It just found it strange why it took to List, who, upon closer look, didn't seem much different from those terrifying moonslayers, just more attractive. I am List Flame. Engji? Come on, repeat after me, List. Li. SZT? That's right, that's how you say it, List Flame. Engji, List. Flame. Good, now you know my name. So, what's your name? Oh, you've forgotten, you don't have a name. I just so happen to have a perfect name for you. Seeing the potato on your head oddly makes me think of a bomb, so let's call you Kuchi, the brave bombardier from the League of Legends. A name was just a label. The potato great elf didn't yet understand the concept of a name, so it accepted its new name, Kuchi, in a daze. Engji, Kuchi? Yes, Kuchi. Ha ha ha, Engji, Kuchi. The potato great elf chuckled happily. List looked at it and began strategizing in his mind about how to cultivate potatoes and make them the staple food of the future settlers of the Flame Territory. The birth of a new food always requires a process of acceptance, but he figured the spread of potatoes would be swift. Even if the settlers of Flame Territory didn't like them, they could be given to the serfs of the Moonslayers. As long as the cultivation of potatoes is promoted on a large scale, the issue of food will no longer trouble Flame Island. After returning to Flame Origin, he handed over the listener and the ancient mages to the Magic Guild for custody, subject them to a strict interrogation. These are the Moonslayer Sacred Mountains Holy Tribe listener and a group of loyal ancient mages. I want to figure out everything they know, especially what Casito and Mozeros mean. Yes, Your Highness. Also, organize a group of magicians responsible for species identification to come and help me identify the types of elves. The interrogation work would take time, but before dinner, List had already learned the meanings of Casito and Mozeros. Casito referred to barbarians, while Mozeros meant the evil force that desecrates magic. According to the listener, who had several teeth extracted, barbarians once betrayed their ancestors and had desecrated the great magic with evil forces. How does it sound like barbarians are referring to knights? List felt it was indeed similar, as there were a large number of knights during the era of the Moon Empire. Knights are probably a class of retainers of magicians, a type of guard. For instance, the moon language of Mount Milajalding means the knights who guard the moonlight, showing that the status of knights in the era of the Moon Empire was merely that of guards. Perhaps to mages who worship truth, knights who rely on physical strength could indeed be seen as barbarians. And the barbaric knights did overthrow the Moon Empire, establishing the knight system that rules the world today, so labeling them as desecrating magic is not entirely unfounded. However, it is also hard to say, as there were definitely not only magicians and knights in the ancient times, but also many ancient warriors and ancient magicians. Like cloaked bear-wearers, vampires, wizards, and bronze-muscled warriors, who knows whether the knights or other ancient warriors were the Casito referred to in the moon language. Perhaps Casito was a generic term used by ancient mages for various warrior professions who rely on muscles, all of them barbarians, Mo-Zeros could be a generic term for various caste or professions, non-traditional magicians who might all be evil forces that desecrate magic. All in all, Kasuto and Mo-Zeros can be roughly understood as heretics. Having figured out the meanings, List lost interest. He quickly joined the magicians in identifying the species of the elves. The 5 minor elves species were respectively cocoa tree, tortoise-shell bamboo, trichosynths, scorpion-tailed banana, and leafy flower. Among them, the fruit of the cocoa tree being cocoa beans, the main ingredient for making chocolate, made the cocoa minor elf clearly an economically valuable minor elf of the economic crop type, much like the coffee minor elf. The other 4 minor elves had little value. The 16 elf worms were also each identified corresponding to the actual cordyceps, which could be found in the forest. Only 2 of the elf worms had economic value, one being the breadfruit elf worm, which corresponded to the breadfruit tree whose fruit tasted like bread and could be eaten as food. The other was Amonth's fool elf worm, where Amonth's fool is a type of nut used in the magic potions. Viscount Fox, halt the capture of the Moonslayer serfs for now. I have a task for you. I want these elves and their corresponding plants found in the forest and transplanted here. Each type of plant should form a garden sufficient for the growth of cordyceps, List instructed. Cordyceps cannot survive alone without a host plant, or they tend to wither and die. Although most of the elves are deemed to have no economic value, this is only temporary. Should a variant of a magic potion variety be birthed from the corresponding plant one day, the value of the elves would immediately skyrocket. As you wish, Your Highness. Fox accepted the order. Furthermore, the potato Great Spirit Kuchi's species is the potato, which can be used as a staple food. You must quickly establish a potato garden. The season is already autumn, but if we hurry, we can still plant a crop of potatoes before winter. With the influence of cordyceps, even winter cannot kill the plants in the garden. They will simply cease to grow. Planting potatoes now, under the influence of the potato cordyceps, they should barely ripen by the time winter comes, and then we'll know if these potatoes are truly high yield and high quality. Chapter 846, Where to go next. The elf arranged everything, just waiting for the plantation to be established to complete the task. After returning from the Moonslayer native holy tribe, List had basically relaxed his guard. When he rode the formless dragon around to patrol, he no longer deliberately hid his presence. So far, Flame Island had not yet built a dock. All the knights, craftsmen, serfs, and magicians who came could not leave due to their lack of capability. After all, the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix was a one-way teleportation array, and the fleet of Dirt Tread Apricot previously ran aground at the mouth of Whirlpool River, unable to return without resupply. Thus, this large island hardly had any means of communication with the outside world, except for a strictly audited magic platform. Not even trade with the nearby Tulip archipelago was possible. The Tulip family had just secured a foothold on the island, and not even a small town had been established, so trade with Flame Island would have to wait a long time. Therefore, even if the news of List riding a dragon was exposed, it would only circulate within Flame Island. Kinley, President, this is the record of our interrogation of the Holy Tribe listener. There are some doubts that need to be pointed out. A magician walked into Kinley's office to report. Kinley, who was revising a new translation of the moon language, didn't look up and said, "What doubts?" The listener mentioned a dragon, saying they were sent here by a dragon, one that looks like crystal and can suddenly disappear. The magician tried to describe more accurately. It seems to be the dragon ridden by His Highness, but it doesn't seem to be the same as Fire Dragon Leo. I don't know if this listener is lying. After listening, Kinley put down her goose quill, her expression suddenly serious. Put Manzano aside, keep this record here with me. As for the dragon mentioned by the listener, I will personally verify it with His Highness. You don't need to worry about it. Also, do not discuss it privately. Yes, President Kinley. Once the magician Manzano left, Kinley picked up the interrogation record, her gaze deepening. His Highness sure has many secrets. This new dragon must be the formless dragon that Instructor Acroloides once mentioned idly. Instructor was the title magicians used to address Acroloides. Since Acroloides was both an archmage and an arcane instructor, he held a revered status. Formless dragon. Kinley narrowed her eyes in thought. She had researched this and knew that the formless dragon was a legendary dragon from the Holy Dragon Order, capable of producing space rings. Kinley had seen the rings on the hands of List and Acroloides and guessed those were space rings. Indeed, she had seen both men suddenly retrieving the items. Therefore, she was convinced of the existence of the formless dragon and speculated that Acroloides' magic door project was rapidly progressing due to the mysterious powers of the formless dragon. Fire dragon, formless dragon. This dragon knight hailing from a small island country might truly be the son of glory those knights hailed. The age of magicians has long since passed, The magic web has withered. Dragon Knights are the real rulers now. But what does that have to do with me? I just need to study magic. She chuckled slightly. Kenley flipped open the interrogation record and began summarizing its content. Having traveled from the distant Steel Ridge Kingdom to Flame Island, what she sought was always magic, the truth itself. Secular power struggles and wars had nothing to do with her. Since becoming a magician, she no longer carried the surname Magic Elephant but took on the surname Truth. Not only Kenley had guessed the existence of the formless dragon. Many knights had also speculated about it. During the capture of the Moonslayer natives en route, the Knight Order took a short rest. 2 knights went away to relieve themselves. Every knight who landed on Flame Island had developed good sanitation habits and no longer relieved themselves indiscriminately. I have seen His Highness riding different dragons. I had known for some time. I remember when we first crossed the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Array, while we were transporting goods on the large ship, I heard that dragon's roar. I heard it very clearly. It was a woo-ee-yaw, shrill, piercing, and yet awe-inspiring. I also remembered the immense dragon might. But what dragon was it? I don't know. In any case, His Highness is the Son of Glory who is eternally favored by the Knight's honor, this is beyond doubt. As long as we closely follow His Highness' lead, we will eventually become nobles of glory. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, the leader of the Knight Order, Crossthorn, was also relieving himself. Moments later, Cross returned to the Knight Order and started a conversation with another leader, Dirt Red Apricot. I just heard some knights discussing His Highness' dragons. Are they discussing how many dragons His Highness has? Dirt replied in the still somewhat awkward serpent script. Even in private, these knights from the Eagle Kingdom, accustomed to speaking wind language, had started speaking serpent script at List's insistence. That's right. A knight's curiosity about dragons never wanes, but it's not just them, we are just as curious. Yes, who would have thought that His Highness not only has 1 dragon but owns 2 dragons, and with Lord Dacre added, the future power of the Flame Country will be extraordinarily formidable. That's why there is a saying in my hometown, don't mourn a lost dog, it might come back with another. We were captured in the high seas, who could know that we were not abandoned by the Knight's honor, but rather deeply cared for by it. As Dirt spoke, he glanced at Cross, especially you, having traversed the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Array once and being gloriously promoted from Viscount to Earl. If your former colleagues knew, they would be green with envy. Cross smiled proudly, His Highness is generous, following him is my honor. While some secretly rejoiced at List having multiple dragons, others frowned deeply. Blue Dragon Island, Azure Sky Peak Palace. The temples of the Sapphire Duke were already graying, aging faster than one could imagine. He was now looking sternly at Crown Prince Anthony. Is what Angela said true? It shouldn't be false. Bao, after getting drunk, personally admitted that List owns 3 dragons, among them are confirmed the Fire Dragon and a light green gemstone dragon lost by the Eagle Kingdom. As for the 3rd dragon, Bao is not sure, and we couldn't get anything out of Marquis Maziro. The Maziro may be untalented and not outstanding in character, but he has inherited the astuteness of the Long Taro family. Angela is not skilled enough to get information out of him. The Duke tapped the table. Angela did a great service by sending this information to our family. When her birthday comes, send a greater elf over. Father, is it necessary to send a greater elf? Anthony was somewhat reluctant, even for a family that reared dragons, greater elves were not in abundance. The Duke sighed. Do you think the greater elf is only a reward? It signifies the goodwill of the Sapphire family. I have studied List for a long time. Despite his youth, he should not be viewed as a young man. He is purposeful in his actions, each move targeted. If List knew his haphazard intents were praised so highly by the Duke, he would probably blush with embarrassment. His actions were never that calculated. Of course, releasing the news about the 3 dragons was intentional. The Duke's words were not an exaggeration. I suspect that the news about the light green gemstone dragon and the 3 dragons was deliberately released by List using the Long Taro family, and Bao's drunken words were likely orchestrated by Maziro. Pausing for a moment, the Duke leaned back into his chair, his face lined with deep wrinkles. Anthony, what do you think the Sapphire family should do next? Chapter 847, Cousinly. The future of the Sapphire family rested solely in the minds of the Sapphire Duke and his heir, Anthony. Deep in thought, List was over 7,000 kilometers away, busy to the point where he could hardly spare any attention to the situation beyond the Flame Islands. Of course, streams of intelligence were still continuously flowing towards him. The rats from Xavier's Bulldog organization and the blood servants managed by Mary Dawnbreak were his hidden eyes in the shadows. The rats mainly focused on gathering intelligence within the Duchy of Sapphire, mostly ensuring that the territory was not infiltrated by foreign forces, whereas the blood servants were stationed in the Eagle Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom, mainly lying in wait, ready to send early warnings when significant developments emerged. Nevertheless, the current situation in Sapphire was stable. The Eagle Kingdom was busy consolidating, while the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom were fiercely embroiled in conflict. No one had the time to pay attention to the Flame Islands. Has the Pinecone family's fleet already arrived at the Whirlpool River mouth? Perhaps I should go myself and simultaneously oversee the Pinecone family's development projects. Having received a message delivered by a knight, List made some arrangements. Send Viscount Fernal with 1 knight order and 5,000 serfs to Whirlpool River mouth. From Flametown to the Whirlpool River mouth, the knight order could board the newly launched single-masted sailing ship from the docks. The ship would sail downstream, though not particularly fast. It would save considerable effort. Estimating the time, Viscount Fernal should have already led the knight order to the Whirlpool River mouth by the time List mounted the formless dragon bard, embarking on his journey to meet the Pinecone family who followed him. Boom. Arriving above the campsite, List directly leaped down from the formless dragon's back, his figure slowly materializing upon landing. This had become his signature dramatic entrance. He always enjoyed creating such a low-key lavish atmosphere. Your Highness. The knights at the encampment, upon seeing List emerge from the dust, saluted one after another. They were no longer surprised by such spectacles. List dusted the dirt off his cloak as Fernal and Roland Pinecone came forward to greet him. Your Highness. List. Uncle, has your voyage been smooth? List gestured for them not to overdo the formalities and kindly inquired of Viscount Roland. He was already a follower of List's, and as his lord by protocol, List had become Roland's landlord. Thanks to the pilots you sent and those calming wind and water calming pearls, we encountered 4 storms on the journey, all of which we safely navigated without significant loss, replied Viscount Roland, still shaken. Ever since deciding to dispatch an adventure fleet to search for new islands, List had entrusted the Magic Guild to bulk produce the calming wind pearls and the water calming pearls to shelter the naval fleet's safety. The sea is merciless, and even the largest court-fast sailing ship couldn't contend with the waves. But the calming wind pearls and water calming pearls could smooth the threats brought by the waves. In a world powered by magic, there were always magical solutions to address problems. It's good that you arrived safely, List consoled. It was then that he noticed a young, slightly overweight knight standing behind Viscount Roland, List's cousin, Riley Pinecone. His other cousin, Russell, had remained on the family estate to handle some transition matters and had not come along. The women of the Pinecone family had also not accompanied them. List. Riley started to greet him but hesitated, somewhat intimidated. Back when List held the title of Baron of Fresh Flower Town, he and Riley could laugh and talk freely, and Riley would even boast about the topaz pendant his grandfather had given him. By the time List had become a dragon knight, he began to feel a sense of estrangement towards his cousin and slowly developed a sense of awe. Especially since he often heard his father and mother instructing him how to face a dragon knight. The distinction in status that stemmed from the hierarchical system of knighthood deepened Riley's sense of inferiority and fear. The cousin he once mocked, who had only received a tattered notebook from his grandfather as a gift, had grown into one of the world's pinnacles of power, strength, and influence. No longer was he the little cousin disfavored by the family in his memory. Cousin Riley, List walked over, smiling as he patted Riley's shoulder. Not bad, you've become an Earth Knight. Although he wasn't particularly close to Aunt Melinda's branch of the family and had very little social contact with them, he still expressed sufficient warmth, given that they had pledged their allegiance to him. Riley replied with an awkward smile, I haven't even reached the level of an elite, I still have a long way to go. Keep honing yourself, and becoming an elite Earth Knight won't be an issue. Seeing that Riley was truly nervous, List didn't force the conversation with his cousin any further but turned back to continue speaking with Viscount Roland. The Pinecone family's plans have already been mapped out by me. Uncle will start developing here at the Whirlpool River mouth, and in the future, he will handle the trade with Tulip Island. I'll be in charge of the trade with Tulip Island? Yes, the main point is to share resources between the 2 islands. The Tulip family will fully develop Tulip Island, but they will definitely have a shortage of labor, so I will support them with some serfs. But don't you also have a shortage of serfs? Haha, I used to, but now I have too many serfs. There's a large number of native tribes on Flame Island, all of which are an excellent source of high-quality serfs. Since the quantity is so vast, my current followers of knights might not be enough to absorb all these serfs. That's really exciting news. Viscount Roland hesitated briefly before speaking. Can the Pinecone family also purchase a batch of serfs? There's no need to buy, you can catch them yourselves. However, take care to capture serfs with the least cost, avoid causing unnecessary slaughter. Flame Island is too big. To fully develop it, we need a large number of serfs. Even if we capture all the members of the native tribes, it still won't be enough. At this stage, there are too many natives to assimilate, But as the Knight class develops and grows, the number of natives will seem scarce. So, killing a native is a loss of resources. Fernal added from the side, with His Highness's permission, our Knight Order has already seldom resorted to capturing as a method to obtain serfs. Mainly, we entice ancient mages to recruit serfs. When most of the tribesmen are drawn to serfdom, even those ancient mages can't prevent being assimilated and will willingly work for us. Centuries of forest living severely dulled the intelligence of these ancient mages, who couldn't clearly discern the blatant erosive tactics of the foreign knights. Selling themselves and still helping the knights count their money. Although these ancient mages aren't skilled in casting spells, their magic is still quite effective. After being systematically managed and continually indoctrinated, they can approximately serve as pioneers in developing the forests. They are far superior to Africa's corn. At least the Moon Slayers are not lazy and work diligently. Their ancestral bloodline originated from the Moon Empire, not from guerrillas. For now, the Pinecone family has settled at the Whirlpool River mouth. The family, being an old established viscountcy and related to the Longtaro family, had accumulated considerable wealth. Willing followers included over 300 knights, as well as more than 800 apprentice knights, and the first batch of 1,000 serfs who had migrated. For the development of Flame Island, this was a substantial boost. Combining Fernal's Knight Order with the Moonslayer serfs, they fully embarked on building the future estuary city as well as Flame Island's first harbor, Estuary Harbor. Chapter 848, Opening the Magic Gate. The time moved into mid-November. The potato plantation of the potato great elf Kuchi had long been established. In addition to List coaxing Kuchi to sprinkle many potato seedlings, the Knight Order also found many wild potatoes from the wilderness, all planted in the plantation. Over the following days, various elf cordyceps fell to the ground one by one as plantations were built successively. With the Knight Order's conquest of many large tribes, they had also rescued 8 elf bugs and turned them over to List for contracting. The planning for the plantations progressed quickly. All the plantations were large in scale, but in reality, the plants inside were quite sparse. Regardless, the smoke mission was successfully completed. Mission completed, reward for discovering new islands. The reward had been issued, but List had not yet received the Adventure Fleet's report. He could not be bothered by the Adventure Fleet's report because a new mission had already been released. Mission: Ak has perfected all the detailed steps of the Magic Gate experiment. The time has come to witness a miracle. Behind every miracle is a foundation of countless drops of sweat. Please assist Ak in completing the Magic Gate experiment. Reward: a new elemental incarnation for Ak. The Magic Gate experiment is finally going to start. List wasn't surprised at all. Ak often discussed the progress of the Magic Gate experiment with him. He had a very clear grasp of it and was always ready to contribute his efforts alongside the formless Dragon Bard. List pondered the reward for the smoke mission for a moment. Ak's new elemental incarnation, what could it be? She already has mastery over the water and ice elements. The target she has set for the third elemental incarnation is the earth element. It should be the earth element, without any surprises. Swiftly, he had already arrived at the Mage Tower and saw Ak, who was writing notes. Ak, when do we start the Magic Gate experiment? Ak is still writing out the details of the Magic Gate experiment. I will need your and Bard's substantial cooperation when the time comes. We should probably rehearse for about a week first, so let's tentatively schedule the official experiment to start a week from now. There was plenty of fatigue on Ak's face, and her eyes, unusually, were rimmed with red. She had barely slept in recent days because of the Magic Gate experiment. List felt deep concern. Since the theory has been completed, there is no need to hurry with the practical application. Once you've finished writing the experimental details, you should rest properly for a while. No more high-intensity work like this. Your health is more important than any magic, any experiment, understand? Ak smiled sweetly. Yes, Ak understands. He ruffled her azure hair and, for a moment, felt a surreal confusion, as if Ak were still that gentle, delicate little sea monster, not the great archmage revered by magicians. Operation details of Magic Gate experiment was ultimately completed by Ak overnight. After handing it to List, Ak spent time carefully explaining every detail to him, only to be forced by List to go and rest. Holding the notebook, List leaned on the formless Dragon Bard, reading meticulously. The experiment seemed far-fetched, but the details were quite thorough, mainly about opening nodes between two material spaces and then connecting them by tearing through the magic web. The operation was complicated, but Bard's capability was more than enough to accomplish it, to open two connecting magic gates. As he familiarized himself with the operational details, the reward for the smoke mission finally arrived, though belatedly. He finally received good news from the Adventure Fleet's report. They had discovered an island some 500 kilometers west of the Flame Islands. After the combined exploration of 3 adventure fleets, they found it to be a new archipelago. Although the islands were not large, Possibly even smaller than the Whirlpool Archipelago, their strategic location was quite good. Positioned on the route from the Flame Islands toward the mainland, it would substantially shorten the sailing distance. I command Captain Yevich to continue leading the adventure fleet sailing towards the legendary continent to open a navigation route for the Flame Islands and to thoroughly investigate the information along the coast of the mainland. Figure out the distance of the Flame Islands from the mainland, clarify which kingdom this part of the coastline belongs to. After a pause, List added, pass the word to Yevich. When he reaches the coastline of the mainland, that will be the moment he is promoted to Earl. Yes, Your Highness. The twins Lucy and Ruth responded. They performed excellently as operators, deserving the trust of List. Shortly after learning from Ak, they each mastered common magic and advanced from being magic apprentices to become ordinary magicians. They were becoming increasingly qualified as assistants to Ak. A week flew by in a flash. With plenty of rest, Ak began to oversee the Magic Gate experiment. List and Bard had memorized the operating manual and knew every detail by heart. The setup was similar to the last node observation experiment, with Ak setting up a large magic array. 2 were needed, placed at the north and south ends of Whirlpool Mountain. After the first magic array was activated, List and Bard achieved the unity of man and dragon and quickly used the array's power to break through to the strength of a mature dragon, then forcefully opened the node at the material boundary. Then they hurried to the second magic array and opened the node with the same aggressive stance. At this moment, the man and dragon followed the predetermined steps of the experiment, entering the world beyond the material through the node. In the crystal white view, 2 adjacent nodes were especially clear. Bard, time to work. Construct a magic power channel between the nodes, complete the node traction, rip through the magic web, and create a real space passage. List thought clearly, without any delay, began directing Formless Dragon Bard to release space magic power, using the Formless Dragon itself as a bridge to connect the 2 nodes. Once the magic was connected, they could feel the mutual attraction between the 2 nodes. Let's start. Wooya. Bard spread its wings in a boiling passion, its claws reaching fiercely into the pitch-black void to grip the connected strands of space magic power, then flew forcefully outward. The strands of magic power were continuously pulled and drawn, bringing the 2 nodes together in the same direction, creating ripples in the world beyond the material. In the rippling area, the traces of the magic web could be faintly seen. Now is the time. Burst forth. List keenly sensed the disturbance of the magic web, and man and dragon erupted forcefully, pulling hard. The next moment, as if something broke in the void, the strands of space magic pulled open a tubular passage. This channel just so happened to pass through the magic web, piercing through its barrier. However, unlike the wormhole space of the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix, this passage was not stable. As the magic web compressed continually, there were signs that it would soon collapse. The 2 material nodes also began to become unstable. Go, Bard, let's test the fluidity of the passage. Without wasting any time, man and dragon quickly flew into the newly formed passage. To the left was the magic array at the south of Whirlpool Mountain, and to the right was the magic array at the north. He chose to go left first. The space passage was brief, and in a blink of an eye, they passed through the fluctuating exit to the real material world. Indeed, it was the entrance to the magic array at the south side of Whirlpool Mountain. At that moment, the entrance flickered with a pale blue light. From any direction, it collapsed inward, forming a vortex-like portal. List did not delay and charged back into the entrance and into the space passage. The passage was already showing cracks from the continuous squeezing of the magic web. The man and dragon did not dare to linger, passing through at top speed. They burst out from the other exit. And they came upon the magic array entrance at the north side of Whirlpool Mountain. Right after they emerged, the pale blue light at the entrance did not last long before it exploded violently. All light dissipated into invisibility, and the magic array also collapsed at that moment. Many precious magical materials dimmed at that instant, the magic power exhausted, turning into waste. But List laughed, leaping down from the Formless Dragon's back and guffawing, "Ak, the experiment was a success, we've successfully opened the magic gate." In front of the magic array, Ak's eyes spun like whirlpools, as if she had seen all of List's 2 crossings through the space passage. A smile rose on her lips. Chapter 849. New Elemental Incarnation. This chapter is a celebration of the victory by Warlord, temporarily 1 update, but I will make up to 5 updates later. Thanks for Warlord's unwavering support. Brother, Ak seems to have captured some strange information, Ak said, his pupils still swirling, a sign that he was deploying the super magic, Eye of Mana. What kind of strange information? List asked, still immersed in the exhilaration and joy of creating the magic gate. It's a segment of magic with peculiar properties. It's very strange, much like the space magic power Ak has been studying. It really resembles it, quite similar to the magic found in Bard. As Ak spoke, he looked towards Bard, who was poking his head nearby. "Brother, could you let Bard condense some space magic power?" Bard already understood human language, so Ak could direct him, confident that he would happily comply. However, Ak was a considerate little sea monster, respecting List, the formless dragon knight. "No problem." List communicated with Bard using the dragon heart electrical signal. Bard then opened his mouth and emitted a dragon breath shattering space, the intense space magic power slicing through space like a fog, silently reducing the rocks on the ground to powder, much more potent than the high-temperature dragon breath of little fire dragon Leo. Moments later, Ak nodded. "Brother, it's done." "How is it?" List asked. "I am sure it's the nature of space magic power, brother." Ak has now grasped the special operational method for the magic particles. "It seems I can already condense space magic power," she said, raising her left hand and extending a slender, pale finger, from which a point of white light blossomed. Then, she gently reached her finger into the void, making it slowly disappear from sight. Using the Eye of Magic, List could clearly see the white magic power radiating from her finger. It had extended into the material boundary, concealing itself like the formless dragon. Seeing this, List suddenly realized that the so-called reward of Ak's new elemental incarnation from the smoke mission was not the predetermined Earth elemental incarnation. It was a space elemental incarnation. Sure enough, when he invoked the smoke mission, he found the experiment with the magic gate was complete along with the mission. Completed mission, reward is Ak's space attribute elemental incarnation. Incredible. There might never have been a magician, since ancient times, who could release space magic and obtain a space elemental incarnation. It's possible, though. The Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix was the creation of an ancient magician, maybe someone among them mastered space magic. Regardless, Ak is a unique genius, terrifyingly talented. Utterly stunned, List did not show it. In front of Ak, he still maintained the demeanor of a dragon knight, scholar, ruler, and brother. He just smiled and clapped his hands. "Incredible, Ak, that you could master the space attribute of magic power. Given time, you might be able to open the magic gate by yourself and traverse the world at will." Giggle, Ak withdrew her finger, still maintaining the elemental incarnation of space magic laboriously. "Now that Ak has acquired the space elemental incarnation, my understanding of space is much deeper. The magic gate will soon be fully realized. Brother has the formless dragon bard, and I can't travel through space with you." List ruffled her hair vigorously. "Exactly." Bard also let out a joyful cry, "Woo yeah!" The formless dragon felt quite smug inside. It was seeing Ak's terrifying talent that had dignified List to initiate 2 mind battles, eventually lowering the standards to achieve Dragon Knight. The purpose was to stay by Ak's side, using his abilities to guide the way. And the subsequent development went just as it had imagined, no longer fearing getting lost when shuttling through space. "Brother, Ak needs time to adapt and practice the elemental incarnation, but before that, there are still tasks about the magic gate that you need to complete. Just tell me." In the magic gate experiments, the greatest restraining condition is the contraction of the magic web, which squeezes the newly formed space passage, leading to the collapse of the node entrance. To counteract the compression of the magic web, a huge amount of magic power is necessary, which isn't feasible as no source of magic power in any magic array could match the magic web. "Indeed, so have you thought of any solutions?" "We can directly search for natural nodes," Ak nodded. "Natural nodes?" "Yes, the entries and exits of the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix are natural nodes. It must have been ancient archmages who found the natural nodes and connected them, thus eternally inscribing the wormhole space to resist the compression of the magic web. Brother just needs to find more natural nodes, and I can set up eternal magic gates." "I understand. I will join Bard in searching for more natural nodes." The first natural node that came to List's mind was the entrance to the ruins on the Moonslayer Sacred Mountain. Although Hourglass Valley is somewhat dangerous, it's probably not difficult to open an exit. Once a magic gate is established, the vast area of the Flame Islands will become even more closely connected. Ak continued, "Another thing to note about natural nodes is that the process of linking different nodes might not be smooth. The Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix is an example. The repulsive force in the wormhole space is unidirectional, allowing only one-way transmission. To establish a two-way transmission, you might need 2 natural nodes with a very high degree of compatibility. I will try to find more natural nodes, and then gradually select the appropriate ones to build magic gates. Actually, one way is fine too. Worst case scenario, we just loop around and set up other reverse direction magic gates." List's idea was simple. One-way magic gates would mean A can only go to B can only go to C, but then finding another gate that C can only go to, thus B could go through C back to A. Ak also understood this. Returning to Flame City. List's excitement had not subsided. He was full of ambition, thinking about how to find natural nodes and establish magic gates. At that moment, smoke slowly emerged in front of him, condensing into a segment of Serpent script, announcing the latest smoke mission. Mission: Leo has not returned to the Black Horse Island domain for a long time. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple are slowly growing but cannot alleviate the loneliness in the heart of the Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater Elf Annie. As the master of the elves, why not resolve her worries? Reward: a Jade Vein. Jade Vein. List was suddenly thrilled, feeling delighted. The domain currently lacks jade. To meet the needs of the elves, Ethan, and the Magic Guild, the monthly spending on jade is astronomical. Now, sleep has brought a pillow. Annie's troubles, easy to resolve. Let's relocate her to Doomsday Volcano to accompany Leo. Chapter 850, Dominating Thorn Castle. Due to the experiments with the Magic Gate, the magical materials in Flame Town were almost depleted, and replenishments were desperately needed from the Flame Territory. After delegating tasks, List and Ak headed back to Black Horse Island. Although Ak could switch to some forms of a space elemental incarnation, he had not formally developed this ability. Therefore, riding the formless dragon still did not enable him to be enveloped by space magic power, preventing him from traversing the great whirlpool alongside List. Thus, they still opted to first ride the dragon to the coast, then switch to Ak's shell. Of course, first, they rode the formless dragon to the endless volcano cluster to find Leo. Next, they rode on Leo toward the sea, since, as a dragon knight without a dragon in attendance, one's combat prowess would dramatically decline, making any encounter with danger quite troublesome. Only when Leo transformed into a magic form and possessed him did he have ample confidence, fearing no ambush. Indeed, after the Steel Ridge Kingdom and Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom had ignited war, List had been on guard for something. The Eagle Kingdom might be gathering strength in preparation for revenge. With their decades of preparation for the dragon-slaying battle ruined by a newly emerged Dragon Knight, the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom was certainly unwilling to let it go. Moreover, the disappearance of the light green gemstone dragon in the vast sea made List a prime suspect. After List intentionally released news of the light green gemstone dragon, it was no longer just a suspicion, but a fact. Should the Eagle Kingdom prepare for revenge, the scale of a dragon-slaying battle will certainly not be small. Currently, the Eagle Kingdom possesses 8 dragons, 5 of which have knights. Their 5 vassal states have another 5 dragons, with 2 dragon knights among them. Although it's not possible for all dragons to leave the frontier, a desperate gambit might allow the deployment of 4 or 5 dragon knights. After the Sapphire Duke declined this year's Pioneer Mandate War, List had already deeply considered the possibility of retaliation from the Eagle Kingdom. Regardless, he had become a thorn in the side of the Eagle Kingdom. In the process of founding the Flame Kingdom, a dragon-slaying battle would inevitably erupt sooner or later, re-establishing dominion over these seas and the new order in this corner of the legendary continent. If I were the king of the Eagle Kingdom, I would definitely start by showing weakness to the neighboring countries to curry favor, then stabilize internal forces, and choose an appropriate moment to concentrate all available Dragon Knight strength for a spectacular dragon-slaying battle for a sweeping redemption. Of course, the location of the Flame Islands was a mystery. Whether fleets from the Tulip family or the Pinecone family, the pilots of Flame Territory were responsible for leading the way. Others had no knowledge of the location of the Flame Islands. If the Eagle Kingdom wished to launch a dragon-slaying battle, the ideal battlegrounds would still be the Sapphire Archipelago and the Sea of Azure Waves. That's why there was danger for List returning to Flame Territory, and it was essential to bring Leo, not just to show off that he had a dragon. Leo provided brief responsiveness. With support from Ak by sea, it was enough to ensure his escape from any life-threatening situation. If the dragon-slaying battle did not kill him, the remaining time would be his personal showtime. The Eagle Kingdom, unless wishing to destroy itself along with him, absolutely lacked the strength to withstand his retaliatory strike. In any case, the dragon-slaying battle might happen, or it might not. But no matter where he went, he always needed at least one dragon by his side. After quite a struggle, it was already December when he returned to Black Horse Island, and in just over half a month, it would be the New Year's festival. List did not know whether this year he would have time to spend the festival with the Tulip family's relatives. Both he and the Marquis of Bulltail were too busy to spare a moment. He was developing the Flame Islands, and the Marquis of Bulltail was also preoccupied with developing Tulip Island. The construction of the Bulltail domain had already been set aside. When the Flame Dragon descended, enveloped by its fierce dragon might, the subjects of Black Horse Island already knew, their great Dragon Knight Lord had returned. Oh ho! Butler Carter, upon hearing the roar of the fire dragon, couldn't bother with the crystal dinnerware he was wiping and excitedly stood up, shouting, "Everyone drop your tasks, tidy your clothes." Male and female servants quickly assemble in the hall. Mrs. Morrison, please check the list of female servants. Tom, check the list of male servants. Mr. Carter, Is the master back? Tom had been promoted to head of the male servants. This once water-carrying servant had already competently undertaken the role of Butler Carter's assistant. Of course, sharpen up, Tom. The master doesn't like servants looking listless. Understood. Along the castle's corridors, Mrs. Morson's voice also grew louder. All right, girls, drop the burlap, tidy your clothes and all gather in the hall downstairs. Do not hesitate, quickly, quickly, you are the maids of Thorn Castle, serving the Prince Dragon Knight. Coming, Mrs. Morson. Are my clothes a bit wrinkled? Is the master back? I've never met him before, I'm so nervous. While the old and new servants busied themselves assembling to greet the arrival of the master of Thorn Castle, outside in the castle square, List and Ak dismounted from the dragon. Amidst the knight's respectful salutations, they approached the castle. Leo flew straight to a pile of rocks beside Thorn Castle. List had once promised to build it a 100-meter-high stone platform, but later reconsidered as impractical. The weight of the stone platform made it difficult to stack up to 100 meters, so he casually piled up stones produced by the Blizzard Beast Squad for Leo to use temporarily as a landing spot. Clack. 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 The phoenix perch parasol tree next to the pile of rocks housed little yellow, little red, little purple, 3 flame dragon birds nesting in the tree suddenly woke up, emitting joyful cries and flapping their wings toward Leo. Huh? The phoenix perch parasol tree greater elf Annie, idly daydreaming in the tree, also witnessed the long-absent fire dragon descend from the sky and land on the familiar pile of rocks. Shriek. She swiftly flew up, but without the arrogance to approach Leo closely. She had seen how Leo had promptly flicked away little yellow, little red, little purple with his wings. This thrilling fire dragon, possessing a wildly unbridled and solitary nature, wouldn't foster any warm feelings just from familiarity. Consequently, Annie thought it over and turned to fly toward Thorn Castle. She understood well, only one person could suppress the wicked thoughts of Leo, List. By the time Annie reached the castle, neatly arranged male and female servants stood by the castle gate under the leadership of Mr. Carter and Mrs. Morson, bowing to welcome the master home. However, the originally orderly welcoming atmosphere was disrupted by several minor elves. Thorn Greater Elf Jayla, hands on her hips, had already landed on List's head, directing the surrounding fluttering minor elves with commands. All of you, behave, back off, whoa. I'm speaking to you, Cactus Minor Elf, consciously back off, quickly. She's really playing the tyrant. Annie slowly flew toward List, not intimidated by the truculent Greater Elf, Jayla. All were Greater Elves, none significantly more powerful than the others. It was only because P. Great Elfash was hopelessly addicted to rope work, Giant Algae Greater Elf was carefree deep under the sea, Mangrove Greater Elf Nami rarely stayed in the castle, and Annie herself spent all her days among flame dragon birds. That left Jayla to dominate Thorn Castle and become the bully feared by countless minor elves. List, you've returned. Annie flew over on her own, landing on List's shoulder, ignoring the glaring Jayla above her. Chapter 851, The Cost of a Single Touch. I'm back, Annie. List greeted the phoenix perch parasol tree Greater Elf, Annie, and from the mess of elf emotions, he sensed its desire. It wanted to be close to Leo. It was a matter List needed to address, so he responded with a reassuring emotion and waved his hand. All the little minor elves immediately followed him, chattering as they returned to Thorn Castle. Jayla, take them back to the worm room, I'll come to visit you there in a bit. Wow, whoever doesn't listen, Jayla will beat them up. Jayla, upon receiving List's instructions, immediately became aggressive again, proving that Jayla had become one of List's favored subordinates. Otherwise, why wouldn't List instruct another greater elf and choose it instead? List's actual intention was simply because Jayla was more aggressive, and the intimidation of a bully always seemed stronger. All the little minor elves were driven back to the worm room by Jayla, down the path, leaving only Annie, who remained unmoved and still followed List. It was already eager to be near Leo, to smell the sulfur-scented breath of flames. Master, now that you're back, are you planning to rest for a few days before leaving, or will you wait until after the New Year's festival? Butler Carter waited for List to settle the elves before asking. Rest for a few days and then leave. As for the new year, it depends on the circumstances. I may not be able to make it back to Thorn Castle for the festivities. If the master isn't at Thorn Castle for the festival, then this year's New Year will lack atmosphere. Last year, the atmosphere of the first New Year at Thorn Castle was memorable, Carter regretfully said. Last year during the New Year at Thorn Castle, both the Long Taro family and the Tulip family had celebrated there. List smiled, even if I don't make it back, Thorn Castle will still celebrate as usual, and you, Carter, will be responsible for it. Let the men servants and maid servants have a joyous festival. Master is always so kind. Mrs. Morson came over with a cup of steaming milk tea, just freshly brewed Banpo cattle milk. The steward of the cattle farm just brought over a batch of fresh milk, and this is from those few specifically marked cows. Banpo cattle were differentiated by grade. Those few milk cows infected directly from the embryonic stage were purebred dragon breed cows, not yet at milking age. The directly infected adult milk cows, though not of a pure breed, still produced high-quality milk and had always been List's exclusive milk. List took the cup, sipped lightly, and immediately the fragrance of the milk filled his mouth. It's been too long since I've had fresh Banpo cattle milk, it takes me back to the leisurely days of old. You've really been too busy this year, master. Gulping down a cup of milk without minding the heat, List then spoke somewhat sentimentally. Yes, it's been a busy year. 3 dragons to raise, Flame Island to develop, countless responsibilities all hinging on his involvement. It seemed from the moment he began dragon riding on Fire Dragon Leo, life was like a horse spurred on by a whip, galloping non-stop. He never took a proper break, to enjoy days free of disturbance, void of trifling matters. A peaceful life in Fresh Flower Town was what he yearned for most. Living with dragon riding dreams, patrolling his territory's crops daily, life was simple, without the need for too much thought. Such days were no longer possible to return to. Sighs were but fleeting moments, as a dragon knight carrying the ambition of nation building, having chosen a more challenging path, he must walk it unwaveringly. Mrs. Morrison, have the maids ready some hot water, I want to take a bath in a little while. Yes, master. Mr. Carter, prepare for this evening's banquet at Thorn Castle, invite all officials from Black Horse Island to attend. As you wish, master. After giving his instructions, List, accompanied by Annie, left the castle and headed towards Leo's resting place. Those 3 flame dragon bird chicks were still circling around Leo, but they no longer dared to make noise. Leo wouldn't show any courtesy to them just because they were List's pets. If it weren't for List often suppressing Leo's malicious thoughts, those 3 little birds would have long been stuffed between Leo's teeth. Annie, go ahead, I'll have a good talk with Leo. After this, feel free to touch him whenever you want, List said with a smile, patting Annie on the head. Thank you, List, Annie chirped, flapping her transparent wings and eagerly flying next to Leo. She reached out to touch a scale, then quickly drew her hand back, savoring the smell of sulfur and the fiery essence on her hands, her expression one of total bliss. Ugh! Leo felt annoyed. Although Annie seemed no bigger than a flea to him, and he couldn't feel her touch, he still disliked having this tiny creature near him. List then negotiated with Leo using Dragonheart electrical signal. Leo, I plan to move Annie close to the volcano where you cultivate. Later on, when you come out to bask in the sun, let her touch you. Why should I allow a flea to touch me at random? She's evolving and will become a dragon elf, which will be a great help to me. And helping me is the same as helping you, isn't it? Think about it carefully. I need magic potions. 10 potions for 1 touch. You're robbing me. List glared, 1 potion for 1 touch, no bargaining. Eventually, after a fierce argument between the two, with Leo making exorbitant demands and List countering firmly, a man and a dragon reached an agreement, 2 magic potions for 1 complete enjoyment of touching, not just for touching a scale once. Otherwise, based on Annie's method of touching scales several times in a short period, she could bankrupt List in 2 days. Once the price was set, Leo lay down on a pile of rocks to sleep, allowing Annie to continue touching and indulging non-stop. Mission complete, reward 1 jade vein. 1 drunken moment clears 1,000 worries. As Annie reveled in the scent of Fire Dragon Leo, all her troubles vanished, and List's smoke mission was completed accordingly, a jade vein was secured. However, it was still unknown where the jade vein was, probably somewhere on Flame Island. Leaving Annie to continue her blissful indulgence in Leo's scent, List walked back, keeping an eye on the new smoke mission. After a long period of experimentation, the masters at the Fire Dragon Brick Factory have not figured out the firing of porcelain, but they have discovered that limestone can be fired into lime. However, this kind of lime lacks good adhesive properties, as if missing a crucial component. Why not help them solve this dilemma? Reward, the much-anticipated cement. Cement had always been a product List looked forward to. Although his territory possessed rubber, which was 10 times stronger than cement, using rubber for road construction or building houses was a colossal waste. Rubber was now widely used in shipbuilding, equipment, containers, and other industries, as a strategic material, and he couldn't bear to misuse it in the construction industry. So, cement was the best alternative, allowing rubber to be used where it was truly valuable. Are we finally going to produce cement? The Fire Dragon Brick Factory has been built for several years, finally yielding returns. The Fire Dragon Brick Factory was a large workshop with facilities for brick firing, pottery firing, charcoal production, and so on, and had been constantly trying to produce cement and porcelain according to List's instructions. Alas, the porcelain wasn't successful, nor was the cement. The crucial moment still required List's intervention. The lime isn't adhesive enough, lacking a critical component. What necessary component is missing? I don't know much about cement myself, how can I help them solve this problem? Chapter 852, Spiral Positioning Limestone and Cement. List admitted that he didn't really understand them, he only knew that both were calcined and very common. But as for what the connection between them was or what their components were, that was not very clear to him. However, if I remember correctly, I once watched a documentary about China building the Mombasa-Nairobi Railway in Africa, where it mentioned the problem of cement production. Due to a lack of raw materials, the Chinese experts eventually chose to use local volcanic ash as one of the raw materials for cement. When he watched this documentary, List felt very proud. It was a great achievement of his homeland. What he remembered most clearly was that cement could actually be made from volcanic ash. So, thinking of this, he immediately went to inspect the Fire Dragon brick factory and provided the craftsmen who were responsible for developing cement with a new direction, asking them to mix limestone with volcanic ash to see if they could produce cement. As for the volcanic ash, Dodo Island had a lot of it, but the 800-kilometer journey was a bit far. Coral Island also had a weathered extinct volcano. List had once searched for signs of magma there to excavate volcanic ash. These mundane affairs didn't require List's attention, he just needed to provide a general direction. In the following days, while he teased the elves and inspected his territory, he waited for Ak to set up experiments for the magicians of the Magic Guild and prepare magical materials. Meanwhile, the officials had prepared 10 large frame ships filled with supplies and personnel, ready to transport to Flame City. December 10th. The departure was set. Woo-ah, woo-ah. Thorn Greater Elf Jayla was very reluctant to see List leave. Be good in the castle, and don't bully the little minor elves. Once I've built a new castle and plantation in our new home, I'll move you there. Remember to come back soon. Woo-ah. Jayla let go of her hold, watching List depart. Among all the greater elves and little minor elves, she was the one with the most abundant emotions. It wasn't clear if it was because List's thinking was so different from the people of this world, or if Jayla was inherently unique. Nevertheless, among the many odd elves in List's company, Jayla remained the most special. The 10 large frame ships set sail, not to forget the one that had always been docked below Thorn Castle. That ship's hold was sealing the hind legs of the Jade Dragon. Now that Flame City had already been established on Flame Island, he decided to take the Jade Dragon's hind legs to Flame City and hide them in the cellar of the soon-to-be-completed new castle. Concerning the precious treasures of the Mind Fruit Tree and bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit, it was only safe when kept close to himself. Returning to Flame City, he found the already returned formless Dragon Bard. List didn't stop, he directly rode on Bard to take the magic form's little fire dragon Leo, Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree Greater Elf Annie, along with 3 following flame dragon birds, all to the endless volcano cluster. Leo quickly transformed from magic form into flesh and blood, then plunged headfirst into the rolling magma of the Doomsday volcano crater. List continued with Annie to look for the right place and finally found a dormant volcano halfway up the mountain. Annie happily planted her cordyceps. The towering Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree sprouted from the ground and was fitted with bird nests. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple immediately circled around the Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree, chirping non-stop. Annie, I'll have Leo rest here often, so you can touch him freely. List, you're so kind. Annie was sincerely grateful to List. Without his help, she couldn't get close to the dragon she loved the most. Take good care of these 3 little birds for me. Don't worry, List. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple listen to me, Annie confidently said, and this was no bragging. Back when there were 2 adult flame dragon birds, they settled and nested securely in the Phoenix Perch Parasol Tree, without ever harming Annie, which demonstrated Annie's capabilities. Now, the 3 little birds depended heavily on Annie, and after Leo, they were closest to Annie. Perhaps it was fate, or maybe it was mutual attraction. Take care of yourself, my power hasn't extended here yet. Although Leo's dragon might envelops the endless volcano cluster, you still need to be careful. Little Yellow, Little Red, and Little Purple will help me fight. Though they were but fledgling birds, the 3 flame dragon birds had already learned the fire system magic carved within their bloodline, Flame Slash. With a flap of their wings, they immediately condensed flames into a blade, the power of which was rather astonishing. Against common low-level magical beasts, they were a piece of cake. Even when facing intermediate magical beasts, they were no pushovers. As for advanced magical beasts, within the range of Leo's dragon might, no advanced magical beast would casually intrude. So, the safety of Annie was basically not a problem. Bard, let's go. Woo-yeah. The formless dragon flapped its wings, rapidly entering the material boundary, then forcefully tore through the boundary, stepping into the world beyond matter. As the crystal white trajectory rotated, magic return positioning was activated, searching for potential natural nodes while flying. It was at this moment. List suddenly had a burst of inspiration. Can the effect of magic return positioning be strengthened? The effectiveness of the Chi secret technique the Eye of Magic had, after fusion with the dragon, resulted in the intricately detailed dragon eye trajectory and the distinctly tiered crystal white trajectory. He had just thought of something. He had two Chi secret techniques other than the Eye of Magic, breath decay and spiral rotation. Breath decay had little use at the Dragon Knight stage and had been abandoned. Spiral rotation, because it did not significantly aid a Dragon Knight in battle, had not been practiced for a long while. Spiral rotation is a technique of Chi circulation. What if I apply it to Bard's space magic power, and use the spiral-shaped magic radiation to search? Could I then locate the feedback from the material boundary with finer precision? Upon thinking of this, he immediately practiced spiral rotation with Bard. After all, it was just a trial. Even if it failed, he would lose nothing, yet success would yield a great harvest. Very soon, spiral rotation merged with magic return positioning, and the radiated space magic took on a spiral shape. However, the effect did not seem to be very pronounced. The world outside of matter remained quiet, with no response akin to the feedback from the previous magic return positioning. Failed. Just as he was preparing to give up, suddenly, a unique fluctuation signal came from afar. Both man and dragon shook in unison. They had located a natural node. However, List did not steer Bard closer but signaled Bard to stop the spiral rotation, locking onto the node using normal magic return positioning. In comparison, it immediately became apparent that the unique fluctuation, which was previously detectable, could no longer be felt. Bard, try the spiral rotation again. Woo-ya. Once the spiral rotation was executed, the special fluctuation was sensed once more by the magic return positioning. While faint, the location was very clear. Let's go. List was overjoyed, clearly a genius having developed a powerful new skill, calling this upgraded version of magic return positioning the spiral positioning. The birth of spiral positioning meant that the value of Chi secret techniques had returned to his focus. Initially, when the Eye of Magic combined with dragon power to exert potent effects, he had an immense craving for Chi secret techniques. Yet, the dispensable nature of breath decay and spiral rotation made him waver. Apart from the special the Eye of Magic, other Chi secret techniques seemed to serve little purpose for a Dragon Knight. Thus, his motivation to search for Chi secret techniques gradually slackened. Now, spiral rotation had reignited the great value of Chi secret techniques. From now on, I need to obtain more Chi secret techniques, gradually integrate them with dragons, and perhaps develop new skills. As he fantasized about Chi secret techniques, he was already flying toward that natural node. Chapter 853, What's Mine is Mine. Hidden natural nodes were difficult to discern, but even under the formidable searching capabilities of spiral positioning, they still had nowhere to hide. The formless dragon swiftly approached the natural node and then began to rely on its innate abilities to break through the node's thin material boundary. At the moment the boundary ripped apart, List caught sight of the scenery outside. It was a secluded environment, brimming with lush trees. Only when he and the formless dragon completely flew out of the natural node did he have a clear view. It was the interior of a dormant volcano crater. Once they soared out of the volcano, their vision commanded a top-down perspective, with Phoenix Perch Parasol's volcano not far to the left. The endless volcano cluster had 9 active volcanoes and many dormant ones, most of them unnamed. This particular dormant volcano was also unnamed. Having a natural node inside the volcano crater feels somewhat inconvenient for transportation, unless we break through the volcanic tunnels. If Ak picks this as one of the magic gates, we'll mobilize a group of ancient mages to bombard and blast, striving to open the volcanic tunnels sooner rather than later. With thorn ironwood, rubber water, and the impending development of cement, we already possessed the capability to construct tunnels. Although this world lacked large tunnel-boring machines, it had magic. While magicians' combat spells might not be impressive, their effects were clear when applied to civil uses. Even if the ancient mages couldn't penetrate the rock layers inside the mountain, there was still Ak, the Archmage. With super magic, spiral ultra-high-pressure water drill, capable of crushing metal, let alone a mere mountain. Thus, upon finding the first natural node, List's heart surged with excitement, and together with formless Dragon Bard, he redoubled his efforts, continuing to delve outside the material world, in search of new natural nodes. At this time, the powerful searchability of spiral positioning could be fully demonstrated. Before long, he discovered a second natural node. On penetrating the node, the other side revealed surging seawater, crashing against a material boundary, but unable to breach into the outside world. Regrettably, the node is in the sea, seemingly in a deep sea location. This node probably can't be developed, he thought, not even daring to venture out. Bard couldn't swim. If he drowned in the sea, it would be no laughing matter. Hence, they left the natural node and continued to fly in the world outside material reality, searching for natural nodes. The material world was vast, but the concept of large did not exist in the world beyond it, as if everything was squeezed together. To use a vivid analogy, the material world was like a vast sheet of white paper. Each point on this white paper could only move across its surface. But in the world outside materiality, it was like the white paper crumpled into a ball. Continuing to walk on the surface of the paper would not change the distance, yet moving outside the paper could easily connect 2 points that were originally out of reach. Natural nodes were like finding such points where one could move outside the paper. There were no boundaries or distances, and even the concept of time was hazy and unclear. For normal creatures, the world outside materiality was an inconceivable place. Only the formless dragon could navigate here with ease. Another natural node discovered. Let's go. List urged, and the pair flew towards the third natural node. Moments later, they opened the natural node. On the other side was a forest. As List flew out of the natural node, he immediately noticed an interesting problem. He had arrived near Flame Mountain, in one of the subsidiary mountain ranges of Flame Mountain. And light green gem dragon Ethan, whom he had settled within Flame Mountain, seemed to have sensed something. Ethan flapped his wide wings and flew from the valley of Flame Mountain in the distance. Roar. The dragon's roar was a greeting to List. Ethan, the environment around Flame Mountain isn't bad, right? List appeared in form and looked at the light green gemstone dragon flying closer, communicating via dragon heart electrical signal. Roar. When Ethan flew to the mid-level of the adjacent slope, he didn't approach any closer. He didn't like the formless dragon, so naturally, he stopped there. However, the spot of the mountain he chose wasn't good. The rock on the slope couldn't bear his weight of over 100 tons and was directly crushed, causing a landslide. Fortunately, Ethan reacted quickly and took flight again. However, List noticed the slope crushed by Ethan, revealing a patch of milky white mountain. At that moment, he and Bard were still using their crystal white view. In the crystal white view, the milky white mountain flickered with a pale, chaotic light, the luminescence of magic power feedback. With a thought, the man and dragon had already flown there. List jumped down directly from the dragon's back, climbed to the location of the landslide, and upon looking with the naked eye, his eyebrows raised. Jade. In an instant, he understood, this must be the jade vein that was the reward from the previous smoke mission. He took out a bone hammer, tapping and cracking the surrounding rock. After the rock shattered, a series of milky white jade veins were indeed exposed. Bard showed no interest in the jade vein, dozing off to the side. But Ethan rushed over excitedly. Roar. Upon seeing the trace of jade exposed on the mountain, the whole dragon became exhilarated, feeling a delightful transformation from a chicken nest to a phoenix perch parasol. He originally thought that List had randomly placed him in desolate ridges, but unexpectedly, there was a jade mine buried here. Roar. He extended his forelimbs and claws, gently sliding beside the jade vein next to List. Instantly, he sliced through a vein, with half rock, half jade raw stones rolling everywhere and revealing an even richer jade vein deep within the mountain. What was seen before was just the outer layer of the vein. Alright, Ethan, don't waste it. I'll send people over to extract the jade mine. When the time comes, you'll get your share. Eat as much as you want. Roar. I have a task for you. Go scratch around a few other mountains and see how extensive this jade mine is. With jade as motivation, Ethan was easy to talk to, immediately taking to the air. Flying to the mid-slope of a neighboring mountain, his claws casually scraped out new milky white jade veins. He scratched 10 peaks in succession, all harboring jade mines, with an entire subsidiary mountain range beneath them veined with jade. The reserves were conservatively estimated to exceed 100,000 tons. On the market, jade is sold by weight. Suddenly having a jade mine of 100,000 tons undoubtedly made List feel like he was smacked by a bathtub full of large gold ingots. If this entire jade vein is excavated, it should be enough for my use for 100 years. Roar. Ethan roared to express his thoughts. He wanted List to help him establish a dragon nest here immediately, and from now on he would settle in this jade mountain. As an adult dragon, he also smartly expressed that as long as the jade supply was plentiful, producing light green gemstone mines wouldn't be an issue. Good, your dragon nest will be built here. I will immediately send people. However, it'll have to wait until after the new year since the routes to Whirlpool Mountain and Flame Mountain haven't been opened yet. Ethan nodded to show he understood. Then he simply lay on the exposed jade vein, comfortably basking in the sun, with the thought in his mind, mine, all mine. Chapter 854, Group of Dragon Beasts Volcano Crater Natural Node, The Seas Natural Node, Jade Mountain Natural Node. On the return journey, List discovered 3 natural nodes, among which the nodes at Volcano Crater and Jade Mountain were developable. When the formless dragon saw the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix, it immediately opened a passage back to the Whirlpool Cave entrance, then returned to Flame City. It reported the discovery of the 3 natural nodes to AK. However, AK was still summarizing information about the Magic Door project and had not yet devised a development plan. Additionally, she needed time to master the space elemental incarnation. Once she perfectly mastered it, the development of the Magic Door would greatly benefit. She would be able to shuttle through space at will along with List and the Formless Dragon. By the time, the setup of the Magic Door by AK herself would be much easier. Brother, the more natural nodes we control, the better, as only then can we select the most suitable natural nodes to establish a magic gate and complete the teleportation magic array. Understood, I'll handle this. Just as List was gearing up to explore worlds beyond the physical, the smoke mission brought good news. Mission completed, reward, cement. Clearly, List's volcanic ash idea had helped the craftsmen at Fire Dragon Brick Factory successfully develop cement. With the cement development a success, a boom in the construction industry was imminent. Most importantly, Flame Island had the endless volcano cluster, where the volcanic ash was virtually inexhaustible. For future construction on the islands, cement would not be lacking. It's a cause for celebration, but Black Horse Island will probably not need cement as I no longer plan to continue developing in the Flame territory. I will maintain the current industry structure and focus all efforts on developing Flame Island. List thought clearly and planned to send instructions through the magic platform. He prepared for the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to be ready to relocate. The next time he returned to Black Horse Island, he would move all craftsmen of the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to Flame Island. He also planned to move the entire Magic Guild there, then stationed magicians at the Fire Dragon Brick Factory to continue developing new types of cement. Volcanic ash could be used as a material for cement, and other kinds of ash might also be suitable. However, when he saw the new smoke mission, he suddenly felt that his idea might be superfluous. Mission: the transport between Black Horse Island and Flame Island is the biggest obstacle to developing the Flame Archipelago. However, with the preparations for the Magic Gate, you have another option beyond the Great Sailing. Why not find the natural node around Black Horse Island in anticipation of building the Magic Gate? Reward: Intermediate Dragon Beast Group. This was in preparation for setting up a Magic Gate between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. Once the Magic Gate was established, wouldn't Flame Island and Black Horse Island be connected? If the Magic Gate is really constructed, using Black Horse Island as a base could completely bring the Sapphire family into my followers, making the Duchy of Sapphire a vassal state of the Flame Kingdom. He stroked his chin. He temporarily suppressed this idea and looked at the reward for the mission. They're awarding an intermediate dragon beast group, not just one but a group. This is going to make a fortune. So far, he had encountered many creatures of the dragon lineage. Dragon breed beasts included blue blood treasure horse, black blood treasured horse, half-sloped dairy cow, and estuary pig. Low-level dragon beasts included rainbow whale rose and landwalker bird Loki, where Loki had evolved into an intermediate dragon beast due to the bloodline fruit. He had not seen natural intermediate dragon beasts. Nor had he seen any advanced dragon beasts. However, he heard that in the Pegasus Great Forest within the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the Pegasus were advanced dragon beasts, and even a super dragon beast, unicorn, was said to have been born. List had always intended to find a unicorn and witness this magical creature that, as the legend goes, could only be seen by a pure virgin. Super dragon beasts included flame dragon bird and lightning dragon turtle. I wonder what breed of intermediate dragon beasts will run into this time. I hope it's a breed suitable for riding and combat so that I can establish the Dragon Beast Knight Order to contribute to the Burning Knights group. For several days, List had been searching for new natural nodes, and indeed, his efforts bore considerable fruit. He found 3 new nodes. However, 2 of them were in the middle of the ocean, and he dared not venture out, fearing he might drown. The other was situated above the sea, around which he used a sextant for positioning, and discovered the node was located between the Flame Islands and Whirlpool Archipelago, surrounded by the vast ocean with very low developmental value. If the natural node had been near the shore, with Ak's incredible water control abilities, perhaps another great whirlpool could be established. Alas, amidst the vast ocean, the risks were too great. Time slowly passed, and List did not discover any new natural nodes. The holidays were also approaching day by day. Another day of fruitless search passed until he reached the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix. He rode the formless dragon bard through the portal and returned to Flame City. He then received good news. A squad from the Pioneer Knights had found a damaged statue worshipped within a large Moonslayer tribe. Given that the tribe consisted of 30,000 people, the Knight Squad opted to employ the corruption of an ancient mage to hire native Moonslayers to work out of the forest. Without haste to act, the statue remained within the large tribe known as Zaya. Where is Zaya tribe located? List inquired. Here, responded the captain of the Knight Squad, pointing to a location on the map of Flame Island within the Whirlpool Great River Basin, though it was a tributary of another stream. The map's location records were clear, a testament to the efforts of the knights and magicians. not only responsible for pioneering, but every destination explored had magicians accompanying to measure and record the terrain. By now, the entire terrain of Flame Island had been charted, especially around the Whirlpool Great River Basin. The next step for the Pioneer Knights was ready to advance toward the Broad Bough Forest south of Whirlpool Mountain. You lead the way. Select a magician skilled in moon language to accompany me. We are heading to Zayat tribe. List instructed crisply and clearly. Since the formless dragon had essentially been exposed, as the knights and magicians settled in the prepared baskets, List directly maneuvered Bard, lifting the baskets, and flew toward Zayat tribe. He and the formless dragon remained invisible at the edge of physical matter, with only the baskets visible. It appeared as if the baskets were flying through the air on their own, creating quite the peculiar scene. Yet sitting in the basket, Earth Knight Dennis and Magician Harold possessed not a shred of embarrassment over this oddity, only an uncontrollable excitement. It's a dragon. An invisible dragon. His Highness is invisible too, it's unbelievable. Dennis dreamed internally, His Highness truly has a second dragon, how great a dragon knight have I followed. Once the nation is established, I will surely become a noble of high standing. Harold aspired, terrifying Prince Dragon Knight, and Her Excellency Archmage. I wonder if I can ever become a member of the Royal Magicians? Not all magicians are indifferent to fame and devout to the truth, many are drawn to worldly power, thus ending up serving among the nobles, and even taking positions within the court, serving the noble class. In an instant, the valley home to Zayat tribe had arrived. Chapter 855, Knowledge Ancient Book Boom. The formless dragon's torrential dragon might spread out, causing all members of the Zayat tribe's Moonslayer tribe to tremble under its power, and Dennis and Harold couldn't help but tense up. However, the dragon might quickly receded, and the transparent crystal-like figure of the formless dragon appeared above the valley. The ancient magicians of the Moonslayer tribe trembled as they looked up at the flying formless dragon, feeling at a loss and utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Let the listener come forth and speak. Magician Harold called out loudly in the moon language. I am the listener of the Zayat tribe, who are you? An ancient mage, dressed in a sackcloth black cloak and holding a wooden staff adorned with a skull at the top, carefully stepped forward. Ta, don't recognize me? Dennis, who had previously visited the Zayat tribe, lifted the visor from his helmet. The listener across from him was called Thanasto, known as Ta among the Zayat tribe's Moonslayers. Ta squinted at Dennis, possibly due to being short-sighted, and his wrinkled face remained expressionless. It's you, the foreign flame person, knight, the businessman knight. When the Knight Squad strategized against the Moonslayer tribe, they all claimed they were businessmen, knights from the Flame Kingdom who had traveled far to reach here. Flame people, what else do you want? Our Zayat tribe has already refused, we will not send men and women to work for you without food. Another ancient mage walked up beside Ta, loudly protesting. You can refuse me. Dennis held his head high, full of vigor, but you cannot refuse my landlord. He suddenly stretched out his hand toward the sky, pointing at the circling formless dragon, Big Ol' Swade. And pointing at List on the back of the formless dragon, he shouted, Seiki. Big Ol' Swade is a dragon, and Seiki a saint. Ah! The ancient mages suddenly exclaimed, they looked up at the sky in fear, and the cries arose, Big Ol' Swade. Seiki. That is Big Ol' Swade and Seiki. The ancient magicians of the Moonslayer tribe had never seen a dragon, but they had grown up on legends of dragons, and saint was the title they used for their ancestors. At this moment, witnessing Dennis's shouts, they were struck with astonishment. And as if playing along with the act, List once again released the torrential dragon might, knocking the ancient mages flat on the ground. After several twists and turns, combined with the bluffs from Dennis and Harold, the ancient magicians of the Zayat tribe dizzily hailed List as Seiki and the formless dragon as Big Ol' Swade, then they chose to submit. They acted as guides, taking List and his party towards the statue worshipped in the valley. The statue was placed inside a cave, with a platform in front, probably where they usually sang and danced around the bonfire. Listener Ta gestured and jabbered at the mouth of the cave. Harold translated for List. He says that this is the statue of their ancestor, a saint like yourself, your highness. They are all descendants of the saint, venerating the saint. Have him move aside. Harold instantly translated the command into the moon language. Ta and the ancient magicians dared not resist and obediently moved to the side, watching List step by step into the cave. Inside was a bust, severely damaged with cracks, some parts even propped up with wood. Its protection seemed stronger than that of the Holy Tribe and the Horn Tribe. Of course, only marginally so. I really didn't know what was going through these Moonslayers' minds. The relics of their ancestors were right there, treated with such reverence, yet not preserved properly, allowing the statues to be eroded by wind and sun, almost turning to sandstone. He didn't care whether the statue was in pieces or not, seeing that the hands of the statue were still there, and that both hands were holding a book, he was reassured. The Moonslayer's holy mountain statues numbered 6, and he had already obtained 2 ancient artifacts sealed within the hands of the statues, the Time Scepter and the 8 Dragons' God Sword. Now, he was about to acquire the 3rd ancient artifact. It appears to be a book of magic? Without further thought, he jumped directly onto the statue's hand and took out the bone hammer to slowly start chipping away at the stone magic book. This action immediately stirred up the Moonslayers. The listener, Thanasto, shouted, "That's the relic of our ancestors, stop at once." Harold and Dennis glared and said, "Shut up, the great Saki is at work, you can only stand by and watch quietly." However, their borrowed authority wasn't enough to scare off the Moonslayers. Led by Thanasto, the ancient magicians started shouting one after another, trying to stop List's actions. Yet, List's movements did not halt for even a moment. The formless dragon that had accompanied him unleashed its dragon might, striking the ancient magicians for the 3rd time with an overwhelming blow. The ancient magicians of the Xia tribe didn't have the same backbone as those of the Holy Tribe. Under the pressure of the formless dragon's dragon might, they reluctantly fell silent. Bing dong. List quickly broke open the stone magic book, and as expected, it contained a sealed divine artifact. It was an open book carved out of special wood. However, it was odd that it wasn't an actual magic book. It was carved in the shape of an open book and could not be closed. The open pages didn't contain any text, making it appear very strange. He didn't inspect it closely. Instead, he put it straight into his space ring and found that it slipped in effortlessly. It probably had nothing to do with the sacred dragon. This magic book seemed to be made of some kind of wood, possessing neither the power of time nor that of the elemental dragons. He jumped down from the statue. List had Dennis and Harold translate and gave the Xia tribe a good pounding, forcing them to open up to local hiring and allowing the Night Order free entry and exit to the Xia tribe before leaving. However, he didn't take Dennis and Harold with him but decided to station them within the Xia tribe. They were bound to be his serfs eventually, conquering them earlier meant they could contribute value sooner. On the way back, he took out the special magic book again and started to fiddle with it. Unfortunately, despite all his efforts, the magic book showed no reaction. "I don't know what use the Time Scepter has, could it be that I also don't know how to use this magic book? That would be a bit embarrassing." Since the conventional method was ineffective, he decided to try something unconventional. He had borrowed land by a river, scooped up a bit of water, and sprinkled it on the book to see if there was any response. As expected, there was none. This textless wooden magic book was not of the type with hidden text revealed by water. Then, is the patina too thick? He came up with another odd idea and drew out the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword he carried with him. The 8 Dragons' God Sword was a supplementary weapon, not well suited for constant carrying or immediate combat. He scraped the blade over the magic book to test the hardness of the magic book. A strange thing happened, though. As soon as the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword touched the book, the magic book burst into a ray of light. Subsequently, glowing moon language symbols, previously absent, condensed onto the blank pages. "What's this?" He moved the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword away, and the text remained, though it was slowly fading. He placed the sword back on the book, and the words brightened once more. How amazing! He pulled out notes on the moon language and, using a comparison chart, quickly deciphered the rough meaning of this passage: elf blood, ice dragon bone, conversion to ice property. Is this directly translating the properties of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword? List expressed shock. The material of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword was indeed made from the ice dragon's bones and had been soaked in the blood of a greater elf. Indeed, it could convert any chi into ice-propertied chi. However, the magic book omitted one function: it could also ice-sealed chi domain. Perhaps in the era of the Moon Empire, knights had yet to develop the chi domain. If it really can decode the substance it touches, isn't this artifact like a great encyclopedia? No, more like a scanner? List's heart raced with excitement. His esteem for this divine artifact spiked to an unparalleled level. This is a knowledge ancient book. Chapter 856, Tree of Golden Apples. To verify whether the knowledge ancient book was indeed as magical as it was said to be, List then tried to touch it with various objects to see the interaction. The space ring touched it. A flash of light, a simple phrase in moon language appeared: formless dragon gem, independent space. The 8 Dragons' God Sword touched it. A flash of light, a simple phrase in moon language appeared: elemental dragon's power, amplification of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, ice, and dark attributes. The bewildering dragon mind fruit touched it. A flash of light, a simple phrase in moon language appeared: jade fruit, power of the jade dragon, heart of the lost dragon. List nodded slightly. So the bewildering dragon mind fruit was called jade fruit during the era of the Moon Empire, and the dragon leg I found was indeed from a jade dragon. The sapphire pendant touched it. A flash of light, Another simple phrase in moon language appeared, sapphire, power amplification. He then touched it with an unpolished golden pearl. A flash of light, an even simpler phrase in moon language appeared, water attribute material. Is it just water attribute material? Isn't there more to it? List was slightly dissatisfied with the appraisal of the golden pearl. He knew that the golden pearl was a water attribute material, any magician or knight could figure that out. The key was what the golden pearl was used for. Retrieving the golden pearl, he took out a phoenix feather. A flash of light, a simple phrase in moon language appeared, phoenix feather, fire attribute amplification. This description is clear, especially the term phoenix in moon language. It seems that during the era of the Moon Empire, the flame dragon bird was already called phoenix, perhaps the legend of the phoenix also originated from the Moon Empire. He then took out a bloodthirsty bat fang, which he had confiscated from the vampires of the Black Knight family, a powerful accessory that assisted vampires in their cultivation. He originally planned to reward Mary Dawnbreak with it for her achievements. After the magic book made contact, a flash of light, a new phrase in moon language appeared, altered dark attribute material. This description is interesting, altered, dark attribute. It appears that there had been research on blood magic during the era of the Moon Empire, but like the bloodthirsty bat fang, there's not much more detail. On the next part of his journey, List continued to verify various objects. Items like telescopes and one-handed swords that lacked magic power changed the knowledge ancient book's usual inability to appraise, showing no reaction. For ordinary magical equipment and magic materials, it only provided simple introductions like 20 attribute material. But for materials from super dragon beasts or equipment made from dragon materials, it could clearly identify the original materials and even provide a partial description of their function. How should I put this? List appraised the knowledge ancient book. In terms of material identification, it indeed has great functionality and value beyond measure. But it's limited to high-end materials. Identifying low-end materials isn't very meaningful, and it's a big step from the great encyclopedia I imagined. Of course, one couldn't expect a special magic book to encompass all knowledge in the entire world. As long as it could provide attribute identification for high-end materials, that alone was a precious rarity, not less valuable than a divine artifact like the Eight Dragons God Sword. Once I get back, I'll bring the Time Scepter from Act to appraise. I wonder what the knowledge ancient book will reveal. Before long, Flame City was in sight. He signaled Dragon Bard to go rest and went straight to the Mage Tower to find Ak, who was busy. Ak, I've found something great. What is it? First, bring me the Time Scepter. Taking the Time Scepter from Ak, List directly touched the Time Scepter to the surface of the knowledge ancient book, and the next moment, light burst forth. A string of moon language appeared, Twilight Dragon Gemstone and the Tree of Golden Apples, reflecting time. Ak, already adept in the moon language, immediately translated the meaning. Brother, is this text an introduction to the Time Scepter? The Time Diamond is the Twilight Dragon's gemstone, and the scepter itself is crafted from the Tree of Golden Apples. Golden apples are legendary treasures, do they truly exist? Since the knowledge ancient book has given a clear appraisal result, it means golden apples do exist. List now generally believed in the legends of this world. The difference lay not in whether the objects of legends existed, but whether the legends were exaggerated. Knowledge ancient book? That's this magical book here. It's a divine artifact I found at the hand of the third statue. It can appraise high-end materials like those of dragons and give a general introduction to their properties. List pointed to the moon language in the book. The material for this Time Scepter is the Twilight Dragon Gemstone and a wood from the Tree of Golden Apples, and its attribute is to reflect time. What does reflect time mean, brother? I don't know. In fact, it seems that using magic power to activate it achieves nothing. It doesn't exhibit any function at all, which is why I handed it to you for research. I don't have time to research it for the time being. When you have time, then talk about it. The Time Scepter isn't going anywhere anyway. At that moment, Ak suddenly had a whimsical thought. Right, brother, can the knowledge ancient book appraise elves? Appraise elves? List was taken aback. Actually, there was no need to appraise elves at all, as their species could be identified once they expel cordyceps. However, he had never appraised a living creature before. His own hand didn't count, as there was no response when placing it on the book. So, he took an elf bug and placed it on the knowledge ancient book. Then, the magical book radiated light, but only displayed one phrase in moon language, elf. Hey, what, you think I'm blind, needing to remind me that this is an elf? List chuckled at the ability of the knowledge ancient book. Well then, this knowledge ancient book serves no use in my hands. I'll give it to you to wield, Ak, especially since you often need to appraise magical materials. Ak didn't refuse. Having acquired the knowledge ancient book, List's heart began to grow eager about the divine artifacts sealed by the other three statues, curious about what unique artifacts were contained within. But there was no rush. Once all the tribes of the Moonslayers were conquered, these artifacts would inevitably fall into his hands. Thus, he continued to seek natural nodes. Not just to fulfill the smoke mission, he also truly yearned to open the passage between Black Horse Island and Flame Island, so time passed day by day, busily searching. Soon, Sapphire Calendar Year 154 moved toward its end, heralding the slow arrival of the new year in 155. Thorn Castle lacked the festive cheer of last year, and under Butler Carter's leadership, the servants had a simple New Year celebration. Flame City's recently constructed new castle, now named Flame Castle, teemed with toasting and festivities. List and his followers celebrated the first New Year of Flame Island within its walls. Your Highness, I propose we declare this year as the inaugural year of the Flame Calendar and today as the first New Year's Day of the Flame Calendar, Dirt Red Apricot suggested with a raised glass. List narrowed his eyes and said, let's not, the Flame Kingdom has yet to be established, and we'll not consider the Flame Calendar for now. We'll continue using the Sapphire Calendar. However, I will ask the Magic Guild to compile a new calendar system based on Flame Island seasons, incorporating the movements of the sun and moon. Once the kingdom is established, we will implement it immediately. Chapter 857, Return to the Burial Ground. This year there was no unknown reward task during the festival, which List found quite regrettable, as finding the natural node of Black Horse Island was somewhat difficult. The formless dragon wanted to set out from the Whirlpool Archipelago and cross over 3,500 kilometers of sea, which was extremely challenging. Unless Ak could transport the formless dragon to Black Horse Island. However, though the formless dragon was mild-tempered, it was unwilling to enter the water and completely uncooperative with List's arrangements. So, they had to enter the world beyond matter from the boundary of Flame Island, then find a natural node near Black Horse Island and cross over to start a thorough search of that area. I hope we can find a suitable natural node soon. We have already discovered 8 new natural nodes and 3 old ones, but they are all within the area of Flame Island. We still need to go to Black Horse Island to find the natural nodes around it, thought List. 3 old natural nodes, entrance to the Great Whirlpool, Whirlpool Cave exit, and Hourglass Valley Ruins entrance. 8 new natural nodes, Volcano Crater, Jade Mountain, and 4 natural nodes in the sea, plus 1 remote natural node on the sea surface. The last one, also discovered as the festival approached, was in a lake in the southeast corner of Flame Island. The lake's shores are covered with reed-like plants, hence it was named Reed Marsh. That is to say, with 3 old and 8 new natural nodes, 11 in total, 6 were usable, especially the Volcano Crater, Jade Mountain, Red Marsh, and Ruins entrance. If a magic gate could be opened, it would perfectly connect the northwest central southeast 3 major areas of Flame Island. Ak was still earnestly practicing the space elemental incarnation. The preparations for the magic gate had been perfected, and as soon as the elementalization was perfectly mastered, he could activate the magic gate at any time. List and Formless Dragon Bard almost spent a huge amount of time in the world beyond matter every day. After several improvements, the spiral positioning could perceive any fine fluctuations of the natural nodes. Yeah. Don't worry, Bard, the natural node is right there, just waiting for us to find it. List comforted the Formless Dragon half-heartedly and partly comforted himself. Last December at Flame Island, it didn't snow, and the temperature didn't drop below 0 either. But the dry and cold climate was even more uncomfortable than snow, completely halting the growth in the fields, with elves already hibernating. The forest also lacked sufficient food, animals that should have been hibernating had long since vanished. Now it was January. The dry and cold temperatures became even more severe, showing List the less gentle side of Flame Island. It's quite tough, Your Highness. The potato harvest wasn't as bountiful as anticipated. Employing Moonslayer natives as serfs consumes a lot of food, it's difficult to maintain the stability of Flame City. South at Estuary City, they too have sent us an urgent message for food. Perhaps we should delay the conscription of serfs. Dirt Red Apricot had earned List's trust and was in charge of the development work on Flame Island. No need to delay. If we are struggling, the Moonslayer natives are struggling even more. At this time, using food as bait to tame the Moonslayer natives is very easy. I will personally transport food from Black Horse Island to support the pioneering team, List said, relying on himself and Ak to continuously transport food, thus he did not agree to Dirt's request. However, he felt very regretful. The potato Great Spirit Kuchi was very effective, but the planting period was too short. Many potatoes hadn't even started to develop before winter arrived. Under the influence of the dry and cold climate, even the Great Spirit couldn't promote the growth of the potatoes anymore. Otherwise, this batch of potatoes could have supported half a month's consumption. Now, they could only transport food from Black Horse Island. I hope we can find the natural node leading to Black Horse Island as soon as possible. As if his wish came true, Just as he worried endlessly about the food situation, Formless Dragon Bard suddenly sensed an anomaly from a natural node. Let's go. They flew over, tearing through the material boundary of the node, and a set of practiced operations was completed. Man and Dragon had already seen the world outside the natural node. This place. It's Mind Island. List emerged from the natural node and found himself on Mind Island, which had been leveled. This island, once concealing the Jade Dragon's hind leg, was transformed as the light green gemstone mine was excavated. A great deal of soil and rock had been removed, cutting the height in half. Numerous stones were pushed off cliffs, accumulating around the island and doubling its size. Excellent. This natural node is well placed, only 600 kilometers from Black Horse Island. List was overjoyed to have discovered a natural node within the Sapphire Archipelago, though not in the immediate vicinity of Black Horse Island. It could still serve as an alternative link between the Sapphire Archipelago and the Flame Islands. He immediately took to the skies on the Formless Dragon, ventured into the material boundary, and headed towards Black Horse Island. He also pondered the location of this node. Why is it on Mind Island? Previous natural nodes located at sea or underwater were momentarily out of question, but those on land were always interesting. The volcano crater was once a massive volcano, Jade Mountain was filled with abundant jade, and the purpose of Reed Marsh remained unclear. The natural resource of Mind Island was clearly the Jade Dragon's hind leg from the earliest times. These natural nodes' formation, could they be related to the real material world? Is it possible that strong magic power disturbances at the material boundary create natural nodes? He wondered, thinking about the matter-spirit magic power triangle theory, where magic and matter constantly transform. It's highly possible that regions abundant in magic power or places where magic power events occurred could lead to the formation of natural nodes. Of course, research on natural nodes was not yet profound, and their fundamental cause remained unclear. List did not linger on this thought, flying swiftly and finally arriving at Black Horse Island as night fell. Back on the island, the Formless Dragon went straight to the smoked grass plantation to rest, while List stayed in Thorn Castle, thoroughly enjoying the comfortable environment of the castle. The next day, after handling a backlog of official duties, he incessantly rode Bard around Black Horse Island in search of natural nodes. Almost immediately upon entering the world beyond the material, he discovered a natural node. Efficiently opening the node, its entrance appeared in a secluded lake, the bottom of which was a long solidified magma channel. Where is this? The Formless Dragon hesitated to enter the water, but following List surging and seeing the shallow water, it reluctantly flew out from the node. It then quickly emerged from the shallow lake. Outside, to his astonishment, was a field of harvested crops covered with a layer of snow, where a few serfs in hemp clothing were setting bird traps in the snow. This scene was all too familiar. Black Horse Island. This is Bone Lake in Red River Town, originally the burial ground of the former fire dragon. Such a discovery overwhelmed List with excitement. Could there be any more marvelous natural node than here on Black Horse Island, precisely at the most magically conflicted site, the fire dragon's burial ground? And the burial ground had also formed a natural node. Boom. Bard landed, and List walked to the lake's edge, his spirits uplifted. A puff of smoke appeared, forming a passage in Serpent script. Mission completed. Reward, Intermediate Dragon Beast Group. Chapter 858, Chin with a big shovel. Bone Lake was filled with water, and to establish a magic gate, these waters needed to be drained. Draining Bone Lake was simple, merely requiring a breach to be dug to connect it to the nearby Red River. Positioned higher than Red River, Bone Lake could not retain its water. Then, with some further excavation, Bone Lake was transformed into a plaza, where the magic gate would be activated. I wonder whether the magic gate arranged by Ak will cause too much turbulence and repulsive force. If it ejects users like the Whirlpool Cave entrance does each time, commuting would still be a major hassle. I hope to continuously reduce this repulsive force so entry and exit can be at a normal speed. Although he thought this, he did not take immediate action. Everything still had to wait until Ak personally surveyed the site before making a decision. Expertise matters. Overall coordination and battling also were his strengths, whereas magic was Ak's forte. He shifted his focus to a new smoke mission, feeling a vague sense of annoyance upon checking the details. Mission: to get rich, build roads first. Developing Flame Island faces many challenges, one important constraint being the poor road conditions, particularly for knights who can't fully utilize their combat potential without sufficient open space for charging. Please construct a 500-kilometer raceway on Flame Island. Reward: Emily's G Rebirth. The reward for the mission was significant. G Rebirth referred to the progression from Intermediate G to Advanced G, and Emily was about to become a Sky Knight, which was exciting news. As the only person in the territory eligible for potential Dragon Knight status and a prodigy, List had high hopes for this 14-year-old girl. He had always been training her to be a light green gemstone dragon knight. However, Emily, without any cheats, was not as monstrously talented as List, who ascended from Earth Knight to Sky Knight in half a year, and then to Dragon Knight a few months later. She had spent a full year at the Earth Knight stage, and it may take even longer to advance to Dragon Knight. It seemed unlikely she would become an immediate combat asset soon, unless the light green gemstone dragon recognized her and agreed to assist in hastening her dragon chi cultivation. If so, advanced chi mastery was imminent. Emily is 14 this year, 15 next year, 16 the year after. If we give her a few more years, she might be able to ride a dragon before she turns 20. Such talent might truly terrify people. The only concern is that once she physically matures, being female might impose significant constraints. Historically, female Sky Knights have existed, but there have definitely been no female Dragon Knights. Female powerhouses are generally concentrated among magicians. Among the 6 ancestral statues of the Moonslayer people, though barely recognizable now, one can discern that one of them, the one holding the Knowledge Ancient Book, is a female statue. I hope Emily can break this norm and become the first female Dragon Knight. No matter what, List would fully dedicate himself to training Emily. Even if she could not become a Dragon Knight in the future, she could still learn from the Chi Domain Manual and become a Domain Knight. Her displayed talent justified this investment, and List couldn't deny a certain unspoken thought in his heart. Nurturing a young girl, perhaps. This smoke mission needs to be completed soon to assist Emily's Chi rebirth, but the task is daunting, constructing a 500-kilometer raceway on Flame Island. A raceway is not a mere path, but a thoroughfare designed for knights to charge freely. It does not necessarily need to be paved with stone, a dirt road can suffice. However, the standard for a raceway requires a very wide and flat surface, without excessive curves, typically constructed around major cities. Around Iron Hoof City, there is a raceway that leads to Bull Castle, 30 kilometers long. They need to construct a 500-kilometer expressway, and given the current capabilities of Flame City, it might take almost half a year. They'd need to build bridges over rivers and dig tunnels through mountains, and if the terrain proved too complex, even half a year might not suffice. Let's just take it one step at a time. The discovery of natural nodes on Black Horse Island had made it possible for List to shuttle freely between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. Flying in the physical world for half an hour, he easily located the wave fluctuations of the wormhole space within the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix. Then, riding the formless Dragon Bard, he crossed the wormhole space directly and flew out from the whirlpool entrance. Looking at the cascading waterfall behind him, he suddenly thought of something. I have 4 space rings, and Ek has 2. Together, that's about 400 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to a large warehouse. Before the magic gate is established, I can act as a porter and transport materials with the space rings. While he couldn't transport large bulk items, he could personally transport valuable items. He didn't find Ek in the Mage Tower laboratory. Only after asking the twin sisters, Lucy and Ruth, did he find out that Ek had gone out and wouldn't be back until evening. List was considering taking this time to return to Black Horse Island and transport a batch of rubber water back. Suddenly, he received a report that the knights who had gone to conquer the Xia tribe had encountered a large invasion of giant elephants. The Xia tribe couldn't resist and had already evacuated to within the sphere of influence of Flame City. Giant elephants? List asked in detail before understanding that these were a very strong species of Earth attribute magical beasts that moved in herds. They didn't harm people but had entirely raided the Xia tribe's food storage warehouses and wantonly destroyed buildings and scavenged for food, flattening the ground wherever they passed. The ground was trampled flat? Yes, Your Highness. The group of giant elephants is too powerful. It's difficult for our knights to charge at them. When they stomp their feet, the ground shakes, and then our mounts can't stay upright. The magician's magic can't hurt them either, they all know magic, firmstone armor. The firmstone armor, an Earth system advanced magic, was a skill also known by Dowson. It formed robust rock plates over the body, providing a defense not inferior to mithril armor. With a thought, List directly rode the formless Dragon Bard and headed for the Xia tribe. After a few flashes, he arrived at the valley where the Xia tribe was located. After a brief search, he spotted the group of giant elephants the knights had mentioned, about 100 or so, large and small, forming a large familial group. The giant elephants looked very peculiar, different from ordinary elephants. The most unique feature was the huge lower jaw under their trunks, which appeared infinitely elongated, both long and wide, with a pair of large tusks in front. It looked like a large shovel attached to their chin. Their tusks, which should have been long, were not prominent, only about a meter in length. Given their height of at least 6 meters and a body weight of more than 20 tons, the tusks were very short, and even the trunk was not long enough. The limbs were stubby and thick, making their overall physique appear more bloated than ordinary elephants, and their heads were not large enough. List observed from the air using crystal white view and quickly noticed something unusual: Earth attribute giant elephants with a faint dragon mite on them, so these are the mid-level dragon beast group awarded by the Smoke Mission. Chapter 859, Shovel-tusked giant elephant with their huge bodies and exaggeratedly large jaws. List had already named this group of giant elephants in his heart, the shovel-tusked giant elephants. Seeing their rich earth attribute magic power and the strength to flatten the ground beneath their feet, he birthed an immense desire to tame this group of shovel-tusked giant elephants. Then, to use them for road construction. With this group of shovel-tusked giant elephants, the construction of the 500-kilometer road should not be a problem. I knew the Smoke Mission wouldn't present an insurmountable challenge. It turns out everything was arranged by the power of destiny. Without this group of shovel-tusked giant elephants, there wouldn't have been the task of building a 500-kilometer road. A sudden clarity shone in his heart as the formless dragon felt his thoughts, letting out a sharp woo-yee as it flew out from the boundary of the material realm, revealing its body, as clear and sparkling as flowing water. The wild dragon might gushed out like a waterfall, striking against the ground where the shovel-tusked giant elephants were foraging. Eng. 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 The shovel-tusked giant elephants, searching for food, were suddenly bombarded by such fierce dragon might, immediately sending out continuous cries of alarm. Then, one after another, they prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. Magical beasts of the dragon lineage feel a clearer sense of hierarchical pressure in the presence of a dragon. Bard, continue to maintain suppression over the shovel-tusked giant elephants. I will personally take action to tame them. List communicated, then jumped off the dragon's back to land amidst this group of shovel-tusked giant elephants. Elephant herds usually have a leader. List noticed that among them, there was one shovel-tusked giant elephant whose body was particularly huge, followed by many others, so he understood that this one was the herd leader. Eng. As List stepped nearer, the herd leader, which was being oppressed by the dragon might, tried to move its body but failed to do so. The reason was simple: List could also unleash dragon might, imposing a heavy pressure on the elephant herd's leader. It could only let out a terrified cry of despair. However, it wasn't long before the elephant herd leader became perplexed when List dispersed his dragon might. On the contrary, he took out a large portion of fruits from the gemstone space, food he had prepared prior to setting out. He had anticipated this encounter with the elephant herd upon receiving the news about them, so he had prepared in advance for taming them. The carrot and stick approach: the food was the carrot, and the stick was the power. This was a very skilled technique for List, as he had developed a set of methods for dealing with wild beasts when he first tamed Daosun. After several attempts, under the intermittent envelopment of List's dragon might and attracted by the tempting scent of fruits, the elephant herd leader finally understood its destiny: to submit to the human before it. To submit meant food, to resist meant punishment. The logic was clear. Woo-yee! The formless dragon circled around the elephant herd, faithfully playing the role of a minion. Compared to Fire Dragon Leo, formless dragon Bard's mental will was easier to blend with, and reaching the perfect state was just around the corner. In the order of reaching completeness, Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan would come first, Bard second, and Leo last. Fire Dragon's baleful thoughts were always suppressing List's guidance, causing the blending to fluctuate. Turning around to mount the elephant herd leader, he sat cross-legged on its back, throwing down a piece of fruit every now and then. In this way, he led the elephant herd, with the other shovel-tusked giant elephants following behind. The procession slowly left the valley of the Zayat tribe, heading towards Flame City. With the sunset and sunrise, after a day and night of travel, they finally crossed Whirlpool River. They encountered a patrolling night squad. "Your Highness." The knights on guard, spotting List atop the elephant, hurriedly saluted in amazement after a moment of surprise. "Have Dirt and Emily come here immediately, and bring along a few carts of fruit as well. If there are stored wild bananas in the warehouse, that would be best," List instructed. "Yes, Your Highness." Moments later, Dirt and Emily hurried to where the herd of elephants had stopped, bringing with them 6 carts of fruit. In this season, fruits were scarce, so having 6 carts filled was quite good. Ugh! 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 The herd occasionally made noises, but overall they were under the control of List. "Your Highness, what are your instructions?" Dirt, watching the herd driven by List, wasn't surprised. This incredible Dragon Knight landlord always had unexpected achievements. "These shovel-tusked giant elephants are intermediate dragon beasts I've just tamed. I really like their innate magic. If they help with road construction, the work will surely be twice as effective with half the effort." List motioned for the knights to distribute the fruit to the elephants. "However, I don't have time to tame them myself, so the detailed taming plan will be left to you." Dirt had a troubled look on his face. "Your Highness, I haven't much knowledge about taming beasts." Emily, however, replied loudly, please rest assured and leave it to Emily. In that case, Dirt, you fully cooperate with Emily. The task of taming the shovel-tusked giant elephants will be carried out by her. List was pleased with Emily's response. A qualified follower should accept the tasks set by their lord without hesitation, rather than complain. Dirt also realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly remedied, please rest assured, Your Highness, I will fully cooperate with Emily to tame the herd. Whatever you need, people or goods, give priority to taming the shovel-tusked giant elephants. List glanced at Dirt. Then he said to Emily, these shovel-tusked giant elephants have a gentle nature, they're actually quite easy to tame. However, it will take some effort to teach them how to cooperate in road construction. You have experience taming the blizzard beasts, and they should know how to work with you to tame the shovel-tusked giant elephants. Then follow me for these 2 days, and I will make the elephant herd leader obey your commands. Without List's power to suppress them, it would be difficult for a shovel-tusked giant elephant to submit to an Earth Knight. Emily's face lit up when she heard this. Yes, Your Highness. She was eager for the opportunity to work with the lord she admired most. In the heart of her youth, List occupied a massive space, a mix of various emotions and adoration. Of course, she wasn't a girl to be overwhelmed by emotions. She had an iron will and a clear mind. Your Highness, food is the fundamental guarantee if we are to tame the herd. The shovel-tusked giant elephant's consumption of food certainly will be astonishing. I fear the current food reserves in Flame City may not suffice. I'll arrange that. You go ahead and bring the Blizzard Beast Squad over here. We'll meet up in an hour. List turned and communicated with the formless Dragon Bard using the Dragon Heart electrical signal, instructing Bard to maintain the calm of the herd and prevent them from disturbing the nearby plantations. Then he headed straight to the Flame City Mage Tower to find his brother Ak, who had returned. Brother Ak, I've located the natural node on Black Horse Island. Now, I can freely travel between Black Horse Island and Flame Island. If you can temporarily spare your space ring, hand it over to me for transporting supplies. Make a list of any materials you need, and I'll bring them over. Ak moved all the items in the space ring to his laboratory, then handed it back to List. 6 space rings were on his fingers. List returned to where the elephants were. Emily had already gathered the Blizzard Beast Squad nearby. Seeing List, Dawson and the 8 tiny ones wagged their tails. They had not forgotten their former master. Woof. Woof. Dawson, come here. List called with a smile, and Dawson immediately rushed over, affectionately rubbing its head against List's pants. It was huge in size, like a small elephant, yet it behaved as gently as a lapdog. After patting Dawson's big head, List then spoke seriously, Emily, the task of taming the shovel-tusked giant elephant herd starts now. Chapter 860, Mammoth Knight Brigade. The shovel-tusked giant elephant could cast 3 kinds of advanced magic, namely Firmstone Armor, Rockthorn Rampart, and Earth Trample. Firmstone Armor was like covering themselves with a shell of rock. Rockthorn Rampart was somewhat similar to Rock Spike, but protruding in a straight, sharp wall of rock. Earth Trample was an unprecedented earth attribute magic which the shovel-tusked giant elephant activated by stomping its feet, enabling it to rapidly flatten the ground. It was like a large-scale jackhammer suddenly striking the ground. Depending on the strength of different shovel-tusked giant elephants, the area affected by Earth Trample varied. For instance, when the leader of the herd initiated Earth Trample, the area reached a circular shape with a diameter of 10 meters. For newly matured shovel-tusked giant elephants, it might only be around 5 meters in diameter, and for young elephants just learning this magic, the range was centered around where they stopped, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Firmstone Armor and Rockthorn Rampart were not the focus. The main focus of taming was on Earth Trample. List required Emily to adeptly control the herd to execute Earth Trample, at the same time ensuring the disciplined movements of the herd. Once the herd had shed its wild nature, riders would begin to mount them. Only when ridden and controlled by a knight could these 121 shovel-tusked giant elephants move in a uniform manner. Throughout the second half of January, List assisted Emily in training the shovel-tusked giant elephant herd, constantly shuttling between Black Horse Island and Flame Island, transporting essential supplies, and encouraging the regular functioning of his territory. Forward, shovel-tusked giant elephants. Emily, mounted on the lead elephant's back, issued the command. Behind her were over 100 shovel-tusked giant elephants of varying sizes, each bearing a knight, predominantly younger ones. Roar! Roar! The elephants periodically lifted their trunks, emitting a dull roar. Then they formed a somewhat tidy formation, starting from the elephant park, and proceeding along a 40-meter wide pathway that had been trampled into compacted soil chunks. Their pace was not fast, but the momentum was majestic and grand, continuously rolling up dust from the road, spreading it far and wide as if it were smoke. Surrounding the elephant herd, Blizzard beasts under Dowson's lead continuously circled the shovel-tusked giant elephants, preventing them from straying. Under the dual control of the knights and blizzard beasts, the herd gradually adapted to their current way of walking, no longer wandering freely. This is the fledgling form of my Mammoth Knight Brigade. In the future, I will continue to expand the shovel-tusked giant elephant population, train more Earth Knights with Earth attributes, and synchronize with the shovel-tusked giant elephants to carry out engineering construction. List, riding on a formless dragon, was veiled at the edge of the material boundary. He was in a good mood. He had already decided to rename his personal Knight Brigade to the Burning Legion. And within the Burning Legion, the first brigade would be the Mammoth Knight Brigade, just viewed, not primarily focusing on combat but on engineering construction. Stop advancing. Emily loudly commanded once the elephant herd reached its destination. The elephants abruptly halted their slightly disjointed movements, messily stopping and slowly shifting positions, forming a more organized line. Ahead of them, where there once stood a small hill, now remained just a bare mound of soil. Riding on the lead elephant, Emily slowly turned around and issued a new order to the herd behind her. First column, step forward. The first row of shovel-tusked giant elephants, guided by the knights, moved forward to the designated position, and then, following Emily's command, the knights shouted to their mounts, "Shovel-tusked giant elephant, earth trample. Roar. Roar. Roar." The shovel-tusked giant elephants lifted their forelimbs and heavily stomped on the ground, unleashing the force of the magic instantly, as if the ground was brutally smashed by a weight of tens of thousands of pounds. The ground shook like an earthquake. You could see with the naked eye, the ground that was already compacted until it was impervious to water, sank down another few dozen centimeters and solidified even more. If you were to try digging with a shovel now, you'd probably warp the edge of the shovel and still not turn up an inch of soil. This soil had almost reached the hardness of rock. It was such powerful magic that had managed to flatten an entire mountain. Second row, advance. Emily issued the command again, and the second row of shovel-tusked giant elephants, under the knight's command, repeated the previous action, stepping down a few more centimeters into the ground. Thus, row after row of shovel-tusked giant elephants continually repeated the earth trample, back and forth over the ground. List watched from the sky, feeling quite satisfied. Although cooperation is still not perfect, the Mammoth Knight Brigade is already capable of starting the construction of the expressway. It doesn't need to be 40 meters wide, 20 meters is enough. And the expressway doesn't need to be so compacted, just let the elephant herd tread over it once. The most suitable road for a knight's charge is one that has a medium hardness, a smooth surface. A truly hard surface is not suitable at all, it's too damaging to the hooves. That evening, after the Mammoth Knight Brigade finished their training, List summoned Emily to the castle to discuss the road construction. Dirt, Cross, and other brigade leaders were present at the meeting. My plan is to build a road from here to here. He gestured on the map. Starting from Flame City, heading towards the Flame Mountain, and extending all the way to Jade Mountain where the light green gemstone dragon resides, the straight line distance was approximately 400 kilometers. However, there was a mountain range in the way, requiring the expressway to take a large detour around the mountain range. Shovel-tusked giant elephants could easily flatten small hills, but large mountains were unlikely. This distance was just right for 500 kilometers. In the end here, I want to build a new city. Originally, I planned to build King's Castle here, but let's put aside the King's Castle for now, and start by building a Jade City. The subsidiary range of the Flame Mountain range is called Jade Mountain, which as the name suggests, contains a massive jade mine. Jade mine? Is it really a jade mine? At first, Dirt and Cross were somewhat confused as to why Liz didn't first build the expressway to Estuary City but wanted to build this road. Now they understood, if there was a massive jade mine, everything was worthwhile. I give you 2 months. The Mammoth Knight Brigade will take care of the road construction. You must ensure their safety along the way, and also arrange for serfs to transport materials. The expressway, named the Jade Flame of Fire Expressway, officially began its construction ceremony on February 1st, starting a grand road-building project. List was still involved in logistics, traveling back and forth between Black Horse Island and Flame Island, mainly transporting food. Of course, the task of finding natural nodes did not stop, but finding new natural nodes was not something that could be achieved overnight. He allocated more of his time to training, frequently practicing at Jade Mountain with the light green gemstone dragon and practicing at the Doomsday Volcano Crater with the fire dragon. Most of the time, he practiced with the Formless Dragon. Formless Dragon Night Dragon Chi's secret manual was nearing completion with the addition of Phantom Swipe, Shadow Lure, Avalanche Snow Mountain, and newly created the 4th move Sonic Boom Stab and the 5th move Poison Dragon Drill. Fire Dragon Night Dragon Chi's secret manual also followed Dragon Slash Chop, Sky Burning Sweep, Swallow Sun Stab, Sea Boiling Strangle, earth-shaking hammer, and created the 6th move Magma Point and the 7th move Tai Sui Whittle. The practice with the light green gemstone dragon was progressing rapidly, and a faint outline of a knight's figure began to form in the dragon's mind. The knight's figure was still vague, the expressions unclear, just a silhouette, but it was essentially consistent with List's form. Mounted on the mind world's light green gemstone dragon, holding a blurred 5-meter-long dragon lance and draped a faint grey cloak formed of smoke. Essentially, this was the imprint List had left in the mind of the light green gemstone dragon. When it became clear, it would be the moment List became a completion-term dragon knight, and the first dragon knight. Chapter 861, Hilita. In the mind of light green gem dragon Ethan, a faint silhouette of List had formed, and the branding was gradually taking shape. However, in the mind of formless dragon Bard, no mind branding had yet appeared. Likewise, fire dragon Leo, the one with whom bonding had taken the longest, also had no branding. Perhaps it would be the most difficult dragon to develop a mind brand with, as the breeding of malevolent thoughts would always destroy List's influence over it. Basically, once a month List would cleave through Leo's mind, filtering out malevolent thoughts and leaving behind only the pure, original intentions. If I wish to explore the world, taking Leo would be most suitable. Its combat capability is the most powerful. However, formless dragon Bard would also be quite fitting. Sometimes, he would struggle with the decision of who to choose as his ultimate mount. Luckily, there was still plenty of time before he had to make that choice. He was now waiting for Axe cultivation, repeating the Magic Gate experiment over and over, just waiting for Axe to perfectly master the space elemental incarnation, then it could be implemented. At present, Axe had achieved full bodily elementalization, but her control over space magic power was still lacking the final touch. But it was close. With her terrifying talent, perfect mastery was just around the corner. Once the Magic Gate is established, I won't have to work so hard, almost traveling 3 times a week to Black Horse Island to transport supplies, which is really troublesome. Flame Island was in a dry and cold winter, with all things ceasing to grow, and food being in severe shortage, especially with the continuous recruitment of Moonslayer natives. And feeding a group of gluttonous shovel-tusked giant elephants meant even greater consumption of food. Flame territory had bulk trade in sea salt, glass, and white paper, and in addition to perfumes, soaps, and the porcelain that was being explored, it could barely maintain the current supply. Just as he was rubbing his hands in eager anticipation of the Magic Gate, another piece of good news was brought back by the knights who had been subjugating the Moonslayer natives, accompanied by a Moonslayer girl only 12 or 13 years old. Your Highness, this little girl is called Hilita, and her father is Bontelesai, the listener of the small Wo tribe. We found traces of elves in the Wo tribe, and when our request for ransom was refused, we captured all the natives of the tribe. The knight captain reported truthfully. Then we discovered in Hilita's stilt house a group of elves that had all made contracts with her, so we brought back the elves and the cordyceps. Behind the knight captain, his men brought out a large wooden box, and upon opening it, inside were the elves firmly tied up, among them 1 greater elf, and 3 little minor elves, as well as 2 elf bugs. List was surprised and delighted. He had thought that the elves mentioned by the knight squad were just a few elf bugs. After all, the Wo tribe was a small tribe with a population of no more than 200 people. Unexpectedly, they had brought back 1 greater elf, 3 minor elves, and 2 elf bugs. The value of the harvest far exceeded capturing a large tribe. Very good, you have done well. Captain Kelt, what is your title of nobility, and whom do you follow? List inquired. Captain Kelt trembled with excitement upon hearing this, barely suppressing his elation. Your Highness, Kelt is an honored knight, following your lead. So you are a direct follower of mine. Then, from now on, I promote your title to Baron. Do any of your men hold noble status? Thank you, Your Highness. No, they are all commoner knights. Then all shall be appointed honored knights. Thank your Highness. Thank your Highness. The members of the knight squad all took to one knee, paying their respects to List with solemn loyalty oaths, their faces brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Indeed, such scenes were common on Flame Island, with knights frequently being ennobled or promoted for their military achievements. He then rewarded the knights. List finally turned to look at the trembling Moonslayer girl, Hilita. This lean native child hadn't fully developed yet, but she was already quite tall, just over 1.6 meters. Her skin was the color of wheat, and she wore animal skin clothing, barefoot without any shoes. Her hair was parted down the middle, hanging shoulder length, glossy, and black. Between the strands of hair were inserted a row of feathers. This was a decorative method favored by Moonslayer women. Older Moonslayer women liked to stick various colored feathers in their hair to form beautiful feather crowns. Hilita's feather crown was not yet fully formed. But perhaps because she was the listener's daughter, she had better living conditions and was cleaner than ordinary Moonslayer children, and was also rather pretty. especially the middle part in her hair. It was quite interesting. List really wanted to say, "Call me Big Brother from now on, and I'll teach you how to part your hair in the middle." Of course, he was too embarrassed to utter such juvenile lines and just smiled at Hilita. The fact that the little girl had hidden an elf and hadn't killed it made him feel very fond of her. "Your name is Hilita?" he asked in the awkward moon language, having taken some time to learn it recently. The spoken moon language wasn't too difficult, the pronunciation methods were traceable. After all, most languages on the legendary continent, including wind language and serpent script, inherited vocabulary from moon language. Vaitik. The little girl plucked up the courage to utter a series of guttural questions. List didn't understand. He turned to look at the magician translator beside him. Most knights had studied moon language, but they weren't proficient, usually communicating according to a manual. Magicians who focused on moon language were more suitable for translators. "Your Highness, she's asking why you took away her father, her friends, and her family. This is a misunderstanding. I invited them to live in my territory, where life is far better than in the Wo tribe. You will start a new life here too," List said, and the translator translated. The conversation went fairly smoothly, so there's no need to worry, no need to be afraid. "You really won't kill us?" "Yes, we won't kill you. In fact, we have many moon slayers here who have come from various tribes to start new lives." "Then can you release my father and my brother?" "Of course, but as a condition of the trade, could you release these elves from their contracts?" List revealed a grandmotherly smile, exhibiting great patience, not because the other party was a little Lolita, but he was willing to respect those who respected elves. "They are my friends, gifts my father gave to me, please don't kill them," Hilita said anxiously. "You like them very much?" I really like elves. They're very cute and shouldn't be killed. But my father only allows me to wish for an elf on my birthday. I've been wishing since I was 7 until I turned 12, and I only managed to wish for 6 elves. The rest were killed. Obviously, the people of the Wo tribe were still moonslayers. It's just that this little girl, Hilita, happened to have a fondness for elves. Hand them over to me, and I will take good care of them. No elf will be killed in my territory, they live happily. You'll often see them running around freely and unrestrained on the land. As for you, you should go to school. In this place, school for moonslayers was less about teaching skills and more about reshaping worldviews. Chapter 862, Kuchi and Poppy. Who is the principal of the School of Moonslayer? List asked after Hilita had been taken away. Baron Rick Footprint. Rick. List remembered that Rick had been his classmate at the Ninth Academy, followed him since the Fresh Flower Town era, and had been seriously injured and nearly died on his first battlefield. After that, he had lingering physical issues and started on the administrative path. Tell Rick to educate Hilita well. He's someone I'm particularly focused on. Understood, Your Highness. As the Moonslayer tribe continued to be integrated, the serf population from the tribe on his territories had exceeded 200,000, including as many as 4,000 ancient mages. The knights, magicians, and civilians who had migrated from the Flame territory, that is, the Flame people, totaled less than 20,000. Such a disproportionate ratio made the rule of the Flame people perilous. Although, in terms of high-end combat strength, he and Ek alone were sufficient to suppress any disturbances, they couldn't be everywhere, and stability still needed to rely on the Flame people. However, as the number of Moon Slayers increased, the control that the Flame people had over them was bound to diminish. Given the spread of the Moon Slayers on Flame Island, there were certainly millions of them, or even tens of millions, as they were scattered throughout most of the forests on the island. Even if they opened the magic gate and maximized immigration, it would be difficult for the number of Flame people to quickly rise to several 100,000. The abundance of Moonslayers and scarcity of Flame people meant that List felt he had to adopt more secure means to control Flame Island. His plan was to assimilate the Moonslayers, to integrate them into the Night system and make them loyal citizens to him. At the same time, he wanted to divide the Moonslayers, to break their collective unity. Standing on the castle balcony, looking at the still bright sun that, however, provided little warmth. He was very clear in his mind, equality for everyone is not realistic. The hierarchical disparities under the Night system must be maintained, but the contradictions between the various classes could be dissolved through channels of ascent. Nobles, Flame people, Moonslayers, these are 3 classes, but each class must have a route to nobility. His gaze shifted toward the distant plantations where a night squad was patrolling. In the fields, serfs from the Moonslayer tribe, under the supervision of Flame people stewards, were busily turning over the soil, preparing for the upcoming spring sowing. Especially young Moonslayers like Hilita can be cultivated to join the Night class in appropriate numbers. As for the ancient Mage class of the Moonslayers, they would be broken, prohibited from killing elf bugs to produce magic dust. Indeed, Moonslayers had no better innate magic abilities than Flame people. Of course, The cultivation of a Moonslayer Knight class still had to prioritize talent. Those without talent would continue to be serfs. Young people are the true future candidates for knights in the Burning Legion. They will embrace the new concepts I bring, rather than continuing to adhere to the rigid knight system. Angji, Kuchi. The calls of the potato great spirit Kuchi interrupted List's thoughts, bringing him swiftly back to reality. He saw Kuchi pulling another great elf of similar height, flying toward him. List. Kuchi arrived at the balcony, chuckling merrily. Kuchi, who had been captured by the Holy Tribe and had endured a miserable time until List rescued him, was only then able to be completely happy. He was recently assigned by List to help the newly arrived elves get accustomed to their new life at Flame Castle. Elf bugs had been successively rescued from various Moonslayer tribes. But there were only great elves and little minor elves, the one big and three small ones brought by Hilita. On the head of the great elf was a small tree sapling with large leaves, and hanging from it was a small bunch of bananas. It was a banana greater elf. Bananas are a fruit and are much loved by shovel-tusked giant elephants. The arrival of the banana greater elf provided a stable food source for the shovel-tusks. Poppy, say. List. He teased the great elf, whose eyes were filled with curiosity and who was a bit shy due to the recent contract, and could not speak the serpent script. Its name was Poppy. That was the name Hilita had given it, and List, thinking it was nice, had not changed it. Hippo, Poppy. Poppy mumbled in its own language, then compelled by the contract, tried to say, List, Hippo, T? It's List. Kuchi corrected from the side. List. Poppy is so dumb, Kuchi mocked, then continued to correct, List Flame, Kuchi's List. Poppy seemed to understand that he was being mocked and shouted angrily, Hilita, Poppy. Alright, go play off to the side. List didn't care about Poppy's learning progress. Once the elves planted the cordyceps, they could do whatever they wanted. There was no real teaching purpose. On this occasion, besides the banana greater elf Poppy, there were also 3 minor elves, which were the Rafflesia minor elf, Silverfan grass minor elf, and Big Fluffball minor elf. Among them, the Rafflesia is a parasitic plant that generally lives on the roots, stems, and branches of other plants, somewhat similar to mushrooms. But it's indeed a plant, with flowers as big as a wash basin and belonging to magic potions. In other words, the Rafflesia minor elf is a magic potion type of minor elf, highly valuable. The only downside is that it's difficult to cultivate, requiring it to parasitize a large tree. Silverfan grass is an ornamental plant. Its mature fruit looks like silver coins or small silver fans. Big Fluffball is also an ornamental plant, related to onions but of a different family, with a plant stalk in the middle that grows a cylindrical, nearly man-high flower stalk topped with a purple onion flower ball, which is quite interesting. The value of these 2 minor elves has yet to be discovered. Furthermore, there's no need to mention the 2 elf bugs. Up to now, the elf bugs rescued from the Moonslayer tribe have exceeded 40, and most have not shown any value. In Coral Island, within a small tavern near the docks of Freshflower Town, 2 guests dressed as merchants were sitting in the corner of the tavern, quietly speaking with each other. Did you find out everything? Did you bring the gold coins? Don't worry, you won't be short on money, here you go. Hee, with gold coins, everything is easy to discuss. It's all clear. That knight returns to Black Horse Island 2 to 3 times a week. The timing isn't fixed, but the pattern remains mostly the same. The other magician has never appeared, staying on Flame Island and not returning. What's his mount, and what does he do every time he returns? The mount hasn't been spotted, but each time he transports a batch of goods. Sometimes it's food, but that's hard to inquire about. Moreover, he always stays a night at Thorn Castle and leaves the next day. I didn't dare to ask too much. I'm still unclear on the specifics of how the goods are transported. Keep digging, I want to have a clearer grasp of that knight's whereabouts. Black Horse Island has strict household registration management. I'm risking being hanged to get this information for you. If you want me to continue investigating, you'll need to pay more. As long as the information is valuable, remember, money is not an issue. Moments later, the 2 merchants took their leave, each departing Freshflower Town after purchasing a batch of goods, one heading towards Black Horse Island, the other towards Coral City. The merchant heading to Coral City arrived at the docks, then immediately penned a letter and handed it over to another merchant to take along, sailing all the way to the Eagle Kingdom. Eventually, the letter arrived at a majestic castle, near which, on a mountainside not far from the castle, a bronze dragon was deep in sleep. The castle's master opened the letter, expressionless as he read its contents, then burned the letter. Sitting in silence in a chair, it was a long while before he quietly murmured, List Flame. The humiliation you've inflicted on me, I will return it tenfold, just wait. Chapter 863, Light green figure December, January, and February on Flame Island belong to the winter season. Although the dry and cold climate halts the growth of plants, it provides an excellent opportunity for construction projects. Without rain for long periods, the land remains dry. Utilizing this time frame, Flame City and the settlements surrounding Whirlpool River sprang up rapidly. Stilted wooden houses and stone offices were built, each settlement planned as a small town awaiting its residents. All these towns were owned personally by List. On the vast land of over 3 million square kilometers on Flame Island, only nobles from the Burning Legion could be granted fiefs, no other nobles could. There were plenty of large and small islands in the archipelago, enough to grant to his followers. Since honors were achieved too easily, the quality of the fiefs wasn't the best. Generally, the titles granted to his followers did not match their military achievements. List often had to make up excuses to award military honors for promotions. Everyone understood this, and naturally, they didn't mind the poverty or richness of their territories. For instance, Cross Middle. Thorn, who after crossing the Great Whirlpool once, was promoted from Viscount to Earl. Such a tremendous reward thrilled him so much that he wouldn't dare complain even if he was granted a desert as his fief. Riding on the back of a formless dragon, List was also carrying Ek. He moved along the material boundary, inspecting his territory. We still lack people, especially a strong middle class of knights. Although the Knight Academy continues to train youths, it takes time for them to mature. Time is the greatest enemy in developing Flame Island, and the loyalty of the ancient mages is always a problem, even though both you, Ek, and I have forcibly become Seiki of the Moonslayers. Seiki means saint. With dragons as companions, it was natural for List to become Seiki. Ek, being an archmage, was undoubtedly the best candidate for Seiki. However, the two of them were only Seiki in power, and in appearance, they were very different from the Moonslayers, so it was impossible for the Moonslayers to truly and sincerely believe they were Seiki. Only the ancestors of the Moonslayers were considered true Seiki in their eyes. Brother, don't worry. Ek will help suppress the ancient mages. Their magic is outdated. A single magician, equipped with a few pieces of magic equipment, can take on a grand magician among the ancient mages by himself. They can't stir up any trouble. Ek had already entered the material boundary. Her ambition exceeded even that of List, not regarding the ancient mages seriously. It was likely because the magicians all flattered her, making Ek profoundly understand her influence as the incarnate of truth walking the mortal world. I'm not worried about them stirring up trouble, I just feel that the development of Flame Island isn't fast enough. How much longer until you master the perfect elemental incarnation of space? Pretty soon, in a couple of days, Ek replied. The reason she rode the formless dragon with List was to become familiar with the material boundary and speed up her familiarity with space magic power. Sure enough. 2 days later, in late February, Ek finally mastered the space elemental incarnation perfectly and could independently enter the material boundary at any time. She could ride the formless dragon with List outside the material world and experience the unique aspects of this world. And to observe and study natural nodes. Brother, the preparations for establishing the magic gates are complete. Ek will now choose the natural nodes and start building the magic gates. Ek, after comparing all natural nodes near the Flame Islands and Sapphire Archipelago, started the long-awaited practical project of the magic teleportation array. There were a total of 6 suitable nodes for opening magic gates. Volcano Crater, Jade Mountain, Red Marsh, Ruins Entrance, Mind Island, and Bone Lake. Let's first build the Bone Lake Jade Mountain Magic Teleportation Array, connecting Black Horse Island with Flame Island, List excitedly suggested. The geographical positions of these 2 natural nodes were optimal, which would maximize the convenience of transportation, especially since Jade Salary Avenue was about to be completed. The construction ability of the Mammoth Knight Brigade was more impressive than anticipated. With continuous refinement, the shovel-tusked giant elephants could build 30 kilometers of road in a day. By then, Bone Lake connected to Jade Mountain, and Jade Mountain connected to Flame City, was to become the major artery for the development of Flame Island. However, Ek raised a different opinion. Brother, the first construction of a magic teleportation array is bound to encounter unexpected situations, and may even disrupt natural nodes. Ek suggests building an unimportant magic teleportation array first to accumulate enough experience before constructing the Bone Lake Jade Mountain magic teleportation array. Is that so? List, though reluctant to give up, also understood that Ek made sense. The first time was bound to invite failure. Then which one do you think we should start with? The Mind Island Reed Marsh magic teleportation array would be best, firstly to test if the connection of long-distance natural nodes is feasible, and secondly, it won't interfere with the main trunk of the future Flame Island magic teleportation array. Once the magic teleportation array is confirmed to be stable and feasible, it can be directly dismantled to build a new one. Then let's build it this way, you arrange and I will cooperate. Thus, The complex and intricate construction of the magic gate began. X plan involved a great amount of magic materials, including space gems. If it weren't for the 6 space gems, List would have been reluctant to use such precious gems for establishing a magic gate. Time elapsed day by day during the preparations. February turned its page, March arrived, and spring rains began to pour extensively over Flame Island, with spring farming work busily progressing. A large number of seeds brought from Black Horse Island were scattered in various plantations prepared during winter. Once the seeds in these plantations germinated, many elves from Thorn Castle would be able to migrate to Flame Castle. While List was busy, the Mammoth Knight Brigade finally built the Jade Salary Avenue up to Jade Mountain and discovered a light green gem dragon perched there. My heavens! A dragon. This is the light green gem dragon, the one lost by Eagle Kingdom. It's actually on Flame Island. Quick, report to His Highness. Carlo Violet's former mount. The knights exclaimed in shock at the sight of the distant light green dragon perched on the mountain, oblivious to the Mammoth Knight Brigade, feeling deeply stunned. However, Emily, riding atop the leader of the elephant herd, sternly called for silence, everyone. Commander Emily, this is a light green gem dragon, exclaimed Knight Commander Fernaling, unable to restrain his excitement. I know. Emily, though youthful in appearance, spoke with seriousness. This light green gem dragon, it's His Highness's mount. His Highness has already become a light green gem dragon knight. Ah! Knightly glory favors us. Incredible. The third dragon. His Highness has already subdued the light green gem dragon. We, forever favored by the knightly glory of His Highness, who now possesses 3 dragons. The knights couldn't describe their feelings. They constantly elevated their Lord Landlord's illustrious image. Still feeling incapable of showcasing their Lord Landlord's greatness. A dragon knight owning 3 dragons, the 20-year-old Lord Landlord, who surprisingly became a dragon knight of 3 dragons, such exaggerated achievements, how could words convey them? Even Emily, who had been informed by List and knew of the existence of Dragon Ethan, felt equally shocked, with worship-like flame seemingly burning in her marrow. Fortunately, she still maintained her composure on the surface, again shouting firmly, silence, total silence. His Highness has already instructed that the light green gem dragon will not disturb us. And we need to flatten this valley to prepare for the future construction of Jade City. Chapter 864, New record revealing the light green gemstone dragon was a choice made by List, as the news of the 3 dragons would sooner or later be exposed. At the moment when Flame Island was within grasp, revealing it wouldn't hurt. Besides, the Jade Mountain was the dragon nest of the light green gemstone dragon, and mining there was unavoidable to encounter the light green gemstone dragon. Moreover, once the mine branding with the light green gemstone dragon was complete, List planned to let Emily interact with the light green gemstone dragon to see if they could get along well, and perhaps in the future, she could become a new dragon rider. Having talent and loyalty, the girl deserved to be cultivated vigorously, sharing the burdens on List's shoulders. Considering everything, he was only 20 years old, yet he had to shoulder the pressures of an entire kingdom. It was indeed no easy task. Of course, Emily was only 14 this year, and the pressure of becoming a dragon rider was equally immense. Even Archmajorchi, at the age of 44, was still considered a juvenile sea serpent by sea serpent standards, a minor. Flame Kingdom was a nation founded by the youth. Captain Emily, is this truly His Highness's dragon mount? Fernaling could hardly believe it. Of course. Emily stood with her head held high, filled with an indescribable pride by association. Every time List achieved something incredible, she felt an intense thrill. She remembered clearly that night when the great Lord Landlord stroked her hair and said to her, "Grow up quickly, Emily, you're my potential dragon rider." Ethan, the light green gemstone dragon, was the dragon chosen by Lord Landlord for her. All she had to do was grow, pass Ethan's test, gain approval, and ultimately succeed in dragon riding. I will surely become a dragon rider and follow His Highness. Emily looked toward Ethan lying on the distant hill, her heart burning with an even fiercer desire, her thunder attribute chi overflowing in her meridians as if it were about to burst forth and rage wildly. Despite trying to regulate her breathing, she could not suppress the restlessness of the chi, which felt like boiling water that kept bubbling. "Novad, I leave the Night Brigade in your hands to continue flattening the earth," she quickly instructed her deputy before leaping down from the leader of the elephant pack. She dashed a few moves and reached Jade Salary Avenue nearby. Standing in the vast open space, she drew the crimson blood sword she carried. This sword was the sidearm of List in the past, the ruby's purpose being to amplify chi, later reforged by the Iron Knight, making it more in sync with Emily's thunder attribute chi. Although merely a gemstone weapon, it was dear to Emily's heart. At this moment, holding the crimson blood sword, she wildly executed the chi manuscript to vent the tumultuous energy within her meridians. Gradually, A special transformation occurred within her meridians, as if all the Ji ascended into another form, making her body feel lighter and lighter. Then, with a sudden leap, she soared to a height of over 10 meters, hovering momentarily before landing with ease. A touch of unstoppable delight appeared on her youthful, delicate face, as she instantly realized her Ji had rejuvenated, graduating from intermediate Ji to become advanced Ji, rising to the rank of a Sky Knight. Boom! The newly born advanced thunder attribute Ji burst forth, and she turned into an arrow, flying towards the 100-meter-high sky. Even with her newly upgraded Ji, she could forcefully control it, allowing her body to fly short distances smoothly. Her relentless practice day and night had honed her control over Ji to a terrifying extent. She streaked across the sky, then plummeted fiercely to the ground, landing amidst the Mammoth Knight Brigade, stamping 2 footprints into the compacted earth. With bent legs and sword blade thrust into the ground, a cloud of dust was kicked up. The Knights of the Night Order turned their heads one after another, disturbed by the commotion she had caused, and then saw Emily descending from the sky. Some knights were still in a daze, while others had already realized, Captain Emily has been promoted to a Sky Knight? Fernal was the first to rush over. Captain Emily, have you really been promoted to a Sky Knight? He found it unbelievable, even more so than encountering a dragon. The appearance of the light green gemstone dragon was abrupt, but the Eagle Kingdom had lost it for over a year, so everyone had some guess in their hearts. However, how old was Emily? 14. A 14-year-old elite Earth Knight was already sensational, and her appointment as the captain of the Night Order was a figure no one could ignore. Everyone's view of Emily was that of a prodigy, a promising rising star, and the future would belong to Emily. However, without waiting for the future, Emily had become a Sky Knight now. When List was 17 and became a Sky Knight, he broke the historical record of the Duchy of Sapphire and became the youngest Sky Knight, shocking countless people and causing envy and resentment. Who would have thought that today Emily would push List's record forward by 3 years? Yes, I am now a Sky Knight. Emily mounted the leader of the elephant herd. She really wanted to continue flying in the sky, feeling the exhilaration of just becoming a Sky Knight, but she managed to restrain her emotions well, as willpower had always been her greatest talent for progress. You are only 14 this year, graced with knightly glory, Captain Emily. Your talent is even more terrifying than His Highness's. Fernal still spoke with a tone of shock. Emily raised an eyebrow. His Highness's talent is not something you or I can imagine, and I am just continuously chasing after His Highness's shadow. Captain Fernal, focus on your work. After that, she maneuvered the herd leader and returned to the Mammoth Knight Brigade, immediately giving the order for silence. She was not List, though she had been promoted, she could still control her impulse to show off well. If it were List, he probably could have flown around the Mammoth Knight Brigade for an entire day. Watching the girl riding the elephant's retreating figure, Fernal slightly shook his head, finding it difficult to let go for a long time. He thought the young Dragon Knight Lord he followed was already a legend. Who would have thought the young female knight working with him would also become a legend soon? Becoming a Sky Knight at 14, something that is almost impossible even for Dragon Knight candidates in the kingdoms of the continent. Not to mention a female Sky Knight. When the young girl's figure merged into the Night Order, he looked again at the distant light green gemstone dragon. Suddenly narrowing his eyes, he thought of a possibility. If Emily is a talented knight carefully trained by His Highness, could she be a candidate for the Dragon Knight of the Flame Kingdom? Although she is female, becoming a Sky Knight at 14, who can guarantee she won't become a Dragon Knight? Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Fernal knew it was a real possibility. As long as List was willing, Emily would have enough time to bond with the light green gemstone dragon. As he pondered, a slightly lewd smile appeared on his face. Lord Akerloides, Archmage. Captain Emily, Dragon Knight. Suddenly it feels like the Flame Kingdom need not worry about succession. His Highness must enjoy nurturing talent. TSK, TSK. Unaware of his followers' disparaging thoughts, List was looking at the smoke serpent script materializing before him. Task completed. Reward Sky Knight, Emily. Jade Salary Avenue has been completed. My little Emily is finally going to be promoted, a 14-year-old female Sky Knight. It's all worth my full cultivation of her. Emily's growth was a pleasure to witness, but as the smoke serpent script changed and revealed the content of the new task, his expression suddenly shifted. He began to darken. Chapter 865, Laying the Net in Wait Mission. Your daily routine has been the target of prying eyes, and danger lurks in the shadows, inching ever closer. Even as a Dragon Knight, you cannot guarantee your safety against a beatdown, and fighting is the best way to resolve this threat. Please eliminate the looming danger from the shadows. Reward, Carnivorous Ogre Shadow Tracing. Carnivorous Ogre Shadow Tracing as a reward did not alarm List. It was the content of the mission that made him pale. Someone is investigating me, Danger from the shadows is approaching. The only force in the sea of azure waves that could possibly threaten me is definitely the Eagle Kingdom. Having killed one of their dragon knights and lost a dragon, the Eagle royal family will surely not let this go, and there's also Alonzo Xianclai. He quickly regained his composure, his gaze filled with calm determination. They want to gang up on a dragon knight. These people are really looking for trouble. Although the crisis had already begun to set its ambush, he wasn't overly worried. Back when the Steel Ridge Kingdom was at war with the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, he had already considered the possibility that the Eagle Kingdom was gathering strength to deal with him. If the dragon hadn't been lost, maybe the Eagle Kingdom would be the one at a disadvantage. But the dragon was lost. That was a big issue. Even the king couldn't just swallow his pride and let it be. Each dragon represented a massive amount of resources. Investigating my routine to gang up on me, a new round of dragon-slaying wars is about to happen. The power of destiny has already sensed the opponent's eagerness to move. This great battle is inevitable. List, as a dragon knight determined to establish a kingdom, was on the cutting edge of momentum, and he would not back down at this moment. What's more, there was no reason to back down. With Archmage Archie in the sea, they stood on invincible ground. In the sky, there was the formless dragon bard, who could enter the realm of matter. What could they do against a dragon knight? Even little fire dragon Leo didn't need to come into play, he could still escape this dragon-slaying war. On the foundation of being invincible, I must expand the fruits of victory and make the Eagle Kingdom regret seeking vengeance on me. He contemplated his plan of action. In fact, with the existence of formless dragon bard, List could take the enemy by surprise and kill a dragon knight. Source, updated on NG. Based on the existing intelligence, even if the Eagle Kingdom could stabilize their situation with the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom and Steel Ridge Kingdom, and withdraw dragon knights and dragons from the frontier, it would not be possible to withdraw all dragon knights and dragons. It's likely that the Eagle Kingdom, at a certain cost, could manage to redeploy around 3 dragon knights and 2 dragons. In total, the Eagle Kingdom had 8 dragons, among which were 5 dragon knights, the White Maw Iron Dragon Knight, the Bronze Dragon Knight, the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, the Topaz Dragon Knight, the Lead Dragon Knight, along with the Silver Dragon, another White Maw Iron Dragon, and the Brass Dragon. Their 5 vassal states had 5 dragons, with 2 dragon knights, the Purple Copper Dragon Knight, the Crimson Gem Dragon Knight, and a Grey Iron Dragon, a Pink Gemstone Dragon, a Golden Green Gemstone Dragon. Of these, the White Maw Iron Dragon Knight named Alex White Iron was stationed on the outskirts of the Blast Furnace Fortress and could be deployed. The Bronze Dragon Knight named Alonzo Xianclai was stationed on the outskirts of the Steel Ridge, and could be deployed. From the vassal states, the Purple Copper Dragon Knight named Loyal Bronze had good relations with the Eagle royal family and could be deployed. In addition, the royal family's symbolic Silver Dragon and the vassal state's Grey Iron Dragon could also be deployed. A dragon is an entity that fortifies a nation's fortune and is not easily mobilized. The cost of deploying even once is tremendous, and it might even spark the start of a border conflict. If the Eagle Kingdom truly gathered 3 dragon knights plus 2 dragons for this luxurious lineup, it would be a mighty act that could shake the foundation of their nation. If they win, all is well. Perhaps swallowing me could help the Eagle Kingdom swiftly recover its full strength. But if they lose, the Eagle Kingdom will at least lose a layer of skin. If they dare come, they must be prepared to lose that layer. List's eyes were piercing, showing no fear whatsoever. Without much hesitation, he headed straight for the Doomsday Volcano Crater, summoning Leo from the volcanic magma. A great battle looms ahead. Stay inside me for now, ready to fight at any moment. Oh ho! Leo did not decline. Although he was fond of the warmth of the volcano crater, he also longed for the thrill of battle. How could an evil dragon fear the fight? Returning to the construction site at Reed Marsh, he spoke to Archie. Pause the construction of the magic gate for now. Archie, I need you to be in sync with me during this time. A dragon-slaying battle is waiting for me. Ak understands. Ak will protect Big Brother. Ak clenched his fist and declared. I believe you. Right after. The two of them rode the formless dragon bard together, entering the world beyond physical matter, and traveled from the natural node at Bone Lake to Black Horse Island. List quickly summoned Mary Dawnbreak and Xavier Buldung to Thorn Castle. Your Highness. Mary, who appeared youthful, no longer flaunted her alluring figure. As the leader of the Blood Servants and one of List's eyes, she held a position of high standing and influence. In the Flame Territory, she had chosen many talented youths, planning to increase the vampire population. Mary, I need you to lead the Blood Servants and conduct an in-depth investigation into the movements of the Dragon Knights and Dragons of the Eagle Kingdom and its vassals, with special attention to Alex, Alonzo, Loyal, the Silver Dragon, and the Grey Iron Dragon. Mary will clarify the movements of these Dragon Knights and Dragons for your Highness. Be quick, we just need a general idea of their movements, not the details. As you wish, Your Highness. List then ordered Xavier, your task is to find out what the Sapphire family is up to, especially the Grand Duke and his Sapphire Dragon. List had not considered joining forces with the Sapphire Duke for this dragon-slaying battle because the stance of the Sapphire family was difficult to judge. He preferred to handle things on his own and did not like to collaborate with others, especially those he did not trust enough, as they could betray him at any moment. Xavier bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." "Are you prepared for the activities of the rats on your territory? All suspicious rats are under our surveillance, and some of the intelligence is deliberately released by me. We can essentially ensure that everything is under control." "Good, then continue to leak my routine to these rats. Remember, it should be regular and fixed over a period. Moreover, I want you to spread the word that I often travel to Dodo Island, where there is a volcano that serves as a training ground for Leo." List decided to actively set up the battlefield, employing a fishing law enforcement strategy. Nobody knew he could rely on the power of destiny to avoid danger in advance, and this was exactly what he intended to exploit. Without asking for reasons, Xavier accepted the command. Understood. Thus, instructions were given to both the vampire and rat spies. Without any delay, List crossed the natural node with Ek and arrived at Mind Island. Then they set out from Mind Island, heading stealthily to the Eagle Kingdom. He wanted to find natural nodes along the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom, especially those related to the Dragon Knight's flight paths. It was only right to respond to an action with a reaction. If the Eagle Kingdom dared to initiate a dragon-slaying war, then they must bear the painful consequences. List knew he could not win against the enemy's group attack on the frontal battlefield. What he had to do was to use the formless dragon to contend with the opponents, making the dragon-slaying war a farce. Once the Eagle Kingdom realized they could not capture List, they would surely retreat, and during their retreat, there would be opportunities for the formless dragon to strike. I wonder if killing another Dragon Knight and capturing a dragon on the way would cause the Eagle Kingdom to collapse? Chapter 866, Everything is Ready. Fresh Flower Town's Dockside Tavern. Two merchants sat together, the same two as the last transaction, but this time there was new news about the transaction. "I've got the information you wanted. It took a lot of effort to bribe a servant from Thorn Castle. That knight always transports supplies to Dodo Island before setting off." "Dodo Island?" "Indeed, that's an island to the north. I've even brought you the nautical charts. How many gold coins will you give me? How about 10? 20? Don't be greedy, 15. Hey, 17. It's not just for me, I had to pay a high price to bribe that servant from Thorn Castle. Is there a risk of exposure? Don't worry, the servant is an old hand at the castle, no one will suspect him." Only after the other party agreed to pay 17 gold coins did the merchant reveal everything about Dodo Island in detail, including information about a volcanic crater and a human skull tree forest on the island, and that the knight was training there. If anyone investigated, they'd discover that Dodo Island was indeed undergoing major construction. But it wasn't a training facility being built, rather a small town, and they would begin to mine volcanic ash there to produce cement. Source, updated on NG. This message took only half a month to reach Alonzo Xianclai's hands. To convey the message promptly, he had already arranged for vampires to infiltrate the Duchy of Sapphire again. However, to avoid detection, the vampires from the Black Knight family were very careful to hide their blood magic fluctuations, because the family had learned that a group of vampires had revolted and pledged allegiance to List. Dodo Island. Alonzo called his trusted knight and gave the order, "Deploy the Falcon Knights to notify Prince Alex, Duke Loyal, and Duke Birot." The fire extinction operation officially begins. On April 3rd, we'll assemble and lie in wait at Sapphire Hot Spring Island. The Falcon is an intermediate magical beast with wind attributes, not strong in combat, but incredibly fast. Mounting a falcon marked with Alonzo's beacon, the Falcon Knights took off swiftly from Alonzo's castle and flew toward the lands of the Eagle Kingdom. Watching the knights vanish into the sky, Alonzo clenched his fist securely. "Your Majesty still trusts me, putting me in charge of this operation, and I will not fail this trust. List Flame, you must be quite pleased with yourself now, young and successful, and in a hurry to establish your nation, yet not realizing that the old huntsman has already set the perfect trap for you. Hey. The layout of the battle against dragons is often a protracted affair." After making all the preparations he could, List quickly headed to the coastline of Eagle Kingdom, in search of natural nodes. Unfortunately, the material boundaries here seemed more stable than those in the Flame Islands, and after more than half a month of searching, he had barely found 2 natural nodes. One of them was in a place he was familiar with, Trap Dragon Mountain Iron Mine. The other was located not far from the coastline, among a group of reefs, also a very familiar place. It was here that he once encountered the elderly sea monster Yisi. He thus named the area Siren Reef Cluster. Sadly, Yisi was not here, and he failed to meet this still charming sea serpent again. 2 natural nodes. I hope they are just on the route of the Dragon Knight's return, otherwise, I might have to attempt trailing assassination. Bard is still underage. If he were an adult and all his capabilities reached their peak, I could go directly to each Dragon Knight's station for assassination. The formless dragon is only 80 years old and its combat strength is not dominant enough. Infiltrating behind enemy lines for an assassination carries significant risks. Who knew these Dragon Knights, with years of legacy behind them, might have countermeasures, such as space-locking magic and combat skills. Staying steady and not acting rashly was List's primary strategy at the moment. Soon, he received news from his blood servants, the White Maw Iron Dragon Knight, Alex White-Iron, who should have been stationed on the outskirts of the Blast Furnace Fortress Nation, was not at his post and had already returned to the king's castle. Ever since the daughter of the Eagle Kingdom's king married Duke Hazyberg, the brother of the king of Blast Furnace Fortress Nation, relations between the two nations had become complicated. Under normal circumstances, kingdoms wouldn't become one big family just because of marriages. In fact, going back several generations, nearly every kingdom had intermarried, but they would still fight when they needed to. Alex, as I had predicted, has been released by the Eagle Kingdom in their collusion with the Blast Furnace Fortress Nation. If a dragon-slaying battle is to occur, he will surely be one of them. The White Maw Iron Dragon was formidable in combat, and Alex was known as the first master of the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom had 2 White Maw Iron Dragons, one of which had yet to find its Dragon Knight. However, that dragon had previously almost killed the first-generation Sapphire Dragon Knight in a solo fight, which spoke volumes of its fierce combatant prowess. And Alex himself had killed an ice dragon, earning the title of Dragon's Lair. After some thought, List instructed Ak through the magic platform to give orders to Mary Dawnbreak, continue to track down information on Alex. Report directly to me as soon as he makes a move or shuts himself away. He had the magic platform. With Mary and the other blood servants carrying the magic platform and lurking in the Eagle Kingdom, messages were transmitted rapidly. Unfortunately, magic platforms were not easy to produce, and their security measures also had not been perfected. Furthermore, training undercover personnel was challenging and vampires needed time to develop. Otherwise, he could have directly set up an espionage department to reside permanently in all the major kingdoms. For now, only some blood servants had access to magic platforms. As the blood servants gradually took their places, more information constantly flowed in. Alonzo had left his station dragon riding. Purple Copper Duke Loyal of the Purple Copper Duchy had not made any appearances for several days. Duke Birot of the Grey Iron Duchy was also refusing visitors, and Prince Alex was doing the same. There were also claims of a silver dragon leaving its dragon nest. Then more news arrived that the Blast Furnace Fortress Nation had once again had a border skirmish with the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The whole of March seemed quite ordinary, but List was aware of all the actions initiated by the Eagle Kingdom. If not for the early warning from the Smoke Mission, these movements wouldn't be surprising. However, under List's close watch, all these actions became anomalies. It can be almost confirmed that Alonzo, Alex, and Noel, 3 Dragon Knights, will participate in the dragon-slaying battle, along with the Grey Iron Dragon from Grey Iron Duchy and 1 Silver Dragon. The trails of other Dragon Knights and dragons are still unclear. Then, where would they choose to ambush me? List looked at the map of the Duchy of Sapphire, pondering in his mind. The Dragon Knights would surely gather before launching an attack, so somewhere between Dodo Island and Black Horse Island would definitely be the location of the attack. This was the battlefield List had actively arranged. With this sea area as a central point, the surrounding islands could all potentially be ambush sites. The most likely is Hot Spring Island. The Count of Hot Spring Island is an old established Turl. It remains to be seen if he will be involved. The rats I sent to investigate might discover some traces. Then these other islands could also be ambush points. With the Eagle Kingdom having operated for many years, who knows if there are any noble landlords that have been turned. During the dragon-slaying battle at the Sea of Azure Waves, the light green Sapphire Dragon Knight Carlo Violet had unexpectedly emerged. The Sapphire Duke had thus speculated that among his followers, there was a traitor. Someone had provided Carlo with a place to stay. But the traitor had not been found, as the Sapphire Archipelago had many deserted islands where a Dragon Knight could station. The matter had been left unresolved. List stroked his chin, his eyes seemed to see the threads of fate trembling incessantly. Even so, the Sapphire Duke may reach an agreement with the Eagle Kingdom, plotting against me to pave the way for Anthony. He added the Sapphire Duke into the equation of the dragon-slaying battle. Preparing for the worst. Once the Sapphire Duke truly betrayed him, he would definitely wipe out the Sapphire family without hesitation. Chapter 867. The East Wind Rises. Suddenly Flame City was facing a food crisis, but List still took time to transport several batches of materials to support the construction of Flame City. At the same time, he celebrated the successful promotion of his follower Emily to Sky Knight. He presented the prepared Thunder Attribute Advanced Chi Manual 1000 Thunderstrike Sky Flash to the young girl. Emily, the glory of the night has favored you. You have inherited my brilliance and become the youngest Sky Knight in the Sapphire, the Flame, and even the whole legendary continent. No, it is your highness's glory that has favored me. Emily replied loudly. Haha, that's too grandiose. List laughed as he ruffled the head of the girl who now stood at 1.70 meters. Though she was still lanky, her face had grown more delicate, with an exotic charm that made her especially captivating. Female Sky Knights are rare. I hope you continue to climb to new heights. Emily will definitely become what your highness expects, and will follow your highness's lead without pause. The girl was speaking of Dragon Knights, which was List's expectation for her. Looking at the girl's determined face and the vibrant energy she radiated, he couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this is what youth is. Emily, I don't have a suitable weapon to give you as a gift. This swift shadow bow has accompanied me in battles for a time. I entrust it to you, hoping you can practice your archery whenever you have time. After becoming a Dragon Knight, List had long since stopped archery, and the swift shadow bow had become merely a decoration. Emily excitedly took the swift shadow bow, her animated expression conveying all her inner feelings to List, ready to make any sacrifice for him, whether it was a sword or a bedsheet. In the time that followed, List once again conferred nobility titles. For her military accomplishments in training the Mammoth Knight Brigade and constructing the Jade Salary Avenue, Emily was directly bestowed the title of Viscountess, while other knights were also promoted according to their achievements. Essentially, whenever an opportunity arose, List would confer titles on his followers. The Flame Islands were vast, and what he lacked were followers to help him develop them. Source: updated on N. After leaving Flame Island, List estimated the time, realizing it was nearly April. Judging by the movements of the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom, they would soon be within the territory of the Duchy of Sapphire. To show his relaxed state and complete lack of vigilance, he even made a showy trip to Ironhoof Island, inspecting his domain, Ironhoof City. Viscount Fox, Baron Galtai, Baron Blair. You must make preparations quickly, recruit more knights for me, and migrate to Flame Island, where countless military achievements await you. You can directly draft knights from the whole territory of Ironhoof Island and promise them nobility titles. List still felt that knights from Sapphire were more to his liking, wanting as many as he could get. At the banquet, Galtai created a very lively atmosphere. Even though List didn't like to drink, he still occasionally indulged in a few cups of fresh flower brew. Taking advantage of the heated atmosphere, Galtai said with a smile on his face, Your Highness, the development of Ironhoof City is on the right track, and it's been a long time since I've been bathed in your brilliance. I'm anxious, always longing for the time following you. May I know when will you allow me to go to Flame Island? But I think you're living quite comfortably in Ironhoof City, List teased. Galtai's wife and children all lived on Black Horse Island, and his children had entered the officialdom of the territory. Meanwhile, he lived leisurely in Ironhoof City with the lover he met in Fresh Flower Town, Freya, and their illegitimate son, Donald. But no matter how good, it cannot compare to the time spent following your highness. Alright, when the time comes, you all will go to Flame Island. For now, manage Ironhoof City well and handle the transport of knights. List stopped Galtai's flattery, raised his glass, and declared, My followers, glory belongs to me, and I stand with you. To your highness's glory, cheers. After inspecting Ironhoof Island, List once again made his way to Tulip Castle to have a reunion with Lady Penelope, Marquis Bulltail, and other family members, discussing the development of Flame Island and Tulip Island. As he was about to leave, Lady Penelope had her servants bring over another potted plant. List, my dear boy, you have become a Dragon Knight and possess a vast expanse of land, with elves flocking to you. But this is a token of your grandmother's affection, imbued with the care of a knight's glory. Scanning with his eye of magic, he saw the potted plant did not foster any elf bugs, but he still accepted it with a smile. I will take good care of these plants, in hopes that they will bring forth more elves for me. His sister, Livira, said with a laugh, List, I hope you can attend my wedding with Hubert Rollo next month. Hubert Rollo, the son of the Earl of Long White Isle, was well matched with Livira. After more than a year of acquaintance, Livira had came to appreciate this Earth Knight, a year her junior, and was advancing to the stage of marriage, which was deemed a blessed match. Of course, I'll attend, List replied to his sister, not particularly fond of her but without any intention of estrangement. If they wish, the Rollo family can consider developing on the Flame Islands. It would be wonderful for you to attend the wedding. I will discuss it properly with Hubert. Father also hopes we can move to the Flame Islands. Lee William, of course, wanted his children to go to the Flame Islands. The reason was simple. List had 3 dragons and Ak the Archmage, whose potential for development far surpassed that of the Duchy of Sapphire. The choice between 1 dragon and 3 was obvious even without thinking too hard. The Knights of the Tulip family have not had an easy time establishing themselves on Tulip Island, despite the Moonslayer serfs you provided. Lack of food on the island means they've had to hunt magical beasts for sustenance and have lost many knights in the process. Li Huiliang confided his troubles as he saw his son off, his son who was becoming more of a stranger. Don't worry, father, the difficulties are only temporary. In a while, you will see things clear up. Li Huiliang was somewhat skeptical. Is that so? Of course, when have you ever known me to joke? Well, Li Huiliang wanted to say that their conversations always seemed like a joke, yet every seemingly impossible jest turned out to be true. 4 years ago, how could he have imagined that his cowardly, worthless son, handsome but otherwise useless, would rise to such an overwhelming stature? So, the 7,000 kilometers of great voyage seemed like an immense difficulty. But because Liszt said so, he believed it. Leaving Tulip Castle, Liszt spent a night at Thorn Castle before setting off for Dodo Island. He planned to spend the entire month of April shuttling between Dodo Island and Black Horse Island, intending to provoke the Eagle Kingdom into attacking him. The crisis lurking in the shadows needed to be resolved for peace of mind. He preferred to spend a month wearing down the Eagle Kingdom, aiming for a permanent solution to the problem. While Liszt began to bait the hook with himself, the Count of Hot Spring Island sent his knights to seal off a corner of the island, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Only his own servants were allowed to drive carts, transporting vast quantities of supplies to that secluded corner of the island every day. Such trivial information, which would normally go unnoticed, crossed paths with someone attentive and was discovered by the rats under Xavier's command. Then the news reached Liszt's hands. Sealing off a corner of the island and transporting large amounts of supplies daily suggests that the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knights have already arrived. Judging by the current amount of food, there should already be 2 dragons gathered on the island. Should I strike first? Chapter 871, Darkness Before Dawn. Assassinating a Dragon Knight isn't difficult, the challenge is assassinating a dragon. Because there is an indistinct connection among dragons, especially when dragon magic power is fully operational, the sensing between dragons is particularly strong. Only when an elemental dragon becomes possessed can one evade this sort of sensing. And to assassinate a Dragon Knight, one only needs the Dragon Knight to temporarily leave the dragon, unable to receive the dragon's warning and timely support. After all, it's impossible for a Dragon Knight to always be with the dragon, never leaving its side even to sleep or eat. If I infiltrate Hot Spring Island, the formless dragon might likely be sensed. By the time the Dragon Knights react, I might have to face 2 of them. Facing 2 Dragon Knights head-on isn't very stable. Although I'm not afraid, I might not be able to intercept them. Liszt was now riding formless Dragon Bard, with little fire dragon Leo possessing his body, while Archmage Archie kept living with him. Only the light green gemstone dragon could not hide nor pursue for thousands of miles, so he left it at Jade Mountain, continuing to guard the Jade Mine and sleep. With his current combat configuration, he could barely manage to assassinate a Dragon Knight through a stealth attack. For a frontal assault on 2 Dragon Knights, the difficulty was indeed a struggle. Especially since he temporarily didn't know who these 2 Dragon Knights were, whether they were dragons with strong combat capabilities like the White Maw Iron Dragon. Moreover, if a battle were in full swing and another Dragon Knight rushed over, it would be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up startling the snake. After careful deliberation, he dismissed the idea of an early stealth attack. Forget it. I will stick to the original plan, wait for their retreat and then find a way to stealthily intercept and assassinate them. For now, I just need to stay patient. It all boiled down to the fact that his own strength was still developing. If the fire dragon and the formless dragon were adults, why bother keeping a low profile? Bring a few, kill a few, charge up and slaughter away. Regardless of how many Dragon Knights there are, they are all just delivering themselves to my doorstep. Unlike now, under the advance warning of the smoke mission, I still have to cautiously play my schemes. Calculating the food supply for Hot Spring Island. By the time April 2nd arrived, the food requirement for the sealed-off area was equivalent to that of 5 dragons, with no increase in the following days. Li Citi waited on Dodo Island, knowing full well, 5 dragons, 3 knights, such a scale is truly luxurious. They're really giving me face. Prince Alex White Maw Iron, a White Maw Iron Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom. Summit Marquis Alonzo Xianclai, a Bronze Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom. Duke Loyal Purple Copper, a Purple Copper Dragon Knight of the Purple Copper Duchy. The Silver Dragon raised by the royal family of the Eagle Kingdom. Duke Birot Grey Iron of the Grey Iron Duchy, and his unmounted Grey Iron Dragon. And accounting for the Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire, the Sapphire Dragon Knight of the Duchy of Sapphire. That makes 6 dragons, 4 knights. I must be careful and prudent. Hot Spring Island, Alex sat in the central position of the tent, with Alonso, Loyal, and Piro to the left and right. There was also a middle-aged man, the confidant butler of the Eagle Kingdom's king and the keeper of the Silver Dragon, temporarily in charge of communicating with the Silver Dragon. The area around the tent was empty, with only these 5 men discussing. Is the investigation clear? Yes, Lee CT frequently travels between Black Horse Island and Dodo Island. According to the schedule, he will be on Dodo Island tomorrow to cultivate the entire day. Shall we wait a bit longer to gain a clearer picture? The night has many dreams. Waiting further will only be a waste of time. Moreover, considering Andrew's cunning, he'll likely have a hard time continuing to ignore our movements. Perhaps he'll find an opportunity to send a message to Lee CT, letting him create even more trouble for us. In my opinion, we should have wiped out Andrew first, and then turned our attention to finishing off List and purging the Sea of Azure waves. Last time, we missed our chance, and if we move against Andrew now, Steel Ridge will definitely not sit idly by. This time it's just against List, so Steel Ridge and our kingdom have an understanding, allowing me to withdraw from the front line. If we were to touch Andrew, I'm afraid a new dragon-slaying war would erupt, Alonso said calmly. Of course, he wanted to annihilate the Duchy of Sapphire. His worst defeat had been at the hands of the Sapphire, after all. But there were some rules that even a Dragon Knight would not dare break lightly. If the balance among the 3 nations, Steel Ridge, Blast Furnace Fortress, and Eagle Kingdom, were to be disrupted, the situation would become very difficult. Ultimately, Alex made the decision, don't think about attacking Andrew, at least not for the time being. Killing List, capturing the Fire Dragon, and retaking the Light Green Gemstone Dragon are our top priorities. And that Archmage, we must capture him to make up for the losses of the Eagle Kingdom. Prince Alex, the worth of an Archmage cannot be measured. I trust the Eagle Kingdom will not break its word, correct? Loyal said softly. Of course, Duke Loyal, rest assured, the knowledge of magic will be shared with you all by the royal family. So when do we make our move? Tomorrow. The next day dawned before break of day. Alonso had already woken up and was affectionately feeding the bronze dragon. He hadn't slept well the night before but had now adjusted his attitude. Gone was any excitement or nervousness, as well as the humiliation of the past, leaving only his determination for this dragon-slaying war. Old buddy, it's time for us to use Lightning Strike and prove that we are deservedly Dragon Knights. Humphrey. The bronze dragon didn't roar but merely snorted twice through its nostrils, signaling its eager thirst for battle. It, too, remembered the disgrace of the previous dragon-slaying war. Being a noble and invincible creature, to have run away with its tail between its legs. Such a disgrace must be avenged by dragon law. Shortly afterward, Duke Piro arrived with his Grey Iron Dragon. Prince Alonso, I'm placing the Grey Iron Dragon under your command temporarily, hoping it returns cloaked in glory. Please be at ease, Prince Duke, this dragon-slaying battle will surely end with universal rejoicing. On another front, Loyal was also feeding his purple copper dragon. Prince Alex, meanwhile, was taking care of the white Moa Iron Dragon and the Silver Dragon. Since the Silver Dragon caregiver was only responsible for feeding and couldn't command the dragon in combat, it was left to him, a Dragon Knight, to give the orders. As a member of the royal family, Alex was no stranger to the Silver Dragon, they were old friends. Thus, the 3 Dragon Knights, along with their 5 dragons, having confirmed the attack plan and timing, swiftly disappeared into the darkness before dawn. Wings spread wide, clouds churned, and a grand dragon-slaying operation commenced in the early hours of April 7, Sapphire year 155. However, these Dragon Knights were unaware. A rat was watching this place. When the carriage convoy transported food ahead of time in the middle of the night, the rats had already reported back to an inn in a nearby small town. Hiding in the inn, the magician immediately used a magic platform to send information to Dodo Island, food delivered at dawn, exactly the amount for a full meal. The rat didn't dare get close, no other movements noticed. Archmage Archie, who slept lightly, quickly received the message from the magic platform and woke List. Brother, there's a message, it might be today that Eagle Kingdom launches their surprise attack. So, it's coming. Sooner than I expected, but the sooner it comes, the sooner it's over. List rubbed his face, not a hint of nervousness, but rather a sense of relief. The tension had been relentless with the attack date uncertain, but once the time was set, it was as if a burden had been lifted. Pushing open the cabin window, there was pitch black outside. Yet the air was exceptionally fresh due to the new sprouts of human skull trees struggling to germinate from the volcanic ash. Breathing in the fresh air, List stretched lazily without a care about appearances. What's to come will come, let it come. Chapter 872, Earth-shattering from Hot Spring Island to Judo Island of the Flying Islands, it was a considerable distance. List had ample time to take a nap, get up, wash, have a hearty breakfast, and then don his equipment. The Dragon Lance Fury of Thunder was kept in the space ring, the armor Thunder Roar was worn, and the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword hung at his waist. Coupled with various gemstones that enhanced strength, recovery speed, and G, as well as a tricolor cape of red, black, and gold, his imposing manner was unmissable. Ak was still wearing the magic cloak, also adorned with various gemstone ornaments. These were crafted from gemstones provided by the Steel Ridge royal family. In her hand, she held a longsword, the divine artifact 8 Dragons God Sword. List ultimately didn't wear the sword but gave it to Ak to use. The reason was simple, the 8 Dragons God Sword was more a magic staff than a sword. Originally a weapon of ancient magicians, it greatly amplified the power of 8 types of magic power. In Ak's hands, the 8 Dragons God Sword's effects could be maximized. He himself fought on Dragonback, using the Dragon Lance as his means of attack, which made unity of man and dragon easier. Ak, with the magic power boost from the 8 Dragons God Sword, your water system and ice system magic will surely reach the level of superior magic, inflicting great damage on Dragon Knights, said Ak, fully confident in the boost to her elemental incarnation provided by the 8 Dragons God Sword. The once timid little sea monster who had been relentlessly pursued by the juvenile 6-headed king serpent, Dulu Mikita, and had hidden by the rocks, weeping quietly, had now become a confident and great archmage standing at the pinnacle of magic. No trace of timidity remained. However, you should still focus on support, don't rashly engage in combat with Dragon Knights. Your magic development isn't deep enough yet, and you lack a variety of combat methods, List reminded. Ak's water elemental embodiment developed 3 kinds including super magic, chainsaw-style super high-pressure water knife, spiral ultra-high-pressure water drill, and centrifugal water molecular shield. The ice elemental incarnate had only developed 1 kind, super magic, super compressed ice shield. It involved compressing ice infinitely into a shield, technically not complex, but the shield's defensive power was very strong, especially against physical attacks, superior to all other defensive magic. The space elemental incarnate had just been perfectly mastered, however, she had also barely developed super magic, vectorial cut, which was modeled after the formless dragon's dragon breath shattering space, utilizing cutting through space as a means to inflict damage. Moreover, there was the basic super magic, Eye of Mana. Ak knows how to protect herself, don't worry, brother. During the battle, Ak will cover you in barred with water and ice shields to prevent the Dragon Knights from harming you. Then, using advanced magic to manipulate the battlefield, Ak will wait for an opportune moment to strike at the Dragon Knights. Alright. List smiled, pulling off a playful head pat, not worrying about rubbing Ak bald. Let's go, to battle. The serfs working on Judo Island didn't know that a legendary dragon-slaying battle was about to take place, they were busy constructing the town's foundation. Meanwhile, their landlord had already mounted his dragon, soaring at the material boundary, continuously scouting the surrounding seas of Judo Island, trying to detect any invading Dragon Knights in advance. It wasn't known by what sensing principle dragons detected each other, but even hidden at the material boundary, the formless dragon could still be sensed by other dragons at close range, albeit over shorter distances. This significantly reduced its ability to ambush. Otherwise, List would have acted sooner. I anticipate that the Eagle Kingdom's attack tactics will involve encirclement, so I plan to find a way to maybe kill the enemies quickly. He said to Ak. Before he could finish, his heart suddenly lurched. The formless dragon had sensed the magic power and aura of a dragon straight ahead in the sea, flying towards Judo Island. Let's go. List was not one to hesitate, spotting the enemy, he immediately communicated with Bard to head toward the opponent. Flying like a flicker of light, in an instant, the dragon's presence grew clearer, and likely the opponent had sensed the formless dragon too. Yet this did not hinder List's aggressiveness at all. Suddenly, within the view of the crystal white trajectory, a bright magical color suddenly appeared. It was like the luster of metallic copper, also flickering with a faint purple light. Purple Copper Dragon Knight, loyal Purple Copper. He had recognized the identity of the other party. By now the Purple Copper Dragon Knight was not flying fast, adopting a defensive stance, and looking around nervously, anxious. It must be that he sensed the presence of a dragon, but could not catch sight of it, which baffled him. No other dragons or their aura were detected around him. That is to say, Loyal was acting alone. Such a godsend opportunity, how could List let it slip? Charge, spiral maneuver charge. Man and dragon harmoniously united, sharing one thought only, to strike. They did not take the usual straight path but adopted a spiraling rush to blur their location sensed by the dragon. The distance was closing bit by bit, the connection between the dragons growing incredibly profound. In the Purple Copper Dragon Knight's crystal white trajectory, all the fine flows of magic were fully captured in List's mind, undoubtedly revealing the Purple Copper Dragon Knight's next move to him. The magic flow is very strong. He is ready for a thunderous strike, It looks like Loyal is not as nervous as he appears. No wonder he's a rare dark attribute Dragon Knight. His feigning techniques fit well with the G attributes, but unfortunately, you're dealing with me. Information about Loyal flashed through his mind. Dark attribute Dragon Knight, G filled with corrosive, sticky properties, like venom that can't be shaken off. Once hit, the dark attribute G would cling to the bones like maggots, causing continuous damage. But no matter how tricky, it was still a physical attack. Facing the formless dragon that could enter material boundaries at will, it wasn't much of a threat. Wrath of Thunder ready, man and dragon moved forward in a spiral, G and magic power resonating continuously, amassing energy for the move Phantom, ready to strike. Close now. Almost making contact. At this moment, List could see the cold fierceness in Loyal's eyes, as if he had long anticipated this surprise attack. Before List could thrust his dragon lance, Loyal swung his dragon lance, a jet black spear from end to end. Die. Loyal roared, his dragon lance piercing the air, silent as if even the sound was corroded by the dark attribute Chi. Faced with this fiercely lethal thrust, List simply glanced dismissively, man and dragon already flickering off the attack path, arriving at the back of the purple copper dragon knight. Wrath of Thunder thrust out. Phantom strike. A gentle swipe. Blood bloomed like roses. Roar. The purple copper dragon let out a painful scream, its dragon spine harshly split open by the tip of the Wrath of Thunder, revealing the bone. Dragon blood spurted, scattering in the air above the sea. The 35-meter-long purple copper dragon with a wingspan of 35 meters was much larger than the 15-meter-long, 15-meter-span formless dragon, yet it was the copper dragon that got injured. Often, size is not the measure of combat capability. Back in severe pain, Loyal's face instantly turned purple-red with rage, his eyes flaming, he bellowed, presumptuous. The obsidian dragon lance shifted position, harshly smashing toward the now visible formless dragon, dark attribute magic power bursting forth, layers of black waves flickering, hitting only an afterimage. After the strike, the formless dragon once again slipped into the material boundary, spiralingly accelerating, preparing for the second strike. Chapter 870, One Shot, One Kid Recall. Retrieve. List, riding the formless dragon bard, flashed in front of the purple copper dragon after Loyal's furious attack. Wrath of Thunder, carrying the magic power of the formless dragon and his own G, furiously discharged at the spear tip and harshly executed a move called Sonic Boom. Although the spear tip did not create an actual sonic boom, it burst a mass of blood on the neck of the purple copper dragon, slightly off target, or else it could have pierced through the dragon's neck. At the same time, Bard suddenly turned his head, taking advantage of the brushing pass, and spewed a dragon breath shattering space onto the face of the purple copper dragon. That white mist capable of shredding space hit the purple copper dragon's finely scaled face like a knife, making a sound like the crackling of exploding beans. Ak also seized the opportunity to act, grabbing List's armor with one hand while wielding the 8 Dragons God sword with the other, lightly waving it. A super magic, vectorial cut then struck towards the purple copper dragon knight, Loyal. Compared to the large-bodied purple copper dragon, attacking the dragon knight was obviously more effective. However, their position on the dragon tooth platform itself was very concealed, providing good protection for the knight. Just as Victorial Cut was about to hit Loyal, a purple metallic luster flashed, and Loyal's whole body was coated with a layer of metallic copper. Bang, clang. The sound of metal cutting overshadowed the explosions of beans. At a crucial moment, the purple copper dragon also stirred its magic power, encasing its body with a layer of metallic copper, timely suppressing the violent strike from the formless dragon knight. The 2 dragons flashed past each other. Once again, the result was the purple copper dragon getting injured, but it was strong and tough enough to don a layer of metallic copper for defense. After dodging, it endured the severe pain from the wounds and turned to fire a metallic stream of dragon breath toward where the formless dragon vanished into the material boundary. Dragon breath is a special magic product. Each dragon's dragon breath is distinct. The fire dragon breathes high-temperature flames, the light green gemstone dragon emits crystal particles like hail, and the formless dragon exhales space-shattering mist. The dragon breath of the purple copper dragon, however, is a metallic stream, a special metallic liquid formed by magic that packs a strong impact force. Upon contact with air, it quickly turns into droplet-shaped copper and shoots faster than bullets. Whiz. A dense swarm of bullet noises tearing through the air, buzzing like a swarm of hornets, numbing the ears. Yet the metallic stream turned into a shower of metal bullets that still failed to hit the formless dragon knight, who had vanished into the material boundary. Loyal's retaliatory dragon spear assault also missed. Damn it. His temper seemed ignited, his gaze even colder, not pondering why he was dealing with a mysteriously appearing and disappearing dragon knight instead of the fire dragon knight he was supposed to face. He focused solely on finding traces of the formless dragon, seeking ways to counter, confident in his own strength. Just let me catch you, and I'll send you back to the Valley of Dragons. However, before he could vent his feelings, the formless dragon reappeared behind and beneath the purple copper dragon, using a spiral maneuver. Wrath of Thunder stabbed crazily, performing the move Poison Dragon focused on a drilling force, launching a fierce assault on the belly of the purple copper dragon, the softest part. The formless dragon took the opportunity to spit dragon breath, shattering space onto the dragon's belly. Ak then adopted another method of attack, switching to super magic, chainsaw-style super high-pressure water gutter. Suddenly, a huge crystalline water blade condensed in the vast sky, slashing down towards the purple copper dragon. Roar! The purple copper dragon was quick to react, but still caught off guard. It frenziedly plated itself with copper on its body's surface as Poison Dragon had already pierced its abdomen, erupting a mass of blood, and continued drilling inward until it encountered resistance and was withdrawn. In those moments of delay, Loyal sneered, "Caught you." He raised the obsidian dragon spear high, and the purple copper dragon skillfully spun around, placing the formless dragon above and itself below. Then the obsidian dragon spear thrust out from between the flapping wings. At that moment, an alarming surge of magic power suddenly emanated from behind Loyal. He could not afford to be distracted by what was happening behind him, but he continued thrusting the obsidian dragon spear, determined to kill List first. Just as the obsidian dragon spear was about to strike, almost within reach of the still material-bound formless dragon, a bright white light suddenly emerged, rapidly freezing the air and condensing into a shimmering transparent ice shield. Boom! The ice shield only blocked for a second before shattering under the powerful force of the obsidian dragon spear, but that second allowed the formless dragon to once again vanish into the material boundary. Perched on its back, Ak raised the Eight Dragons' God Sword, its previously dull blade now flickering with blue-white bright light, an activation of amplified water and ice magic powers. Saying she would protect List wasn't arrogance, her perfect mastery of elemental incarnation and instant superior magic were proof. Archmages in ancient times ruled the world, not just for fun. Their confidence stemmed from the powerful magic they drew from the magic web. Huh? Loyal couldn't believe he was blocked by an ice shield, his attack once again futile, and the sense of danger at his back grew even more intense. The next moment, there was no time to react. A scorching airstream descended, as if he had bathed in magma for an instant, almost melting the scales of the purple copper dragon. Then, a massive weight slammed hard onto the purple copper dragon, sending its body tumbling uncontrollably, unable to stabilize flight, falling in a free-fall trajectory. Well done, Leo. List laughed heartily. As soon as the formless dragon appeared, he had released Little Fire Dragon Leo to lead the attack, Leo taking the opportunity to ambush. At this moment, Leo's performance was flawless, and the results were very pleasing. Without stability, how could the purple copper dragon evade the powerful ambush ability of the formless dragon knight? Bard burst out of the material boundary, heading straight for the purple copper dragon. Wrath of Thunder roared again, another fierce strike Snow Mountain, as if causing mountains to crumble, exploded on the shoulder blades of the purple copper dragon, damaging one of its wings and further disrupting its balance. Charge! Bard! Leo! Ak! Take it down! Once List entered combat mode, he transformed into a fierce offensive force, without any concept of flanking or holding back, just attack until it was over. Leo repeatedly collided with a purple copper dragon, while Bard flickered about, stabbing with the dragon lance time after time. Ak occasionally cast water shields and ice shields for Leo and Bard to protect them from occasional counterattacks by the purple copper dragon knight, and found time to release vectorial cuts or high-pressure water blades, water drills. In the minutes that followed, List, Bard, Leo, and Ak, 2 humans and 2 dragons, brutally pummeled the purple copper dragon knight. They beat him down from 4,000 meters in the sky to just a few hundred, continuing to press him downward. Despite the ongoing copper plating applied by the purple copper dragon for itself and Loyal, it could not withstand the damage inflicted. Blood spurted continuously along the way, alongside constant screams. The strong defensive power of the metal dragon ensured it wasn't grievously wounded, but couldn't guarantee an escape, especially when they descended to 100 meters above ground. Originally calm seawater, under Ak's talented control, suddenly turned into awakening giant pythons. It whipped up countless water tornadoes, roaring as they spiraled toward the high skies, tightly ensnaring the purple copper dragon, binding its final struggles, leaving it to rely only on its copper plating for protection. Now, Loyal, you're dead. List gripped the dragon lance, Wrath of Thunder, executing the most explosive move Sonic Boom. Stop! A thunderous roar rang from afar, but it was a new dragon knight rushing over, a huge gray dragon that seemed cast from steel, its wings obscuring the sun, reflecting the metallic brilliance of sunlight. White Moa Iron Dragon Knight, Alex White Iron had arrived. But his shout had no deterrent effect. List's hand didn't tremble at all. Wrath of Thunder brutally pierced the copper-plated loyal. The metallic copper's defense was strong, but the impact force of Wrath of Thunder was stronger. The tip of the spear continuously emitted mixed fire attribute and space attribute magic power, burning and tearing, forcibly breaking through the metallic copper. PFFT. Human blood splattered. Loyal, who had just relieved to see Alex's arrival, was now impaled through the chest by the dragon lance, the violent magic power instantly erupting inside his chest, rampaging uncontrollably. Under the watch of the crystal white trajectory, Loyal's dark attribute magic power could no longer maintain operation, dissipating and beginning to fade away. He was dead. After Carlo Violet, he became the second Dragon Knight to die at List's hands, a mighty ruler of the nation, the Grand Duke of the Purple Copper Duchy, falling in an unobserved battle of slaying the dragon. After killing Loyal, List didn't pause, quickly summoning Leo to transform into the magic form, attaching to his chest. Then, controlling formless Dragon Bard, he released the continuously reinforced, yet no longer damage-causing, Purple Copper Dragon. Quietly sliding into the material boundary, he retreated towards the distance. This burst of activity had drained him tremendously. It was temporarily unsuitable to battle the White Maw Iron Dragon Knight again, especially since behind the White Maw Iron Dragon, a shiny silver dragon had appeared. Chapter 871, Peak Power Bang Thud. The Purple Copper Dragon plunged into the sea, gulped down a few mouthfuls of salty water, and after retracting its copper-plated scales, it barely managed to struggle and fly up from the sea's surface, before coming here to wage dragon warfare upon the sea. These dragons had all learned the basics of swimming, except for fire dragons like the fire elemental kind. All other dragons could roughly learn to swim. On its dragon tooth platform, Duke Loyal had not been released from his copper-plated state, still enshrouded in a layer of purple-tinted metallic copper, clutching the obsidian dragon spear, frozen in his final stance. He was dead. No signs of life. However, the purple copper dragon had not given up on him. Instead, with sorrowful eyes, it soared into the sky to reunite with the White Maw Iron Dragon Knight and let out a massive roar. Loyal. Prince Alex approached the purple copper dragon and shouted loudly. There was no response. Prince Alex was suddenly taken aback, contemplating a very dire situation. Moreover, he had witnessed with his own eyes that dragon, transparent as crystal, thrust a dragon lance through Loyal's chest and withdraw it in a flash, before disappearing without a trace. Loyal. The second call still went unanswered. Roar. The purple copper dragon's roar was filled with desolation, making it even clearer to Prince Alex that Loyal was dead, unbelievable but true nonetheless. Impossible. Prince Alex's face darkened with anger reaching its peak. He and Loyal had known each other since childhood, one a prince of the Eagle Kingdom, the other a duke of the Purple Copper Duchy. Both had been selected for the Eagle Kingdom's Dragon Knight candidacy program, although Loyal had inherited the dragon from the Purple Copper family. There might have been bumps along the way, but their friendship was solid. Moreover, their countries maintained a good relationship, one the suzerain and the other a vassal, and this time they had united for the dragon-slaying campaign, having rejoiced in wine and conversation just the day before. Today they were parted by death. Suppressing his grief and rage, Prince Alex coldly commanded, Purple Copper Dragon, follow me, avenge Loyal. After I slay that despicable beast List, I will personally return Loyal's body to the Purple Copper Duchy. Roar. The purple copper dragon's body was covered with wounds, great and small. Its once beautiful purple-tinted metallic scales were badly damaged. Some were sliced by dragon breath shattering space, some scorched by high-temperature dragon breath, others torn by dragon lances, plus damage caused by magic water blades and water drills. The wounds had stopped bleeding, muscles beginning to heal, demonstrating its remarkable recovery ability. Yet its magic power was severely depleted, particularly from those special uses of dragon's super magic during multiple plating processes, severely diminishing its combat effectiveness. Only its spirit was lifted, driven by vengeance for its knight. Different from light green sapphire dragon knight Carlo Violet, the light green gemstone dragon was one nurtured by the Eagle royal family, with Carlo merely selected as its knight, having no relation to the first dragon knight. Loyal, the purple copper dragon's knight, was indeed a descendant of the first dragon knight, his bond with the dragon much deeper. Nevertheless, at this moment, Prince Alex and the three dragons searched far and wide, yet found no trace of List. The three dragons could faintly sense the presence of the formless dragon, but its distance had grown too far to pinpoint a precise location. There was only a vague direction. He went that way, towards Dodo Island. Alonso's direction. Let's catch up. Prince Alex's eyes flashed, realizing List's intent. This was about hunting isolated dragon knights, now heading to intercept the bronze dragon knight. However, Prince Alex wasn't just tense but also saw it as an opportunity handed by fate because Alonso wasn't acting alone but was accompanied by a grey iron dragon. There were many types of iron dragons, classified into 5 kinds based on the iron ore they produced: white maw iron dragon, malleable cast iron dragon, grey iron dragon, white heart iron dragon, black heart iron dragon. All formidable in battle, part of the mighty metal dragon lineage, especially notable for their large size, usually exceeding 60 meters. Dodo Island was within sight. Alonso's Iankli, to say he wasn't feeling smug, would be impossible. In his scheme, List had fallen into a trap, only awaiting the seasoned hunter himself to make the capture. But soon, he realized something was amiss. According to the plan, he should be the second to arrive at Dodo Island and join the battle. Yet, there was no dragon-slaying warfare happening on Dodo Island. Everything on the island was calm, with only a group of serfs busy at work when they suddenly pointed at the sky with trembling exclamations. They saw the bronze dragon and the grey iron dragon approaching closer, and despite having seen the Lord Landlord's fire dragon, the serfs still shivered in fear of these 2 metal dragons. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. The metal dragons above paid them no mind. Alonso's gaze searched continuously, confirming that there were no traces of dragons on Dodo Island. List isn't here? Could it be that he fled upon seeing Prince Alex? According to the plan, Prince Alex was to lead the white maw iron dragon and the silver dragon in a sudden attack, with Alonso making his move only when the battle was at its height. When it was time for List to escape, Duke Loyal would join in blocking him. Unexpectedly, it seemed something had gone awry with the plan. Just then, he suddenly received a surge of dragon magic power. It was the white maw iron dragon sending out a magic power fluctuation, a signal reminding him of danger and demanding he immediately converge in the direction of the white maw iron dragon. This was a simple remote communication method among dragon knights. As long as one was within the range of the dragon's senses, they could communicate in this way. Alonso frowned, unable to understand why Alex would warn him of danger. What danger could there be in killing List? Even if he has an immature fire dragon, an ordinary light green gemstone dragon, and a newly promoted archmage with him, what could they possibly do? He still felt somewhat relaxed. However, his actions were without any hesitation, as he quickly rode the bronze dragon toward the white maw iron dragon, with the grey iron dragon tightly following behind. The flight was brief. He then felt a new dragon presence. While different from the fire dragon presence he had experienced in his last dragon-slaying battle, it wasn't the light green gemstone dragons either. But he knew, this was List's arrival. Good, you've come. Alonso's spirits lifted, and he quickly swooped over. Their distance closed rapidly, but when the bronze dragon sensed the other party right in front of them, there was no trace of any dragon in sight, even as he descended from the high clouds. There was no fire dragon, nor a light green gemstone dragon. Even when the bronze dragon continuously alerted that the other party was within 1 kilometer, no trace was found. What's going on? Why can't I see them? Alonso's eyebrows rose as he faintly understood the meaning behind Alex's warning of danger, and then it struck him, is it some invisibility magic concocted by the archmage? Ridiculous, I've already locked onto your position. To the left, in front. He shook the dragon lance, uniting man and dragon, fiercely ready for combat, aiming a brutal charge at the position indicated by the bronze dragon's senses. The dragon lance, carrying the momentum of wind and lightning, emitted a piercing sonic boom as it lashed fiercely into the void. But just when he felt that he was about to strike his opponent, the bronze dragon suddenly sensed the presence behind him. Before he could react or prepare to dodge the sneak attack, a transparent figure, crystal-like in its appearance, suddenly became visible, charging swiftly with a lethal glow on the dragon lance, as if aiming to skewer the bronze dragon in one ferocious blow. Roar! Wooya! Just as the 2 dragons were about to cross paths, something unexpected happened. A violent aura rushed over from the side, forcing the formless dragon to change its course and abandon the chance to deal a severe blow to the bronze dragon. Roar! 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 The unbridled dragon's roar resonated thunderously between heaven and earth. It was the grey iron dragon that had been closely following the bronze dragon, now spreading its 60-meter wingspan in the manner of a top predator, lunging at the formless dragon that had just revealed itself. The airflow stirred up by the wings seemed almost visible to the naked eye, producing wisps of mist. Even the sunlight was obscured. The 15-meter-wide formless dragon was much smaller than the 30-meter-wide bronze dragon, let alone when compared to the 60-meter wingspan of the grey iron dragon. Damn it! List, riding on the formless dragon bard's back, frowned secretly under the immense pressure from the grey iron dragon. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to abandon his attempt to assassinate the bronze dragon knight Alonso and darted into the boundary of matter, fleeing into the distance. Boom! Just as he entered the boundary of matter, the grey iron dragon's tail, like a true dragon lance, stabbed at the place where the formless dragon had disappeared, leaving behind only air. Even such a strong attack missed its mark. But List, hiding within the boundary of matter, felt a slight tingling on his scalp. He clearly sensed the tail tip of the grey iron dragon lacking just a bit more force to pierce through the boundary of matter and strike both him and the formless dragon. That was a brute force attack that relied purely on physical strength, violently breaking through the material space. The grey iron dragon, in its prime maturity, was likely as powerful as an elemental dragon in its adult stage. The crystal white trajectory opened. Looking back from afar at the grey iron dragon whose magic was as solid as steel, List unconsciously swallowed. Very strong. Leo, perhaps only when you reach maturity can you fight it head-on. Chapter 872, I left Bronze Dragon Knight Alonzo Xiancli narrowly escaped disaster. Before long, he had joined forces with Alex White Maw Iron, but what had originally been 5 dragons and 3 knights now amounted to 5 dragons and 2 knights, plus 1 corpse. Prince Alex, how could things have turned out like this? Alonzo was still in shock. Is that List? His mount isn't a fire dragon, nor a light green gemstone dragon. It's a formless dragon. Alex spoke expressionlessly, as if mentioning an irrelevant matter. The Holy Dragon Order, possessing the power that represents space, List is far more than the fire dragon knight we anticipated, and he has acquired the light green gemstone dragon. He has become a formless dragon knight. Loyal died by his assassination. Do sacred dragons really exist? Alonzo furrowed his brow. I wasn't certain before either. It's been many years since I've heard any news of the sacred dragons. When I traveled through the Gushan Imperial in my youth, I heard some tales about them. I believe the sacred dragons had vanished along with the fall of the Moon Empire era, but unexpectedly, they have been reborn in the Sea of Azure waves. There are also archmages, who have not appeared for many years. Prince Alex, the situation has exceeded our expectations. Alonzo took a deep breath, seriously speculating. I suspect that List has gained control of the Moon Empire's relics, otherwise there wouldn't be the continuous emergence of an archmage and a formless dragon. Alex glanced at the copper-coated corpse of Loyal and said dispassionately, this little creature has become a force to reckon with. Killing him now, I fear, will be very difficult. Alonzo's face darkened, then he raised an eyebrow. Do you, Your Highness, intend to give up on this dragon-slaying battle? What do you think? Pursue. Pursue? Now that it's come to this, there is no turning back from an arrow released from the bow. If we do not kill List, he will remain a constant threat. We must keep pursuing him and completely strangle the threat, to ensure that the situation does not spiral out of control. Otherwise, it will be the gravest crisis for the Eagle Kingdom. But how can we kill him if List is a formless dragon knight with the ability to traverse space? Lure him out. Alonzo seemed resolute. I will act as the bait to draw him out. He likes to ambush lone dragon knights, doesn't he? We will split up in our search but keep in constant contact with each other. The moment he shows up, we will fight to the death to pin him down and leave him no way to escape. Alex's eyes flickered momentarily. What do you think the chances of success are? In terms of combat strength, he was undoubtedly the top of the Eagle Kingdom, but when it came to tactics and cunning, he was slightly inferior, which is why he relied on Alonzo for strategy. Seeing the fate of Duke Loyal, to tell the truth, I don't have much confidence. List always seems to have an ace up his sleeve that we're not aware of. For now, all we can do is give it our all. If we can kill him, that would be the best outcome. If we can't, we'll have to retreat first and find another way to resolve the crisis later. Then let's kill. Alex burst out. As the invincible White Maw Iron Dragon Knight, he had his own pride. In the time that followed, Alonzo took the initiative to leave, roaming alone around the sea near Dodo Island, searching for traces of the formless dragon. Alex, on the other hand, led the 4 dragons in another direction to search but maintained a magical aura of communication with Alonzo. The dragon lance was gripped in his hand. Alonzo suppressed his nervousness and observed his surroundings with a cold eye. He eagerly hoped that List would appear to attack him. In doing so, he could utilize the desperate strategy they had prepared, to entangle the formless dragon and wait for Alex's reinforcement. Only such a tactic could turn the tide of the battle. Otherwise, if they were to fail in this second dragon-slaying battle, he would be utterly disgraced. In the life of a dragon knight, one does not know how many dragon-slaying battles one may partake in. And he, having participated in 2, would become a laughingstock and embarrassment among dragon knights if both were to end in failure. At that moment, he suddenly felt the presence of the formless dragon from afar. His heart leapt with joy, and he gripped the dragon lance even tighter, though the presence quickly vanished without a trace. It turned out that List had merely flown out from the material boundary, scanned the surroundings with his telescope to determine the location of the bronze dragon, then left without looking back. Knowing that I killed Loyal and yet you still deliberately divide your forces, are you tempting me, or testing my intelligence? List did not consider himself to be of high intelligence, but he was certainly not a symbol of low intellect. Alonso's tactic was clearly mocking him. He walked away. In the time to come, it would be like walking a dog. He had already instructed Ak to notify Black Horse Island with the magic platform, to ensure that the elves were safely relocated, though in reality, whether they moved or not did not make much difference. Dragon Knights generally do not attack lower-class knights and civilians, let alone kill elves. The game naturally has its rules, and Dragon Knights versus Dragon Knights is the main one. Otherwise, if today your Dragon Knight kills my citizens, and tomorrow mine kills yours, no one benefits. Moreover, compared to the Eagle Kingdom, Flame Territory is destitute with hardly any resources. Even if decimated by Dragon Knights, List's losses would be limited. He could easily compensate from the Eagle Kingdom, or effortlessly slay enough to recoup his losses. As long as Alex and Alonso aren't foolish, they wouldn't choose to break the rules. He was mainly on guard against them becoming desperate and taking out their frustration on Black Horse Island. After all, they were all Dragon Knights. An occasional lapse of reason, who would dare to pursue it? Since he himself had once thrown dignity to the winds to take to the battlefield and capture ordinary knights, he couldn't guarantee the other side wouldn't resort to the same tactics. I hope you won't do such a thing, otherwise, if my territory suffers losses, the Eagle Kingdom will need to pay tenfold, 100-fold in compensation. Riding the formless dragon bard, constantly shuttling through the material boundaries, he flew towards Alex. Upon sensing the dragon's aura, he shockingly discovered 4 dragons beside Alex, the white maw iron dragon, gray iron dragon, purple copper dragon, and silver dragon. Obviously, he couldn't just approach recklessly. What a pity, all these precious metal dragons, yet none belong to me, List sighed. Suddenly, Ak said, brother, aren't we waiting for the Eagle Kingdom to retreat before intercepting the isolated Dragon Knights? List shook his head, that's true, but since I killed Loyal, it's unlikely that they would split their forces. And if they do, it would be a lure for me. Even if they really do split up after retreating, it would be difficult for me to track them down given the lack of a positioning method and the ability to clearly discern the location of each dragon. Maybe Ak has a way. List was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. Ak, tell me quickly, what is the method? It's a magic beacon that Ak just thought of. By utilizing spatial magic to leave a mark on a dragon's body, we could then use the resonance between the material boundary and the beacon to determine position and distance. However, the range of resonance shouldn't be too far, at most 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers, this distance had already exceeded the extreme sensing range between dragons. After pondering a moment, List knew this was an excellent opportunity. Ak, can you differentiate the beacons for different dragons? It seems not. Then let's return to Black Horse Island first. We'll experiment on Little Fire Dragon Leo. List, having decided to proceed, did not hesitate at all. He moved at high speed, tearing through the material boundary, entering the world beyond matter. He found the natural node at Bone Lake, returned to his territory, then flew a distance outward. Once he was certain no one was around to disturb him, he called out to Leo and had Ak place the beacon on him. It was tiny magic. After being released, if it weren't for the formless dragon's sensitivity to space magic power, it would have been nearly undetectable. As for Leo, he was even less aware that he had been marked. Leo, fly straight ahead until we are 100 kilometers apart. Oh ho. Thus, formless dragon bard flew south, and little fire dragon Leo north, continuously flying and extending the distance. After 100 kilometers, Ak had lost the sense of the space magic beacon. To their surprise, though, the formless dragon could still sense this space magic beacon. Bard is amazing, Ak said happily. The farther the sensing distance, the higher the success rate of tracking. When Leo and Bard were 300 kilometers apart, the beacon finally disappeared from Bard's senses. After flying back for a moment, they sensed it once again. We've confirmed it, the beacon's limit is 300 kilometers. The tracking plan can be perfectly executed. List was in a cheerful mood. Next, we'll tease Alex and Alonso while discreetly placing beacons on each of their dragons. The plan unfolded perfectly according to List's design. He located Alonso, made a feint attack, then entered the material boundary, dashed out again to give a scare, then back into the material boundary. After repeating this several times, Ak successfully managed to place a beacon on a bronze dragon before leaving without looking back. Next, he continued the task of placing beacons on Alex and the 4 dragons. The task was somewhat challenging, but after spending some time and energy, and risking the formless dragon getting slightly grazed by Alex's attacks, all the beacons were successfully in place. Let's go. With a smile on his lips, List lingered no longer. He left behind a trifled Alex, muttering through gritted teeth, just give me a chance, List, and I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 873, Caught Unite had already fallen. From the sensing of the space magic beacon, all 5 dragons were back on Hot Spring Island. List sent a message via the magic platform to the magician stationed on Hot Spring Island, instructing him to keep a close watch on the food transportations. List no longer dallied and headed straight back to Black Horse Island to rest. After a whole day of laborious traveling on the sea, Bard was exhausted. He needed to conserve his energy to prepare for tomorrow's events. The next morning, List continued to approach Hot Spring Island to monitor the 5 beacons. He also kept calling on the smoke mission. Mission, your daily routine is being probed, danger lurks in the shadows inching closer. Even as a dragon knight, you cannot guarantee safety from ambush, and fighting is the best solution. Resolve the crisis in the shadows. Reward, Carnivorous Ogre Shadow Tracing. The mission had not changed, the crisis in the shadows was still unresolved. This meant that Alex and Alonso had not given up and wanted to attack again. Hence, List couldn't relax yet, he needed to continue monitoring the 5 dragons. However, by midday, the smoke mission changed. Mission completed, reward Carnivorous Ogre Shadow Tracing. The mission had been successfully completed. After some discussions, Alex, Alonso, Piro, and others decided not to continue and chose to give up the dragon-slaying battle. But did you ask me before giving up? List's eyes flickered. The smoke mission also seemed to shift with his feelings, slowly transforming into another serpent script mission. A dragon-slaying battle was averted with correct handling and you achieved the surprising result of killing a dragon knight. However, pursue the desperate enemy with your remaining courage. Do not sell fame to learn from tyrants. Why not continue to strive for more glorious results in this dragon-slaying battle? Reward, man-eating tree cluster. This was his resolve. When he noticed the beacons of the 5 dragons started to move, he quietly followed. Along the way these beacons didn't scatter, they continuously flew towards the interior of the Sapphire Archipelago. List maintained a distance of 200 kilometers, not too far yet not too close, quietly trailing behind, waiting for the team to disperse. From afternoon to evening, the 5 dragons finally stopped moving at one spot. Using the map of the Duchy of Sapphire and the sextant to determine their position, List quickly identified their landing spot as an inhabited island. It wasn't big. It was merely the domain of a Viscount Lord, Square Island. The lord of the island was the Viscount of Square Island, and he was a follower of Marquis Deepthroat, Wallace Pineapple Green. Is this a traitor, or have the 5 dragons not alarmed the lord of the island? List also found an island and quietly landed to rest. Regardless, the Viscount of Square Island was highly suspect of betrayal. At the same time List was quietly tracking the dragons of the Eagle Kingdom. Far away on Flame Island, Emily was leading the Mammoth Knight Brigade to build the second raceway, Charcoal River Great Road, connecting Charcoal River Parkway between Flame City and Estuary City. Whirlpool River twisted and turned, it wasn't straight. Therefore, Charcoal River Great Road needed to be built deep into the jungle. These days, the construction reached deep into a dense forest, yet numerous serfs transporting materials went missing along the way. Gradually, a legend about carnivorous ogres erupted among the serfs of Moonslayer people, starting first with the serfs of the River Tribe. According to the serfs of the River Tribe, they were a large tribe 10 years ago until they encountered a murderous, formless carnivorous ogre, which reduced them to a small tribe of less than 500 people. Against their will, they moved to another forest that had been conquered by knights. Unexpectedly, after 10 years of hiding, the carnivorous ogre appeared again, and the ancient mage of the River Tribe confirmed the serfs' accounts were true. Originally, investigating the carnivorous ogre was not under Emily's management, but when a knight disappeared while camping, it raised her alertness. After several days of close investigation, she finally discovered the reason for the knight's disappearance. Is it this tree? Yes, Captain. We saw with our own eyes how it bound the serf bait and then other similar tree creatures dismembered the serf. Unfortunately, these tree creatures run fast, and we only captured this one. It seemed to realize that it couldn't escape and just turned into what it looks like now, motionless. This was a slender tree, over 3 meters tall, with sparse branches and leaves and an even thinner trunk and branches, without many other distinguishing features. However, the knights earnestly assured that the tree could move like a vine and pull out its own root system to run on the ground. Set it on fire, Emily said. Torches ignited the branches, crackling as they burned, but the tree showed no reaction at all, as if a regular, non-responsive tree was being burned. Watching as the tree's branches were being burned completely. With a youthful accent and a mature tone, she said, "Interesting." After leaving Square Island, Alex and Alonso's Dragon Knight squad passed through 2 deserted islands and finally left the Sapphire Archipelago 3 days later. What followed was a nautical journey of over 1,000 kilometers, but soon List discovered there were still some deserted islands in the sea where they could make stops. It was these islands that allowed the Eagle Kingdom to let Dragon Knights tread freely across the Sapphire Archipelago. With insiders like Count Hot Spring Island and Viscount of Square Island, they initiated a dragon-slaying battle involving 5 dragons, but, unfortunately, the outcome was still a failure. Have they not split up yet? List was sitting on a seashell, next to a huge block of ice. Bard lay on the ice block, grumpily chewing on some smoked grass. Woo-iya. Bard responded, indicating that it hadn't sensed the beacon's splitting. Ak was swimming surely in the sea. She retracted her cloaks using magic armament and swam freely in the sea as before, with only a water strip covering the key areas. List's gaze followed her figure, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Then, he took a cup of steaming samip tea from the space ring and savored it slowly. Chasing over the seas was not arduous for him, merely a relaxing journey. A moment later, Bard stood up. Woo-iya. It detected the beacon starting to move, so List and Ak immediately set off, continuing to track the beacon. After tracking another 100 kilometers, the eyes of man and dragon suddenly lit up. They sensed that the consistently grouped 5 beacons had finally dispersed, with 4 continuing together. But there was one that left the group. Who could it be leaving? List immediately abandoned the 4 group beacons and steered the formless dragon Bard towards the lone beacon. However, he didn't approach rashly, wary of it being a counter-ambush. They quickly neared the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom. The other 4 beacons had long disappeared, presumably the 4 dragons had returned to the Eagle Kingdom from another direction. At this time, List was pleasantly surprised. Because the lone dragon flew near the Siren Reef cluster, close to a natural node there that allowed List to directly shuttle through space. So what are we waiting for, Bard? Let's go. Woo-iya. Flying high speed, tearing through the material boundary, entering a world outside of matter, magic return positioning locked on the natural node at the Siren Reef cluster. Open. Back to the real world. The beacon response was just 20 kilometers away, and he had already sensed the breath of that dragon, Grey Iron Dragon, so it's Duke Piro from Grey Iron Duchy, trying to take a straight line back to his own territory. Iron Dragon. Had it been Alex Whiteiron, I might not have dared to engage, but you're just a lone dragon without a rider. He pulled out the Thunder Fury Dragon Lance. List roared, Bard, charge. Chapter 874, The Collapse of the Ash King Roar. The Grey Iron Dragon let out a solemn roar, flapping its wings to accelerate upward into the sky. Perched on its back, Duke Grey Iron Piro Grey Iron was instantly puzzled. Ash King, what's wrong? Roar. The Grey Iron Dragon couldn't speak or connect telepathically with Piro, relying solely on its body language and varying tones of dragon chants to communicate tentatively. Fortunately, although Piro was not a dragon knight, he had grown up with the Grey Iron Dragon and could somewhat understand its intentions. Are you saying we've run into danger? Is it that formless dragon from before? Piro quickly guessed the truth. Roar. The Grey Iron Dragon confirmed. Piro's face instantly darkened. Formless Dragon Knight, List Flame, has been tracking us all along. Seeing me flying alone, he wants to assassinate me? Roar. Ash King, can you contend with the Formless Dragon Knight? Roar. The Grey Iron Dragon let out its domineering response and then opened several scales on its back, signaling Piro to hide underneath them. It was about to face the battle alone. The sun-blocking wings continued to flap, passing through layers of clouds, climbing higher into the sky. It was wary of the seawater stirred up by the Archmage, which could trap it. Being a highly intelligent creature, the dragon naturally understood that the sky was its battlefield. The higher it went, the better the chance of winning the battle. When it climbed to 20,000 meters, the air had become extremely thin. Although the Grey Iron Dragon didn't feel discomfort, it didn't continue to climb any further. Even with the dragon's prowess, it was difficult to ascend any higher. Slowly hovering in the high altitude, it closely sensed the increasingly near and clear aura of magic from the formless dragon. Its body appeared strong and powerful, its steel-gray scales reflecting the sunlight with a natural metallic chill. Its tail was relatively slender compared to its body, constantly swinging behind it. The tip of the tail had a few protrusions, resembling a bending dragon lance, always ready to strike. However, what made the Grey Iron Dragon uneasy was that it clearly felt the magic aura of the formless dragon but couldn't pinpoint its location. Left and right, front and back, up and down, it felt as if it wasn't facing a single dragon but countless dragons hidden around it. Of course. The Grey Iron Dragon knew that the opponent was not just the formless dragon knight, there was also a fire dragon that could appear at any time and a very strong archmage. That was why it climbed to 20,000 meters, to evade the archmage's attacks. Roar, roar, roar. Time ticked away, and the formless dragon had still not appeared. The Grey Iron Dragon had grown restless and irritable. Even Duke Birot hiding under its scales was suffering immensely. The thin air made it hard for him to breathe. If this continued, he might become the first ruler to be suffocated to death. But the formless dragon just wouldn't show up. It kept changing positions, taunting the Grey Iron Dragon's will. Occasionally, it would disappear for a moment, and just as the gray iron dragon thought to retreat, the magic aura would slowly approach again, the formless dragon taunting it once more. The entire process repeated over and over, lasting for 2 hours. It made Pirate turn blue all over, unable to help but beg the gray iron dragon, "Ash King, I'm about to suffocate. Let's quickly retreat to the coastline." Roar. The gray iron dragon was reluctant and ignored Pirate. Another hour passed, and with Pirate having fainted from the lack of oxygen, the gray iron dragon was still orchestrating its stance in the high sky. Although Pirate no longer nagged, its own mental and physical endurance had reached its limits. Its state abruptly collapsed. Roar. With an irate dragon chant, the gray iron dragon flapped its wings, not looking back as it headed towards the coastline. But just as it couldn't help but turn to flee, the formless dragon that had been toying with it in the shadows finally revealed itself. List, who had been ready to strike, grasped the wrath of thunder and infused all his wild magic power and chi into the tip of the dragon lance, unleashing the move Snow Mountain with ferocious speed. The reaction of Grey Iron Dragon was not slow, but having already suffered a breakdown once, its tail swung a beat too late. Brushing past the body of the formless dragon, a sharp pain then erupted above the thigh on its side where the ferocious attack of Wrath of Thunder struck solidly. Penetrating the incredibly hard steel-like scales, the scorching chi and cutting magic power exploded violently, shredding several crucial muscles at the root of the thigh. Not waiting for the Grey Iron Dragon to turn and counterattack, List withdrew the Wrath of Thunder, allowing it to casually throw out an ice shield to block, while steering the formless dragon bard back into the material boundary. The Grey Iron Dragon turned around to bite, and exhaled a metallic stream of dragon breath, turning into countless blades that shattered the ice shield, yet unable to harm the formless dragon in the slightest. The Grey Iron Dragon circulated its magic power, solidifying the wound at the root of its thigh and erecting its scales, arming itself like a steel porcupine. Iron dragons cannot use the copper plating state like purple copper dragons. It could only erect its scales, forming a hedgehog formation to protect itself. But this was doomed to be a futile attempt. The scales impeded airflow, significantly slowing its flight speed. Thus, the formless dragon intermittently dashed out, struck with a lance, and slipped back into the material boundary. Each strike would inevitably erupt a burst of dragon blood on the Grey Iron Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The Grey Iron Dragon, immensely irritated, grew increasingly fearful as its condition weakened further, causing the urge to flee to dominate its mind increasingly. Sometimes, enduring a powerful strike from List, it would desperately push forward in flight. It seemed that flying a bit further could bring it to land and then safety. However, List, following closely behind, laughed proudly. "Lost your cool, haven't you? At this point, in this state, if you turn to counterattack, you might still inflict heavy damage on me. Beyond that, you have no chance of escape." When it came to speed, the Grey Iron Dragon simply couldn't match the formless dragon. The dragon lance danced, chi raging. All of List's thoughts about the formless dragon Night Dragon Chi manual were displayed and confirmed during the chase: Phantom Wipe, Shadow Flick, Snow Mountain Avalanche, Sonic Boom Stab, Poison Dragon Drill, along with some newly formed ideas not yet refined were all utilized. Woo-ya! Bard was equally thrilled. Its slender body relentlessly pummeling the bulkier Grey Iron Dragon excited it beyond measure. It didn't even need to spray its dragon breath shattering space, it simply used its claws to leave marks on the Grey Iron Dragon. Dragon breath, related to the origin of dragon's superior magic, could harm the body if used excessively. Thus, List's dragon lance and combat skills, Bard's dragon claws and biting, and X-Ice shield and high-pressure water blade continually inflicted damage on the Grey Iron Dragon, the whole process easier than the hurried slaying of Purple Copper Dragon Knight Loyal, because the entire environment for output was very quiet. No Dragon Knight could come to support the Grey Iron Dragon within a short time. A pursuit and a flight, blood spraying all the way. Rapidly covering dozens of kilometers, the Grey Iron Dragon finally sighted the coastline of Eagle Kingdom, gathering all its strength, enduring its agonizing injuries, determined to make it back to land at once. Roar, roar, roar. Once it landed, there was still a hope of turning the tables. But reality would not accommodate its wishes, as List reappeared, his dragon lance striking deeply into its body. Bard also spat out a reluctant burst of dragon breath shattering space, continuously slicing its scales. Axe Victorial Cut and high-pressure water blade were released simultaneously, breaking open its damaged scales again. Then, what truly drove the Grey Iron Dragon to despair was the sight of flames blossoming ahead, forming a fire dragon with wings nearly 30 meters wide, covered in black-red scales. Under the fierce dragon horns and twisted facial scales were a pair of crimson eyes filled with boundless malevolence. As if staring at death itself. Without any unnecessary movement, the fire dragon collided fiercely with the Grey Iron Dragon. For a moment, Both dragons emitted sounds of breaking bones, both losing balance and plunging towards the ocean. Only Fire Dragon Leo had enough time to regain balance, while the Grey Iron Dragon faced a tempestuous assault from List, Bard, and Ak. Strike them when they are down. This was List's life motto, usually reserved, but during battle, he turned into a bold African warrior, unconcerned with life and death, ready to face any challenge. Moreover, how could he not seize the opportunity to finish off a weakened foe? Grey Iron Dragon, mine. Chapter 875, The Tyrant forces his bow. Nothing went as planned. Another dragon battle unknown to the world slowly drew to a close. The severely injured Grey Iron Dragon could no longer control its body, and shook as it slid down towards the sea, its body covered with countless wounds. No one could provide it with supplies. Compared to List constantly feeding the formless dragon magic potions, its treatment was miserable, and the outcome was also dreadful. When it crashed into the sea surface, the Grey Iron Dragon could no longer struggle. It was helplessly bound by the seawater that controlled and emitted feeble, breathless sounds. It really wasn't easy. List casually tossed a few magic potions into the formless dragon's mouth, then let Bard grab the tail of the Grey Iron Dragon to pull it up. They flew towards a few nearby rocky islands. Thud. The massive body of the Grey Iron Dragon was thrown onto the rocks, shallowly soaking in the seawater, with a water tornado controlled by Ak still wrapped around it to prevent it from suddenly lashing out. An injury to humans from the dragon was possible under any circumstances. A moment of weakness might just be accumulating power for the next surge. Oh ho! Little Fire Dragon Leo landed on another rock with a magnificent presence, very proud of the final deadly blow he dealt to the Grey Iron Dragon. With a naturally combative nature, the Fire Dragon felt incredibly proud of defeating the adult Grey Iron Dragon, larger in size than itself. Whoa! The formless dragon was the proudest of all, with the consecutive dragon battles won thanks to its innate abilities. However, it didn't show off like Leo, but quietly stayed by List's side, watching as List jumped onto the Grey Iron Dragon, plotting against this dragon of steel. Ak smiled slightly, also delighted to have retained the Grey Iron Dragon. As the Nixie too loved dragons, the more dragons by List's side, the happier she was. As for List himself, he was following the iron scales, moving towards the position of the dragon tooth platform on the Grey Iron Dragon. Now that the Grey Iron Dragon was completely defeated and bound, what followed was naturally to forcefully ride it, making the Grey Iron Dragon his fourth dragon, adding iron ore resources to his territory. The value of iron ore was not much less than gold or silver, especially important for the nation. Moreover, the combat power of an adult Iron Dragon was something List urgently needed. Once he had the Iron Dragon, he could confront dragon battles head-on, rather than relying on the young Formless Dragon and Fire Dragon to sneak attacks bit by bit. Just as he reached the back of the Grey Iron Dragon, he suddenly noticed several raised scales. From the gaps, he could see a person lying inside. He couldn't help but pry open those scales, only then clearly seeing the person inside, dressed in gorgeous armor, motionless. Their complexion was blue, lips purple, with only a slight breath remaining. This person must be Duke of Grey Iron Pyro Greymouth Iron, right? List pulled the other up, checking his breath, as if seeing a pile of dragon coins beckoning to him. Capturing a duke? That ransom, unless someone brought a dragon elf, they couldn't think about redeeming him back. Seizing the unconscious Duke Pyro, List locked him up with Chi restraining shackles, and threw him at Ak's feet. Ak, take care of him, this is a big shot who can be exchanged for a dragon elf. Dragon elf? Great. Ak cheered. She had long wanted to study dragon elves. Pyro was just an accident. List continued to climb the body of the Grey Iron Dragon, finding the position of the dragon tooth platform, but it was surrounded by iron scales, tightly sealed, and absolutely impossible to open. List couldn't help but walk over to the head of the Grey Iron Dragon, looking down from a height at the unwilling eyes of the Grey Iron Dragon. Grey Iron Dragon, I speak wind language, you should understand, open the dragon tooth platform, become my dragon. Humphrey. The Grey Iron Dragon puffed out a blast of hot air from his nostrils, responding with a disdainful expression. Do you want me to kill you? List glared and questioned fiercely, not expecting that the Grey Iron Dragon, even at this juncture, still wouldn't submit, instead showing nothing but disdain for him. Roar. The Grey Iron Dragon let out a roar as if it were declaring its refusal to submit to death. List tried questioning and negotiating multiple times but couldn't change its stance. It absolutely wouldn't open up the dragon tooth platform. Frustrated, he walked over to the platform and tried to forcibly cut the scales to mount it. However, the scales near the dragon tooth platform were too hard. Sparks flew as the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword scratched against them without creating even a notch. After struggling for a long while, the sky gradually darkened. He still couldn't open the scales of the dragon tooth platform. He then called Bard and Leo to come and tear at it, The scales were torn bloody, but they still couldn't find the closed dragon tooth platform. The gray iron dragon's eyes were filled with a resolute will, a silent determination to die rather than submit. And with a deep hostility, it let the blood flow and death approach. Dragons are proud by nature, seldom do they submit to being conquered. The gray iron dragon was no exception, and from its eyes, List read the impossibility of the situation. To forcefully conquer it, unless it was knocked unconscious, but the willpower of the gray iron dragon was astounding. Even if he really managed to mount it, the mind battle would be hard to win against a dragon resolved to die. Silently, a quarter of an hour passed. Gray iron dragon, I admire your perseverance, but do you really think I can't make you submit and become my dragon? He stared directly into the cold eyes of the gray iron dragon. I was only trying to save some resources, but now, I've decided to spend resources on you. As he spoke, he took out a rainbow-colored fruit from his face ring. You're worth a bewildering dragon mind fruit. Leo, Bard, pry open the mouth of the gray iron dragon. Wuria. The formless dragon glanced at List, its eyes full of profound meaning. It had once witnessed List wrap a bewildering dragon mind fruit in roasted beef and bring it to its mouth. Leo looked at the bewildering dragon mind fruit as if having a sense of déjà vu. However, he didn't think deeply about it, excitedly joining Bard under the promise of a double dose of magic potion for 3 months. They forcibly pried open the clamped jaws of the gray iron dragon. List acted swiftly, and the fruit dropped. A bewildering dragon mind fruit slipped down into the throat of the gray iron dragon. Then he instructed Bard and Leo to close the gray iron dragon's mouth, preventing it from spitting out the bewildering dragon mind fruit. After waiting for a moment, the eyelids of the gray iron dragon began to droop, and then its gaze gradually became dazed. It was a sign of falling asleep. Soon after, the once defiant gray iron dragon shut its eyes and began to snore heavily. At its neck where it joined the body, a few bloody steel scales slowly relaxed, revealing the concealed dragon tooth platform. In the pitch-black night, the stars blinked. List's con heart quickly heated up. He stepped into the deep crevices of the dragon tooth platform and sat down. Boom. In that moment, the world changed. He entered the mental world of the gray iron dragon, a very peculiar place. It resembled a smithy, but with a volcano as a forge and rocky mountains as an anvil. A young iron dragon wielded a massive iron hammer, pounding on a red-hot iron block. Opposite the dragon, a tall knight, brandishing a small hammer to give direction. Clang. The small hammer hit the anvil. Boom. The large hammer struck the red-hot iron block. But this scene didn't last long. With List's arrival, the young dragon collapsed to the ground, ensnared by a rainbow chain. The knight opposite suddenly turned around, a well-featured, middle-aged man now glaring coldly at List. With a clang, he drew the knight's longsword he was carrying. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly found himself entwined in rainbow chains, binding all his movements. He could only watch as List, forming a smoky, fiery red dragon bone longsword, leisurely walked towards him. The mine branding of the first dragon knight? List chuckled. He swung the fire attribute Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword without hesitation, slicing down, splash. The first dragon knight was cut into two from one stroke. Chapter 876, Blacksmith in Furnace Village. The corpse disappeared, and the figure of the first dragon knight appeared again in the smithy, still entwined with rainbow chains. Thus, List repeatedly hewed at him, repeatedly splitting the iron knights in two. Even though each time a new first dragon knight emerged, the figure kept fading more and more. After dozens of attempts, the figure of the first dragon knight ultimately vanished without a trace. At the same time, the mental world of the gray iron dragon began to collapse, and in the blink of an eye, the smithy, naturally heated, was utterly destroyed. Then a new mountain peak rose abruptly, with the now mature gray iron dragon perched at its summit, nodding at List. The next moment, List saw a blur before his eyes, and he was already riding on the gray iron dragon, whose massive wings stretched out, and strong hind limbs kicked, leaping high from the mountain peak. Soaring above the skies of the mental world, flying higher and higher, as if stepping on the sky itself. Suddenly, List opened his eyes, and it was still that pitch-black night, and beneath him, the gray iron dragon was still sound asleep. However, he had already understood that a connection had formed between him and the gray iron dragon. The effective influence of the bewildering dragon mind fruit was vividly demonstrated in this mind battle. Even the stubborn metal dragon had to succumb to the power of the mind. So what exactly is the power of the jade dragon, and what exactly counts as the power of the mind? Is it a dream or the soul? List realized a question was troubling him. The legendary jade dragon represents dreams, but are the powers of dreams and the soul indeed the same? Or if the jade dragon had to enter a dream, how would it enter the world of dreams? Turning into a wisp of smoke, or creating a new world? It was hard to fathom. Right before List stepped onto the dragon tooth platform, Pyro had awakened. Although the night was dim, he could vaguely see everything happening nearby. As List rose from the Dragon Tooth platform with a smile, Pierrot's heart was in agony. The Grey Iron Dragon that had been the heirloom of Grey Iron Duchy for over 300 years was lost. Thump. List soared into the air, then plummeted down in front of Pierrot. A crystal lamp illuminated the surroundings and Pierrot's bloodless face. List, what have you done to my Ash King? Pierrot put away his myriad thoughts and asked with a facade of friendliness, clinging to his last hope. But List mercilessly shattered that hope. Ash King, you mean the Grey Iron Dragon? I am sorry, Duke Pierrot, but from now on, the Grey Iron Dragon belongs to me, List Flame. It no longer has any connections with the Grey Iron Duchy or the Grey Iron family. I hope you understand that. No, no, no. Pierrot gritted his teeth. You can't just take the Ash King. The Eagle Kingdom will not stand by idly. You are blatantly challenging the kingdom system. Duke Pierrot, stop talking nonsense. You need to realize your current status. I am the victor of the dragon-slaying battle. Loyal has been slain, and you are fortunate to have survived and become a captive. So, next, you need to think clearly about what ransom you will use to redeem yourself. Captive? Pierrot was stunned, realizing only then his status as a prisoner, yet he still did not give up. Fine, I will pay the ransom, but you must return the Grey Iron Dragon. List, you are a newly appointed Dragon Knight, and might not be aware of some traditional rules. Stealing dragons is taboo among the great kingdoms. List smiled, feeling that Pierrot was still delusional. Would it be more serious than the dragon-slaying battle, or in other words, will the three great kingdoms convene Dragon Knights and then launch a third dragon-slaying war against me? Pierrot's gaze flickered, persisting. Indeed, you were victorious in the dragon-slaying battle, but your strong performance will disrupt the balance of the kingdoms, especially your formless dragon. Once it grows, it will make all the Dragon Knights of all kingdoms uneasily. They won't let you keep expanding. Indeed, the deterrent power of the formless dragon is greater than that of a fire dragon. List echoed, but then his expression became serious. For this reason, I must gather more dragons and strengthen my forces, so that no one dares to contemplate against me. In the age where knights rule the world, Duke Pierrot, you should understand, weakness is the only sin. Your ideas are insane. No, they are very wise. List boasted, no longer arguing with Pierrot on this matter, always believing in having a gun in hand, having no fear in heart. The more dragons he had, the safer he was, rather than being harmless without dragons. Duke Pierrot, spare the nonsense. You now need to seriously consider how much ransom to pay. Under the starlight, the Grey Iron Dragon still slumbered, weakened by the powerful effect of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, rendering this enormous creature vulnerable to manipulation. Fortunately, the bewildering dragon mind fruit in ancient times was called jade fruit, a product of the jade dragon. If mind fruit trees could naturally grow and then bear bewildering dragon mind fruits, none of the Dragon Knights would feel secure. Who knows when one's dragon might be stolen? Brother, is it called Ash King? Ash King is the name given by the Grey Iron Duchy. In the Flame Kingdom, it should have a new name. List thought briefly, let's call it Orn. Chapter 877, Choices after the battle. Complete the task. Reward, a man-eating tree cluster. Tracking down the dragon. The smoke mission had undeniably been perfectly completed, and the reward was forthcoming. List presently didn't understand what a man-eating tree cluster was, nor did he pay much attention to it. At this moment, his mood was still immersed in the joy of having slain the fourth dragon. The smoke mission quickly transformed into fresh serpent script. Mission, perfectly complete the second dragon hunting war. Your name will shake the entire legendary continent, even the sea will tremor at the sound of your name. The battle is now over, but the matter is not yet finished. Why not punish the traitor within the sapphire yourself? Reward, Elf Shadow. Punishing a traitor? That task is simple. Elf Shadow, what kind of reward is this? List pondered for a moment with no clues, then decisively gave up. Oftentimes, the reward from a smoke mission supplements the content of the task, and one could deduce the nature of the mission from the clues provided by the reward. However, most of the time, there's little connection between the reward and the mission. Like this smoke mission and its reward that seemed unrelated, so there was no need for deep thought. Upon completing the mission, he would naturally come to know what an elf shadow was. Time to sleep. Tomorrow I'll head straight back to Black Horse Island, then deliver a message to the Sapphire Duke. Although he didn't take part in the dragon hunting war, I absolutely do not believe that he was oblivious to the war unfolding within Sapphire. It's not so easy to sit back and reap the benefits. And List wasn't wrong in his expectations. In the Azure Sky Peak Palace, the Sapphire Duke was receiving a report from the Rat Leader about the situation on Hot Spring Island. The Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom have withdrawn, and the Count of Hot Spring Island has taken steps to erase any traces on the island. However, our rats have discovered another wave of rats active on Hot Spring Island. Rats under the Marquis of Flames? Highly likely. They've been inquiring about the transportation of goods on Hot Spring Island right from the start and clearly knew full well about the Eagle Kingdom Dragon Knights stationed there. So ends the dragon hunting war, with the death of the Purple Copper Duke as its conclusion? The Sapphire Duke mused from the head seat, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Crown Prince Anthony, sitting at a lower seat, wanted to interject, but did not dare interrupt the Duke's conversation with the Rat Leader. The Rat Leader replied, "We have no deeper information as of yet. However, everything in the Flame territory is running smoothly. But on the night of the dragon hunting war, the Marquis of Flames returned to Thorn Castle to rest for the night. If my deduction is not mistaken, the dragon hunting war was a victory for the Marquis of Flames. Fire Dragon, Light Green Gemstone Dragon. How did he defeat Alex, Alonzo, Loyal, and the other 3 Dragon Knights, as well as a formidable team of 5 dragons?" The Duke wondered, finding it incomprehensible. Anthony couldn't help but interrupt, "Father, do you believe this result, that the Marquis of Flames, however strong, could withstand the might of 5 dragons? I cannot see through it, nor can I comprehend it, but one thing is clear to me, since the rats of the Flame territory were previously active on Hot Spring Island, it indicates that List already knew the situation of the opponent. He could prepare at ease, whether to hide away or to stand out. The outcome of Loyal has also proven this point. But there is no but." The Duke cut off Anthony's words with a cough, his aged face revealing a profound exhaustion. "The situation now is that Alex and the other Dragon Knights have been forced to leave. They failed in the dragon hunting war, otherwise, it would have already been proclaimed far and wide." He paused, allowing his breathing to become smoother, "And what we are now facing is List, the victorious Marquis of Flames from the dragon hunting war, the future King of the Flame Kingdom. King of the Kingdom, he really dares to adopt such a title for himself," Anthony said indignantly. "Having won the dragon hunting war twice, he is entitled to become the new overlord of the seas and the new King of the Flame Kingdom. The sea is no longer calm, the Sapphire family has reached a moment of decision again. Anthony, this state will ultimately be handed over to you. What do you think our choice should be?" This. Anthony had a lot to say, but when the words reached his lips, they wouldn't come out. "How about we first annihilate Hot Spring Island to secure the Marquis of Flames and then send someone to contact the Steel Ridge royal family? Once the Flame Kingdom is established, Steel Ridge should feel unsettled. Let's not interfere with Hot Spring Island." List had already noticed Hot Spring Island, and it's best to leave it to him to handle personally, to test his thoughts. "We find ourselves in an awkward position, Anthony. External forces can never last long, the only one we can truly rely on is the Sapphire Dragon. Moreover," the Sapphire Duke felt somewhat bitter inside, having signed a defensive and offensive alliance with List yet he stayed out of the fray. The young Dragon Knight was not someone who could be dismissed easily. After returning to Black Horse Island, List arranged accommodations for Duke Pirate, a completion-level Sky Knight with no small amount of strength, so despite being treated well, necessary shackles had to be placed. Subsequently, without a moment's rest, List proceeded to Tool Up Castle on Coral Island to see the Marquis of Bulltail. "Father, there is a matter I need you to handle." "What is it?" "The day before yesterday, there was a dragon-slaying battle at sea to the north." List explained the battle succinctly, not exaggerating the severity of the fight nor using a dramatic tone. But when he casually mentioned the death of Purple Copper Dragon Knight Loyal Purple Copper, the capture of Duke Grey Iron, and how Grey Iron Dragonborn became his mount, the Marquis of Bulltail was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. Until List quietly finished a cup of tea. Only then did he manage to digest the news and regained his fatherly authority. "Are you saying that you were ambushed by 5 dragons, killed 1 Dragon Knight, and captured one of the Iron Dragons? The Eagle Kingdom witnessed the collapse risk of 2 vassal states in the blink of an eye, while you came out unscathed. As you can see, I am indeed in good health. This is so sudden, List. If I hadn't seen you standing here, I might have doubted you were my son. I always thought I had some talent, but I never imagined my son achieving such glorious feats. You are even more legendary than what's described in Knight's novels. In Knight's novels, the protagonists ride just 1 dragon to a stylish end, but List, at the rate of 2 dragons a year, just keeps on dragon riding. Perhaps these seas need a king to stand up, and it just so happens that I'm that choice." He acknowledged with rare humility, "Father, the stance that the Sapphire family took during this dragon-slaying battle chills my heart. As allies supposed to aid each other, they watched idly as the Eagle Kingdom encroached and seriously infringed upon my interests. A Grand Duchy by the sea submitting to a kingdom by the sea, isn't that a very normal scenario? Oh, and Father, dispatch a group of knights to help me eliminate Viscount of Square Island. I suspect he is a traitor planted by the Eagle Kingdom, and I shall personally head to Hot Spring Island." Chapter 878, Crystal Helen. Captain Marcus, assemble all knight orders on the island and follow me to Hot Spring Island. List pointed with his long sword, and Black Horse Island immediately erupted. As you wish, Your Highness. Marcus was inexplicably excited. He had now become a baron. 4 years ago, he was just an untitled commoner, following a lord who seemed to have no future, going to the declining, run-down Fresh Flower town. Who would have thought that one day, he would walk on familiar land as a baron? Looking at List's shadow in the sunlight,